Hello, and thank you for tuning in to the Dementia Research Charity Chatathon. I'm Adam Smith. I'm the Programme Director for Dementia Researcher at University College London, and it's my pleasure to be hosting this 12.5-hour marathon live stream non-stop, talking with 68 researchers and very special guests joining us from 7 different countries. Woo! Let's get going. There are 2 aims to this event. First is to share some amazing research taking place across all areas of discovery. We'll be talking about some vitally important topics that will never attract big headlines like we've seen this week, but could potentially change the lives of many people. And the researchers joining me are incredibly dedicated and really want to help people. Second is to raise money for 4 brilliant charities who not only contribute to my funding, but also that of many of our guests. Race Against Dementia, Alzheimer's Society, Alzheimer's Research UK, and the Lewy Body Society. The cost of living crisis on top of the pandemic has played havoc with charity giving, and whilst things are very tight, every little helps. I should add that if you're watching this from the US and you prefer to give to a local charity, please do consider giving to the Alzheimer's Association. There is a link on our website. You can donate at any time through the day or even after today by going to chatathon.uk/donate. All the money we raise will be equally divided between the 4 charities. So let me give you an idea as to what you can expect. Every 30 minutes on the hour and at half past the hour, we'll be joined by groups of 2 to 3 researchers speaking very broadly about the topics they work on. They're grouped very broadly, and they'll be speaking in the same space. And by that, I mean clinical research, care research, or perhaps in the lab as well. They're giving up their time freely, and they'll be joining from different places, from work, home, conferences, or even on the move. So hopefully we won't have any technical problems, but who knows? You can find a full schedule covering all the topics and details of all the speakers, including their things like their Twitter feeds or their Instagrams, should you want to reach out to them on our website, which is chatathon.uk. I'll also be flagging reminders on the screen as to who the speakers are at a certain time and posting on Twitter throughout the day. All of our guests will talk about their work, and I'll try to put myself in your shoes and ask the questions that I think will help you understand their work. However, I hope that you'll contribute with your questions. Otherwise, some of these sessions might end up being a little bit short. So at any time, you can post your questions into Twitter using #Chatathon or in the chat streams of whichever viewing method you're using, be that YouTube, Twitch, or Facebook Live. I'll do my best to ensure that we put them to the guests that are with us at the time the questions come through, but sometimes if I have a look and think that these guests aren't appropriate and we've got somebody else coming up later that would be better to answer that question, I might hold some of them back and put them to the right person. I really hope you enjoy watching, so please do, again, give what you can. I know things are tough right now, so any donation, no matter how small, is very gratefully received. It will go straight into funding more research and to help us beat dementia. So stay all day if you really like. Drop in and out. Fingers crossed, as I say, that the technical gremlins don't visit us. And I'll be here for the next 12.5 hours. But don't worry, I have snacks and I have films which I can play should I need to leave the room. So let's crack on. I'm very pleased to see that my first brilliant guests have already joined us. Get rid of that now. Script. There is Chris and Jane in the feed. Hello, Chris and Jane. Oh my goodness.
Morning.
What happened?
Oh,
It's a video.
Yeah.
I don't think she realised. Good morning.
Hey, look at that. A dementia researcher mug. Thank you, Chris. Oh no. Did I catch you out? That's one. Oh, you did that on purpose.
I just wanted to start you off on the right foot. And
I thought that would be great. That was one for the bloopers. Good morning. I should explain to anybody watching, Chris and Jane we've known each other for a very long time. I would like to consider you old friends, but thank you so much for joining us this morning. Why don't you, for the benefit of people watching at home that don't already know you and your amazing work, why don't you introduce yourselves? Whoever wants to go first, I don't mind.
Hello, my name's Jane Goodrick. I'm married to Chris Roberts. We live in North Wales, and I have the label, the letters after my name, of carer. Actually, we prefer to call ourselves husband and wife. This is my husband, Chris.
Yeah, I'm Chris Roberts, as Jane just said, and I'm living with dementia, among other things, emphysema and arthritis. My wife just says I'm greedy.
Yeah, he can't even just have Alzheimer's, he has mixed dementia.
Mixed dementia, yes.
Vascular dementia and Alzheimer's.
Yeah.
So he is very greedy.
and we do a lot of, well, we have been doing until just recently, a lot of work promoting anything to do with dementia services, action plans, research, and just trying to educate people.
But particularly research, because when we as a family were first diagnosed with Chris's brain disease, we lost all hope. And the thing that gave us hope was Chris taking part in a small research in our local memory assessment services clinic, organised by Bangor University, and the great Professor Bob Woods was I think, did they call them the lead researcher? We're just ordinary members of the public, and the diagnosis completely wrong-footed us. We didn't know what to do. I couldn't even say that Chris had vascular dementia. I actually changed the name to vascular degeneration. But Chris taking part in this research project, actually, it taught me so much, because Dr. Google hadn't been my best friend. It told me Chris was going to die very soon. It told me that people with dementia couldn't learn. People with dementia. People with dementia were, all the negative aspects that we hear about dementia. But when Chris took part in this research, it actually gave us hope, because I learned that Dr. Google might not have been actually correct, and I should listen to the correct, more professional doctors, because they knew what they were doing. And it's not just doctors, medical doctors. There are the PhD doctors. There are all the researchers. Research gave us hope, and that's what allowed us to start living again.
And I wasn't happy about joining this peer support group. Who wants to sit with people with dementia? But when I got there, it's just people like me, And when I was asked to take part in research, Jane had to really push me along, because I wasn't happy. I thought, what are they going to do to me? Am I going to be strapped to a bed? Are they going to be operating on me?
So long as they were taking bits of his brain, not mine, I was okay with that.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be very invasive. I didn't understand, but it was just chatting and taking part and giving our expertise as people living with dementia. And it was it gave me a lot of confidence again,
and value.
And that I was contributing to society again.
Chris went from a very capable, very active, very practical person to, once we had the diagnosis, to being a person with dementia and doing nothing. And we both were involved in that disablement. And it took research for us to realise that actually I was disabling Chris. I was taking over, doing all the jobs that he couldn't do, because when somebody gets any diagnosis, our job is to, as the non-diagnosed person, my job is to feed him chicken soup, to make him better again, put him to bed, wrap him in cotton wool until he gets better. And with dementia, that is absolutely the wrong thing to do. And this is what we found out by trial and error, but specifically by research. Because as Chris said, he thought they were going to take bits and pieces of his brain. We didn't realise this research covered the whole range of things like psychosocial and other stuff. That's what really allowed us to start living again.
If people don't take part in research, then research is not going to happen.
Everybody thinks of drug trials, don't they? I think the minute people think about research, they think about, as you exactly say, they think that they're going to be poked and prodded or put onto different drugs which are experimental and dangerous. What they don't realize, particularly in dementia research, is so much of it, as you quite rightly say, is to look at things like what you can do to continue to live as you did before, following the diagnosis. Yeah. And you've done so much since then as well. I mean, obviously we would talk about you've participated in that research study initially. Did you go on? Have you carried on and done more since?
Yes, yeah. I mean, through Alzheimer's Society and the research network, we've done many things with them, and Alzheimer's Europe. We've taken part in many projects across Europe as well, with early stage researchers and Interdem. And it's really good. I know a lot about dementia now through my own experience, so it's nice to share something that I actually know about, rather than trying to discuss things that I've lost or don't know anymore. So it's really, really good.
And one of the things I really love about what you're doing today, Adam, is that you've gone from, Alzheimer's Society is one of the largest charities in the UK, but you've also gone for a very small charity, which is Lewy body disease, which is really, really punching above its weight. It's such a small charity. There are only a very handful of people that work in that charity, but actually that is so massive, because there are so many different types of dementia. Where dementia covers, people think Alzheimer's is dementia, and there are so many different types of dementia that we need all this research into the various different types. There's an organisation, a group organised by Bangor University and I think is it UCL, or I'm not sure, but in London, about the rare dementias. Now, Chris was diagnosed with young onset dementia, which we didn't know. We just thought that was because he was under 65. But actually, that is one of the rarer dementias. The majority are diagnosed over 65. But it starts before people are 65. It starts like 20 years before we start to see the symptoms or get diagnosed. So the research is massive, because as we've seen this week with this fantastic news coming from San Francisco, is it Lecanemab, or whatever the correct name is?
That's the one. I've got it written down just in case I forget to write it.
I'm just a mere citizen.
And we continue.
Lecanemab.
And we continue to do a lot of work still with Bangor University, where I'm privileged to be an honorary lecturer and fellow, and through a group which is dementia educators, which is called CABAN. Now, CABAN is after the Welsh for sheds, because sheds. Because Bangor University, I don't know if people know this, but it started off, the quarrymen actually met in a shed for their lunch, and they would educate each other and raise money to try and build a university, and that's where it comes from.
We're very proud of where we're from in North Wales. There was a huge mining industry to mine or to quarry slate, and all over the world, this slate was sent to all over the world, but the uneducated labourers used to go into the sheds, the cabans, to eat their lunch. And this is exactly how Bangor University started. And if any of you know Bangor University, it really looks like Hogwarts. It's a beautiful, beautiful university building. And they do all sorts of research there, including Drosophila, I love that word, and fruit flies around dementia, but they do an awful lot of the psychosocial as well. And this is what we didn't know about research. We thought it was purely medical, purely physiological, but actually there is so much into the research that we would ask you all, please dig into your pockets and donate, even if it's in your local area, wherever you are in the world.
So somebody in the chat stream sheds. I'm guessing maybe does that not translate internationally? Sheds are like workmen, like work buildings, like huts, if you like, aren't they? They're garden huts. garden.
A cabin or a cabin, if you like.
Cabin, yeah, garden huts. But you're absolutely right. I mean, I guess when people think about research, they often kind of go to some of the big, they think about the big universities. But actually, one of the things that's always surprised me, or I've thought amazing, is just nearly every university in the country is doing something in some kind of areas, even universities you wouldn't necessarily think of across England, Scotland, Wales, and they've got these PhD students and principal investigators are all beavering away on so many different areas. So anybody, we get this plug in now while we remember, of course, anybody who's interested in participating in research, particularly if you're in the UK, if you go to joindementiaresearch.nihr.ac.uk and register there, it'll show you all the potential studies that you match to. So, and you don't have to actually have a diagnosis of dementia to do that. Many studies are looking for people who might be potentially at risk in the future, or who have been carers either now or in the past, or they're looking at attitudes towards dementia. There's so many different things to do. So go and have a look at that. And you give talks to early career researchers. You give them advice. What advice do you give to early career researchers?
Mainly to get to know people with dementia. Don't make assumptions about who they are or what they can do or can't do, but also to just ask, and please include the experts, in their research. We between us, we've got a lot of knowledge, and so has other people living with any of the dementias. And most people don't know about research or have their own assumptions about it. So we need to know, don't we, about what's going on. You don't know what you don't know.
Very often the worry is, am I going to, one of the questions is, how do I speak to somebody with dementia? And we would say exactly like you're speaking to us now. People are afraid that they might say the wrong words, they might make some gaffe, or that the person with dementia might not understand them. Well, if the person with dementia can't understand you, formulate a different way of asking your question. Just ask us, because we're just like you. And that was the big thing we found out with peer support. We went along expecting people in the later stages. We thought it was the old people with the wrinkly hands, and why would we want to go along and sit with people in later stages? And you know what? They were just like us. They were human beings. They have a life story. All right, Chris's life story, he may lose a little bit of it, but I can help him I can give Chris pointers to what he's trying to say, or somehow give him prompts to bring out what it is that he wants to say, as yet at the moment. But yeah, just ask, just speak to us like we're ordinary, normal people, because do you know what? That's who we are.
Yeah. I mean, so you mentioned you have mixed dementia, including vascular dementia. So have you learned anything from the research? Because you're super active. I mean, as you mentioned, you're involved, and we'll talk in a second about the stuff you've done since, which is incredible. But has anything you've learned from the research kind of impacted your daily life? I mean, because I'd say some of the stuff the changes you've made have helped delay some of the problems you might have experienced otherwise.
It has helped me to live better with dementia. It's helped us both to live better with dementia. It's helped us understand what's going on, isn't it?
We walked into the consultation room way back in 2012, and were given the diagnosis. We walked in as husband and wife, and we walked out as patient and carer. And that wasn't a very good, that didn't fit, that didn't work for us. I disabled Chris far earlier than I should have done. I took over doing a lot of the jobs for him. But then when we went into that very first research cohort, I actually realized, do you know what? Let's be hands off. This is the one condition you have to be hands off. Research taught me this. The more I do for Chris, the more I disable him. The more I disable him, the faster his dementia will progress. It doesn't mean the faster he will die, but the faster he will become disabled. So research taught me to be very much hands off, and to allow Chris to enable Chris and to support Chris and to do as much as he can whilst he can. He may do things differently to how he used to. For instance, when this coffee was made by Chris, because he has a list on our fridge door to actually give him the prompts, get the cups, ask if Jane wants sugar, things like this. So Chris still makes coffee. It takes one of those, there are many straws on the camel's back. It takes one of those straws off my back. Chris makes me coffee. It's a very, very small thing, but that enables us to live as husband and wife for a lot longer, because we didn't like the patients and carer.
Taking part in research has also got us out of the house. It's got us out and about. It's allowed us to meet people, and also, as I say, we were very lost and alone in this illness, and it's allowed us to contribute. It's allowed us to, and it's given us confidence. It's given us value, and
did you learn any
purpose?
Did you learn anything that's kind of that? I mean, I'm guessing from being active in that space, have you learned anything that you've then adopted into your life? Like you mentioned there, I love your note on the fridge about reminders on, because it's funny. I mean, there'll be I guarantee there'll be a researcher somewhere in the country writing about what's the best way to do that. How do you best put prompts around the place to remind people what to do, but in a way that's also not infantilizing or
the cupboard doors off the. There's my note.
You took the cupboard doors off.
We took the cupboard doors off. Not all of them. On units in the kitchen, where the cups are and things like that.
That's genius. I mean,
wow.
The researchers were saying, should we put photos?
Because I guess you keep opening cupboard doors and going, where is stuff? Right?
Yes, yeah. But so we took the doors off, but then we went away on holiday, and my daughter was looking after our dogs, and she thought I was having a bit of a moment,
a dementia moment.
So she got her partner to put the doors back on.
And she told me, Mum, Dad had taken the doors off, but Adam's put them back on for us. His name is also Adam. And it was like, thank you. She didn't realise actually that was a dementia strategy.
It's researchers that have taught us to look outside the box, and to find solutions and not dwell on the problems.
I think what we'd heard was there was some research to say if people with dementia can't find stuff in the kitchen, put pictures on the doors, a picture of cups or plates. And actually Chris was a bit more practical than that, and that's forget the pictures, take the doors off, and that has actually worked in a young onset facility a few miles down the road from us, where they said, oh, what sort of pictures should we use? And
what
Chris,
a great idea.
And it was proved to work. They said, actually, it's worked so well.
Just there you go. Anybody watching, living with dementia, or the carers who I think probably more of you watching in Facebook now. What a great idea. And I'm sure, honestly, we could have an entire session on practical tips. What about other things? Did you have to change your because we always talk about diet and exercise and alcohol. Have you had to give up the booze and the bacon sandwiches and things like that?
No.
Would your doctor told you should do?
No. When you've got a life-changing illness, it's about quality, not quantity now. So why give up the things that you really enjoy in life? I'm quite lucky because I know there's an end coming, and most people don't. They have no idea anything can happen to anyone at any time. So I've now reevaluated things, and if I want a glass of wine on a school day, I'll have a glass of wine on a school day.
Yeah, I think maybe prevention, we are less buying into the prevention aspect, because for Chris now it is about quality of life. I am being more mindful that I need to keep my cognition as sharp as possible, because one of us has to have a good cognition.
I forget you're normal.
Yeah, well, that's
well, you hope so.
But It's about quality of life as well. We know
but it is about watching your diet, you know, and to do as much as you can to try and, you know, delay anything, you know, heart disease, liver disease, everything. You know, we should all be living healthily.
That's the problem, isn't it? It's everything else that we're being told to do for dementia are the same things to stop problems with your heart or to reduce the impact of diabetes or cancer. So yeah, I completely agree. Honestly, I had questions here about what to do what advice would you give to anybody newly diagnosed, but I think you've touched upon that. Are there any particular, so tell me, go two-part question because we've got a few minutes left. Are there any particular passionate things you're passionate about that you want to signpost people to? Because I know you both involved with so many different organizations. And also
find out as much as you can about whatever illness you have. Understand it. Look at Alzheimer's Society, look at the Admiral Nurses, Dementia Research UK. Go to all the places that you can find and see what they've got to offer. Lewy Body Society.
Dementia UK, yeah. I wish I wanted to add them to the charity list, but I mean, and the more you add, the more it just dilutes what you make, unfortunately. But Dementia UK
we've always said knowledge is power. And in collaboration with Bangor University, a booklet has been brought out with all the hints and tips that people with dementia have found have helped them. It's very specific to regional, you know, it's specific to Wales. It will cross over to England. And if we're looking worldwide, take what's in the booklet and adapt it in your own area. Things like the Cinema Exhibitors Association. You can get a cinema, it costs £5 in the UK. Chris has to pay to go to the cinema, but his carer will go free. It costs £5, but the little things, the fact that in our local authority, which I don't know, the American equivalent is regional, but in the UK, with a diagnosis of dementia, you can have a reduction in your council tax, which is what you pay to your local authority for the local amenities. The very practical things. It's not always about living with dementia and adapting to it. It's the practical things that you can access that are there for everybody, but you don't know about till maybe a few years down the line. So this is what we'd say to anybody diagnosed, newly diagnosed, or even.
And you can find this booklet on Deep website because it was funded by Deep, Dementia Engagement.
And engagement and empowerment
project.
Oh, and don't they have a festival next week?
Yes, they do.
They have a festival next week. So, and there's an event listing. If you go to the Dementia Researcher website, which is dementiaresearcher.nihr.ac.uk, and on the homepage right now in the events lists on the right, it's just come onto the homepage today. A link
it's very good. They're having their 10-year anniversary, and so are we. Chris was diagnosed 10 years ago. Last month in November 2012. So it's very good of them to have set
I
the
woke
project
up this morning and beat my all-time record for days lived.
Well, honestly, thank you so much for joining. I mean, I you know, I know anybody who's if anybody's interested, we did a podcast with Chris and Jane and some researchers from Europe a couple of weeks ago after the Alzheimer Europe conference. And if you go to if you look for Dementia Researcher in wherever you get your podcasts, you'll find it's the last but one when we just released, and you can hear far more from Chris and Jane. Because generally speaking, I can't keep to time. I'm usually terrible at keeping to time.
Can I just make a plug for the Three Nations Dementia Working Group?
Absolutely.
Amazing resources on the website. I'm a co-founder and member, and they've done so many webinars by people with dementia, and there's a lot of hints and tips for anyone diagnosed or professionals.
On the carers side, Dementia Carers Count. They do free live in-person courses in the UK, but they also have a virtual carers centre where there are hints, there are tips. These are across the world. We can access them across the world, and they help all of those of us living with and alongside dementia.
And thanks to yourself, and thank you to all the researchers that do so much on our behalf.
Without research, we wouldn't be sat here today.
Thank you so much, Chris and Jane Roberts. You can find details on how to go away and follow Chris and Jane on Twitter. They both share a bunch of stuff. And if you go to chatathon.uk, you'll find links to both their Twitter feeds there. where you can find out more, and they tweet all the time about some of the great stuff that they come across that help you as well. Thank you so much. This is the best way to start the day, because I think anybody who's watching, putting people living with dementia and at the heart of what we do is so important to everybody who's going to be joining, and hearing from you really sets off the day for what's to come. And there's a stream at the bottom right now reminding you to donate at chatathon.uk/donate. Thank you, Chris and Jane.
Good luck for the rest of the day.
I do, and I hope to speak to you before, but if I don't, have a fantastic Christmas. So our next guests are just joining now, but before we get to them, I'm just going to play you, if I can. This is a test now. This is the first time we'll have done this today. I'm going to play you a short film, a 1-minute film, just to remind you about one of the 4 charities that will benefit from our work, from your work and your donations today. So let's just try and play that and see if it works.
We're urgently looking for breakthroughs in the prevention and cure of dementia. We sponsor the brightest and best scientific talent from around the world. We're fast-tracking research by bringing Formula One innovation into the laboratories. Working faster and smarter, together we can beat this disease. Let's beat dementia together.
Brilliant. Well, hopefully it worked. I can't tell you. See, I don't get the sound because the browser is muted. It's all very complicated here. But I've now got my next brilliant guests who are already in the room. You can't see them yet because they've not turned on their cameras. But I'm going to swap pieces of paper and come to my next awesome guests. I didn't check any pronunciation of names beforehand, but we have Olga and Victoria, who are both here now as well. Hello, Olga and Victoria.
Hi, Adam.
Why don't you go ahead and introduce yourselves while I turn on the caption that tells everybody who you are.
Shall I start?
Olga, yes. I should have just prompting you. Go on, Olga, you go first.
Hi, everyone. Thank you, Adam. Thank you for having me today. I'm Olga Borejko. I work as a project manager at Old Age Psychiatry, King's College London, and I'm also a part-time PhD student at Exeter University.
And how about you? Oh, no, just at the wrong time. Victoria lost connection. Victoria will be back, I feel sure, in a second. Well, while we're just waiting for Victoria to get back in, there she is. Did you have a little panic then, Victoria, when you went? Did that stress you out? You're back. Did you not know you left?
I did know I'd left. Listen, I technical problems.
Just
sorry.
at that moment. Go on. But, no, that's perfect. Actually, that's our first technical problem out of the way. I feel we can tick that box now. It's when I panic when everybody doesn't join or when you can't hear them. Why don't you introduce yourself, Victoria? Because you're over in Bristol. Not too far.
I am in Bristol. Yeah. Hi, I'm Victoria. I am a research associate. I work at the University of Bristol. I'm based at Southmead Hospital at the Bristol Brain Centre. I started working in dementia research sort of as a full-time job October last year. So probably a new one compared to a lot of the veterans around here.
So what did you do before? Are you a clinical person? Are you a...
No, so I've done a little bit of dementia research before, but I also did some mental health research. So my background's in neuroscience and psychology. And I've also done, I took a break out from mental health and dementia research to do some COVID research during the pandemic, and then came back.
Fantastic. Well, thank you both so much for joining us. This session, do you know what? I really struggled to come up with the titles of these sessions, but this session is called Clinical Trials, Lewy Bodies, and What Sleep Can Tell Us. Because Olga, I think you work on clinical trials, right?
I do indeed.
Which is a hot topic this week, of course. Was
Yes.
Was that a trial that you ran at
No.
King's?
We unfortunately we have not been we have not been included in the Lecanemab trial, but we are doing, which obviously very exciting news regarding very groundbreaking news, but we do have some anti-amyloid vaccine trial as well, which is very exciting.
Which some of our listeners, just a reminder, who might be joining, who are interested in participating in trials, we'll talk to. And Victoria, you work on sleep and circadian rhythms?
Yes. Yeah. So we
right.
do. Yes, you did.
Well, I do. Don't tell me now. Why don't you do your introduction? Why don't you tell us about your research rather than giving me a little quickie now? Tell us all about your work properly.
Yeah. Okay. So the focus. So our team are mainly focused on sleep. So we're looking at sleep mainly in observational studies. So a bit like Chris and Jane said, a lot of research it's not always drugs. So we're actually not looking mainly at drugs at the moment. We're trying to learn about sleep, and we're trying to learn about sleep in two sort of main conditions, so Lewy body dementia and Alzheimer's, and trying to look at differences between the two, sort of where hopefully future interventions could be placed. And we're also looking at that sort of those conditions in the earlier stages of the milder forms of dementia and also mild cognitive impairment. So the main ways that we're actually looking at that is, so a lot of the time sleep research, people kind of imagine that they've got to come into a clinic, have loads of wires put on themselves, be sort of sleep in a really strange place, and we're trying to kind of change that and shift that to more allowing people to do sleep research in their own home. So with a variety of bits of tech, so from anything sort of from a smartphone to wearables, so sort of headbands, watches, and really trying to see that is hopefully a valid way of measuring normal sleep over a long period of time compared to kind of the standard way it's kind of taking someone to a sleep clinic and looking at them really in depth, but only for one night. And that can be quite a stressful experience for people. So yeah, that's kind of what our research is trying to see, is it feasible, and do we get good results from sleep research in the home?
So in the home, so does that involve things like, I've seen these where you put the pads underneath the beds to check movement? I went to something at the UK Dementia Research Institute recently. I was looking at that. So that is one of them. Yes. So that's kind of cool. I think that's called a nearable. So there's kind of there's different things. We don't use that one in particular. But yeah, that definitely is, that looks at kind of movement in the night. So that is something that we're interested in. So there's one, which is the one we're using at the moment, is an EEG headset, and it kind of has some sensors around the forehead and some sensors just at the back. And other than that, it's wireless. There's nothing kind of hopefully too uncomfortable, and that can give us a really good understanding of how deep someone's sleeping, when they're waking up, kind of the different stages of sleep that they're going through, sort of restlessness in the night, and all that kind of thing. So it's quite a lot of information that we can get from increasingly simple bits of tech. And what kind of people are participating in that research? This isn't people living with dementia, is that right?
No, it is.
It is. Okay.
Yeah, so we have, so we do have people who don't have cognitive impairment, but we also have people with mild cognitive impairment, MCI, or mild dementia, and that can be kind of early dementia, or it can be kind of a slow progressive one that people are just sort of still kind of able to take part in the research, is essentially what we're looking for. And yeah, so Lewy body and Alzheimer's disease, but also Parkinson's disease dementia as well. It's like sort of kind of often lumped with Lewy body dementia as a condition. So we recruit both. And
because sleep information on its own, interesting enough, but I would imagine you have to combine that with other stuff, right, to build up that kind of bigger picture. So how does that fit into the other, I say data collection, but how else do you kind of work with people to make that bigger picture?
Yeah, so the main thing we're looking at the moment is the link, sort of both kind of overall, but also kind of day to day on someone's sleep and on their memory and their cognitive function. So when someone starts a trial, starts in the study, we'll bring them in for sort of your standard cognitive assessments. So we'll get kind of a good baseline of where their cognition is at and the sort of specific parts maybe of memory or attention that they're struggling with. Then we will sort of also look at mood, which is a really big impact on sleep as well, and sort of vice versa. They both really impact each other. Measures such as apathy. We're also doing blood biomarkers, which I know is a topic later, which is great. And then so we monitor people's sleep over the course of 8 weeks, and we ask people to do some memory tasks with us, sort of looking at that, and then look at sort of really specific parts of their sleep and their sort of sleep architecture. And we also ask them to do sort of weekly cognitive tasks online. So we're really trying to make the most of tech. So they'll do really simple memory tasks, or kind of searching for a specific object and trying to remember where something is. So yeah, we're trying to combine it and see, okay, is a good sort of generally good sleepers, is there a link with cognition? Also people who've kind of got sleep conditions, but we're kind of what we're expecting to see is the particularly poor night's sleep is having a really big impact on their functioning the day after. And if there's a way we can kind of improve sleep when somebody got dementia, it might be helpful.
Do you find that's cumulative as well? Because I mean, you mentioned then, like, okay, so your research could tell you if somebody has a bad night's sleep, like how that's going to impact them in the short term. Does that accumulate over time? If you end up being a bad sleeper, not just for a night, but for a week or a month, or you're always a bad sleeper, is that part of your research as well, to look at what the impact on the brain is of long-term poor sleep?
Yeah, so that's kind of what we're interested in. So the theory behind, particularly in Alzheimer's, is that there's a lot, that sort of what we're trying to test is that there's a loss of, it's called compensatory sleep. So someone without cognitive impairment and without a sleep condition will generally, if they have a bad night, the next night or the night after, they kind of make up for it, and they'll have, so if they're missing really deep sleep in that night, they're really restless, they'll have more deep sleep the following night or two. We think that will be that's not going to be there. We think that they're kind of, it's not kind of, that homeostasis isn't working quite as well. But the theory sort of behind why we think sleep is really important in dementia is because a particularly deep sleep is associated with clearing amyloid and toxic waste and kind of in the brain, and helping to kind of maintain cognitive function. So people think of sleep as sometimes quite inactive, but it's so necessary for brain health. And there's a lot of kind of different conditions that interfere with particularly deep sleep, but just sleep in general, that are now kind of considered a risk factor for dementia and cognitive impairment.
Thank you. Do you know what? I'm going to come back to you in a second. I'm going to give you a chance to think about an answer to this question, which is for anybody who's listening who is a poor sleeper, what, if anything, you've discovered from your work so far that might help people change. So you have a think about that while I go to Olga. Olga, tell us more about your work, because I clinical trials, as we started, hot on the topic, and of course Lewy Bodies is one of the brilliant charities that's going to be benefiting from anybody's donations today. Reminder, chatathon.uk/donate for anybody that wants to make a donation. In fact, why don't I just pop a reminder along the bottom of the screen there while you tell us about your work.
Okay. So the last 8 years I spent setting up and managing a portfolio of clinical studies and commercial clinical trials for people with Alzheimer's disease, Parkinson's disease, dementia, and dementia with Lewy bodies. So besides generally setting up and managing the studies, I also recruit patients into studies and complete neuropsychological assessments with them. So currently the studies I'm involved in at Old Age Psychiatry with Professor Doug Osland is ENLIST, EBATE, and EPND study. So very briefly, Enlist UK study is a longitudinal biomarker study funded by Alzheimer Research UK. The study is currently in its 4th year of extension, and we have 5 sites at which the study is carried out at UCL, KCL, Exeter, Cambridge, and Newcastle. And the study is looking at how we can improve diagnostic and prognostic biomarkers for patients with dementia with Lewy bodies. And particularly, we are interested whether the presence of clinical symptoms, but also blood and cerebrospinal fluid biomarkers are associated with the rate of cognitive decline, accelerated rate of cognitive decline that we see often in patients with dementia with Lewy bodies. So the other study is the EBATE study, which is equally very exciting. Is the anti-amyloid study, is funded by AC Immune with Professor Johannes Streffer in charge of the study. And it's a double-blind, which means that patients and researchers are blinded to treatment allocation, placebo control, so patients either receive a treatment or placebo trial that uses an optimized liposomal vaccine to target amyloid beta plaques in the brain in patients with mild cognitive impairment due to AD, also known prodromal AD. And very lastly, the last project, but not the least, equally brilliant, is the EPND project, which is funded by the IMI, Innovative Medicine Initiatives, and involves a large European collaboration of commercial and academic partners under Dr. Peter Weiss at Maastricht University. And EPND stands for, as mentioned, European Platform for Neurodegenerative Diseases, and it aims to build this big European universal platform, which will enable us to share high quality samples and clinical neuroimaging data, and also hopefully help with the biomarker discovery and future treatment development. And currently we have I'm very pleased to announce we have over 60 plus cohorts joining the platform, covering different disease area, Alzheimer disease, Parkinson's disease, and dementia with Lewy bodies, and they all listed on our catalog, which is also now live. So we are all visible to research community. So yeah, these are the very kind of a broad range, but yeah, very, very exciting projects.
No, they're all fascinating studies, and I mean, we should add as well that won't be all that King's is doing. That's in the little bit that you work at King's College London, that there will also be other people in other institutes at King's doing a whole different range of different things as well.
Absolutely.
Which is amazing. You mentioned the word biomarkers a few times there. For the benefit of those that don't necessarily know what a biomarker is, can you maybe tell people what you mean by that?
So biomarker refers to a biological marker that is, for example, found in blood or cerebrospinal fluid, or also can refer to a neuroimaging marker, and they are generally associated with, they're either prognostic or so they predict the disease, or they can actually predict the progression in certain disease.
I'm typing a reminder to our audience in the chat box while you do. I wasn't ignoring you, sorry. Just to remind people that if they have any questions for Victoria and Olga, don't forget you can post them in the chat. I will also try to remember to regularly check #Chatathon on Twitter for those of you working in Twitter, if any of you have any questions. So what else was I going to ask? So that's a good reminder that actually some of the studies that are taking place we have this term interventional and non-interventional, don't we? Because some studies, I guess, will be hoping to test something on people to say, hey, is this something that can improve you, or is this something that can help you, or is this a way to help reduce your symptoms perhaps? But then the non-interventional studies, which I'm guessing, certainly it sounds like some of those you're working on, Olga, are. Victoria, I'm going to come back to you. You can tell me whether yours is interventional, but we'll simply be collecting information from you. So again, a reminder for anybody who's watching who might want to, I won't say exactly how old I am. I am over 40. God, that's just, I must be embarrassed by it, mustn't I? If I won't tell you exactly how old I am. But I mean, I participate in a dementia trial. So I'm a participant in a study called Prevent, which is run at Imperial College, and I think it's in Oxford and other parts of the country now, where I go every couple of years and they do an MRI scan and they ask me to answer a bunch of questionnaires about my lifestyle. I do cognitive tests. They take my blood and check my weight and height and do these physical things as well. And so all of those studies, this is to capture what we call longitudinal. So this is information from people over a long period of time. So you can then, I assume, answering this for you, look back at that information. So if I go on to develop dementia in the future, you can look back and go, oh, that's how that person differed from somebody else. Because that's, at the moment, we still don't really know. Whilst we're learning more, we still don't know entirely what all the causes are. So why don't you tell us what's the purpose of those biomarker studies and those that you're talking about? What do they aim to do?
Well, I think you've described very well. You've answered for me. So essentially, we are looking at a different range of biomarkers associated with, also like in dementia with Lewy bodies, with different type of pathology, because you have the alpha-synuclein pathology, the Lewy body pathology, and also we know that patients with dementia with Lewy bodies and Parkinson's disease dementia have also brain changes similar to those seen in Alzheimer disease. So essentially, we're looking at biomarkers associated with both type of pathology and see whether they can predict someone deteriorating a bit quicker throughout the course of disease. But of course, we're also looking at the clinical picture. So we're looking at people's cognitive function, memory, attention, visual spatial processes, also other clinical features that you see in dementia with Lewy bodies, like visual hallucination, Parkinsonian symptoms, also REM sleep behavior disorder that you see in patients with DOB, and how these are all connected and whether they predict the rate of cognitive decline. And yeah, I think we're just trying to gather as much information as we can over time and see what we can deduct from it.
And we've just got Victoria back. Phew. As I was about, thank you, Olga. I'm going to come back to you, Victoria. You've had time to think about the answer to your question. We've also had a couple of questions in the chat as well. So why don't you, first of all, answer that question about what do you think can improve people, or what, if anything, have you learned? Is your study interventional or non-interventional, and what have you learned that can improve people's sleep?
Yeah, so the main studies we're doing at the moment are observational, so they're not interventional. So we're really trying to look at people's kind of natural sleep, because there's been quite a bit of research about kind of how people feel about their sleep, so asking people questions, but it's really, really hard to know how well you're sleeping. So if I asked you how long you were awake for last night, that's actually quite a difficult question, because you're kind of not really thinking about it. And we don't want people to be overly kind of really over-focused on their sleep, because it will make it harder to sleep. So that's kind of why we're doing all the kind of the more like using and taking advantage of this tech to monitor people's sleep and give us a lot more information. But we are going to be doing a study soon, which is looking at the effect of dopamine on sleep. So it's a really kind of well-tolerated drug, only overnight, and just to see actually, does that change how people sleep, and does that improve particularly that slow wave, really restorative sleep? So that's sort of coming soon at Southmead. In terms of what we've kind of learned, so we would say don't worry about your sleep is the biggest thing, which I know that is difficult when we're saying that there is a link, but essentially look at if you're having problems with your sleep, it's worth having a think about and having a research into something called sleep hygiene. And what that is essentially having daylight exercise or exposure to daylight in the sort of early part of the day, and particularly early afternoon, early morning. That can really help kind of your brain to register the time of day. So with artificial light, it's quite difficult for your brain and your body to understand what time of day it is and when you should be sleeping and when you shouldn't be. Particularly with blue light coming from tech in the evening, that can kind of be a bit difficult for your brain to go, oh, I should be sleeping now. So lots of light in the day, sort of early daytime, less light at night if you can, is great. Avoiding caffeine and alcohol at night. Alcohol does not help you sleep, no matter what someone will tell you. It will be you might get off to sleep, but you'll have broken sleep. So try and avoid that if you can, or don't go overboard. So one of the things that we're sort of realizing is that sleep apnea seems to be, so that's when you stop breathing or you have breathing obstruction during sleep, does seem to be linked to both sort of short-term sort of fuzziness, like cognitive fuzziness, but also impairment over a long period of time. So if you feel that if someone's told you in the night that you seem to stop breathing or you're snoring really heavily, that could be something to speak to your GP about, because it's treatable.
Yeah.
It's very, very treatable. And that could make you generally make you feel better in the daytime. If you're really, really sleepy during the daytime, again, it's probably worth chatting to your GP and saying, do you know if there's anything that's causing this? Is it worth having a general look?
I think, is it worth as well, would you recommend people do things like use the Apple Watches or what's the other one that I'm thinking of? The like Fitbits and things like that, because that can give you a clue. And I've just realized I have this ability this is new stuff to me. I can show you one of the questions that we've had. Did you see it pop up on the screen?
I haven't got it on Zoom.
Oh, it's not. No, sorry, it's in the live stream. So we've had a question come in that says, what do you think about using things like music and herbal remedies? And then the second question, which is, could Alzheimer's disease progression be improved through sleep? So what do you think?
So in terms, so we've got 3 questions there. So using Fitbit and Apple Watch, things like that, I think that's personal preference. Some people find that if they try and analyze their sleep too much, they're led there worrying. If that is you, do not do that. That's not helpful. They're getting much better, but they're not sort of research validated or sort of necessarily clinically validated, all of them. So they give you a good guess. They are not going to be the same as having a sleep study. So it can be worth it if you think, you're really restless in the night, then maybe something to talk to a doctor about if you're worried. Herbal remedies, music, things like that. It seems at the moment there's not like a massive amount of evidence compared to other things, so like avoiding caffeine and alcohol.
Yeah.
But if that works for you, if it's something that kind of calms you down enough to help you sleep, then I think that's great. I think it's very individual. So we're doing some research at the moment. We're launching a 3rd wave of a study that's actually looking at techniques people use to get to sleep during COVID and now, and seeing if there's a difference and if any of those seem to predict better sleep. But there's not a massive amount of evidence that I can see. It seems quite mixed.
So if it works for you, keep doing it. Thank you, Victoria. And Olga, just before, because I want to come back to you and just what would you say to anybody that wants to get involved in a clinical trial that isn't necessarily kind of at the moment visiting a memory clinic regularly? How would you suggest they do that? And the perfect gentleman's just joined, who of course is very passionate about that same topic, is participating in clinical trials. What would you say to anybody who's doing that, Olga?
So as you mentioned, we recruit our patient through our local NHS trust and through, so anyone who comes through memory clinics and say yes to research is being approached by us. But for those who would like to join our studies, they can contact us via Join Dementia Research. It's a UK-based platform where people can register their interest in studies, and both the Enlist UK study, which is the observational study in DOB and PDD, and also the anti-amyloid vaccine study, ABATE study, are both there. So please do register your interest, and we will be able to contact you fairly quickly and invite you to take part in our studies.
That's perfect timing, just as we hit 10 o'clock. And a great reminder for anybody who's listening, wants to participate in research. Of course, we would love for you to donate at chatathon.uk/donate. But if you can't afford to donate, one thing that everybody in the UK can do is go to joindementiaresearch.nhr.ac.uk. With and without dementia, it doesn't matter whether you're 18 or 80, everybody can sign up on there. It asks you a few questions about your health and your demographics, and then at the end of registering, you'll see if you match to any studies, and you can set alerts, so it'll send you email if you match to something new. There's no obligation to participate in anything, but it does mean that brilliant researchers like Victoria and Olga can find you and get in touch, share their information on their studies, and give you an opportunity. Thank you very much, Victoria Grace Gabb and Olga Bareko. I had to go at your surname in the end.
You've done a great job.
Thank you so much, both of you, for joining us today, and we'll see you again soon.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. So that nicely brings us 10:01. I'm running a minute behind schedule. I've now joined by three more brilliant guests. I'm not seeing Mara's having some connected. I know that Mara is currently at a UK Dementia Research Institute event for early career researchers, I think maybe in London, so which could be causing a few connectivity issues. But thank you so much for joining us, Mara, and remembered your badge. Well done. So coming up over the next half an hour, let me go to my captions. There we go. We have smart brain imaging to understand disease, and I'm joined by Zeynep Sahin, Dr. Mara Malpetti, and Scott Mitchell. Hello, Scott. Thank you so much for finding time to join us.
Hi, good morning, Adam. Good to see you. You well?
I am. We're an hour in, and the hour's flown by, and we didn't run out of things to say, so that's always a good sign. Why don't we start with some introductions? I tell you what, I'm going to go to you first, Scott. Although I think you perhaps need no introduction to some of our watchers.
Oh, I don't know. I think, the easiest way to explain me and my involvement here is I was married to the late Dame Barbara Windsor. I was with Barbara for 27 years, and as well documented, Barbara was diagnosed with Alzheimer's in 2014. So I went through that journey with her till unfortunately we lost her in 2020. So what I do is now I campaign I'm an ambassador for Alzheimer's Research UK. I do as much campaigning as I can to raise awareness, to fundraise, and just to keep this subject out there and keep talking about it. I mean, I'm very passionate about it. I mean, to me, it's now part of Barbara's legacy. It's become more than her being remembered for her bikini top flying off in Carry On Camping, or telling
still
people.
One of my favorite films. Honestly, I was so excited because I was born in 1974. I give away my age, and I was kind of brought up on Carry On films and things like that. I'm so excited to. I'm only sorry I never got a chance to meet you while you were still here. But you've done so much work since. Throughout, obviously, while Dame Barbara was with us, and since as well.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely. Yeah, I mean, Barbara was very courageous, when she agreed that we'd go public with this. And that wasn't for 4 years into diagnosis, because like a lot of people who get the diagnosis, Barbara didn't want to talk about it. She wanted to just get on with her life, as if to say, no, this is not happening to me. And that's what we had to do until, of course, we got to the stage where, unfortunately, the symptoms were impossible to hide anymore. And her neurologist, Dr. Angus Kennedy, and I spoke to Barbara at great length over and over again to say, you know, we need to do this now. And also you'll be helping so many different people by going public. So it took a lot of courage. You know, I'm always very proud of Barbara, the fact that she took part in this initial campaigning. She did videos. You know, we visited Downing Street to you know, urge the Prime Minister, the new Prime Minister then, Boris Johnson, to look at dementia research, to look at social care funding, all of these things. And I've continued that because, you know, her effect, which they called in the dementia world the Barbara Windsor effect, really did have a big imprint. And if I can continue to do that for her, for all the future generations, then as long as it makes a difference, I'm very passionate about doing that.
I think it's amazing when people that have that reach use that kind of power, if you like, that they have in this way. I mean, I'm a big fan of Terry Pratchett books as well, and I was kind of love that, you know, people like Sir Terry Pratchett and Dame Barbara that did this, because they're people that have got that platform to be able to raise it. But even then, people like Chris, who would, I don't know, you won't have had a chance necessarily to join us, Chris Roberts, who joined at the start of the day. You don't have to be a celebrity to kind of pick up that flag or that banner and wave it, that ordinary people can also raise awareness, both in their communities or through their daily, you know, through they do in their life, whether that's through becoming dementia friends or joining community groups and things like that. But thank you very much, Scott, for that great introduction. I'm going to go to Mara next to introduce yourself, Mara.
Hi, Adam. It's super nice to see you. Also, Zainab, it's super nice to see you after a few years. And Scott, is super nice to meet you because you are superhero fundraising and raising awareness about dementia. So you're doing an amazing job, really. So yeah, like just to introduce briefly myself, I'm Maura Malpetti and I'm a Race Against Dementia and Alzheimer Research UK Fellow, and I'm working at the University of Cambridge. Today I'm tuning in from Manchester because I'm here for a conference, so I hope that it will not be loud during the break. So yeah, I'm super happy to be here, and I'm here to also raise a bit of awareness about the tools that we use to study dementia. And in particular, in Cambridge, we are looking at inflammation in dementia, and that is a very common and present features across different types of dementia. So it could be a good target to try to find a cure for different types of dementia. And in Cambridge, we are looking at that with these special scans that are called positron emission tomography. And they are particular because we inject dyes in the volunteers, and these go to the brain, and then they bind the specific proteins. And because of that, we can see where the inflammation is in the brain. And we are trying also to develop some more feasible and easy test with blood to look at inflammation with a simple blood test rather than asking people with dementia coming every time for these very sophisticated scans. So yeah, there is a lot of things that we can do, and this is just one of the things that we focus in Cambridge that I'm focusing for my fellowship. Yeah, it's just to give you a bit of flavor.
Well, I'm going to come back to you to ask you more questions. And in the meantime, I'm going to go to, I should add that I didn't give you the introduction, that this session is called Smart Brain Imaging to Understand Disease. Zainab, why don't I come to you next? Why don't you just introduce yourself?
Hello, hi. So my name is Zainab Shahin and I'm a PhD student at King's College London. And honestly, it's a pleasure to be with you three here today. It's like a big hug. So currently at King's College London, I use retinal imaging, so not brain imaging, but retinal imaging and machine learning in the hopes of detecting and subtyping dementia. So that's my big 4-year target. So currently I'm supervised by Professor Dominic Fitch, a Professor of Old Age Psychiatry, and Professor Tim Jackson, who's a consultant ophthalmologist at King's College Hospitals. So
people wouldn't think of the eye, would they? When they think of dementia, they don't think about eyesight necessarily, or what you can learn from an eye. Sorry, I interrupted you. I thought you finished.
No, sorry, I'm like droning on.
Well, I'm gonna come to you first. And why don't you tell us more fully about your work?
Okay, sure. So I'm currently working in the intersection of psychiatry, neurology and ophthalmology, well, retinal imaging. And it's actually quite exciting because retinal imaging, the area of it, it's something that's becoming vastly popular right now. I mean, I'm currently in the process of writing a paper, and since 2012, there's just been less than 600 papers published looking at retinal imaging and dementia. For my PhD, I'm going to be attaching this onto the already ongoing Enlist UK study, which my colleague Olga had fantastically spoken about. Yes. So my study is going to be like an extension of Enlist. So in the hopes of using eye scans as a potential new biomarker to detect and subtype dementia. And hopefully I'll be looking to recruit participants in the new year. So hopefully it all will go well.
So you've just had the lovely experience that is going through ethics, I imagine.
Well, we're in the process of actually preparing the paperwork. Olga is so brilliant in helping me out.
We should say, I mean, for anybody if anybody's thinking about participating in research or going and signing up to join dementia research, is every study that's in there, and every research study across the UK will have had this ethical approval. And I'm just going to ask you to tell me what you think about the ethics process in a facial expression. Just if anybody's worried that that's not necessarily like a rigorous process to make sure, to show me your faces that tell me what that's like. Go on, do it.
I mean, I think it's, yeah, rigorous is a good word.
If you go to Twitter and hashtag, look, we've had one of our people on, Robin Dowland, who isn't joining us this year, but I think did last year, is talking about they're doing ethics amendments now. Ethics amendments, ethics panels are notoriously rigorous. They will very much make sure that the research is useful and valuable, and the information you'll get with it. So,
and I think it's very important also for safety reasons, right? You want to really be sure that people sign up for things that are safe and well done. So, like, I mean, they are rigorous and sometimes long, but I think it's very important.
Yeah, I don't think anybody would question the overall value of adding those ethics reviews to it. Zainab, can you tell me, so looking at the eye, I was at a conference the other week where they were looking at how they can actually measure amyloid in the eye. Is that something you're doing at King's?
Actually, I mean, hopefully, if we can detect amyloid using sophisticated retinal imaging, I think that would be fantastic, because it would mean that we can potentially use eyes as eye imaging as a biomarker. But I've also read some papers actually from our colleagues, especially in Italy, who have detected amyloids in the eye, in the retina, but this was done on post-mortem
I see.
individuals rather than alive participants.
We have a podcast coming in, which we're recording in the new year, looking at this. There's researchers in Canada looking at it. And the idea is that you could then potentially use equipment that's already in places like opticians to take that picture. They apply artificial intelligence to it, which I think I've got a question about AI in my list here, to predict that, so that you could start to measure that over time from people who aren't necessarily worried about dementia or going to a specific clinic for this. They're just part of their routine eye test is to start to look for that, which would be a great way, because I'm sure we come up with this. One of the problems that we face right now is some of the drug trials, like the one we've heard about this week, some of the real problems is finding people to participate in those when they're looking for very specific people who aren't necessarily going to the doctors or coming forward because they haven't got a memory problem. But if you can start to look at the presence of these things in advance, you can find people before symptoms come and recruit them into trials, and then that helps. I'm going to shut up now. Mara, tell us more about your work.
No, you should never shut up. I think it's very interesting tool. Also, like, it's very interesting, Zainab, just to follow up, like, potentially, as Adam said, we could use that as a screening tool, right? In the broader population. So I will look forward to your PhD results. So yeah, like for my research, what do you want to know a bit more in particular?
I don't know. Well, Scott's with us. Scott's. I did put on the question, Scott, ask researcher questions. So, well, never mind me. Scott, did you think of anything? Because you knew in advance that Zeynep and moving across. It's getting there. It's getting. Oh. Okay, we're back live. Sorry about that, everybody. We had a slight technical problem. Goodness. I'm hearing it. There we go. I just need to close some of these browsers because I can hear myself now. Okay. Sorry about that. I think pick up where you left off, Mara. I think that's all we can do. We lost the stream for a second. We're back.
Yeah.
Carry on.
Yeah, we were just mentioning the potential environmental factor, like, for example, smoking, drinking. I don't know where we lost the connection, but we were just mentioning how it's important to try to control everything that could be not healthy for your brain. But on top of that, there are also biological mechanisms that, like, they are not strictly related to that. So it's a combination of things. But definitely, if we can help trying to avoid the things in life, that is very good for our brain.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. It caused us to lose our train somewhat there. But Scott, you mentioned you had a question for Zainab as well.
Yeah, hi, Zainab.
Hello.
I'd like to know, obviously you're doing all this incredible work around the eyes, etc. Now, I understand that it's the imaging and the scans and things like that where you really pick up on these things. Are there any times when we ourselves would notice any kind of symptoms that you think would be related to dementia through the eyes, like, you know, any blurring or distortion or anything like that?
That's actually such a good question, and thank you so much for asking it. Right now, I mean, the way that for my PhD anyway. So another things that I'm trying to differentiate using machine learning is to see whether, for instance, Alzheimer's disease causes bad eyesight, or whether bad eyesight causes Alzheimer's disease. So it's a bit of a, like, you know, a chicken and an egg situation.
Yeah.
So, I mean, to answer your question, I mean, you can definitely get poor eyesight if you do have dementia. But what I am actually looking at using imaging such as optical coherence tomography is actually some of the cells that are actually at the back of the eye and how they influence vascular changes. But of course, when these cells change, you would also have blurriness, for instance, or you might see a double. So it would definitely affect physically the way that you see as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
And that's the tricky thing. So you both think, are you both using artificial intelligence or machine learning as well? Mara looks like she'd like to. Or are you planning to? Is that you are, but you just don't like to answer questions about it because it's a bit hard. Because so for those who are watching who don't really know much about technology, could you maybe tell us what the difference between machine learning and artificial intelligence is? And then how any examples of how this might have already been used in day-to-day ways that people would have experienced. Zainab,
Shall I go? Okay.
Yeah, go on.
So machine learning is actually comes under the umbrella term of artificial intelligence. And we use machine learning in order to start building patterns and to see whether the patterns that we build, we will be able to apply to for instance, clinically, so like in scans. So if we do have scans of eye imaging, for instance, I mean, our eyes can only spot like certain changes, but by using machine learning, we would be able to actually potentially see changes that the human eye might not be able to detect. And this is exactly what machine learning is. So we're going to be using this algorithm and apply this algorithm to tens of thousands of images to see even the minor changes that occur in retinal imaging or brain imaging and so on.
Thank you.
Yeah, I like an example, for example, like you asked for an example, and I think race against dementia is quite a unique place in this machine learning world, because we are collaborating with McLaren and Red Bull, and we are trying to apply their machine learning approach into our data. So I think it is so powerful having this collaboration between engineers, clinicians, computer scientists that can really bring to methods in the clinical research. So yeah, that's just one of the examples of how we are trying to apply that.
And I mean, the example I use, only because I know about this, is at Moorfields Eye Hospital, isn't it? So I don't know if you all remember, when we all went to the opticians a few years ago, they started saying, oh, would you like to pay extra for that picture at the back of your eye to see if it's getting worse? And then because the opticians, as I understand the stories, the opticians couldn't necessarily then know what to do with the pictures that came back. And if any slight issue that was raised, what it prompted them was to refer them to the eye hospital. And of course, as a result, the eye hospital started getting tons of referrals for people that they couldn't necessarily cope with. And so what they did was they fed a clever computer from a big search engine company. I think, lots and lots of pictures and said, right, this is one that has the issue, this is the one that hasn't, and trained this computer by getting it to look at some, and when it already saying, here's a picture and this is what it tells us. And if you give a computer enough of those and then give it one without telling it what it can tell us, it can say, oh, I think based on all the information you can before, it's like this one. And so what they could do then was teach a computer to spot what otherwise an ophthalmologist would look for. And they could then do it actually more accurately. And to start with, they still get doctors to look at them and go, yes, I agree with the computer. But then over time, trust builds up and you can start to use a computer. I guess that could be where it goes with Alzheimer's, with eye tests as such exciting potential.
Definitely. And that machine is actually called OCT, so optical coherence tomography, the one that you've mentioned. And there are other eye imaging techniques available as well, other than OCT.
Mara, PET scans are quite routinely used in dementia. Can you tell us, so for anybody who's watching who might want to participate in a study who's being told, oh, you're going to have a PET scan, what does that actually involve? What's that like? Is that quite invasive? Does it hurt? Is it scary? What's it like to get a PET scan?
So there are pros and cons in comparison to other brain imaging techniques, like, for example, structural MRI. So the difference is that we inject this radioactive dye in the blood. So of course we need to be, there are a lot of safety measures to do this and the calibration of the radioactivity, because these are very powerful tools because it goes and binds proteins in the brain. But like, it's not dangerous at all. There is like always a consultation for how much radioactivity a person can get through the PET scan. But if we think about PET scan, is basically the same amount of radioactivity that we observe in our body just living in a place for a few years, or getting on a plane and going to San Francisco from the UK. So it's not dangerous in that way. Is less noisy than such MRI, and basically when you lie down, you basically can just fall asleep in the scan, which is good. Sometimes it's nice of being a bit isolated from the world and just fall asleep. So yeah, I think there are pros and cons, but it is such a powerful tool because it's the only way to measure the pathology in the brain in living people with dementia, rather than back then when we didn't have PET, we just had the post-mortem validation of what happened in the brain with brain donations. Well, now we can do that in real life.
Thank you very much. I'm discovering in real time that people are having a problem donating because apparently the donation link has expired. So I'm frantically trying to fix that while this goes on. But while I'm slightly distracted looking at that, Scott, for those who are watching who really don't know, kind of who are thinking about what they could do, what would you hope that people who are watching today will take away, and what's your work all about? What do you want them to do?
I think, well, number one, it's been fascinating to me listening to the talk about the research, because I've joined up myself for the whole plan, and I was matched to various trials that I can take part in, and I've started those over the last few days. The initial ones for me are like cognitive ones that I can do over the computer. But I've also said that I will go forward and do any physical trials that need to be done. And I think, I think that's vitally important that all of us play our part in that. Of course, there's the donation side, which I know you're trying to work out at the moment, which is fantastic.
You just talk amongst yourselves. Well,
when technology works, and it is really so essential, the donation, and also what can you do to help start those donations? We can all do different things. Not everyone is going to be able to bake cakes and have a coffee morning. Not everyone is going to be able to run a marathon, but I'm sure there's something that we can all do in our own way to help. And if there's nothing that we can do because of time or our own ability, of course, just donating as little or as much as you can help so much in the long run. It's been a wonderful week, hasn't it, in terms of this breakthrough that has happened. And all of this has been after years and years of research and people supporting. I mean, I very foolishly said I'm going to run my 3rd London Marathon in 2023. I said never again after the first one and the second one, but this will be the final one. I know I'm going to run with a team called Babs Army for Alzheimer's Research UK. So there's all things like that you can do. And before anyone says, yes, Scott, but you're young and fit, no, it's going to be 5 days before my 60th birthday. I'd never run before I was 55. It's amazing what you can do. And I cannot tell you the health benefits that go with that. And especially I'd say the mental health side of it. So they're the things you can do. You can join the Dementia Research Service. You can donate, you can become a dementia friend, you can learn more about it. And I think that's something we all need to do as well, is to be more aware, because there are so many people that this affects now. And silly things like, have we ever thought about when we're in a supermarket and there may be someone, an older person maybe, who seems very vague or has just stood still in the middle of the aisle and seems to just be staring or in your way, and your initial thing would be to get impatient. That could be dementia. That could be a sign of dementia. There's so many different things that we need to be aware of, how we can help people and be considerate and compassionate before we get on with that kind of rush of our own lives. And of course, being a carer is another thing. There may be people now who are listening to this who are carers themselves, and that is an incredibly difficult situation to be in and cope with, because the majority of us are not qualified to be carers. What we do is we learn as we go along, and it's a very frightening process, not only for the person who has had the diagnosis, but also for the loved ones and for the families, because it will change your life as well from the day of diagnosis. And all I can say, in my own experience, and I am no expert, are the things that I learned. And that is that I had to learn day by day as I went along for the changes that would occur within Barbara. You won't always get it right. And you have to forgive yourself because you're human. You can be guilty of getting a bit irritable sometimes when someone's asked you the same question 15 times and you think that you've just finished that question for the 15th time, and they look at you as if it's the first time they've said this and ask the same question again. You may take a deep sigh, you may show it through your eyes, but you must forgive yourself. You're human, you will do the best you can. And the only other thing I can say is, when Barbara was in her moments of what I'd say being lost, being frightened, confused, extreme confusion, I would just try and talk to her very gently. I'd just try and hold her hand. I'd talk to her, I'd say her name, I'd say my name, I'd remind her of our relationship, which at times she had forgotten. That's the other thing no one can ever prepare you for, is when someone that so intimately and have been with for so many years looks at you and honestly says, how do I know you? Who are you? Nothing can prepare you for that, but these are the realities. These are why we are desperate to find these breakthroughs, and this is why the work that all of you do, as I say, it's my privilege to share this platform with you today because of the work that you do. Yes, I can make a noise. I have Barbara's fame to use for that, and thank God everyone is. I just think of myself as a minute little cog in this incredible machine, with you guys being the main function of it, who really can make the difference.
No, thank you, Scott. I think you're right. And so many people will be going back and visiting their loved ones over Christmas and their family and things. If you spot anything, if you're uncertain, it's so important to just, I know everybody's been a bit afraid to bother the NHS right now and go see their doctors, but it's incredibly important that there are, despite what you might think, there are things you can do, and going and getting that diagnosis, going to the memory clinic and getting those checks give you some information. And there are lifestyle changes you can make if you have vascular dementia. There are things that can do, and until you get that diagnosis, you can't get that intervention. That's the support that is there, and the potential to participate in some amazing clinical trials and other research through joindementiaresearch.nihr.ac.uk. Thank you very much, Scott Mitchell, Mara Malpetti, and Zeynep. I'm going to pronounce your name right this time because I wrote it down. Zeynep Sahan. Thank you so much, everybody. The three of you
so much, Adam.
joining
Really.
us. For anybody who's watching, who's having problems donating, it's because I've obviously made a mistake and given the expiry date as the date the event takes place. However, we have a backup donation page, and I've just very quickly emailed my very super responsive web person who's going to change that to our backup web donation page. So in a moment, you'll be able to go to chatathon.uk/donate, and it'll take you to a new donation page where you can still donate. Or in the meantime, if you're watching on YouTube or Twitch or on Facebook, there's a link in the chat box there. Thank you very much, Scott, Zeynep, and Mara. And we're going to come to our next guests now. But before we do that, I'm going to play a short film because I need to top up my water and stop panicking slightly as we lost the donation page and lost the stream in that session. So that was a good one. We'll be back shortly. And Scott, are you sticking around? Have you got to go now?
Unfortunately, I do have to go, but I cannot tell you thank you for having me on. It's been a privilege to take part.
That's all right. Super. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you so much. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Well, with players like David Beckham, you do feel there are certain moments of destiny. Yes!
Football should be unforgettable. Unforgettable goals. Unforgettable saves. Unforgettable moments. Unfortunately, some people will forget. Fans like Steve and Sheila and Tommy. But with a better understanding of dementia, we can help all those living with it. Alzheimer's Society and the FA supporting fans and players affected by dementia.
And we're back. Phew! It's all been a little bit of a rush. And coming up over the next half an hour, I'm going to turn on the caption. We're going to be talking about detecting dementias, and I'm joined all the way from Australia by Professor Jane Alty and also by Dr. Coco Newton, who's joining us from UCL. Hello, both of you. Thank you very much for finding time to join.
Hi, Adam.
So Coco is a research fellow at University College London, and Jane is a professor of neurology and consultant neurologist at the University of Tasmania. But enough of that. Why don't you do proper introductions? Jane, tell us about yourself.
Yeah, thank you, Adam. As you can hear, I'm not Australian, so I'm
that's from the... confused me.
I've not picked up the accent at all.
You're from the northwest.
I am indeed, yes. So I grew up around Preston, and I studied at Cambridge. I did my training really across the UK. I spent a bit of time at Queen's Square and Manchester and Leeds, so all over. And then I worked as a neurologist up in Leeds since 2013, really specialising largely in movement disorders, so particularly Parkinson's, which, as you know, has a high risk of dementia, so saw plenty of cases of dementia there. And then moved to Australia in 2019, and since then I've been working largely in an academic role and largely in Alzheimer's, so sort of sidestepped from Parkinson's into Alzheimer's. But I do still run a Parkinson's and movement disorders clinic in Hobart. So I'm living in Tasmania now, a little island off the bottom of Australia. And
where the devils are.
Sorry,
where the devils live.
Correct. Yeah, good knowledge.
Really?
Yeah, so largely working at the university and a little bit of time at the hospital. So that's me.
And Coco.
Yeah, actually quite some overlap with you, Jane. I mean, I'm not from the Northwest, but I also studied at Cambridge and I currently work at Queen's Square. So my next stop is obviously Australia. So I did my PhD in Cambridge, and I finished in September. And that was really looking at Alzheimer's disease, but specifically how can we detect it earlier, and what is the first cognitive change that people living with dementia will experience, and how can we detect it better? And so rather than looking at memory assessments, which is the current mainstay of all clinical assessments, we decided to go back to the science, look at actually where does the sort of pathology of the disease start in the brain, what does it do? As in what does that brain region do, and how can we test it? And so by doing that approach, we came up with the theory that actually the science is telling us that it actually should be navigation. So how you find your way around the environment, remembering where you left your keys, planning a route to go to a new place that you've not been to, that type of behavior should actually be the one to sort of decline first. And so we spent some time designing assessments, and have a couple of studies now that have proof of concept for that. So the next step is, well, what do we do with this information, and how do we translate that to the clinic? And that's what I'm doing in my postdoc. I'm working at UCL as part of the EDON initiative. So it stands for Early Detection of Neurodegeneration. It's spearheaded by Alzheimer's Research UK, but it's also got some funding from Gates and a couple of other venture capital type initiatives, because they're all really united behind this vision of using technology and new information and new signs and new biomarkers to detect different dementia types early, so we can get interventions to patients earlier and have better outcomes.
Great. And so thank you very much, Coco. I mean, what you talked there about biomarkers. We talked a little bit about biomarkers earlier, and the hypothesis here is that navigation is, you're assuming that that's, or hoping that that's one of the very, very earliest. Do you think that's going to be the first potential practical sign people would experience? Is that the thought?
Yeah, good question. That's what we believe. And so when we talk about navigation, it's quite a sort of, it's not a very intuitive thing to think about, because we take our ability to navigate for granted every day. I mean, every day everyone has to navigate, and not just humans. All animals that move have to be able to navigate. So that's really why it's such a fundamental behavior that actually we haven't really studied in detail enough before.
Thank you. And Jane, so let's come back to you. Tell us all about your work. And first of all, I'm fascinated. Did you specifically move from the UK to Australia for the job you're doing now?
I think it was one of the key factors. There was a large study that was just starting up in Tasmania called the Island Project, and that stands for the Island Study Linking Aging and Neurodegenerative Disease. And it's got some overlaps actually with EDON, and it's really interesting hearing your work about regarding that, Coco. So the Island Project is a little bit of a play on words, because it is talking generally about aging and separating healthy aging from the earliest stages of neurodegenerative disease. But obviously it's also recognising that it's set in the island of Tasmania. So this is really a study that's trying to lower the prevalence of dementia in Tasmania. So Tasmania has the oldest demographics in Australia, and it has the highest rates of risk factors for dementia in Australia. So plenty of dementia in Tasmania. And this is a study that was set up by James Vickers at the University of Tasmania. And it's really taking those 12 modifiable risk factors of dementia that's reported in the Lancet Commission paper, and saying, okay, let's educate people about those, because lots of people out in the community don't know about them. They still think that dementia is perhaps just inevitable and there's nothing you can do to prevent it. And it has a few different strands to it, but basically James set out to recruit about 10% of the Tasmanian population over the age of 50. So we aim to recruit 20,000 people, and so far we've recruited about 14,000. And about half of those people are actively involved in online research. So we show them educational videos about modifiable dementia risk factors, and we then look at the change in their behaviour and their knowledge and their attitudes towards that. And largely this is all done online, which is really handy because in Tasmania, as well as having some cities, it has a lot of people that live rurally. And effectively, it's a large online study where people every year complete questionnaires and online cognitive tests and various other assessments. And then we're going to track them over 10 years and try and drive down the number of people that are developing dementia, or at least delay the onset. But within that study, because you've got such a large cohort, you then can have lots of sub-studies. So I'm particularly interested in technologies and really applying artificial intelligence and machine learning to this data and trying to detect what are those earliest patterns before somebody develops memory problems, and how can we really get to the very earliest precognitive stages, particularly of Alzheimer's, and try and change the trajectory.
So this has got to be one of the best pairings that we've got, because it sounds from hearing both of your introductions there, you're both very much in that space. So when you talk about technologies, what are we talking about? Are these things that we already routinely use? Because I'd imagine if you can tap into things that people are already using, it's going to make it easier, right? Or are these new clever things that you're developing? Coco, why don't you? How would you?
Yeah, so the goal of EDON is to make this as accessible as possible for anyone to take part in. And so what we're concentrating on at the moment is what do most people have at home already, and that tends to be a smartphone. I think about 80 to 90% of people have a smartphone in the West, and it's catching up in other countries as well, because of course we want this to be a global initiative. And so we're looking at apps that can track, for example, how you interact with your device, so your swiping speed, your typing speed, and also short bursts of cognitive tests that you could just do at home. You'll get a little notification saying time for you to do your tests, so we can collect data remotely that it just fits into people's lives instead of having to get people to come into the clinic. And then outside of smartphones, what we're also looking at is smart watches, so Fitbit type of watches that collect sort of general activity levels. And also what we've been looking at in EDON has been something called the Dream headband, which is essentially a device that sort of fits on your head like this, a bit like a halo. But that tracks the brain activity as you sleep, because we know that sleep changes are very, very important, not necessarily as a cause of dementia, but maybe as an early indicator. And so that we've been piloting that in a few cohorts that are linked up with EDON. And then the next sort of real sort of direction that I think digital devices are going are sensors that can track how we walk, our gait, because we know that there are very, very, very subtle changes in how even just the time you spend on each leg as you're walking, that might indicate that something is starting to decline, as Jane says, before even cognitive changes. So those type of devices that might form a wristband or sit in a little patch that you wear on or clip onto your belt or something, those are the type of devices that we're looking at. Jane,
is that the same stuff for you, or are you using anything different?
Well, lots of overlap and synergy there for sure. We at the moment are largely doing more, so I understand what Coco's saying, that a lot of that data has been collected passively in terms of people's everyday life. At the moment, we're not doing that. We're doing more set periods of testing. So we do our annual surveys, as I mentioned, where people fill in questionnaires, and then we also do annual cognitive tests using validated online tests such as CanTab, coming from Cambridge, but also some more exploratory tests. So I'm leading a team to develop something called TAS test, or Tasmanian test. And there's a protocol paper that's freely accessible, but basically that's looking at all sorts of measurements, but particularly movement. So it's looking at movement of the hands, and it's looking at reaction time, clicks on the mouse, and visual perceptual reactions, looking at images and recognizing how quickly you can detect that. So, you know, we're looking at similar sorts of measures, but probably in a slightly different way. We're bringing some people in for in-person tests. So Coco mentioned about gait, and it's well recognised that gait's changing at least 10 years before somebody develops memory symptoms with Alzheimer's. So we're bringing people in to walk them up and down what we call a gait mat, so that can detect people's precisely where they put their feet and precisely at what time. So you can extract all sorts of data from that. And then we're also bringing people in for sort of more standard pen and paper cognitive tests. So obviously we can't do that with everybody, but we're bringing some samples in some ways to validate our online tests as well, because largely what we're doing is an online study.
I guess many people watching might be surprised to know that you can, learn so much from how you walk or sleep patterns or from your smart watches and things like that. Are there any, because also as well, sometimes we were talking about ethics earlier, I can't help but think that we're sometimes a little bit overly worried about sharing our information. And I imagine that some of the practical challenges with this are, particularly for your work, Coco, is people's nervousness about, are they being spied upon, or are you collecting too much information? But whenever I talk to people, so many have been happy to say, "Go, you can take whatever you like." I quite happily give you whatever my Alexa, listening in to my Alexa or whatever my smartwatch takes. Are there any challenges with using some of these new digital technologies? What are the practical
absolutely. It's one of the key issues that we're facing as a research world, is what is appropriate data to be collecting for people, and what would happen if that data got into the wrong hands. So it's one of the things that we're focusing on really heavily at EDON, and we have a working group that's just dedicated purely to sort of this privacy issue at the moment. And one thing that we're thinking about is, well, a lot of the raw data that's collected, aside from privacy issue, it's so much data, it's more than the servers at, Cambridge or other institutions could store. And so if we could compress that somehow, or just extract summary information from that raw data, then that would have a lot less storage. But also that means that it's a lot more anonymous, because essentially we're not tracking minute by minute information by people, but the device will be tracking the data. And then every few hours, an algorithm on the device can create a summary measure and send that summary measure. So actually it becomes a lot more anonymized and not direct data from people, but just summary statistics. And so that's what we're looking at, but we're not quite there yet. It's one of our big jobs to do.
What about you, Jane? I mean, with so many people completing these regular tests, do you use it in the meantime? I mean, obviously you're proactively collecting this information from people of all different ages. If you spot something, or if you learn something like a lifestyle recommendation, for example, do you feed that back in? Actually, I'm guessing you can't. Would that spoil the study if you start saying, hey, you should
great question. For the lifestyle, we are very open with that. So people complete our questionnaires and they almost get a complete real-time report to say, look, you're scoring high risk there, or medium risk, or low risk. And we have a sort of traffic light system. And people really like those reports, certainly the people that are taking part in the research, that they get a printout of their report at the end. They can discuss it with their, friends or family, which is a great way to recruit more people in. And then also over time, hopefully, we start to see more of those red and orange boxes turn green as they're reducing their risk down. So for that, I think there isn't really hugely an ethical issue. They've consented to take part in the research. They've been told, look, you're going to find out something about your risk, but there's something you can do about it. So for that, I think that's reasonably straightforward. I think the harder one is more around, we collect some blood biomarkers. So some people come in and give blood, where we can measure brain proteins such as amyloid and phosphorylated tau that we know are building up years before people develop Alzheimer's. And that brings with it many more ethical issues, really, because what do you do if you then detect a high level in someone that has no symptoms right now? No, at the moment, we do not divulge that, and that's gone through an ethics committee. And the rationale behind that is that we're not quite sure how to interpret those blood results just yet. And although the FDA in America has licensed some of these tests, around the world, they're otherwise not licensed for clinical use. So they're very much being used as a research tool. But I recognise that this is a fast-moving area of research, and in the next few years, that's going to change. I think these tests will be coming into clinic, and then we do have a big ethical issue of people have given their blood. We know those results. Surely we should be informing people of those results, or at least giving them the opportunity. So it might be over time we have a reconsent where we say things have moved on. Do you want to know the results? Which is going to be a big discussion. And I think that's going to be an ethical issue that many studies around the world need to also think about. But it's the nature of the fact that research is, bringing these new breakthroughs, really.
But then also as well, I guess this serves two purposes. Not only do you gather that longitudinal information that then kind of allows you to develop an intervention for the next generation or for the next batch of people who want to sign up, but I guess people who are participating in the study now will benefit rather than just collecting information. Because I guess people are going to be different views on this, aren't they? Some are quite happy to give you their information, but others want, they want something back. Give me something back in return for it, that'll actually help. So where's this taking us over the next 5 years? That's a big question, isn't it? Coco, where's this going to go? Where's EDON going over the next 5 years?
Where's EDON going?
Can anybody just join EDON? Is this a thing that anybody can do?
So the way, in terms of general public, the way EDON operates is that they work with several cohorts around the world. So you can very easily get involved with these cohorts through joint dementia research. And then that way we can connect you up and link you up to what we're doing at EDON. In terms of researchers, we operate at all universities around the world, actually. So if there's a post opening, then just apply for it. We're a great team. Where EDON is going, ultimately our sort of vision is that we enable primary care GPs to better detect people in the general population that are at risk for progressing to dementia, so we can find them and then hopefully give them the interventions that Jane's research will show are best at helping mitigate future dementia. So that's what we envisage. I think before that happens, we need to think about our health systems. I don't think, at least in the UK, the NHS is built up around, as Jane was saying, well, if we understand and we have more information about individuals, how do we communicate that to them in a way that empowers them with information and doesn't scare people, because that's a huge risk here. And how do we do it on people's terms, right? We can't just throw a load of information at people and say, oh, X, Y, Z about you, all of these data points, do this, do that, and see you in 6 months. It's not going to work like that. So there's a massive job to do in terms of talking to clinicians, talking to the general public, talking to policymakers about this is how research is moving forward. How do we best implement it in a way that works best for everyone? And I'm really interested in that aspect of it as well. So if anyone's watching and is doing that research or would be interested to give their opinion, then please email me.
The benefits of that really are twofold, aren't they? Because not only are you gathering all this information that kind of helps us identify dementias at an earlier stage, that one of the reasons why we need that is not just to inform brain health programs and dementia prevention, but also so many of the treatments that are potentially on the horizon, like the one we've heard about this week. There's this thing called like personalized medicine, where there's a good chance that the treatments that we are going to be able to prescribe to people are going to be different treatments for very specific different people, and also as well at different stages. So having as much information as we can get on people will help ultimately, once treatments or combinations of treatments are available, to give those to the right people. Otherwise they won't work. Jane, what's your view? I mean, Ireland study is incredible. We should put a plug in for the MOOC as well. Is the MOOC open right now? Every time I hear James, we should get a plug in for the MOOC. The MOOC is amazing. I love the MOOC.
Yes,
this is a massive open online
course. Yes, that's right. So there's 2 MOOCs. There's Understanding Dementia, and then there's Preventing Dementia. And if you just Google them, they appear. And they're, as you know, the MOOC name means, they're completely free.
Chats and let's see if I can find some links. While you're talking, I'm going to find links and post them in the chat.
Thank you, Adam. So they've been very well received, and people all over the world have done these, and they're always sort of rated in the top 10 MOOCs for health education. So I think they're really accessible. You know, you can. I've watched them and I've learned something from them. But equally, if you know nothing about dementia and you're just starting out, you can interact and learn from them. So yeah, I was just admiring Coco's response, really. I don't think I've got much more to add to that. You know, I think to give an analogy that I know has been used before, but I do think dementia is probably 20 years at least behind where cancer research was. And look what's happened with cancer. You know, we've now got screening programs that have just become part of normal health checks that have been largely accepted by the community. And it's become more normalized. You know, it's not the big C. People can talk about cancer. And there's been huge steps in terms of personalizing, as you said, Adam, treatments to the individual, and just recognizing, you know, not all cancers are the same. And it's absolutely the same with dementia. Even within what we would call Alzheimer's, there's lots of different subtypes. And I strongly believe that there will be individual treatments for those subtypes, and that's going to be the best way forward, really. But to detect that, we need to be detecting it much, much earlier than we are right now. And I think by that, I mean 10, 20 years earlier than we're detecting it right now, when people are coming to the cognitive clinic saying their memory is not so good. The pathology was starting at least 10 years before. And I think that's the time we really want to be detecting it.
And we know people wait, don't they? They bury their head in the sand. They kind of think, oh, I haven't got a problem. Don't wait, go get checked out. Thank you very much to Dr. Coco Newton and Professor Jane Alty from Tasmania and UCL. It's been fascinating. If you want more information on both Jane and Coco's work, if you'll find bios of them on our website at chatathon.uk. There's details of both their Twitters as well, and go give them a follow on Twitter. Thank you very much, both.
Thanks, Adam. It was great.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you. So I believe our chatathon.uk/donate link should be working again. You might need to refresh your browser in case it's not refreshed, or if it's not working for you, open a new incognito window and put that in there, and it should work, as should the link from the chatathon.uk website. I know what's the problem is. The problem is that the old donation link had an expiry date on it, which was the date of the event rather than the date we wanted it to expire. However, luckily for me, we had this backup one at the charity. It's all still in the charities trust. All the money you give will still be donated to the 4 charities and equally distributed across them. It just means that I now have 2 websites to look at to work out how much we raised. But yeah, that should work for you now. chatathon.uk/donate. Coming up over the next half an hour, we're going to be talking about digital tools to help people living with dementia. So I think we're probably going to move on a little bit from the early stages of trying to gather information to predict and inform brain health, and move on to practical things you can do following diagnosis. But before we get to that, I'm going to give them a quick break, and I'm going to play you a quick video from one of our charities. This time we're going to hear from the Lewy Body Society. I love that film. It's so amazing, the stuff they did with the knitting the scarves and trailing that around. Lewy Body Society there, who is, of course, one of the charities that will take 25% of everything donated to us. I need to adjust my microphone. So here we are. I'm going to be joined now by our fantastic next guests. I've got a caption to turn on here, and I'm going to be joined by Dr. Aida Suarez-Gonzalez, Dr. Tim Shakespeare, and Zara Page, who is also coming to us from Australia, our second Australian guest. You'll notice all of our Australians are at the very start of the day. All of our American guests are at the very end of the day to accommodate time zones. Thanks very much. Hi, everybody.
Hello, good to be here.
So Ida is a principal research fellow, also from University College London. Zara is a PhD student at the University of New South Wales. Is that Sydney? Is that in Sydney?
Yes, Sydney.
In Sydney. And Tim is the research acceleration lead at Zinc, but also formerly researcher at University College London as well, working on PCA, posterior cortical atrophy. Thank you very much, everybody. I've done the introductions, so what I'm going to do is what I've noticed so far for anybody, anybody watching, everybody got a little thing like this, a briefing with the questions. And what I've noticed is the introductions are merging into the research talks. So rather, I'm going to ask you just very briefly, just tell us quickly about where you work and what you do, and then we'll come back and talk about your research. So Tim, you go first.
Sure. Really great to be here. I've been listening this morning and really inspired by the people you've had on. It's been really uplifting, so it's great. But what I'm really passionate about is we've heard a lot about kind of research that's happening, developing kind of new knowledge, new ideas. What I'm really passionate about is taking that next step from research that unlocks new ways of doing things to the innovation processes that get these breakthroughs into the hands of people who need them most, in this case, people affected by dementia. And unfortunately, it can take a very long time for ideas to get from kind of a new finding in the lab to benefit people's everyday lives. And it's often a different set of skills and different set of approaches that you need to make that happen. And so what I do in my role at Zinc is to share those approaches with academics to help them make that change happen more often and to make it happen more quickly.
This is helping the people that do research and to get their research out there.
Exactly, to develop new products and services that they can get into the hands of the people that will benefit from them.
Zara, what about you?
I'm a third-year PhD student, so I'm in the nitty-gritty of it all at the Centre for Healthy Brain Ageing at UNSW here in Sydney. And I'm very lucky to work with a great team of supervisors and other research and professional staff. And my big focus in my PhD has been working as closely as I can with the community, specifically older adult, diverse community groups, to try and really understand where we need to go next and how I can make my research and my project better, and how we can work out how to support these communities that need additional resources that aren't currently provided.
Thank you. And Ida.
So hi everyone. I'm Ida, and I'm a clinical neuropsychologist, and I'm based at the Institute of Neurology in Queen's Square. And I'm very passionate about young onset dementia. So I've been working with this group of patients for a long time now, both clinically and in research. And in particular, I investigate the intraphenotype variability. This is why people with the same diagnosis have different, the symptoms that they display are slightly different, and the progression is different as well. So the disease trajectories, how they are different between people with the same condition. This is something that is very at the center of the research that I conduct. And the other thing I'm very passionate about is rehabilitation and interventions to support people living with these types of dementia. So in my research, I co-produced training programs, assistive technologies, and neuropsychological rehabilitation interventions for this population. And this makes the core of my work.
Thank you very much. And do you know what? I'm going to stick with you actually, so you can go on, tell us more. We're very lucky. For anybody who wants to know more than Ida can share with us over the next few minutes, Ida's also one of the bloggers on the for any researchers who are watching, I'm sure you've already heard of our website, I hope. If you haven't, go to dementiaresearcher.nihr.ac.uk. And Ida's one of the people who writes blogs for us each month, which often not only talks about career topics, but also talks about her brilliant work. So tell us, Ida, what are you working on right now? You've done so much in the past, but what are you working on at the moment? What's exciting you right now?
So at the moment, I'm very focused on developing tele-neuro-rehabilitation treatments and therapies to improve the symptoms of people living with these young onset forms of dementia that I mentioned. In particular, I work with people with posterior cortical atrophy, primary progressive aphasia, and behavioral variant FTD. And the way I work and the way I want to develop these therapies is that they are precise and personalized, and that the results benefit people in a way that is meaningful for them. So we are talking a lot nowadays about person-centered outcome measures. So this is very important for me. And I think that something that is very at the core of my way of working is co-production. So I always co-produce these therapies with people living with dementia, and I keep doing it at the moment. And I use participatory methods for this. And in particular, the studies that I'm conducting at the moment. So one of them is, so we are trialing an online training program for families of people with these 3 types of dementia that I mentioned. The program consists of 6 manuals that we previously co-produced with patients and families. And then we place these manuals in a digital space. And by accessing this material, families learn more about how to manage the specific symptoms of the disease in a positive way, in a way that makes a change in their lives. And we have just completed a randomized feasibility clinical trial testing this tool. And the trial took place entirely online. And we are currently analyzing the feasibility data and learning a lot about what changes are needed for a full international trial that will come up in 2024. Another study that I'm conducting is about using precision neuropsychology to select the non-pharmacological treatments that could work best for my patients. So I'm looking at biomarkers, imaging, cognitive profile, lifestyle, and many other factors. And I try to understand how these factors affect the disease trajectories in people with the same condition, and what we can do about it from a behavioral point of view, and how these behavioral interventions can be implemented remotely using technology. And I think the big news in the last year is that I recently added a new dimension to my research, which is innovation. And team played a big role on this. So I received a Healthy Aging Catalyst Award a year and a half ago to transform one of my research outputs. So during my postdoc, I work on the development of a reading tool to support reading in people with posterior cortical atrophy. And we tested this tool this tool was co-produced with people with posterior cortical atrophy, and we tested it in a randomized clinical trial, and it proved effective. And the problem is that the traditional research funding that we usually, the classical traditional grants we apply for, they give you money to prove the evidence, but then you get stuck. You don't have any more funding to do this thing that Tim mentioned before, the translation, the next stage, the implementation into the real world. And these awards are precisely to support academics who want to become entrepreneurs and transform their research outputs into products in the market. So in the last year, I've been working with UKRI and Sync and with Tim to learn how I can transform this app into a product that can be sustainable, that can be successful as a commercialized product in the market, and we can scale up and have an impact on many, many people. That's Adam.
That's a topic that's getting talked about quite a lot right now, isn't it? Is this challenge of implementation? Because of course the issue here is as Ida said, you, like with this app, you go away, you work with people with PCA, you find something that very much helps people who are in the trial, and then the trial comes to an end, the money runs out, and what do you do with the results? And as academics, you often publish them in journals, but I know so many academics, I know like you, publishing them in a journal is something you have to do for your job, but it's not really what you want to do, is it? What you want to do is to see that out there in the real world getting used by lots of people. And I guess that's where Tim comes in. But this is something for those who aren't researchers or watching, this is something that's a bit of a discussion right now in the field. Is there's a more focus on implementation, particularly from the charities that fund this research, because of course it's no good if your brilliant findings just languish somewhere in a journal and don't get used. Zara, I'm going to come back to you, Ida, because I've got a bunch of questions, but I'm going to go to Zara next and ask Zara to tell us more about her work, because it sounds like the implementation challenge is one that you're going to come across by the sounds of it.
Definitely. I think we've already had some challenges, especially part of my PhD is looking at computerized neuropsychological assessment. So the idea that this kind of new evolving technology for cognitive testing might be more appropriate, culturally appropriate for older adults who come from different non-English speaking language backgrounds, born overseas, different cultural backgrounds. And the idea being that in theory, these computerized cognitive tests can be very affordable, can be administered remotely by less trained individuals, that you don't have to have a neuropsychologist on hand. So there's a lot of pros to them, but actually in practice, there's a lot of challenges as well. And part of that's also working out whether this group of older adults is comfortable with it. Do they like it? Do they want to use this technology, or do they prefer sitting down, in a room face to face with someone? So that's part of the challenge as well, that you've got this layer of practical challenges to cognitive testing, and whether they're valid, and are they giving us the information that we need to help diagnose people and monitor their cognition over time. And then as well, how are they received, and how can we make the best use of the technology that we have, and what do the future technologies and future iterations need to have to make sure that they're the best they can be. So it's a very exciting space. I'm looking forward to getting my PhD done and then moving on to that next stage of what can we actually do with these tests that are there? Do we need to make new tests? Can we improve the ones we have? It's just so exciting to see what could be done next.
And there's no getting away from these cognitive tests, is there? I mean, we've heard this morning, we've heard so much about eye biomarkers, gait biomarker, all these different biomarkers and different tests and ways to early prevent before the memory problems come. But whichever way you look at it, that cognitive test is still there. It still comes up. Whether we'll rely on it less, or whether it will be how our use of that tool will change over time, remains to be seen. But I think, did you find, what I've come across a lot over the years is people wanting to do that for themselves. And that's always been something we've been very nervous of, the idea that you could just put a cognitive test online. If you go, I imagine that is one of the most Googled things, isn't it? How do I tell if I have dementia? Is there a test I can do online? Is there risks with putting these out there? Are these tools just for clinicians, or are they tools that you think everybody can use? Ida, feel free to chip in on that as well, because I'm sure you'll have an opinion.
Yeah. I think, Ida, you go.
No, sorry, you go, and I will follow.
I think the big challenge with the tools that we use at the moment, there are lots available to clinicians and to researchers as well in research settings, that we have a lot of tools. And part of the challenge is working out which tool you need to use for who. If you've got a client come in, you've got a patient come in, what is actually the best tool that you need to use? And it's definitely not a one size fits all approach or model. So it's working out how can we guide the selection of the best tools, and out of those tools, how can we tailor them, and are there specific ways that we need to administer a cognitive test for a certain group of people? Do we need to make adjustments here or there? So I think a challenge of having them openly available online, one challenge is making sure that the right testing gets to the right people, and then what we do with that information. That once we get these results, it's not as simple as a yes or no, do you have dementia? That there's a lot of other factors that need to be taken into consideration. So I think it's how do we fit the cognitive testing into that network of all these other factors and indicators, such as lifestyle and background and
And as
so I
you
think
say,
that's quite interesting.
As you say, importantly in your research is how you make them culturally appropriate as well, because that's one of the real issues, isn't it? Is quite often they're not culturally appropriate, and people don't work for everybody. Ida, can you add to that?
I just wanted to add that I think that because we are producing now these digitalized tests that people can use at home, and they can administer the test to themselves independently. I would like to emphasize that these are clinical tools, should always be supervised by a clinician, because we should never forget that the diagnosis of dementia is a clinical diagnosis, and it is not a single test cannot diagnose dementia. You are just getting a metric of a performance in a specific task. And this is something that it is very important to explain to the population, because sometimes you get these people in clinic who've done an online test and they scored poorly, and they come because they are scared. They come to clinic scared because they think they got Alzheimer because they scored poorly on this test. So I think it is very important that we use these tools appropriately and with responsibility. And we don't want to be alarming or harming people unnecessarily. So I think it is important that we look at these tools as clinical tools that can increase accessibility to testing, but always to be supervised by a clinician, by someone who understands about the disease and who can provide due support to someone who is using these self-testing tools.
So Tim, I promise I'm going to come to you. What's wrong with the tests we use now? I mean, for anybody who's watching as well, don't forget, you can, if you have any questions for any of our guests, you can post those in the chat, or you can use hashtag Chatathon. We're talking about diagnostic tests right now, but we are going to move on to talk more about the interventions that can come from that. What's wrong with the current ones?
With
Ida,
the pen and pencil. Well, so first, these are tests that don't travel well across cultures, because most of these tests were developed a long time ago and were designed for Western and well-educated populations in high-income countries. But even within the same culture, these tests often put people with low literacy at disadvantage, because they are pencil and paper tests that resemble pretty much academic tests. So those of us who have received and completed academic education have been exposed to that type of tasks daily for many years. And this gives us an advantage when compared to someone who only completed basic schooling and then went off to work. And some of them are quite old as well, so don't show good neuroanatomical correlations, and they come conceptually from a time when we didn't have the advanced neuroimaging methods that we have nowadays. So there are actually many limitations, but there are also a new generation of tests, many of them computerized, with very good scientific foundation coming up.
Thank you. Tim. So, I mean, Ida mentioned at the start that she's one of the people that have kind of benefited from some of the work that Zincs. What is the need there? What is the challenge with translating research into practical services, and how can you help people deal with that?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think often there's a different kind of set of skills and approaches that you need for kind of doing research, which often it really is focused on kind of working out what's effective, what works, what measures what we want to measure, what gives us good results, what helps us develop new knowledge, compared to what you need in order to turn that into something that people will use in their everyday lives. I think Zara touched on this really well in what she was saying. It's not just about how can we develop effective tests, it's what do people want, what's desirable to our users, what will they use? And kind of taking a step back, kind of zooming out a little bit and looking at the whole picture, what's going to get this working. So effectiveness is really important, but so is desirability. And there's ways it goes much further beyond just asking people like what they're interested in, what they might use. But what works really well is actually testing things really early and finding out what people actually use. So that's just one approach that we encourage people to take. And then as well as that, there's also what we call viability. So what is the value that you're producing, and how can you kind of capture that value? How can you find out who's going to pay for whatever it is? Because whatever it is you create, someone's going to need to pay to continue developing it, continue pushing it out there. So who is the right payer? Who are the different stakeholders out there? Understanding that in detail so you can find some kind of business model, whatever that might be, to allow what you create to scale and to reach people that need it. And sometimes that might be creating a social enterprise. Sometimes that might be providing a service that gets paid for by the NHS or social care. Sometimes it might be a service that you provide directly to customers. But we help people work through all of those issues to develop a product that's effective and desirable, and also develop a kind of system or a structure around that allows you to get out there into the real world.
And I guess that's one of the tricky things, isn't it? I think particularly in the UK, we have a different view to this. I think if you're in some other parts of the world where they have different health systems, there's more expectation that you can develop something which you just ask people to pay for. And if people like it, they'll pay. In the UK, I don't know if it's because we have the NHS, but there's definitely a different view that the kind of people think that these are things that should be provided by the health service. And so because there are so many things you could get on the health service, there's so much competition. So when you do develop an intervention that works, you've really got to make a very strong case for how that helps people, and helps a lot of people, to make it all the way through that journey to a real. Ida, yeah. I'm going to come back to you because you've got ReadClear. We've got 5 minutes left. I'm going to give you a chance to plug ReadClear now. So tell us about ReadClear. ClearRead. ClearRead, not ReadClear. That's right.
No, it's ReadClear. You got it right.
ReadClear. So, I've written down ClearRead.
ReadClear is an app, and it is a reading aid to support reading in people with posterior cortical atrophy. So it is an app that helps people to not get lost on the page, which is a very common problem. People get lost on the page when reading books and news and stuff. So with ReadClear, you get support. You have a reading ruler and you can control it. And this helps you to stay on the line, and also alleviates visual crowding. That is when lines and words clutter up together. And it is also designed in a way that makes navigation easy for people with hand dexterity issues who have difficulties interacting with touching screens. And ReadClear has benefited a lot from teamwork, and it's something that I would recommend to everyone, because what happened when we finished the trial, the research study with ReadClear, is that we got stuck. We were not able to implement. And this is where innovation comes in. So is this changing gears and changing the way you think and approach your research, and your research it stops being a research outcome and it starts becoming a product. This is a transition that you have to make. So you stop thinking about helping your patients, you start thinking about opening to the market, not helping your patients, but engaging users. And this shift of gears, I think, is very difficult for academics. That's why it is, and clinicians, and I think that's why it is very important that you engage with organizations like Sync, because they help you make that transition. You need to think about sustainability. So when you start doing your research, you don't think about monetizing anything or making money out of any of your research. But if you don't manage to make it sustainable, you won't have anything. You will only have a paper published and citations. But so what? You are not really making any impact. So this is very important. This is strategic thinking, understanding whether if there is a market, is there a market? Because your solution can be very creative and very well grounded in science. But is there a market? Will people pay for it? Will organizations pay for it so users can have it for free? All these things are very important because they are key for implementation, for the success of your products out there in the market. And I think it is a very important journey for research. For my app in particular, it's been critical having the support of Sync. I've made many decisions and many changes in the app to make it more sustainable. It's a reality check, and it is. And so far, the app is there. It is available for free at the moment, but we are working very hard on a business plan.
And if I might add, it's an opportunity that's open at the moment for researchers. So if there's something they're thinking about, if they've got ideas they want to see put into practice. So it's funded by UKRI. It's offers £62,500 over 12 months. Particularly, it's good for early career researchers to get first experience as being PI. And so I put the link in the chat on YouTube if people want to find out more about it. Yeah, we're really excited to support researchers with their ideas.
Definitely. So if you have a product or service, there you go. And Zara, I guess coming into the third year now, that's because this is traditionally what happens is you kind of get to the end of your PhD and then you end up looking for a job, and the thing you've been passionate about over the last 3 years, if you're lucky enough, you get to somehow continue that. And if you're not, you end up moving on to your next thing, and that gets slightly left behind. I don't know if are you excited for the next phase? Are you hoping to carry on with this?
Very excited and trying to focus on finishing writing up and get to that next part. I think it's been really fantastic in the past year to have opportunities to connect more internationally, and even being, at an event like this is fantastic to, open up and see these, initiatives and that there's so much more than, what you see on your little cubicle each day, writing up your PhD and seeing participants, that I think it's a very exciting time to be a PhD student, soon to be postdoc, hopefully.
And
so
all the skills you need now. You need a ton of skills. You've got to be a science communicator and an implementer and a grant writer for Tim, and be able to engage with people living with the disease as well, to co-design these things and be personable and understandable. It's a challenge. Well done for getting through. Good luck with the next few months. Zara, please do, if there's anything you want to link to share more widely some of the papers or stuff or your project, please do post a link in the YouTube chat or drop it to me and I'll post it in there for you. How quickly did that half an hour go? Thank you very much to Dr. Ida Suarez-Gonzalez, Zara Page, and Dr. Tim Shakespeare. Thank you so much for joining us over the last half an hour. And again, for anybody wanting to know more about their work, go to the chatathon.uk website, where you'll find bios on them and links to all their Twitter feeds as well. Thank you very much, everybody. Our next guests have started to arrive as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this opportunity to remind you that not only is today about sharing some of the research of these amazing people that are joining us, but also importantly, it's to raise money for 4 brilliant charities. We have Race Against Dementia, Alzheimer's Research UK, Alzheimer's Society, and the Lewy Body Society, who all fund research in the UK, and they do amazing work. And so many of the people that are joining us today, it's funding from those organizations that have made their work possible. Hopefully the donation link is working again now. So if you go to the chatathon.uk website and click donate at the top of the page there, it'll take you off to our Charities Trust page where you can make a donation, or hopefully it'll be working, which is chatathon.uk/donate will also work. And what I will do is pop a link on the screen in a minute. What we are going to do though, while I quickly leave the room, is I'm going to play you a quick film about one of our charities, and then we're going to be straight back for our next session, which will be from 11:30 till 12, where I'm joined by Dr. Sophia Amenia, Hannah Hussain, and Reza Al-Zain, who are going to talk about a diet for the brain and measuring quality of life. So I'm going to play that film for you now. Which one? That one.
What time should we leave tomorrow?
I think about 8. What do you reckon?
Yeah, that sounds about right. What time should we leave tomorrow?
I told you, 8.
What time should we leave tomorrow?
We're leaving at 8, Jane.
What time should we leave tomorrow?
I think we should leave it alone.
Think about this for a minute. The brain has masterminded everything we've ever known, everything we've ever discovered, ever created, every idea that's ever been, everything we've ever felt, ever seen, ever heard, ever said, or dreamt. So when it comes to Alzheimer's disease getting the better of our brains, well, you can't outsmart the smartest thing in the universe. Which is why the brightest minds behind Alzheimer's Research UK are making incredible breakthroughs. Alzheimer's doesn't stand a chance. We can all use our brains to do something amazing. Simply share this film and spread the hope.
And we're back. Sorry, I needed an extra 30 seconds, so you got 2 films there for the price of 1. But you'll be pleased to know I've eaten a banana and I've opened the grapes. So, coming up next, Sophia has been incredibly patient. I'm joined by Sophia and Riza, and hopefully Hannah Hussain should be joining us unless she's having technical problems. I'm going to shut up and eat grapes while you introduce.
Enjoy your grapes, Adam.
Well, we're only 2.5 hours in. I feel like a bit of a wimp if I'm already having to eat grapes. Riza, why don't you introduce yourself briefly, and then Sophia, you do the same.
Okay, so hello, I'm Riza Hussain. I'm a doctor of nutrition. I work on nutrition and dementia, looking into dietary interventions that can help reduce the risk of dementia in older age. Did my PhD in Bournemouth University, which is where most of my research is from, and I'm currently working in Exeter University.
Well, hi. So I do know Reza, so it's nice to be together with Reza on the panel today. My name is Sophia. I'm a registered nutritionist, and I'm currently a postdoc research fellow at Bournemouth University, working with the Aging and Dementia Research Center. So hence why I know Reza very well.
And that's more through look than design. I didn't know that did you see that you were both on the agenda at the same time?
When we checked the email invite, I was like, oh, I didn't know you're doing that.
That's great. And we've got Hannah. Hi, Hannah. Thank you for joining us. Why don't you introduce yourself?
Yeah. So I'm Hannah. I'm currently a 3rd year PhD candidate at the University of Sheffield. So my research is interested in how to optimize measuring quality of life in dementia populations for use in economic evaluations.
And there we go. You can't see this, but we've now got a lovely caption that says what we're here to talk about. So we're going to talk about a diet for the brain and measuring quality of life. And what we're going to do is we're going to start by going around and asking our 3 researchers to talk about their work for a few minutes. So who'd like to go first? Hands up, who'd like to go first? If you don't volunteer, I'm going to pick on you. Hannah, you were late. You were late, so you're going first. So
The reason I was late was because I kept joining as like an attendee as opposed to a panelist. So I was like, "Oh, what's going on?" So yeah, I'll make up for it.
We've had our technical problems. We aren't going to have any more today.
Okay, that's good. Let's get them out of the way.
Go on,
so
Hannah,
my
you go.
research is, like I just said, it's on measuring quality of life for use in economic evaluation. So in the UK, we use cost utility analyses when we're estimating the cost effectiveness of interventions for use in the NHS. As a result, the metric that we use to measure whether an intervention is cost effective is a QALY, so that's a quality adjusted life year. It combines both quality and quantity of life achieved by an intervention. So my research is focusing on that very niche aspect of measuring quality of life in dementia populations. So the NICE recommends a particular generic measure, the EQ5D. So far, I've been able to demonstrate that it's feasible and reliable in dementia populations. It corresponds to dementia progression and it's able to capture the key aspects that are important to health-related quality of life in dementia. Of course, there are dementia-specific measures which are slightly different. But in order to allow for comparability across interventions, we'd like to use something generic. So what I'm trying to do is work out who is the best person to ask, because there's a very large reliance on using proxies, carers, healthcare workers to assess on behalf of people with dementia. But, I think it's fundamental to ensure that the person living with dementia is central in the discussion around their own health. But of course, we have to be aware and we have to recognise that there are cognitive deficits that occur at particular stages where this may no longer be reliable. My aim is to work out if there's a way of methodologically combining assessments so that both parties' informations are both being respected and both being utilised when estimating quality of life. So that's me.
And then by estimating quality of life, it allows you to then look at the value of the interventions to see whether you improved it from pre and post the intervention that you plan to do, which hopefully gives the health service or the GP surgery or whoever's buying that service the evidence they need to support doing it. Is that right? Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, exactly. So because it's my research is rooted in health economics, there's various sides to this that will be combined essentially. So this is just one part. This is the estimation of quality of life. Another side of it will be costing interventions, and it may not even necessarily be new interventions. We can use this type of analysis to compare various existing interventions, and they don't even necessarily need to be pharmacological. It's just how practices are done in the UK and other countries in order to make sure that we're utilising the resources that we have available in the best way possible.
Thank you. Sophia, because I've got a great feeling this is all going to come together really nicely. Sophia, tell us about your work.
So I currently have a few different projects going on. The one that is closest and dearest to my heart is the Healthy Brain, Healthy Life project, which is a public engagement project funded by Alzheimer's Research UK, and hence why I'm here, another reason to be here. And it's basically to create dialogue with minority ethnic communities around dementia risk. And it's exciting that we do have some treatment. In the news this week, it was all about treatment for Alzheimer's, but my passion is for prevention, coming from a nutrition background. And I think it's really critical that people from minority ethnic communities realize that their risk in the first place, but also have somewhere to go for information on dementia, but also become involved in dementia research. Because if we don't become involved in dementia research, there's going to be lots of research that will be done, but there won't be data that will be available to make decisions about us and what we need and what our risks are, how dementia presents itself, etc. So that was the main remit of the public engagement. And building on that, we had great attendance and we put in a bid for another funding. So we are just starting research to understand how people from minority ethnic communities understand their risk for dementia and the link between lifestyle factors and dementia risk in people from these communities. I also do some work with the University Hospitals Dorset, where we run a lifestyle intervention for people who have been diagnosed with mild cognitive impairment. So currently within the UK, there's no, that if you're diagnosed with MTI, you are just basically left to go home until it declines and you come back. So this is a great initiative to get people thinking, well, I don't have to progress to dementia. I still can do something about it. So it's very exciting to do this project. Yeah.
So I've got so many questions off the back of what you said. So what do we know? What do we know about how? What do we know about how certain people are more at risk than others? I mean, I think there's been lots published about women being more affected dementia than men, but also as well recently from the US, there's more about how Black men are more likely to do this. Do we know anything more about why certain people are more at risk than others? Or is that back to those trials from earlier?
Black and ethnic minorities have a higher risk of especially vascular dementia because we are predisposed to hypertension and diabetes, all those other risk factors. But also that early onset dementia is prevalent in these communities. But it's quite hard because when you don't know how people think about what their lifestyle factors, how their lifestyle factors might affect their risk. Or in my community, for example, a lot of people might ascribe, dementia to just aging or maybe spiritual factors. Or sometimes because of how it presents itself, they might be referred to mental health services instead of dementia services. And then the cognitive tests, those diagnostic services are not very tailored. So they may be misdiagnosed, and maybe by the time they are diagnosed, it has progressed so quickly, and mortality rates might be quite high because the disease has just progressed. So it's just important to, work together with these communities because there isn't enough data at all. There are a few studies and reports here and there, but nothing concrete.
And that's where you can't only rely, I'm guessing, on the economic arguments, because I guess some of the populations and people we're talking about are so in the minority in a certain place that the amount you'd have to spend on doing those brain health initiatives or awareness campaigns aren't necessarily going to pay back if you're looking for big populations, but which is why you can't just look at what the service costs, it's what doing the right thing is. I'm guessing. Right, Reza, tell us about your work. I'll bring you in.
Yeah, so my work looks into dietary interventions to reduce the risk of dementia. So as a nutritionist as well, I have to say, a bit more about prevention, because at the moment, as long as we don't know the cause of dementia, there's a lot of research, there's a lot of theories around it. But as long as we don't know what causes it, it's really hard to look at treatments or even prevention. One of the major theories that's been coming up within the past 8 to 10 years, I have to say, is looking into the loss of ability of the brain and neurons in the brain to absorb and use glucose. So what happens is the neurons in the brain starve. Slowly, they lose their ability to function and thus start dying, which causes this cognitive impairment, loss of memory as we normally age. And that's because the human brain by itself starts losing its ability to use glucose as we age. It's normal. So what we've been looking into was the use of ketones, which are a backup fuel used by the body. They are available in some sources of food by consuming specific fatty acids. The body releases ketones and these can be used by the neurons. So the brain of an 80-year-old uses ketones the same way that the brain of a 10-year-old would. However, for glucose, the brain of an 80-year-old would use around 25 to 30% less than a child. So what we've been doing is trying to induce dietary ketosis in the body, so the body can release more ketones and see if that impacts cognitive impairment, the loss of memory in older adults. There's, as I said, multiple sources to induce that dietary ketosis. There's multiple studies that use different methods. As a nutritionist who believes in food first, I looked into using coconut oil because it's the only available food in nature that has that fatty acids, the medium chain, that can increase ketones in the body. So I did a study, a feasibility pilot study looking into that in the community in older adults and people with mild cognitive impairment, because when we're talking about prevention, we need to be looking at people at the earliest stages. And as I said, because it's something that happens with age, so targeting older adults before there's any diagnosis means we're targeting them before there's any neuronal damage, because we're not aiming at reviving the neurons, we're aiming at preventing the damage.
Yeah.
And I looked into the feasibility of it, getting people to consume the oil, especially in the UK where the community is not used to, especially when you're looking at older adults. Sometimes changing dietary behaviors is hard. We looked into it and the results were very interesting. At the moment, a couple of publications will be coming out soon about it. And what we saw is there was improvement in some aspects of verbal memory, so remembering words and such things in older adults, and in some people with mild cognitive impairment who, in the end of the study, after consuming coconut oil for 6 months, had said to me, and that was a shock, was, I forgot I had MCI. And that's changed
amazing,
their life. So,
and this is the thing. I think there's this challenge, isn't there? Then you mentioned that you've got a couple of publications. Is translating those publications to. So we're streaming this on Facebook Live, and we promoted this a lot amongst dementia Facebook groups, kind of support groups and carer groups and things like that. And you often read these things on there, and so many people kind of look at those and go, it's just all nonsense, isn't it? It's you should take coconut. I think it's really important that not only are those publications come out, but people hear you talking about that as a real researcher with real qualifications from a UK university, from a university, talking about that. So it's not just people know that this isn't some quack remedy, that it's important that we get that evidence out there, particularly when you're looking at things that on the face of it, like coconut oil, some people are going to take one look at that and go, coconut oil. And then if I drink 20 glasses of wine a day, that's going to help me too, isn't it? It's particularly with these nutrition kind of research studies. I think that's the problem, because they're often the ones that will make the news. So do tell us. Sorry, I know you were desperate to come back. I have a question about what is ketosis, which I think is, can you tell me what is ketosis in really quick time?
Okay, so ketosis is when the body starts breaking down fat. Ketones are the byproduct of this breaking down of fat that enter through the Krebs cycle in the body. I'm not going to go into details about that, but there's some fats, especially medium chain triglycerides or any fat that your body breaks down. So let's say if a body goes into starvation, you're somewhere, you cannot get any food. We all know that the body starts breaking down the fat in it to sustain itself.
So it's moving your body from burning the glucose and the food you eat daily to living off the fat you already have, which is obviously, I imagine, a lot less risky if you have a good amount of weight to start with rather than somebody who doesn't. No?
The thing is, it depends, because what we do when we're providing specific kinds of fat in the diet, it means we're just increasing ketosis without relying on the body's stores of fat.
So there's different ways to think about ketosis in terms of diet to do, not just as a way to lose weight, which is often what we hear about ketosis, as though it's something that is
the ketogenic diet, to be honest, the one that is used to lose weight, has been looked at into dementia a lot. There's been multiple trials on it. The main problem, though, they had is older adults find it really hard to sustain a ketogenic diet. I tried it once and I couldn't maintain it for more than 10 days without bread and pasta and it's just not sustainable. And
I did it for 6 months. I did it for 6 months when I was on. I need to do it again because I'm overweight. But so that's ketosis, and then there's different ways to think of it in terms of eating the fats that you want to immediately consume that won't gain.
Exactly. So there's some type of fat, the medium chain triglycerides. Once they are absorbed in your body, they're broken down and they release ketones without having to go through the proper ketosis process.
I see.
And these are the fats in coconut oil.
This is anybody who's watching on Facebook or YouTube. This is a great panel to ask your questions to. Anything we've got, we have here a registered nutritionist, a nutrition expert, and somebody who's becoming an expert on health economics, and a pharmacist. We should add as well, shouldn't we? And pharmacists get asked all these questions all the time because, let's face it, the go-to in the UK now is if you've got anything wrong with you, go ask your pharmacist. So Hannah's a community pharmacist as well, so we'll be able to contribute to that discussion. So do post your questions in the chat box there. What should we be eating? This is a question that comes up all too often. It's going to come up post-diagnosis. What should we be eating? And does this change over time? I mean, what dietary advice would we give to somebody who's, say, in middle age, mentioning no names, compared to somebody who's perhaps a little bit older or who has a diagnosis? Sophia, why don't you go first? Let's bring you back in.
Yeah, I'll try. So I come from a place in nutrition where I have the feeling that, or the thought that people need to enjoy their food, and our dietary needs change as we grow. They change with our conditions, different conditions and what you need to eat. So there's generally not, I won't pinpoint one food as the magic bullet to a healthy diet, but I would recommend a balanced diet, that is diverse, that covers most of our nutrition needs. And your nutrition needs will be varied, depending on what stage of life you are in. So it's helpful, to follow like the general recommendation, but also then if you need, because of a certain condition or a certain life stage, to get proper nutrition advice, rather than, just following, because with nutrition, there's so much contradictory information on, broccoli is the thing that is going to do it for you.
You've done an amazing job of not committing. Well done. I'm going to go to Razor and see if Razor is more willing to hang her reputation on the line by telling us that we should move to a plant-based diet, which I know lots of people would tell you to do.
I believe in moderation and a colorful plate. So if you look at your plate and you only see one color, whether it's just green, just white, just gray, something is not right.
What about beige? What do we think about beige?
That's still wrong. It needs to be colorful, Adam. You need to see greens and reds and oranges and multiple colors. That's when you know your plate is healthy. Yes, your grapes are very healthy. Well done. And on the banana as well. Really well done. So healthy moderation food, as Sophia also said, we need to enjoy our food. Unfortunately, now with the advice around nutrition, a lot of people think of restrictive diets, which do nobody no good.
I think people are genuinely confused. I think it's, it's a bit like the pandemic with the instructions. I think there's genuinely so much contradictory advice out there. But when it comes to it, you look at your plate, whether what you're eating is bad or not. It's kind of fundamentally, nobody's going to tell you shouldn't eat a roast dinner.
I love roast
But
dinner.
you shouldn't have a roast dinner every day, right? You shouldn't have bacon sandwiches every day. And I'm going to completely qualify that by saying, of course, there are always people with very specific diet issues who might not be able to have a roast dinner. If you have super high cholesterol and you're being advised on what certain foods you should have, you should take the advice of your medical professional.
Yeah. But a roast dinner is a very colorful plate. Just adding that.
What comes up on these things? Because I guess the other thing is about what foods you can eat with certain medicines when you get people coming in and who are on certain treatments. How do medicines affect that as well?
Oh, sorry. There's certain medications that certain things are interact with. So it depends what the person is on. One of the ones that springs to mind is grapefruit, which can impact the metabolism of a lot of different drugs. But then there's also other things to consider, maybe wider in the nutrition community, like supplements, natural herbal remedies, certain vitamins that can encourage or discourage the absorption of certain things. So I think, yeah, there's just like a wider conversation that needs to be had. But generally, like the same as what you guys are saying, having a balanced and healthy diet, lots of colour, that's kind of the same advice that I would be giving in the pharmacy if anyone came to me. And obviously there's other things that maybe aren't necessarily naturally associated, but kind of link in when we give lifestyle advice at a community pharmacy level, which are, yeah, have a healthy diet, but also things like smoking cessation and other lifestyle factors that kind of play into that.
We have had a question, which you won't be able to see, but I'll flag up on the screen for the people watching at home. Is it true that food may taste bland for people who are living with dementia? And if so, is there a particular way that this can be fixed? We do hear this, don't we? Because we know that I've talked to Wendy Mitchell before, the wonderful Wendy Mitchell, who you'll find on Twitter, who's talked about she used to drink tea and now can't drink tea anymore. Do we know anything about this? Why does the brain change on what your appetite?
Sensory changes that happen with dementia. Unfortunately, people with dementia lose some of their senses, especially sense of smell, sense of taste gets impacted, sometimes touch, and then the texture. If you cannot taste anything, and if anybody watching this had COVID, you'd understand when you lost that sense of taste and smell during COVID, food meant nothing, and that meant that you were not enjoying what you were consuming, and that's why it was.
So to answer the question then, are there specific foods that somebody living with dementia might be more likely to address this issue? Are there some things that you would recommend they try, or is it just a case of experimenting?
Sophia, do you want to take that, or?
Yeah, so Sophia, you're the nutritionist.
I'm a nutritionist too.
Oh, you're sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't get that in your bio. Are you registered though?
Yeah.
Okay.
We are both registered nutritionists and hold PhDs in nutrition. Yeah, I think with that, like Reza was saying, it might be more of experimenting to see what works for you. Because our taste preferences are different, our foods that we like are different. So it might be worth, trying a few different things to just see what works best for you.
So there's no magic fix, but I guess one piece of advice is just because somebody didn't like something before they were diagnosed, don't just assume that that's something that they won't like now. Like if somebody always hated, I don't know, something like Marmite or Sprouts or fish, they might still hate it, but it might be worth trying because you never know. People's tastes really do change. It's very bizarre, but I know people's tastes do change following diagnosis.
Yeah, and just plugging this in for the person who asked that question, there is a very good workbook that was created by Professor Jane Murphy in Bournemouth University, looking into that nutrition intake with people with dementia. It's available for free on Bournemouth University website. If you go search for it, it literally can help you go through tips and advices on how to test what works best for the patient, because it's very individualized.
I'm afraid that's all we've got time for now. Our next guests are sat in the green room, very patiently waiting. Reza, so for anybody who's interested in knowing more about our guests or their work, you'll find details of them on our chatathon.uk website, and go to the guests link at the top. And every one of them has given a link to their Twitter feeds, for example. So Reza, maybe if you tweet a link to that workbook or post it in the chat on YouTube when you've left, we're very happy to share that with you. Thank you very much.
Perfect. Thank you for having us, and thank you for the amazing work you're doing.
That's all right. Thank you, Sophia, Reza, and Hannah. Hannah's also a blogger on the Dementia Researcher website, talks about her work and careers. Go to Dementia Researcher NIHR.ac.uk. and you'll find her blogs there every month as well. Thank you ever so much, and I'll see you all again soon. So
thank you.
It's 12 o'clock. We're a quarter of the way through today's live stream, which is a great opportunity for me to remind you that we're not only are we sharing research today, but a big point of this is to raise money for 4 amazing charities: Race Against Dementia, Alzheimer's Research UK and Alzheimer's Society, and the Lewy Body Society. I've said that before. Anyway, those 4 charities will equally share everything that you donate to us today. They're 4 amazing charities who fund research across the UK and do so much more than just fund research as well. They raise awareness, they provide support for communities and people living with dementia, for early career researchers, and every pound can go a long way, particularly at the moment when we know things are tight. Even a small amount would really help. And if you can't afford to give anything, do consider signing up to join Dementia Research, or have a look at the charities' websites as well. I'll mention one of them now. lewisbody.org has lots of different ways that you could volunteer or do your own fundraising thing. I'm sure more live streams like this or running a marathon or something will be greatly received. Okay, I'm not going to play a film at the top of the hour, 12 o'clock. Actually, I am. I need to top up my water, so I'm going to play that briefly, and then as soon as the film's finished, Clarissa, Kat and Nathan are going to be joining me to talk about dealing with health inequalities and helping after a diagnosis. So I'm just going to play that film for you very quickly now.
Race Against Dementia supports early career scientists in their research around the world. Our scientists are supported by the RAD Leadership and Development Programme. So that's interesting to hear that from you.
Race Against Dementia is going about it the right way, invested in new talent. I think there's a lot that we could learn. Being hungry for change is the way to go.
Let's beat dementia together.
Okay, we're back. And as I said, we're going to be talking about dealing with health inequalities and help after a diagnosis. And my fantastic guests are going to turn on their cameras and join me. And there we go. We've even got a caption to go with it. Hi, everybody.
Hi. Hello.
I've nearly finished my grapes, so you won't have to do too much of watching me munch away on grapes. I will try to mute myself while I eat those. While we're waiting, why don't we do some introductions? Nathan, why don't you go first?
Yeah, hi everyone. I'm Nathan Stevens. I'm a PhD student at the Association for Dementia Studies at the University of Worcester, which is in England, not America. I'm also an unpaid family.
Doesn't it, Worcester?
Yeah, it does, to be fair, yeah. I'm also an unpaid family care worker for my nan who's living with dementia.
Thanks, Nathan. Clarissa.
Yes, hi, Clarissa Giebel, Senior Research Fellow at the University of Liverpool and the NIHR Applied Research Collaboration Northwest Coast, a mouthful. And my research, as you might all gather, looks at inequalities in dementia care after diagnosis.
And Nathan and Clarissa both blog on dementiaresearcher.nhr.ac.uk, not only about their work, but also about careers tips that they are learning along the way. And Kat, Algarskave.
Hi, I'm Kat. I'm a dementia care researcher. I'm based in the Norwegian University for Science and Technology, NTNU, but before that had most of my career in Birmingham University in North.
And Kat, you were here 2 years ago. I'm sure Clarissa was as well, actually. But certainly, Kat, you were here. And so if anybody goes to the Chatathon website and goes to the guests, you can also see how Kat has changed and how her research has changed over the last 2 years. Go have a look.
Still using the same profile picture.
Well, I'm the one that's got a more wrinkle. Yeah, it is the same profile picture. That's an academic thing, though. For those who aren't academics, you pick one picture from early on in your career and you stick with it forever. Thank you so much, all of you, for joining us. I'm going to go to Clarissa first and ask Clarissa to tell us all about your work.
Great, not put on the spot at all. Thank you, Adam. Yes, so as I just said, my research looks at what happens after a diagnosis if people, in fact, do receive a diagnosis. So my work is really mixed methods. So I come from a very neuropsych background, but since then I've focused much more on social care and how we can enable more equitable access to care after diagnosis. But also I am looking at research nationally, but also internationally. So I work a lot with the Netherlands. Recently, I've just come back from Australia and I'm still suffering from jet lag. And I've learned a lot about the aged care sector there, but also with what we class lower and middle income countries, where we know that the majority of people with dementia live, and unfortunately, It's heavily stigmatized there, so even fewer people with dementia and their families receive support from the infrastructure and from the care system. So we've done a lot of work with Colombia and India and Uganda, for example. So in terms of some specific research projects, I've led on a couple of projects on how the pandemic has impacted social care access for people with dementia, which we've then expanded onto other countries. We've done a 5-country comparison, again, mixed methods. And what we've shown really early on was how the severe reductions in social care were actually linked to increased levels of depression, anxiety, and reduced quality of life. So we know there's this direct link there, which means we need to put in more efforts to enable that equal access to care in the community so that everyone can live well. Another study we've just finished, it has looked at finance management in dementia and care spending and how that's changed since the pandemic, which is now linking in with a report which I'm working on with the Alzheimer Society on cost of living crisis. So there, for example, we showed that people from more disadvantaged backgrounds have less support in accessing financial support, which is kind of, that shouldn't be the way at all. They should receive all the support. But there's all these inequalities which are going against the Care Act, which is a legality, for example. So yes, there's lots of work going on. And maybe just finally to mention, one of our ongoing pieces of work is looking at mental health needs of carers, the paid workforce, but also unpaid carers. And that really came from our COVID research, where we found no one really seems to get access to psychological support, but we need a good, supported, paid and unpaid workforce to support people with dementia live well. So lots of stuff going on.
And so I mean, that's all fantastic, very necessary research. Do these studies also come with an interventional aspect of it that you can then say, well, okay, people aren't getting the support they need, but we know that if you do XYZ, this can help? Because I'm guessing that a lot of what you're learning is what needs to find its way into policies.
Yes, and that's a heavy aspect of our work as well. And we work a lot with unpaid carers, people with dementia, and charities as well to try and take that next step. So with the finance management study, so we're working on the report with the Alzheimer Society, but we've also produced recommendations of how we can hopefully enable more equitable access to the information so that people can then access care afterwards. But for the interventional aspect of the mental health study, so that's built into the funding project. So we're doing a large amount of interviews, then some focus groups, and then we've got funding to do co-production, to co-produce an intervention, to embed that within the care home sector, the home care sector, but also for unpaid carers.
Because quite often these things are just layered, aren't they? First of all, you have to prove that there's a problem, there's a need, and then you build on top of that with how do you address that need. Thank you, Clarissa. We'll come back to you in a moment. I'm going to go to Nathan next. Nathan, because I love your work. I hope you're going to talk a bit about meeting centers, because meeting centers is one of those very real things. It's out there. It exists. Tell us about your work.
It's the only thing I know how to talk about, to be honest.
No, that's good.
No, I'm joking. So my work is focused on meeting centres, but in particular, the Worcestershire Meeting Centres programme, which is the scaling up of meeting centres. And for anyone that doesn't know what a meeting centre is, it's a type of community-based intervention for the person living with dementia, but also the family care worker as well. And the idea is that it's underpinned by the adjust interchange model, which is that when someone gets a diagnosis of dementia, they may need to adjust socially, emotionally, and practically to the changes a diagnosis of dementia may bring. And essentially that's what a meeting centre tries to do. In community buildings, they're called members, not patients, or service users, just trying to reduce the stigma around accessing those types of community supports. So in Worcestershire, which is a county in Middle England, we've got funding from the local authority to scale up the provision of meeting centres. So we set up 11 across the county. And my PhD is looking at the social and economic value of scaling up meeting centres within Worcestershire. I'm using a social value framework, which is basically thinks of value in terms of a broader concept, so that we need to measure social, economic and environmental outcomes in order to reduce inequalities and reduce sort of the impact on the environment as well. And I guess that's where that became quite attractive to me, because I'd done a master's in public health at Liverpool. And that's where I first come across inequalities in the work of Marmot and Kickbush on the social determinants and the commercial determinants of health and all that sort of stuff. So this sort of framework really resonated with me. So the research process has really involved, well, it's mixed methods. So firstly, I've identified all different stakeholders who are involved with the programme. So thinking about them in terms of their levels of activity. So you've got those sort of system players, so members of the integrated care system. You've got the community and organisational level. You've got key referral partners in the public sector and in the private sector. You've also got the community-based organisations that are delivering the meeting centres. And at an individual level, you've got the members, the family carers, the staff and volunteers. And I've just spoke to these people and these stakeholders to try and understand the changes that they've experienced or may not have experienced, to build sort of a theory of change. To understand the processes through which change happens within a complex system and complex systems, and draw out some of the relationships between these changes. And then I've tried to develop this into an outcomes framework to measure these changes. And that's sort of the point which I'm at now. I'm trying to measure these changes to understand the level of impact. And then finally, I'll apply some cost benefit analysis to understand the cost effectiveness essentially of the whole program.
And then I'm guessing that the hope is that, I mean, not to presume that you're going to find that this is worthwhile on all those different measures, but I'm guessing the hope is that you have the evidence you need to support this to become something that's bigger than it is now, which it's already pretty big now, right? I mean, we're talking about Worcester, but meeting centres are elsewhere in the country.
Yeah, they're an international thing. I mean, I think there's over 180 in the Netherlands, which is where they originated from. They got translated into the UK in 2017. They also got translated in Poland and Italy at the same time as part of a 3-year program. But I mean, they're in Japan, they're in Australia. They really are a global thing now. We've got around about 50 in the UK at the moment. And there's a lot of work going on within the University of Worcester now and trying to embed meeting centres in the long term. So how can we move sort of from this sort of academic environment? How can we make it more of a sort of public domain? So how can we flip the sort of responsibility a little bit?
And we just had a comment from somebody who's actually been to a meeting centre saying how in Hertfordshire and how it was such a positive experience for them and how they hope they'd be nationwide. Thank you, Nathan. I'm going to come back because I'm conscious of time. I'm going to come to Kat now because yours isn't, because you also have a great sounding intervention. Tell us about your work.
Thank you. So my research career has been very similarly about helping people living with dementia and those who support them to live as well as possible. Most of my work has been based in care homes or in the community. And it's all been about developing and evaluating psychosocial and creative interventions. So at the last Chatathon, I think I probably spoke about some art programs within care homes. But since then, I've now moved to Trondheim in Norway, and I'm now working on the Sense Garden project, which is an immersive digital sensory room. They were developed 4 years ago in a European project. So there are 4 currently in Norway, Portugal, Romania, and Belgium. And I've joined last year to look at more in depth of how we can have a deeper understanding of the emotional experiences of people within the sensory rooms. So the rooms are to promote emotional stimuli such as personal videos, photos, things that are meaningful to the person, to connect to senses such as sight, touch, hearing, balance, and so on. So for a basis of connecting with reality, but also connecting with human interactions and emotional connections. So somebody's with you in the room, you have a caregiver, rather than a family member or a professional caregiver guiding you through the session to make it as meaningful as possible. And my work is kind of looking at how we can measure those kinds of connections. Because I've also looked at social value in the past. I've used qualitative, quantitative, and it's really trying to get
measuring that
space.
Measuring that is kind of going to a next level, isn't it? That kind of measuring the emotional part is I imagine that I'm sure the National Centre for Research Methods have got a tool. There must be some established system, but it sounds like it's one of the tricky ones. And it's great to see how you can see how all three, I know you don't work together, but you can see how all these things are connect, like how, you know, if you were to bring in the sense garden to join up with the meeting centres and maybe make those a permanent space rather than just, you know, the community hall once in a while. And Clarissa's working with people, particularly in your own homes, that would, identify who needs this and why. Well, it sounds to me like everybody would benefit from this, to be quite honest, but how getting people out there into this spaces and identifying the need for it is, all this connects really nicely, I think. So I'm going to come back to Clarissa first of all. You mentioned at the start about your international work. Have you learned anything from the Australia where you were recently, or in South America? Did you mention you work in South America? What are we learning from other countries that you can then bring back and bring here to add to these things that Kat and Nathan are doing?
Good question. Also, for those of you who don't know, I'm German, so I have another perspective on the social care system as well and how dementia care and aging care works. So I might be biased, but
sorry about the football.
So I know it works sometimes a little bit easier in other countries, but sometimes it doesn't. And there's always shortcomings in every system. But what I, for example, learned on my Wellcome Trust visit to Australia, so the aged care system there is someone gets needs assessed, just like in England, just like in the UK, but then they have to manage their own package of money and decide, I want to get a cleaner, I want to employ this person to come into my home and do this care. They have to set up the contracts with people. Wow. And if we consider someone has cognitive impairments and struggles with daily living in itself, and then has to sort out these systems, contracts, that's not easy.
Weren't individual health budgets talked about here a long time ago? Didn't some places even try it out?
I'm not sure whether they were tried out. So at first I was thinking, oh, that gives much more agency to people, but then we have to consider it in the context of, well, cognitive impairment and frailty.
Yeah, and then in some ways it's kind of passing the buck to say, hey, you can afford this or this, which are you going to prioritize? Which is great that individuals are empowered to do that, but it is also an awkward situation because you're going to push back and say, no, I need both those things. You know, do you want to eat or do you want me in medicine? I mean, it's Nathan's going to have a view on this because Nathan.
Also, we've got an inequality of information. There's not a fair distribution of information, and there's not enough distribution of information. And I don't know that's in the UK, but I don't know if it probably exists in Australia as well. But I mean, it'd be interesting to know whether they had a dedicated person with them along this sort of decision sort of process. But
yeah, it doesn't seem so. But on the note of link person, we've done some recent work on dementia care navigators. So comparing the Dutch system with the English system funded by the Alzheimer Society, and we found that in the Netherlands, care navigators seem much more common. and utilized and facilitating access to care and information and knowledge. Whereas in England, I know they exist after a lot of trying to find them. I've worked in Liverpool for over 5 years. I only found out about them a year ago, that we've got now 10 navigators. So they're not readily advertised. As you say, Nathan, there's that barrier.
I'm not surprised
of
if
information.
it's only 10 of them to serve the whole of the population of Liverpool. That's
I know
why they'll be dedicated. And it also sounds exactly like the kind of thing, and if anybody knows the answer to this, correct me or answer the question, is that it's one of those local services that, like a local GP has to decide if they want, or local health services decide their own priorities. It sounds exactly like something that a very local community health has decided that that's what they want and others haven't. I don't know. Is it the same in Norway? Kat, do you know anything? Have you learned much about the Norwegian health system yet in that regard?
I'm still getting to grips with it, I have to be honest. But I've actually just come back from a 2-month placement in Portugal. So I was doing a bit of a feasibility study there to test out some of the methods. Again, based in care homes, so I'm not sure about vision within community and budgets and.
So it sounds like there's definitely lessons, both positive and negative, we can learn from other countries to bring back here. And it's great, if you like, that some of the research funding that goes, I think it tends to definitely be more the government funding, I'm going to say, than the charity funding to bring that, although Wellcome count as it's an NGO, isn't it? So to bring those lessons along and then build on the back of that. So Nathan, you mentioned meeting centers, so they started elsewhere in the world and were brought here.
Yeah. So they were developed in the 90s.
So this does happen.
Yeah, in the early 90s. Yeah, in the Netherlands. Yeah, and they're a formal part of the sort of social care structure in the Netherlands, funded majority by the state. Yeah, but just on the point of you were saying about GPs have got this sort of power in terms of access to things. It's interesting to note that GPs practices in the UK, in poorer areas, they receive nearly 10% less funding per head compared to in richer areas. So you've also got those sort of barriers straight away before you even get to the point of what's available.
And deciding then how to prioritize where you spend your money, because that's in my questions. I'm sure you saw this in the questions I sent you, whether you're talking about sense gardens or COVID interventions or loneliness, or whether you're talking about meeting centers, does fundamentally the real barrier to this, because it sounds like you're going to get evidence to show all these things are worthwhile. Whether they're good use of money is a question that I guess is going to come up. But hopefully you'll find that they do. Is the real problem to all this then we need more money?
Can I start?
Yeah, go on, please do, Nathan.
Yeah. Yes and no. I think it starts with the ideology of the political economy. So the rules by which we govern our economy are inherently political. We've got a capitalist system in the UK. It's the same in most developed economies. And I think that's just based on your increased extraction of wealth in society, and you don't distribute the wealth fairly. And it's led to rising social inequalities, falling living standards. We basically destroyed the planet. We've got an economic crisis right now. So it's proved it hasn't worked. And if you look at that social gradient, which is quite helpful to understand what I'm trying to argue basically, is that the more money you have, essentially, the better health and increased likelihood of living longer you have. So it explains why if you're a woman in Glasgow, you die 20 years earlier than a woman in Edinburgh, for example, things like that. And it just proves that the way that the economy works isn't working, and we need to change the whole system by which we do business, really. And I think it's one more thing is that the Kingdom of Bhutan, and I was really interested, and I went on a social value training program, and they reference this. So the Kingdom of Bhutan, they measure development or growth by gross national happiness. Now we use GDP here, but it's a complete different way to measure improvement and growth. And I think that's what we need to see, a complete change in the way we think about improvement and growth and development.
That is fascinating. You need to write a blog on that. I'm interested in that topic, because it is another way to look at it, isn't it? I mean, I think this is the problem. We're going to hear from so many people today that are going to come and talk about great things that they've either already created or that exist now, that so many people out there will look and go, well, where do I get my hands on that? Whether it's, I want to go to a meeting centre or a sense garden, or the people before, I want the dietary advice that they're getting. But you don't know where to go, because the care navigators aren't necessarily funded because local services have prioritised something over another, or there aren't sense gardens because in our region we take a different approach. I mean, this isn't to say that everybody should have access to everything, but it's making decisions with all that information you've got. Thank you, Nathan. You make very, very good points. So what's next for all your research? What's coming next? What's exciting you most? One thing that's exciting you most in the next few months. Kat, you go first. Christmas.
Wow. Christmas, a brief visit to the UK. Yeah, I think what we've just been discussing actually is really important, and that's something that I'm really want to try and take forward, is how we actually implement and embed these interventions into practice, because there are so many amazing things out there, but once the research remains ended, they finish. And so we need to do some more work in trying to embed those, and that's something that I'm really interested in.
I completely agree. I was at a meeting this week that looked at falls prevention programs, and so many of those programs had been around for many, many years, and they were all super effective, and the conversations were still about how you embed these or spread them from one place, even though the evidence that their value has been around for a very long time. That just goes from one grant to the next, but always the next grant's about doing more research, and it's only just now that they can talk about him.
Two things. I think picking up on what Kat said, it's about taking that next step and trying to work much more with policy and decision makers. So I've been on the Royal Society pairing scheme this year, and again, hopefully next year being matched up with an MP to try and understand that interface between research and policy and decision making. But also, I've just set up a European task force on inequalities, and I wanted to advertise this year because it's an opportune moment to do this at this topic area. So if any of you researchers are part of Interdem, join the task force on inequalities, because we're just starting out, and it'd be great to have you all involved.
And if you're, great. I start as well. ISTAART. I start from the Alzheimer's Association, has professional interest areas that look specifically at doing work on that too, and it's free to join if you're a student. So that's something for the researchers watching. Nathan.
So really, I'd just like to obviously finish my PhD and have enough data to finish it, but also hope that like some of the findings, which haven't all been positive, there's been quite a lot of areas for improvement, to be quite frank, about how we can scale up community-based interventions more effectively and more fairly. I'd hope to see some of that implemented in Worcestershire firstly, and also taken on board with other projects that look to scale up their interventions.
I really hope you get the opportunity to do that. And again, for anybody who's wanting to, particularly Clarissa and Nathan's work, keep on top of that. Come and have a look at their blogs on the Dementia Researcher website. Thank you very much, everybody. Bios, as ever, on the website, chatathon.uk, including their Twitter links, where I'm sure they regularly tweet updates about all their fantastic work. Thank you very much, everybody. I'll let you three go. Our next guests have started to arrive, and I'm going to eat 2 more grapes. And thank you so much again for joining.
Cheers, Adam. Thank you.
Thank you.
Adam.
Bye.
Okay, so I'll play a video in a second but before I do, I'm just going to highlight again that all the information today, the rest of the program from today, and details on how to make a donation can be found at chatathon.uk. I'm going to put a banner across the bottom of the screen, which you can see there. That should be working again now, so hopefully no problem, nobody's having problems donating. Please do keep the donations coming. I can see we've had quite a few this morning. Honestly, even a pound would make a big difference to contribute to the bigger pot and help fund more of the researchers that we're talking to today. So coming up over the next half an hour, we're going to have a bit of a shift of pace because we're going to move on to understanding the potential causes of Alzheimer's disease. And we're going to have the first of our slightly more sciencey topics with getting into the neuroscience. And I'm going to be joined by Richard Lofthouse and Mark Dallas, who are both there. Hi, both of you. While you're just settling in, I'm going to play a quick film from one of the charities that who will benefit from the work from your donations today. We're going to hear from the Lewy Body Society this time.
Through my career, what I've seen is that people with Lewy body really struggle much more than other people because of the different type of symptoms that people experience. It can be particularly complex because people have Parkinson's symptoms as well as what we call neuropsychiatric conditions, so hallucinations, delusions, and it's really difficult for the whole family. So I think people really are under-recognised and underserved, and so that's why I think it's really important they get better support. I want people to understand more about the condition. I want people to feel that they can access support and get a diagnosis. So getting a diagnosis is the first step to accessing support. And sometimes we have to push for that because a lot of professionals still don't recognise Lewy body dementia and they don't understand it. So that's really what I want people to go read, be informed, and to feel empowered and confident to be able to ask for a diagnosis.
We're back. Come on, Mark. Come on, Richard. Turn your cameras on. Don't leave me here all on my own. Look, we could have got Mark. You're in the lab and everything. We could have got you to move your camera around, show us what goes on.
Yeah, I thought it'd be an interesting location to
could have done a lab tour. In this session, I'm joined by Dr. Mark Dallas, who's an associate professor in cellular neuroscience at the University of Reading, and Dr. Richard Lofthouse, who is a research fellow at the University of Aberdeen, and who also does some work with a company called Tau RX. Hello, both. Thank you for joining.
Yeah, good afternoon.
So we're 3.5 hours in, and we're doing okay, I think. Thank you again. And while I go find something else to eat, I'm going to ask you to do your introductions. Mark, why don't you go first?
Yeah, sure. Thanks again for the invitation, Adam. And yes, 3 hours in, and you're still kind of cracking on, full of verve. So great to see. So yeah, our research fundamentally is looking at the different cell types in the brain. So as we all, I'm sure, aware that Alzheimer's disease, dementia, is a neurodegenerative disease. So that's the nerve cells that are dying. But a lot of research that's been funded by some of the charities that you're supporting today, Adam, has pointed the finger at some of the other cells in the brain. So typically termed glial cells, these are once thought of as the kind of support cells. They were really thought of just there for structural support. But some of the exciting research that's come out of labs across the world has indicated that they are involved in the disease processes that underpin dementia. So our attention is turned to looking at those cell types. So we'll maybe talk a little bit more about microglia, you might have heard of that today, and also astrocytes. So two different cell types that are in our brain that are really important in not only setting the brain health, but also can have an impact in terms of the pathology and the disease progression. So we are actually starting to look at the function of these cells in isolation to understand what only do they do in normal healthy brains, but actually what goes on in terms of people living with dementia and how do these cells change and not only contribute to that disease, but also may actually give us a little bit more of an insight into some of those really early changes that happen in terms of the brains before someone actually goes into the clinic and in essence goes through those kind of memory tests and gets that diagnosis. So really, there's kind of two strands: is thinking about the function of these cells, but also thinking about the opportunities that exist in a diagnostic world as well.
And this is with a view then that you can use that to counteract whatever is going wrong.
Yeah, exactly. So by understanding the kind of basic mechanisms, whether it's a protein or a target or a receptor within these cells, we can look to see if those drugs are readily available. So there might be drugs already on the market that actually are used to target some of these receptors that we've found in our research, and they could be repurposed for dementia. So it's about offering opportunities to kind of reset the function of these cells that we've seen actually, in essence, becomes perturbed or becomes compromised in the disease process.
Fascinating. Thank you, Mark. Richard, tell us about introduce yourself. Tell us about your work.
So, hi everyone, and pleased to see you again, Adam, and nice to meet you, Mark. My name is usually Richie Lofthouse, and I'm a research fellow up at the University of Aberdeen, and I'm postdocing now. I just finished earlier in the year my PhD my work is purely looking at the tau protein. So you might have heard of these pathologic hallmarks of Alzheimer's disease before, very commonly referred to as either beta amyloid or tau protein. And in our lab, we're making antibodies against the tau protein, and with the aims of detecting new biomarkers. I'm sure that's a term that's been said many times so far in your 3.5 hours.
We have heard biomarkers a lot, but we're moving on now. It's the first time we're going to talk about amyloid and tau, though, and microglia today in this session.
And also with the hope of some therapeutic benefit further down the line, using the antibodies to target the tau pathology. That's really we're very focused on that tau protein.
Thank you. So, Richard, we often hear about amyloid. In fact, anybody who's interested in dementia can't have really avoided. In fact, I had my hair cut, especially for yesterday, and even the hairdresser said to me yesterday morning, "So, I hear you've had some good news this week." In the news, she knows I work in dementia. And of course, what you'll have heard about a lot in the news this week is about amyloid and stickiness and how this clumps together and proteins and things like that. What does that actually have to do? So what's tau then? What's that all about?
So tau
well, do you want to start actually? Why don't you give a better little quick rundown as to Mark, you tell us what amyloid is, and then Richard, you're going to tell us what tau is. Go on, Mark, what's amyloid?
Yeah, so amyloid, is kind of a bit of a buzzword.
Put you on the spot there, sorry.
Yeah, no, amyloid's it's a bit of a
question list.
Yeah, it's a bit of a buzzword in terms of the media, and that's something that's often focused on in terms of when we talk about dementia. So we know that the amyloid is a protein that is critically involved in the disease process. So that leads to the accumulation of the plaque. So way back when Dr. Alzheimer started to look at post-mortem tissue to try to characterize the disease, he saw these peculiar substances in the post-mortem brain. So looking at brain slices of people who had presented with symptoms that we now know are associated with dementia and Alzheimer's disease. And he noticed that there were these large plaques that accumulated in the brain. Research has progressed. We've started to understand what is the components of that particular plaque, and that is the amyloid protein. So the amyloid protein, we all make it, but in terms of those that are living with dementia, there seems to be an overaccumulation of that particular peptide that leads to, in essence, its amalgamation and that sticky composition that leads to the plaque. So that's why a lot of kind of the therapies, and particularly the ones that have been in the news recently, are targeting that protein. If we can look to try and, in essence, change the course of that amyloid peptide aggregation to form those plaques, we might have a handle, and we might have, in essence, a therapeutic opportunity to try and alleviate some of the symptoms that we see with those living with dementia. So it's one of the characteristic hallmarks of the disease, but I'm sure Richard will also attribute to the value of tau as well. So that's one of the in essence, challenges of Alzheimer's disease is there's multifactorial processes occurring. To focus on one might be to miss the overall presentation of an individual living with dementia.
So, Richard, thank you, Mark. what about tau? What's tau
Yeah.
got to do with it?
That was a great overview of sort of amyloid. And I think it's important, just as you said, to focus purely on one. You would miss maybe some important aspects of the hallmarks of the other protein. So tau protein itself, I like to think of it as scaffolding for neurons almost. So it's inside the neuron. It provides structural stability. It helps transporting waste products away from the synapse, which is where the important bit or some of the important functions of the neuron take place. And it also transports nutrients down there as well. And for whatever reason in Alzheimer's disease, tau protein begins to self-aggregate. So it sticks to itself and forms a very stereotypical structure called a paired helical filament. These progress and eventually neurons die, and the pathologic tau is released into the intracellular space. And this sort of leads to a progression through associated and connected neurons. And what's interesting about tau is that the areas where tau first arises are thought to be some of the first areas affected by Alzheimer's disease. And you can track the spread of these tau tangles, as they're referred to, throughout the brain as the disease worsens. And so therefore, tau could be a really useful therapeutic target in itself if it's closely related to the disease progression. If you can prevent tau spreading, you could hopefully prevent the disease getting worse. Yeah.
And so is that one of the, of course, anybody who's watching who isn't in the kind of research community will have taken the news that they've had this week a bit like my hairdresser did and went, oh, well, this is great, then there's a new treatment. But actually, the controversy is that it's more complicated than that, isn't it? That you're probably a single treatment just for amyloid might have some benefit, but the chances are you're going to have to do other things as well, which would include addressing tau.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of one of the kind of caveats that always, as a scientist, you always rely on. Is it's more complicated than that. But I think that the results certainly were, in essence, a really kind of a line in the sand to say that actually targeting the amyloid can have an effect. I mean, the effect was quite small, but it is an actual change in terms of the disease progression. Think about now bringing in kind of Richard's work and looking at some of the other proteins involved. Can you have a cumulative effect in terms of that progression by targeting not only the amyloid, but tau and many other factors that are being researched across the world?
So, Mark, you talked about in your introduction about your work that you're looking at microglia. Microglia talks a lot about at conferences. I don't think microglia probably make it into the news headlines. Tell us, what do microglia do? And what's the problem? What might be the challenge with microglia?
Yeah, so microglia cells are brain cells that are looking to, in essence, seek and destroy any kind of pathogens or any kind of toxic peptides that are presented to your brain. So they can be seen as the kind of the police force of your brain, surveilling your brain kind of 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, to keep an eye and make sure that that brain, the environment for those nerve cells is optimal for them to perform. So they're really kind of seeking out and destroying anything that comes in that shouldn't really be there. So picking up on the kind of amyloid and the tau, these are proteins that shouldn't normally be there in terms of the actual accumulation and the forms that they take. So our microglial cells sense that, sense the danger and start to try and then clear that danger. One of the challenges that microglia face is that the sort of tsunami wave that occurs that actually compromises their ability to start to clear some of those proteins that we know contribute to the disease. So in initial stages, there is, in essence, a good response from microglia. So they start and manage well to clear some of the, in essence, toxic proteins. But eventually the toxic proteins win out, and then actually the microglial cells turn from, in essence, not only good cops, but to bad cops. So they start to actually contribute to the disease process as well. And there's some really interesting research now highlighting that kind of detrimental role that microglial can pose as, in essence, the disease progresses.
So how do they turn bad cop? What is it? Do they end up just hanging around and filling the space or what makes it bad?
Yeah, so normally their kind of physiological role in terms of kind of surveilling the brain is
I'm thinking Pac-Man here. Microglia is a Pac-Man. He's going around, he's munching up.
Yeah, that's exactly it. So they actually start to then, in essence, destroy some of the healthy neurons. So in essence, one of their roles in physiological or normal healthy brains is to prune some of those connections. So where connections between nerve cells aren't being used, microglia come around and then prune those unused, in essence, connections. But what you see in the disease process is that kind of regulation goes, in essence, awry, and they start to, in essence, engulf and destroy some of the neurons that you actually need in terms of being able to maintain those connections and brain activity.
So thinking about how we translate, what exactly is it that you're researching? Is it just what goes wrong, or is it, say, looking at how you might replace those faulty microglia, for example, or fix them? What is it? Yeah. Where does your work fit in?
Yeah, so we're looking at sort of some of the fundamental processes. So one of the things that microglia rely on is motility, so movement. They need to be able to be highly motile to respond to that danger. And you can look at that in the laboratory and look to see if you can find drugs or molecules that enhance that kind of motility or, in essence, suppress that motility.
Like the power pill.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. We've got a theme going. We're going to have a bit of a trend.
I know, sorry.
Yeah. But exactly, so that's so in essence, we are looking at microglia in very kind of isolated conditions to see if you can modulate their behavior using some of the disease related peptides that Richard and I are investigating, and seeing if you can overcome those deficits just in one aspect of that particular microglial cell.
What do you think, Richard? How are you looking at the same thing? Or it's not the same at all, is it? I mean, how do you look at yours?
Well, yeah, so we're looking at how you can disrupt the tau aggregation pathway. So if you can...
So this is two-pronged, isn't it? Mark, what you're doing wouldn't stop those things coming in the first place. It'd just not necessarily the underlying cause as to what's making the amyloid. You just be able to fix it.
Yeah, so we'd be able to try. And so if Richard's in essence knocking tau out the park, we are helping the cells to try and in essence deal with any kind of leftover tau or kind of normal levels of tau.
I do understand this. I'm trying to think of this in a perspective, because a good majority of our watchers are coming on Facebook and YouTube who won't necessarily have the science background. So Richard, come on, sorry.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think both aspects of our work will sort of work synergistically in a way. So and neither would work without the other. So, if we can, as I said, tau aggregates within the nerve cells, and when that nerve cell dies, pathologic tau gets released into the next cell, and so on. If you can prevent that tau seed, as we refer it to, getting into the next neuron, so we're looking at binding it with an antibody, or also within my funding company, they've been looking at a small molecule to do the same thing. Can you bind that, stop it getting into the next cell, and then systems in the brain, like the microglia there to protect from foreign bodies floating around, would come in and clear it away before it has the chance to cause any more damage further downstream. So certainly they're going to work hand in hand.
So I think people who are watching are going to have a little bit of a sense as to what's going on in the brain now. So just a question you weren't prepared for. So when you get news this week of this new anti-amyloid treatment, for example, this Lecanemab, what's that doing? Where's that fit into this process of what you're both looking at, this drug? What's that drug doing? Does that mean that your work isn't necessarily, the microglia actually won't get broken if that's doing its job, or does this not stop it in the first place?
So I guess the kind of therapies that have been in the news recently are looking at the amyloid. So that's focusing on the amyloid peptide, and what they're looking to do is decrease the level. So it's an amyloid similar to maybe some of the technology that Richard's using to try and, in essence, attach and break up the kind of amyloid aggregating into those plaques.
Not using microglia, but using a different mechanism.
So it's not using microglia per se, it's using a kind of chemical approach, but the microglia are there to then mop up that kind of debris. So it doesn't kind of remove all the kind of surplus amyloid that's maybe aggregating. It's just breaking up into maybe more bite-sized chunks that the microglia can then manage, as opposed to kind of getting those big kind of aggregates that then go on to form the plaque. And then that's when the microglia start to struggle. So it retains the kind of microglia in a physiological sense, but they still need to be able to, in essence, manage those particular amyloid chunks that are being presented to them by the amyloid or the antibody in terms of the therapy.
So when you do, sorry.
Yeah. So there's also other people that have, in essence, mutations in essence, genes that are encoded for microglia. So some of the, in essence, genome-wide association studies that kind of leads to our kind of fundamental research pinpoint some receptors on microglial cells. So it might depend on that individual in terms of their genetic background and why they're maybe more predisposed to the Alzheimer's disease to think about some of these targeted therapies. So we're almost thinking about kind of personalized medicine down the road in terms of what would be more appropriate for maybe a tau-based one or an amyloid-based one or a predominantly more kind of global attempt.
So do you both are you working in dishes? Are you working in in mice or in human post-mortem tissue? Where does this research happen? What's the medium for it? Mark, go on, you go first.
Yeah, so we are kind of across all different kind of species. So we look at human pluripotent stem cells. So they're the kind of best translatable element, but a lot of our sort of fundamental kind of first exposure to these kind of compounds is in mouse microglia. So starting to see what effects we can see and getting robust data sets before then translating into the human cells, because human cells are I'm a great advocate of using kind of stem cells, but it does increase the complexity based on the genetic background of those cells and the control experiments that you need to do to verify, and also the heterogeneity. So us as a human population are very varied in terms of the cells that we might be looking at in a dish. So some of the responses that you'd expect to see might not be translatable across the whole population as a whole cohort. You might have to start to sub-select individuals to see your large effect that you've previously seen in maybe your mouse cells or your cultured cells.
How about you, Richard?
Sorry, mute button broken. So we start basically in the lab. We've developed what's called the Tau antibody library. And to do that, the immune system has developed over millions of years to get really good at sort of protecting us from any pathogen that we come into contact with. And we've totally hijacked that process. So we injected a sheep with tau protein. The sheep recognizes this as a foreign body that shouldn't be there and produces antibodies against that. And we were able to isolate the peripheral blood lymphocytes from the sheep, which essentially contain the recipe for all of the antibodies that sheep is ever going to make. From that, we can isolate them in the lab, just in the test tube. We can take out the antibodies that have the specific properties that we're interested in. And by doing so in the test tube from there, we can look at how the antibodies we've isolated work at stopping tau sticking together. And that was very earlier on. So we took a panel of around 30 or so, and we narrowed down to one antibody that had the best properties that we were looking for. And we're ongoing studies looking at how that affects in transgenic mice. So mice that have been transgenically developed to produce human tau protein that goes to aggregate, how the antibodies we made can prevent that process.
Why a sheep? Do they make better antibodies?
They do, yeah. So one, they're big and relatively docile, so they're easy to catch. And
we shouldn't laugh. It's not funny.
But it's a really important thing when you're thinking about your sort of host animal. But for whatever reason, evolutionary-wise, sheep develop antibodies in a slightly different way to humans.
Genuinely didn't know that.
Well, yeah, there you go. There's a take-home.
Did you know that, Mark?
I was oblivious to the use of sheep. We use llamas, but that's maybe for a different reason. But yeah, no, sheep are.
So am I right in thinking then? So when a drug like this comes along that shows like it's got potential and there's some, this might start getting used, do you then need to start using samples that have had that drug in their system? Because you want to know if how your microglia are going to respond on amyloid that's had that drug treatment, that chemical. Is that something that down the line practically happens, or you would hope?
Yeah, so I guess that's kind of.
Am I jumping 10 years ahead?
No, I guess that's maybe what the clinical trials are going to tell us, is like what the changes kind of long term are. These are kind of exciting results, but it's maybe what's the long-term effects of looking at sort of incubation or administration of these new medicines. And again, it might be looking at, right, what's the consequence of these? So it might change the microglial activity in a different way to what we anticipated further down the line. And again, so it's about understanding those, in essence, changes. And it might be that then we can then offer another medicine on top of the anti-amyloid therapy to then offset some of the negative side effects that we might see further down the line.
What we talk about in the dementia community, particularly that the public might not be aware of, is that there's a lot of likenesses drawn to things like early stages of HIV treatment and things like that, isn't it? That this is kind of how that ended up building up with these different elements.
Yeah, exactly. It's a good comparison to say that actually by chipping away, forming a little bit of the jigsaw, we can get that complete picture. And yes, it is a small change, but these changes actually make a difference in people's lives. So again, it will start to inform research going forward so we can get much better targeted and much more, in essence, better, bigger responses in terms of those effects that we're looking for.
And highlight the massive importance of collaboration between and where organizations, particularly, I know neither of you are in this, but organizations like the Dementia Research Institute are good at this in terms of bringing all different people together, because you want you two to be collaborating and working in the same space so you can share those things and have access to the data and the open science, open access to the data and the patients, and publishing negative results is so important so that we don't keep replicating the same thing. We're coming up to time, and I see my next guests already joined. So Mark and Rich, is there anything else you'd like to add before we wrap up? What's exciting you right now? Is there anything? What can we expect? What's keeping you on your toes?
I think it's a great time to be in the Alzheimer's research field. There's so much new and exciting data coming out, and it seems like we're getting incredibly close to breakthroughs that are actually going to really benefit patients. And we're going to hear from so many more people today. There's still so much good basic research going on in labs like my own and in Mark's that's going to just keep on rolling on. And yeah,
they really are. Thank you very much, Mark.
Yeah, just a quick sign off from me, just to say, I think that the proof's in the pudding, like fundamental research, all that research that's gone into the kind of amyloid story, gone into understanding how these molecules work, actually now makes a difference. It might have been a long time coming, but we're getting there. And that shows that the trajectory now should be to push on from what we've learned and keep going with the kind of basic research, because that informs kind of actual things that are tangible in people living with dementia.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mark Dallas, Dr. Richard Lofthouse, who have joined us from Aberdeen and Reading. Thank you so much for joining us. And if you want details on how to follow Mark and Richard and their work, you'll find those on the guests page of the chatathon.uk website. Thank you. And our next guests are already here. So that piece of paper goes in the bin. I'm gonna turn on the next caption, because coming up over the next half an hour at 1 o'clock, I'm going to give a quick reminder that if you're enjoying watching today, not only are we here to share some of the amazing research taking place, and over the next half an hour, we're going to be talking about data, omics, predicting risk and progression. But we're also here to raise money for brilliant charities: Alzheimer's Society, Alzheimer's Research UK, the Lewy Body Society, and Race Against Dementia all fund research in the UK, and they do an amazing job of it. So please do give what you can at chatathon.uk/donate. No matter how big or small, it'll make a big difference to us and to help keep funding the work of the people you're hearing from today. We're just going to play a quick film from one of our sponsors while I leave the room for a second.
Think about this for a minute. The brain has masterminded everything we've ever known, everything we've ever discovered, ever created, every idea that's ever been, everything we've ever felt, ever seen, ever heard, ever said, or dreamt. So when it comes to Alzheimer's disease getting the better of our brains, well, you can't outsmart the smartest thing in the universe. Which is why the brightest minds behind Alzheimer's Research UK are making incredible breakthroughs. Alzheimer's doesn't stand a chance. We can all use our brains to do something amazing. Simply share this film and spread the hope.
Because he said to introduce ourselves, so we are live.
No, it should be just us, unless he's forgotten to press the button and we're speaking to everyone without. Yeah. And you guys are both based at King's College?
Yes.
Yes, we are different departments, but both at King's and collaborating as well.
Okay.
I'm back. I should have what I should have done was left instructions, somebody to take over from me. But I think, Maren, you did that. Thank you so much. So we're back. It's 1 o'clock, and we're going to be talking over the next half an hour about data, omics, predicting risk and progression. And I'm joined by three brilliant researchers. Why don't you introduce yourselves? Petra, why don't you go first?
Okay, I'll go first. Hi, everybody. Adam, thank you for having us. And for me, it's the second time, so it's really nice to be back. So my name is Petra Proitzi, and I'm Alzheimer's Research UK Senior Fellow, and I'm based at the Department of Basic and Clinical Neuroscience at the IOPPN at King's, so very long.
Thank you. Christina.
Yes, for me it's the first time in the Chatathon. I'm a bit nervous, and I just introduce myself. So my name is Christina Legido-Quiri, and I am the head of systems medicine in a hospital in Denmark, and also in the Institute of Pharmaceutical Science at the King's College London.
Thank you. Maren, am I saying that right?
Yes, that's right. To be honest, I used to be a teacher, so I answer to anything now. My name is Mariam Shoaib. I am a senior research fellow with John Hardy's group at UK DRI, that's Dementia Research Institute. And I've been here for the past 10 or 12 years, I would say. I work with genetic data, and I'd love to discuss that with you soon.
Well, in that case, why don't I stick with you, because a lot of our guests watchers at home will have heard of John Hardy this week, because of course he was on the news yesterday. He's been doing the rounds. Why don't you tell us about your work?
Right. Well, it's appropriate that I'm working from his office today. Then in that case, I've taken over his office today. So I've been working with John in various roles for the past 10 years or so. Most recently, in the past 6 to 7 years, I've been concentrating on using statistics and genomic data to come up with ways of predicting whether someone is likely to get Alzheimer's disease or not when they are older. And this is something that I know you focused a lot on in your chat already, using different ways of predicting whether someone is on the way to getting Alzheimer's disease or not. But I guess the major difference is that your genetics don't essentially change for most part throughout your life. You do have some rare cases where you get new mutations in your genetic material, but mostly it stays the same. And that means pretty much as soon as you're born, in theory, we should be able to have an idea of whether you will go on to develop Alzheimer's disease or not, or any other form of genetic disorder, anything that has a genetic component. And that's essentially what I'm doing, coming up with different algorithms, different predictive models that include genetics as well as other clinical factors, to see what are the possibilities we can come up with in predicting whether someone will have Alzheimer's disease or not. Yeah.
Fascinating. I'm going to come to Petra next, because I think this is all going to come together nicely for my questions.
Yes. So So I've been working on something quite similar, I suppose. So I use genetic data a lot, and we use also, I collaborate actually with Christina, so this is going to bind all very nicely, Adam, in the end. We use also other types of data, biological data, such as metabolomics or lipidomics, so different types of biological modalities. And we try to use all this together, so the genetic data, the other types of biological data, and clinical or lifestyle data to improve prediction, risk prediction, who's going to get Alzheimer's disease, can we predict it early? And also we are interested in identifying whether any of these molecules are the cause or the consequences of Alzheimer's disease. So are they contributing to the risk, or are they a result of Alzheimer's disease? And we do this using big genetic data and big biochemical data and big data sets with other information available.
And does that work both ways as well, in so much as you can also look at those kind of, what do they call them, super agers, and people to see why not only why people do, but why people don't? Is that part of that as well?
Yes. And as Mariam says, when you're born, when you're born, your genetics don't really change. So this is something, having this information later in life is actually helping us to see what are the differences in those people that they have achieved such a successful aging so far.
Fascinating. Christina. Sorry, I caught you on mute, didn't I?
Yes. So how I contribute to this omics research is that I have two scientific hats. So I studied chemistry a long time ago, and then more recently data science. So the chemistry side is producing these omics data, and to do so we have machines, and these machines are called mass spectrometers. And they're very powerful and complex machines. And so what we do with these machines is that we can get a bit of a biofluid, like very small amount of plasma or blood or CSF. And also we can analyze for biopsies, let's say like a small biopsy of a brain that was donated to a biobank. And then by using this technique, what we can detect is thousands of molecules. So these molecules could be fatty molecules, like there are many known, up to 40,000 different fatty molecules, which I think people don't know that. And also, let's say, proteins, which again, there are in the thousands. And then what we try to do by having all of this information is using data science to see how these molecules interact within themselves in the disease. And then through this, we find biology and opportunities to see how drugs can play with this biology.
So we've just, in the last session, we heard from Mark and Rich, who were talking, they very much in the lab kind of interacting with these things. So yours is off to the side of that, or does your research come first? Do you help them kind of find the right people and targets in the first place? So maybe let's ask that question first about I introduced the session as omics. Is omics just genetics then? What is omics for the people watching who don't know what omics is? Mariam, why don't you go? Why don't you take that one?
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to put my teacher hat on. And I remember back in the day when I was a teacher at GCSE level, you would hear about you would know in GCSE biology that you had DNA that transcribed to RNA, and that went on to produce proteins. Every single one of these layers has its own omic. So if you have DNA, you're dealing with genetic data, and they call it genomics. If you're dealing with RNA, you're dealing with transcription data, you're calling that transcriptomics. And then if you go further into protein, you've got proteomics. So basically, omics is just a lazy way of saying, let's study all of that together, or parts of that together, or parts of that separately. That's the teacher way of explaining it.
No, I think that will have helped a lot of people watching, I think, because we do hear that term. So does this omics, I mean, how reliable are you, or how confident are you that we're going to be able to really understand somebody's risk? I mean, what do we talk from the information you have? Petra. Yeah, I'm putting you on the spot. You better all leave your mics off mute.
yeah, you're right. Sorry, it's I'm so used to sort of like
no, I agree, and I just want to bring everybody into the chat. That's all. So how confident are you? I mean, that that this is so. I mean, I'm putting myself in I'm just a person too. I mean, we always hear from some people who don't want to know, some people who do want to know from their genetics as to what their risks are. I guess a lot of this depends on whether there's treatments, and if we know who's most at risk, then we have something we can do for those people. That's got to be a good reason to know this, right? So how close in your research are we to being able to predict?
Well, yeah, that's a sort of has different angles, this question. I think we are no. And please, the other ones can also jump in if I've missed something. But I think we are getting close in predicting some things. For example, knowing the genetics of Alzheimer's disease, for example, we now have genetic scores where we can predict with good accuracy if someone is got higher chances of developing dementia or not. So these are quite accurate. We in my sort of like work, I'm trying to use information based on other biological layers, as I said, or for example, you're using lipids and try to see if you have higher scores, sort of higher genetic levels associated with these lipids, are you more likely to get dementia? So we are on that level, we are not there yet, but I think we are getting to a point where we can pretty much start predicting if somebody is going to get dementia. Now, how is this going to use? I think we're still in the research phase.
It's a whole separate conversation, isn't it, about use of that?
In fact, I had a debate with students debating whether they would want to know the risk of having Alzheimer's disease in the current climate, in the situation, and it's quite a big debate, I think. But I think research-wise, we are getting there. We are closer to predicting disease onsets. If somebody disease risk, and I think we can understand a bit more about progression. I don't know if the others have anything to add.
Yeah, have you got anything to add to that, Mariam?
I would just say that, I mean, there are studies that have looked at just genetics, which is actually a small section of the disease, but genetics by itself was able to predict whether someone will go on to get Alzheimer's disease in about 85% of the cases. So we are actually, quite close to having a very good clinical predictive models using genetics data alone. But then, as you say, that leads on to the question, do I want to know that right now anyway?
What do we do with that information? Yeah. And this session's talking about progression. So this same information you're looking at can not only tell the likelihood of getting it, but then what will happen to you after you get that. Is there anybody, I don't know if, is that something you look at, Christine? It sounds like you're on that.
So are you referring to conversion or?
Well, maybe it's more one for Mariam about disease progression. So, we know that everybody experiences symptoms differently. That we talked to Chris this morning that has mixed dementia, who has changed some of his lifestyles, but has been living with the disease for a number of years now. Whereas we also hear from people who very rapidly progress. Is the information, the research you're doing, able to help with that?
Well, that's certainly the hope. That's what we are aiming for. We know that dementia progresses. Everyone experiences it differently. So there are people who are diagnosed, and within 5 to 7 years, they've completed their course and the disease is over. But some people go on living with dementia for 20 years, and for the first 5 to 7 years are actually relatively, fine. We heard this morning about Barbara Windsor's experience, who was actually able to hide the symptoms for quite a long time, it seems, which means that she wasn't progressing that rapidly from the beginning. So what dictates whether someone goes very quickly or very slowly must be genetics as well as environmental. So environmental is a little bit more difficult to understand because there are so many different factors contributing to it. But at the very least, we could try to identify what are the genetic risk factors that help push someone towards a faster progression as opposed to a slower progression. And we've done that with other disorders. We've done that with Parkinson's disease. We've done that with progressive cerebral palsy. It's just been released that there's a study that's looked at multiple sclerosis, where they've actually identified genetic factors that push you towards faster progression. And in 2 of those, the first 2 disorders that I've mentioned, that's actually led to pharmaceutical companies looking at targets, molecules that they could actually aim for to reduce the speed with which people progress, those who do progress.
And that's, I think, what you're looking at, Chrissy, isn't it? Is replenishing those molecules.
Yes, because we combine genetics with downstream products of the genetics. So since we are also looking at the proteins and lipids, then we can start looking at the ways of modifying the disease. So talking about the metabolic risks that might affect also progression to dementia, as we know, like diabetes is a risk for dementia as well. So all of these environmental factors are going to be seen in the phenotype, in the proteins and the small molecules.
And how do you practically replenish a molecule? Is this taking a tablet? Is this something you can do naturally through a change of lifestyle? Because we said you can't really change your genetics, but how can you change the molecules that are there? Who wants to take that?
You can do both.
You can do both.
Yes. Yeah, you can do both. You can have molecules through nutrition, obviously, like we all know about the omega fatty acids, and how we need for them to enter the brain, and actually they enter the brain attached to bigger lipids. So these are the kind of things that we discovered in our group, and of course the genetics people can comment on how you would also need the drugs as well, right? So
go on, Petra.
I agree with Christina on that. Yes, it's through diet, for example, but also lots of proteins are drug targets as well. So by identifying a protein that may be associated with Alzheimer's disease, then you can see whether this is a target for a drug, and then we can start intervening. So it can be used both preventative as sort of changing your diet, for example, or as an interventional approach.
So at the moment, do you work on kind of big data sets, or are we talking about individual people? Because when we're talking about the lifestyles or potentially replenishing molecules, of course, you can only do that if you're then going to have somebody to work with to go away and work with on this, or do you work with big data sets, or do you do both?
Big data sets of many people. Yeah.
What about you, Mary?
Similarly, I mean, when you're dealing with genetic data, you're dealing with millions and millions of variables that you're looking at, and at the same time, because I mean, for anyone who would do statistic will know that you cannot look at millions and millions of different things in 20 people, in 40 people. It has to be closer to 40,000 people to be able to actually reliably analyze your data. So big data is definitely, I guess, a common theme here.
And so that's where I guess we need more people to come forward and contribute to things like the genome studies and the biobanks and the different trials that are taking place.
Yeah, absolutely.
Are there any that you'd particularly like to get a plug in for? I'm also, we should talk about things like Dementia's Platform UK, which are amazing tools funded by the Medical Research Council, I think is in the UK, that funds that, which is this kind of collaboration of different cohorts of data from different places that puts it all in the hands of researchers, mostly for free, I think, to perform exactly. I think we're going to talk to some people later on today talking about drug repurposing, for example, that use exactly those kind of data sets. So do King's and UCL have their own, have you got your own amazing data sets to do this work on? Not that I'm introducing an element of competition.
We don't share.
I'm sure you do share. We do. Everybody shares. Do you have your own data sets? I mean, so that's a question. How do you get your data to do this work on? Where does it come from?
I can answer part of that, at least from my side. So a lot of the work that we do is heavily dependent on the data that's publicly available. Most of those are academic collaborations that have made it into the public domain. So for example, there's something called the Alzheimer's Disease Neuroimaging Initiative, which is an amazing data set where they look at people who are healthy as well as people who are cognitively impaired and analyze different aspects of their life as well as their brain, their genetics, etc. There are many data sets. For example, the UK Biobank data, which is one of the most powerful one. In fact, if you go to a genetic conference now, you can bet that at least a third of the people will be using the UK Biobank data set to do anything. It's absolutely amazing data set, and we need more fundings for initiatives like that to be spread across Europe and across the world. And I hope one day we can see that in other populations, not just the European population.
And this is something that many people who are watching might be involved in this and not necessarily entirely realize, because when you interact with healthcare, next time you're asked to fill in a questionnaire, it might say, oh, can we just use this little bit of information we've collected for you and contribute towards these cohorts of data, which then feed into these bigger databases that are, they're all there. Conspiracy theorists might not like that idea, but it's there and it's making a real difference, because without you and volunteering this information, we wouldn't have the data to do the research on. What have you found that surprised you so far? There's something kind of, I'm going to make this a two-part question. What have you found anything that surprised you, and have you made any changes to your own lives as a result of your own research? Christina, you go first.
I have found a lot of things that surprise me when I do research. Let's see, like some of the things that surprised me the most, because they were going a bit against the paradigms. When we had a look at the brains from people with Alzheimer's, we actually found that the molecule of cholesterol was decreasing, both in the brain and in the CSF. And like everybody thinks cholesterol is bad for you, but in fact the molecule of cholesterol is doing a lot of roles in the brain, and it needs to be in the right place. So the problem is when it doesn't go where it needs to go. So that was one of the results that surprised me. And then another thing was to do with what I was hearing in one of your interviews this morning at 9, I think, and it's to do with sleep. So we also found that the people with Alzheimer's have molecules in the blood that are increased and are to do with the lack of sleep. So, and that was at the really early stages of Alzheimer's. So I think this is a bit related to maybe changes that I have done in my lifestyle as well, which is making sure that.
Have you just given us all permission to it's okay to have high cholesterol? Did I get the wrong takeaway from that?
No. This is to do with sleep.
No, I joke, of course. But so that's fascinating. I mean, it's great that, I mean, again, it kind of adds to that thing about collaborations and why the DRI and other organizations that work together are so great, because, you know, you take what you learn about cholesterol and then find somebody else who's working on cholesterol somewhere else that is connected, and it's brilliant. What about you, Petra?
I haven't found anything that surprised me so much. I came in with no major expectations, or at some point I realized I should not have major expectations from the data we're getting. What has surprised me a bit, which now it doesn't anymore, is that using these methods we're using, we found a lot of associations, we thought, between some molecules and Alzheimer's were the other way around. For example, we thought that, okay, let's say cholesterol, although it's just an example, is associated with Alzheimer's, maybe it's contributing to the risk. And then we thought, actually, it's not. It's maybe because you've got Alzheimer's disease, you've got higher molecules. So we started sort of disentangling some of these causal associations, and some of them were the opposite to what we expected.
And that's where your data can come in again, right? Because you take data from people at different stages in their lives. So you can look at this, you know, your 41-year-olds and then your 42s and your 43, and you can build up that bigger picture.
Yes, you can do it with different types of data and different types of approaches. And some of this data doesn't even need sort of longitudinal data, some of these approaches, but it's always nice to sort of, triangulate this information, put it together. No,
that's all right. And Mariam, have you changed your life? Have you found something that discovered you? I mean, you're working for the famous John Hardy. Surely you're making new discoveries literally on a daily basis.
Well, I have to say, I came into this field from a background. My PhD is actually in physical chemistry. So everything was absolutely new to me and everything was surprising to me. But over the past few years, I found that so I've actually really enjoyed how things click together. I was like, oh, of course it does. Of course that makes absolute sense. But what really did surprise me was actually looking at progression. We realized that the genetic factors that drive risk in Alzheimer's disease are not the same ones that drive progression at all, which means that you cannot be targeting the same molecules if you want to slow down the disease. And I found that it was one of those, how could I have possibly thought otherwise moments, but also at the same time, oh my God, that's really amazing type of moments.
It makes complete sense, doesn't it? I mean, I can see how you jump to that conclusion that the same things that cause it are the things that affect progression, but to disassociate those two things, I think you're right. When you say it now afterwards, it makes complete sense, but it doesn't at the time. I'm afraid that's all we've got time for. Fascinating as ever. So I'm joined by the wonderful Christina, Petra, Mariam. You'll find details on them and their work and links to their Twitters. I think you all have Twitter, you're all Twitter users, all on the guests page of the website. Thank you ever so much.
Thank you so much, Adam. Thank you.
Please do keep up the amazing work, and I hope we'll get you all onto Dementia Research to do a podcast on this, because it's a fascinating topic that we've barely ever touched on in the podcast. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you so much. Bye,
everyone.
Okay, so we've hit 1:30, so we're 5.5 hours into our 12.5-hour live stream, only half an hour away from the halfway mark, and coming up between 1:30 and 2 p.m. we've got a session which has been given the title Doing Clever Things with MRI, which I think is a bit of a broad title, because I gave it that title probably before reading everybody's bios and realizing they do far more than just do stuff with MRI. They do all kinds of clever things with lots of stuff. Just a reminder before we move into this next session, all of our brilliant guests are here. We've got Ricardo Manca, Jodie Watt, and Dr. Claire Lancaster. I should call you all Doctor goes before all of those things. Who have come from, you're all from the UK this time around. So we're going to move on to this session now. Just a reminder to everybody that not only are we sharing information about research today, but we are also hoping that you'll very generously give whatever you can to our amazing 4 charities who we're here to support. We have the Lewy Body Society, Race Against Dementia, Alzheimer's Research UK, and Alzheimer's Society. Of course, there are many more that we could support, and we have lists of those on the website as well. If you go to chatathon.uk/donate, or go to the chatathon.uk website, you'll find a link there on how to donate. And please do continue to give what you can. Our funding target this year was probably a bit ambitious, but honestly, everything you give will be equally divided amongst those charities, and it'll make a difference. So before we just move on to this next session, I'm going to play a quick film from who we're going to go to this time. I think this time around we're going to go to one about the world, about football, because it's the World Cup. So we've got a video about the World Cup and Alzheimer's Society.
What time should we leave tomorrow?
I think about 8. What do you reckon?
Yeah, that sounds about right. What time should we leave tomorrow?
I told you, 8.
What time should we leave tomorrow?
We're leaving at 8, Jane.
What time should we leave tomorrow?
I think we should leave at 8.
And we're back. What I fully just realized, of course, is that none of our guests get to see those films. So you all just sit there going, oh, is there a film playing? There should be a film playing. Ricardo, Jodie, Claire, hi, thank you very much for joining us.
Hiya.
Hello.
We'll do some introductions first. I'm going to go to Jodie first. Jodie, why don't you introduce yourself?
Sure, yeah. So my name is Jodie. I'm a postdoc at the moment at the University of Glasgow. I work alongside Terry Quinn, who I believe is in your next session.
Is he? Yeah. Oh, you're
I
right.
think so. Yeah.
He is. He's coming up next.
Yeah. So my background's in neuroscience and psychology. And then I did my PhD in looking at brain blood flow and metabolism in healthy individuals so we could understand a bit more about people with dementia and related conditions. And currently I work on a metric called the Brain Health Index. So what that involves is essentially combining different types of MRI in the brain. So what we often do is we will look at one type of MRI that does one thing, but we know, for example, that there's structural change in dementia, but there's also vascular change and there might be hints of small vessel disease. So we have these scans that can allow for us to look at all those things. So why don't we combine those scans and bring a single metric out of it, which is what the Brain Health Index is. So in short, that's what I work on just now.
I'm going to come back to you to give a fuller description of that. Ricardo.
Hello, everybody. I am a research fellow. I am based at the Department of Life Sciences at Brunel University, London. As well, my background is mainly in psychology and neuroscience. I've done my PhD in Sheffield, and I work with MRI, but not only, exactly. So I'm interested in dementia, in aging, and I look at different topics more related to the so-called neuropsychiatric symptoms. but also I like to investigate a lot of different topics, more biological, but also social. So I guess I will have time to talk about in details probably later on about those.
Thanks, Ricardo. Claire, did you join us last time? I can't remember.
I don't think I did actually.
No?
I don't know why, but I didn't. Busy. So yeah, I'm a research fellow, an Alzheimer's Society research fellow at the University of Sussex. I'm also a psychologist by background. I'm most interested in kind of cognition and how we can kind of develop tasks which help us identify and understand people who are at risk of Alzheimer's quite early in the lifespan. And so a lot of my work is around like ApoE, E4 carriers, and also some kind of digital health work, but I use MRI now as well.
In that case, I'm going to stick with you because, of course, for anybody who's watching, I don't know if you all managed to tune into the last session. We've just been talking about omics and talking about how there's a good chance that we can probably predict this using genetics and the whole omics spread much earlier on than we do now. And you're mentioning ApoE there. So Claire, why don't you tell us more about your work, and also if you could add into that what ApoE, what's this all about with ApoE?
Yeah, so ApoE is a really interesting gene. So we all carry 2 copies of the ApoE gene, and there's 3 different variants. So the E2, the E3, and the E4. The E4 variant is the one that's associated with a higher risk of Alzheimer's. And if you carry kind of 2 copies, you can be up to kind of 9 times more likely to develop Alzheimer's than somebody who carries the population norm. So it's super kind of well linked to Alzheimer's. It's also really prevalent. So about 15 to 20% of people carry an E4 version. So I'm super interested in it because you can see cognitive differences and also structural brain differences, functional brain differences, all the way from early adulthood. And if you can kind of see these differences going on kind of right in the kind of start of the lifespan, surely there must be kind of ways to try and kind of mitigate the impact of this gene from kind of early on.
So you've exclusively worked with people that have ApoE4?
Mm-hmm.
And then is that with individuals, with people? You're not, so the group that were with us before has really worked with data and data sets. Are you working with individual people?
Yeah, so I work with healthy people mainly, so young and middle-aged, and I recruit kind of a large kind of group of people and then kind of split them into the different ApoE groups. So it's not just E4 carriers, we also have like an E3 control group. I look at the E2 carriers as well, but not so much.
And so what do you do with these? Is this something that, so we're talking about a group of people that have the ApoE gene that we know makes them the at-risk group, and then you do MRIs on them and give them lots of tests, and how long do you follow them for as well, and at what age do you kind of find those people?
So at the moment, well, like I guess since I started my PhD, I've mainly been working with people aged 45 to 65 as like my key age group, because that's when a lot of different kind of risk factors start to come online for Alzheimer's, more kind of health related. I don't really do kind of longitudinal follow-up. My current study is kind of longitudinal in nature, I guess, because I'm kind of following people for 8 weeks, but that's something a bit different, which I can chat about if interesting.
No. So that's it. So what's the kind of the aim, if you like? What's the question that you're trying to answer through that group?
So my current project, which is the one I'm looking at with the MRI, so we've noticed that people in the prodromal stages of Alzheimer's disease show patterns of increased brain activity, which we proxy using fMRI. And animal research has shown that these kind of patterns of increased brain activity might actually play a causal role in kind of driving the spread of amyloid and the propagation of tau. So it's kind of a really interesting biomarker. And then kind of what I kind of spotted and other people did too, is that E4 carriers show similar patterns of increased brain activity in the same regions and networks all the way from early adulthood.
I see. So what you might discover is that there are certain tests or changes that you can find you can apply to people earlier on.
Yeah. So we're trying to kind of understand what the cognitive consequences of these kind of increased patterns of brain activity are. And also whether we can turn down kind of aberrant brain activity using an anti-epileptic in very low doses. And then kind of seeing what the change in kind of brain activity would be following that manipulation.
Oh, so have you done that? Have you tried that yet? You've given people so you found certain people increased brain activity, you give them the anti-epileptic, and then look at them again afterwards. And then I'm guessing though that that's a hypothesis. I mean, you don't know that reducing that brain activity is going to delay onset or change the direction of the disease.
Yeah, it's very much a hypothesis at the moment. We're just over halfway through the study I'm running at the moment. Hopefully it should be done by kind of March, April, so we should have exciting results then.
Cool.
But yeah, it's just a hypothesis at the moment, but fingers crossed.
But again, a great example that we're going to talk about later today is that we've talked this before about teaching old drugs new tricks, is that there might be some benefit to be had from just repurposing what we have. Jodie, tell us more about your work.
Sure, yeah. So as I sort of briefly mentioned, we know that there are like different aspects of the health of the brain that are affected earlier on in dementia. So particularly we know structure is affected, and we know that our vessels can be affected. So we have a variety of different types of MRI scan that all measure slightly different elements, I guess, within the field of sort of structural MRI that all give us sort of important information. But often when you decide what sort of scans you're going to do, you might pick one or the other. And we have sort of up to 4 different scans that we can use in combination. So what we do is we kind of register them all to a sort of a generic brain so that they're all sat on top of one another, essentially. And then, so on this, we're matching up voxels, which is like if you think of a pixel on an image, and if you had 4 images that were different colors, but you wanted to stack them so the pixels met up with each other, that's kind of what we're doing, but with a voxel which is in 3 dimensions. So then we do a fair bit of complicated maths, but we essentially give each of these pixels a score between 0 and 1 of how healthy they are, and then we average that across the number of scans that we have, and it creates like a mask of the health of the brain, and then we average that mask and we get effectively a percentage score of how healthy the brain is.
And again, I guess the same question I asked Claire, are you working with like random scans that you've managed to get from the hospital, or are you working with individuals who come and get these different types of scans?
Sure, so there's 3 arms to the study. So the first arm was done with UK Biobank. So this technique originated from someone called David Dickey, and I sort of inherited the project from him. So what we did in Biobank was we were essentially trying to find normative values for this metric across sort of an older age range. And then within EPAD, so the European Prevention of Alzheimer's Disease Consortium, they have really good longitudinal data. So what I'm working through at the moment is sort of looking to see how it varies alongside different cognitive scores and over time, over repeat visits. And then there's also the arm which works with the Safe Haven, which is the NHS. It's essentially repurposing NHS scans, so we can then do similar to what we've done in EPAD, but see how it works in the field, because obviously, well, it might not be obvious, in research contexts, we have people who are very, very specialised at MRI who can focus and ensure that a scan is sort of perfectly acquired. So the data is often a lot nicer, whereas in the NHS, we have a lot of people, a lot of throughput, and a lot of people who have to focus on different types of scanning and stuff. And they might have also been scanned for an unrelated reason. So that's a really complicated data set to do it in. So that's kind of the really exciting.
See what I mean? So what do you ultimately, so this brain health index that this informs, or I'm just trying to think that, does this allow, how will that practically come into, I mean, is this something that we can practically then put to use?
So it's a really good question, because essentially it's an interesting possible prognostic marker, but then we hit on this question, which I think overarches all of this, the question of, if you could know, would you want to know? And that's the crux of what we face. But from a research perspective, it will enable us to sort of see how other sort of more commonly known risk factors might be playing into it. So, for example, what we're looking at in Biobank is being a diagnosis of type 2 diabetes and hypertension, particularly within our brain healthy individuals. And then also things like BMI, pulse pressure, all those sort of surrogates almost for the concept, well, often surrogates for the concept of obesity and related health conditions, and seeing how they relate to the brain health index. And then, yeah.
It's fascinating. Thank you. Thanks, Jodie. I've got more questions about MRIs and things, which I'm going to come back to, and I think you're going to be really good at answering. Ricardo, though, sorry for keeping you waiting. Tell us all about your work, because you've been very patient.
Oh, no, it's okay. Thank you. Well, at the moment, I'm not working a lot on MRI, because I'm working on the project that has been funded by the American Alzheimer's Association. And it's actually a project to investigate cognitive and also brain aging at some point in an understudied population that is basically older people that are from sexual minorities, so non-heterosexual people, that actually have been quite neglected in this type of field. I guess there is a lot of literature about mental health problems in LGBT people, but older people haven't really been investigated much. So luckily, I've got the funding for this project that I thought about 3 years ago. Then there has been the pandemic, and finally I'm starting now to work on it. And of course, it's a complex project, and I will start first with large databases, a bit like Jodie, of data that have already been collected. And at the moment, I'm more looking into cognitive, let's say, comparing different cognitive tests using the English longitudinal study of aging database. So it's a UK-based database to compare these two populations, to have a look for the first time also whether discrimination is actually playing a role in potentially causing, let's say, cognitive decline in these people, even though I'm looking at healthy people. So I've excluded people with dementia or other neurodegenerative conditions. And this would be the first stage, and it would be the first time that I actually, in a study, we will test an hypothesis that had been proposed before but never been tested. The fact that indeed discrimination might play a role not only in causing mental health issues, but also potentially causing cognitive decline in older people. And as a second stage, I will also look at brain imaging using the UK Biobank as well. I guess it's this very large database in which we have a lot of clinical data, brain imaging data. And of course, what I would like to do is always to compare these two populations, but also trying to see whether different risk factors that have already been kind of to some extent tested in this population might indeed explain whether older people might experience, greater cognitive and brain decline. And this hopefully will take me to the last stage of my project, that will be actually recruiting a more targeted sample. Because I guess the drawback of using these large databases is that most of the time they don't include the variables that you want to actually test. So a lot of social variables like personal histories of people, whether they've been discriminated, whether they've had stressful experiences in their life, that are all of the type of risk factors that have been proposed for this population usually are not present in these databases. So finally, I will collect for the first time all of these variables to see whether
Do you know what, that's just what I've written down is when we talk about discrimination, these areas, I guess one of the problems with these big databases that have this wealth of longitudinal data is so many of the factors that you're wanting to look at just there won't be the information there, right? And so that discrimination that's sat there for so long, or just that, I guess all these factors is people just necessarily didn't think that was relevant at the time, or there were issues as to why they didn't ask those questions, so that's why they're not in the data sets. I mean, even the study that I'm in now, which has been going on for quite a few years, doesn't ask questions that I kind of think it should ask, because nobody thought to ask them at the time. But now it's only the last, because this is such a rapidly changing field of discovery that that's the problem with some of this longitudinal data. So how hard is it to get I'm guessing you're having to start from scratch on some of this, because it's just not there, right?
No, exactly. And to be fair, I've already published a couple of studies on this topic, but sometimes in databases, we don't even have information about sexual orientation. So we have to come up with some strategies to actually try and kind of identify these people. And a strategy that has been used by also other researchers is just looking at people that are in a relationship and comparing the gender or the sex of the participant of the study and of the partner, to actually compare people in same-sex and opposite-sex relationships. It could be a bias, because this population, we find reliably that older LGBT people, usually they're more likely to be single, so not to be in a relationship. So we're missing out a lot of these people. Yeah, there are only a handful of studies that really looked into this issue. 3 years ago, when I had the first thought about this study, there were only 2. Now there are a dozen 3 years down the line. But I guess in general, they always approach this topic from a more of a social science point of view. I don't think, we haven't really kind of got into the details of looking at what happens in the brain and in cognition of these people. Also because in some of these databases, there aren't even many cognitive data to analyze. So I guess there are several limitations. So we need to actually recruit new people to test our hypothesis.
That isn't to say that these big databases that do exist are perfect either, does it? Because we know that they historically haven't necessarily made the right inroads to attract certain people from certain ethnicities or different groups, that they're not necessarily the best data sets in the first place. But I'd say it's only, I don't know if you would agree, it's only in my attendance at conferences the last couple of years that people are being called out when they present their results on the fact that there weren't any people, no Black people in these studies, or there were no Latinos in the studies, that certain populations of people were entirely missing from these trials. Yet we know that there are so many of those people where dementia is more prevalent for a whole range of reasons. So good work. So we're going to come back. We only got 5 minutes left, and we feel we've only just started. So my first question was about MRI. So you all use MRI scans, and so MRIs are just old, aren't they? Right? I mean, it's old hat now. Why do we still use MRI in this old tech? And we moved on. It's all about PETs now, and in about 2 sessions time, we're going to have somebody who's talking about MEG images and PET images. And does MRI still have a place?
Absolutely, yeah, of course it does.
You're going to argue that because have you got one of these fancy, because aren't they scored by how many Teslas they've got? How many Teslas are in your MRI?
Well, so I'm not actively acquiring just now, but standardly in the NHS, you'll have like 1.5 and 3 sometimes. I've worked on 7, and when I worked with animals, I've worked on 9.4. So they vary. 7 is kind of generally research only for the most part.
Why animals work on a big one? Is that because you can't put a human in a 9 Tesla, 7 Tesla?
No.
Or is it just that we treat animals better than we do people?
So it's essentially, the more Tesla you get, the more expensive it is, and the more difficult it is to find a place to put it, essentially. But there's my physics maths will go out the window here, but there's an 11 point something. I want to say 11.6, but I'm probably very wrong. Sorry.
And the more Teslas you add, the more resolution you get.
Essentially, yeah. But there's an 11 point something going to Nottingham, I'm pretty sure.
So
fairly soon.
For people who are watching who don't know the difference? Is this a bit like your cameras? You know, the first digital cameras had 2 megapixels, and now you can get a smartphone that's got 30.
Yeah, so just, yeah, like essentially take it back to the picture analogy that I had before. Yeah, you're gonna see your structure better as well. When I worked in metabolism, I could only see certain like aspects of metabolism at higher field strengths because, again, your resolution is better. So that's really the draw.
And can you, does resolution make a difference to all of you? I mean, would you all want the best possible resolution? Would it make a significant difference? Is this the tech on the MRIs you're using a genuine barrier? Claire, you nodded, I think.
I mean, maybe if we could get slightly higher resolution. So I acquire images on a 3T scanner at the moment, and so I could do with slightly better resolution, just so I could get really into the kind of like smaller brain areas. But I could also do that if I just use different sequences, but then I wouldn't be able to get the whole brain. I'd only be kind of like zooming in. So
you can also get better resolution from zeroing in on a particular bit and doing it for longer.
I'm not a physicist, but just like tweaking your sequences.
Jodie understands this. I can tell. Jodie is.
Oh, I'm not a physicist either, but essentially, and without getting into the physics, essentially, yes. You want to acquire for longer. You want to acquire more slices of your image or things like that to try and get that resolution.
For anybody who's watching who's kind of interested in participating in a trial or is invited to have an MRI, I mean, I know that they're a bit scary, right? Because everything's super close and it's very noisy. But it just goes to show that even by having the scans done, you can contribute significantly to ongoing work now, both, you know, whether you carry the ApoE gene or whether even research that I guess people who had this, who, you know, looking at sexual minorities wouldn't necessarily think of, that MRIs could make a difference to that.
I think just on that point, I think it's probably sort of fairly important to say that you mentioned if MRI is old hat and things like that, and I know we're running out of time, but I just want to make the point that like MRI is the closest thing that we have to doing sort of dissection while somebody is still alive and with a technique that doesn't harm them. And the amount of information that we can get from that is monumental in various different ways, not just with what we're doing, but for various diseases and stuff. As a technique, it's saved like so many lives by the doors that it has opened. And the amount of information that you're giving a scientist if you're participating in an MRI scan for one of these sort of like trials or research activities or stuff like that is just huge. So it's definitely not done and out the door sort of thing.
Absolutely. Ricardo, just before we finish, is your trial recruiting right now? Are you looking for people? Is there anybody who's watching at home that's kind of not necessarily thought of themselves as somebody that would come forward in research? Is there a way that people can get involved?
I'm not recruiting yet, but I will at some point. So keep an eye on. But on the Brunel website, my study is advertised, so it can be seen. So definitely, it will be probably starting in kind of a year time. I guess in the first year, we will have to do all of the first retrospective studies.
Yeah.
But yeah, just very quickly, I just wanted to say that yes, we need MRI, even though we don't use 7 Tesla. What is important is the analysis that we do with the images and basically the questions that we want to answer with those images. That I guess is, is still relevant to me. Yeah.
So all scanning techniques still entirely necessary. And Claire, I'm guessing your recruitment's finished now.
Possibly. So
you might need your next cohort.
Yeah, I've recruited 300 people so far.
Wow, well done.
Yeah, and I'm just sending off the latest batch for genetic analysis, but you never know how many of the E4s you're going to get in your sample. But I'm always looking for more volunteers. So yeah,
that's the issue. So particularly if you know you have E4, then by all means you'll find details on Ricardo, Jodie, and Claire and their Twitter feeds, and I'm sure they'll be tweeting when they're recruiting, because that's a big way to recruit on their webpage. So thank you very much. And to Alzheimer's Society that certainly fund your work. That's right, isn't it, Claire? And Alzheimer's Association with Ricardo. Jodie, how's your work funded? Do you get some charity money?
The Chief Scientist Office in Scotland.
Scotland. Well, I'm sure you should definitely be applying to the next round of grants for the charities. Thank you very much, Ricardo Manca, Jodie Watt, Claire Lancaster, for joining us today. Thank you all.
Thank you.
So, 2 minutes late into my next session, but we progress, we move on. It's so quick, isn't it? I'm really sorry. I know so many people will be watching going, oh, we so quickly move from one topic to the next. It's so much to take in, but don't worry, everything's being recorded. And so as soon as we get a chance to tidy up the recordings, what we will do is break everything we've done today down into half-hour sessions, give them their titles, and post them into YouTube as kind of bite-sized half-hour films. So if there's anything that's particularly interested you today, do go and have a look on the YouTube channel next week. Also, just a general reminder that you can post questions. This isn't just me and my questions, and our next guests are very interesting people who would be delighted to answer your questions. And we're moving away from technology and biomarkers to very practical things now, because this next session has been given the title, The Essentials, Lighting, Drinking and Good Care. And this is for the next 30 minutes. But before we do that, just a reminder, please donate what you can. We've fixed our donations page. It works now. Donations are coming in. If you go to chatathon.uk/donate or go to the Chatathon website, there's a link at the top of the page there. It's the Charities Trust website. I know it's not especially nice to navigate like Just Giving is, but what it does allow you to do is to divide out the money across multiple charities rather than just one, which is what we're doing today. So we have Race Against Dementia, the Lewy Body Society, Alzheimer's Research UK and Alzheimer's Society. Race Against Dementia do brilliant work in funding research fellows that have this. This is a charity started by Sir Jackie Stewart that tries to learn from Formula One and take those rapid applications of technologies and really invest in people and strongly invest in people like we do athletes and other people that in these researchers, not just to fund their work, but also in those individuals to give them the best skills, training and preparation they need to do their work. So they're a really amazing, clever, innovative charity that have lots of brilliant ideas, and 25% of everything you donate today will go to Race Against Dementia. And I'll talk more about the other charities afterwards, but I'm not going to keep my guests waiting. I'm joined this session for the Essentials Lighting Good Care. I'm going to turn on my graphic. I've got graphics, not that you guys can see them, but I'm going to turn it on. There we go. I'm joined by the brilliant Elise Parkinson, who's joining me as a PhD student at the University of East Anglia. Dr. Terry Quinn, who if you joined us on the Chatathon 2 years ago, you'll know the same thing. Also, I want to say winner of the runner-up of the Know It Alls Challenge from last year, who is a reader and consultant in old age medicine at the University of Glasgow and is a jobbing clinician in Glasgow as well, and Kate Turley, who's a computer scientist and PhD student in digital health for dementia at Ulster University. Hi, Kate.
Hello, how are you?
Kate, I'm not that I want to put you on the spot, but is this your kind of first academic type thing where you're talking about your work? Because I know, have you just started your PhD?
I have just started, yeah. I've done a few conferences, but they were sort of in the same format. They were supposed to be in the USA actually, but they were just virtual over Zoom. So I have had some experience, but not as a sort of panel discussion. This is my first one.
Well, I hope it's fun. I'll try to make it easy.
Not too scary.
If my camera suddenly goes off, do just keep talking. It's because I'm probably eating a sandwich. I'm going to come to you first, Kate. Actually, let's stick with you. Why don't you? I've given you an introduction, so I'm going to ask you to tell us all about your work.
Yeah, no problem at all. So I'm working in a light and design company at the moment in Belfast, and then that sort of stemmed into that part-time PhD that I'm working on as well. But we're working on designing a lighting and sensing solution that's designed to support the circadian rhythm of individuals with dementia in order to then improve their well-being. So the reason that we use light for this is because light is the primary exciter or sort of stimulant for exciting the circadian rhythm. And the circadian rhythm, it's also known as sort of your body clock, your 24-hour body clock, which controls processes such as your rest activity patterns, your hormone balance, so whether you're feeling lethargic or more alert, your mood as well, and then your sleep-wake cycles. So for people with dementia in particular, their circadian rhythms are more out of sync, and this is actually heightened further if they experience common symptoms such as evening agitation or sundowning. So if we bring sort of circadian lighting that's designed to sort of support your circadian rhythm and improve your well-being into indoor environments for people with dementia, the sort of overall objective is to be able to improve their well-being through the use of this lighting. So essentially, by bringing this lighting into the indoors, we sort of have a secondary objective to monitor what that response to the lighting is. And there's two main reasons for this. So the first one is that every individual's response to lighting is different because every individual's circadian rhythm is slightly different. And this depends on demographic factors such as your age, your gender, your chronotype or previous lighting exposures, and also for dementia, your dementia type. So it differs if you have Alzheimer's, frontotemporal, vascular, for example, and then also with your state of progression of dementia. So whether you're at a mild, moderate, or severe stage. And this is what we don't fully understand at the moment. You know, we know that circadian lighting, which is essentially like daylight as well. So it mimics the sort of daylight cycle and changes in color and intensity throughout the day. We know that this sort of lighting is good for supporting your circadian rhythm and therefore your well-being, but we don't understand, you know, how this response differs depending on factors such as your demographic profile, for instance, and then how your activity and your well-being through this will then change. So this is sort of why we need that sensing solution in order to get the feedback and understand the health metrics to better the lighting on an individual basis. And secondly, then, if we have this sensing solution, we can also make these metrics accessible. So, for example, depending on where you are with your dementia diagnosis, for example, if you're in your own living environment or if you're in a care facility, if an informal or a formal caregiver has access to these metrics, they can see, for example, your location, your sleep wake, and your sleep quality for the night before, for example, which will then help them when supporting you and delivering their care as well. So that's sort of the whole objective of how we're bringing the circadian lighting in and how that will then in turn give us information on your well-being.
That's fascinating. And it kind of highlights something that I think so many people, and I think that's why this session is so great, that people overlook. I mean, you know, when you think about lighting, I mean, I think people are just thinking about, oh, you know, is it bright enough that you don't fall over? Can I still read, or can I even afford to turn the lights on right now, which is obviously an issue as well. So I guess I mean I'd read a lot more about, particularly this time of year when we start to talk about seasonal affective disorder and the different frequency of lights. So how practically do you apply this? Is this a case of asking people to sit in front of a light for 20 minutes a day like they do with the seasonal issue, or is this actually changing the lights in the building that can then contribute without, you know, to do it more subliminally than deliberately saying you're receiving light therapy?
Yeah, absolutely. The intention is for this to be completely ambient and environmental. So it's not just for, you know, sort of 20-minute stint, which I'm sure, you know, there are studies that can still improve your well-being over certain small periods of time, or your alertness, for example, depending on, as you said, the frequency of light. So for example, for the visual purposes you mentioned before, there's more of a response to sort of yellowy wavelength colors. Whereas for your circadian rhythm, it's more of a blue wavelength light it's the melanopsin protein, which is the light sensitive protein in your eye that responds more to a blue wavelength. And so you get a larger response to your circadian rhythm with that type of lighting. So over time, you know, as we can see that the SAD disorder, you know, that's mainly in winter when there's less daylight available. So you can see that this is sort of an annual thing. It's not just a day-by-day basis. You know, your impact of lighting affects you every single day. So for this study, we're sort of initially piloting it for a 16-week period. And this will be in every room that an individual of dementia or an individual with dementia will frequent. So whether that be their bedroom, their common areas, it will be everywhere. And then at the end of the study, sort of see how that combined total lighting effect has implemented their well-being compared to the initial, what would have been the static lighting in place at the beginning of the study.
That's great, isn't it? I mean, if we learn that this can make a genuine difference to inform sleep patterns, which we know that there's this increasing body of evidence about the importance of sleep, which we talked about at the start of the day. I mean, it'll, because you can't help but think, I slightly groan, don't I, that how many people watching have had an elderly relative or their mum or dad, and the first thing that they've done when they've had a fall is to take the lampshades off and put big, bright, fluorescent lights into rooms to make them brighter without any consideration about whether it's the right kind of light or the impact that can have in sleep. If we learn from this that by fundamentally changing the lighting around the house, I think because there's so much work going on into reducing agitation, to people not wanting to, changing sleep habits can cause such massive disruption and have that problem. We're going to talk about lost moments and time later today as well. If that can be fixed through lighting, wouldn't that be amazing that we can put this as some guidance? I mean, whether we take it up or not, but
absolutely. I think what's important about what you just said there as well is that, changing to those bright fluorescent lights again, that's sort of you're targeting what you can visually see. You're targeting your conscious decisions there. It's okay, I need this and I need that, but you don't think about targeting your subconscious and what actually controls the circadian rhythms. That's not something that's obvious that you would need to think about.
I feel like when this is playing back on YouTube, this is right now when you're watching is when an advert for Philips Hue bulbs is about to appear on the screen in this targeted kind of subliminal way that we didn't ask for. Thank you, Kate. I'm going to come back to you because I'm going to go to Elise now, because equally as practical, we know that not only can people's sleep disruption be affected, but also their lack of drinking can have a dire consequences, and that's what your work's all about.
It is, yes. So thank you for having me. So Kate just mentioned there about
did Kate just grab a water bottle then, because we deliberately
it's nice to have the subliminal message.
I do. Do you know, every time I see you I'm paranoid that I'm not drinking enough.
I'm not. You can't help, when you work in it every day, you can't help but watch those things then. But yeah, there's the mirroring, and it works. And in with people living with dementia, just some mirroring, it works to kind of pick up a drink. It's that social experience of drinking. So yeah, I think Kate mentioned there about kind of the things that we don't necessarily think of. So as we age, we lose the thirst sensation. It's not as effective. So, and then kind of put yourself in the shoes of someone who maybe forgets to drink, maybe doesn't recognise a drink. Chris gave a fantastic insight to this this morning about taking the cupboard doors, the doors of the kitchen cupboards, so he could make a coffee easier, so he could see. So, and then he's not forgetting what he was then doing in that moment. It's all of these things which are affected when someone has cognitive impairment. And so it's not as easy as to think, I'm thirsty, I'm going to go make myself a drink. So it's kind of thinking of that wider picture of what's going on and how we can support someone best.
So we talked before about strategy. So, tell us, I mean, for people who aren't persuaded, what happens when people living with dementia don't drink enough? I wasn't going to say water. I don't mean just don't drink enough. What are the consequences of
so if we take
not
a step
hydrating?
back, our systematic review has just, we estimated from a systematic review that about a third of older people, so people over the age of 65, are dehydrated. That's in the general global population of the included studies that we had within a systematic review. So if you're looking at that as a basis, a third of 1 in 3 older people are dehydrated. That's really quite high. Yeah? Then factor in mobility problems, strength, grip, being able to reach a drink, being able to factor in, does anyone know actually how much we're supposed to be drinking? You mentioned water there. Does that equate to our 6 to 8 cups? Is it 6 to 8 cups? How much are we supposed to be drinking? Then factor in the cognitive impairment, like the things I've just mentioned, swallowing difficulties, communication difficulties. So people living with dementia are at higher risk of becoming dehydrated because they're not drinking enough. The associations with dehydration. So low intake dehydration is which I'm talking about from not drinking enough, are things like falls, UTIs, infections, pneumonia, cancer, renal impairment, diabetes, cognitive impairment, hospitalisation, and if people are admitted dehydrated to hospital, which can be quite common, they are more at risk of dying in hospital. So the consequences of dehydration are so vast and so prevalent and severe that it really should be at the forefront of our thinking with any older person, but particularly if someone has more risk factors. It really is about supporting someone to drink and making drinking fun. What we find is that people take more of a reactive approach to drinking. So it's kind of when it becomes difficult, how do we now get someone to take some fluids? Like, how can we get someone to take 30 mils or 50 mils? And there's this focus on kind of quite
so focus in on the volume, like how much is there?
Just like this quite clinical situation of drinking, whereas let's have a proactive approach when we approach kind of middle age, later life, thinking about women should be drinking 1.6 litres of drinks, men should be drinking 2 litres of drinks plus 20% from our foods. We don't know that as a society. That information isn't well known. So it's knowing that, knowing what is in this cup, how much is in there, which is going to go towards my fluids, and having this proactive approach to drinking.
So your research then looks across the board at that. So not only kind of exploring the consequence of not drinking, but then also about, I'm guessing, about how you practically have strategies that encourage people to drink sufficient amounts, whether
Absolutely.
They're at home or in a care home or in a hospital, maybe as an inpatient.
Yeah, so I haven't focused, originally I was going to focus on hospital settings. We are doing a systematic review for hospital settings. It's just quite a different population, so we have separated those out. But you're right, so clinical signs and symptoms, like your typical clinical signs and symptoms of dehydration, urine colour, skin turgor, sunken eyes, pinching the skin, do not work in older people. It's a real misconception that works for people. It doesn't work for older people. Great in other populations, maybe not for older people. So the easiest way to improve dehydration, prevent dehydration, is drinking, which is why I focus on both of them. So in older people, we need to get people to be drinking to prevent dehydration, to prevent the serious ill health that comes with that.
And I'm going to come to you in a second, Terry. One last question. So for anybody who's watching, I guess, who is a carer and they a common, I've been visiting the Facebook dementia groups this last week, because this is where we're hoping that, people living with dementia carers and affected by it would come and watch today. What advice would you give to somebody? Because a common thing that comes up there is, oh, my mum stopped eating, or my mum stopped drinking. How do I get them to drink? And there's lots of comments from people, but tell me, as the researcher, what advice would you give to those people?
I think it's always a multi-pronged approach. Offer a variety of drinks. I think this came up earlier about taste changes in dementia as the disease progresses. So there tends to be more of a preference for sweeter things. Offer things that maybe someone didn't like before, which they may like now. So offering a variety of drinks, making it a sociable experience. So COVID really impacted that when people weren't allowed to drink together. To make it sociable.
You mentioned before as well, drinking in front of the person, just like you having a drink.
Yeah. Making it fun, make it part of an activity. Iceland using foods to it. So during the heat waves this year, there was some great initiatives like mocktail bars and afternoon teas and things that make it a really fun experience. As well as all the other things, just keep trying. Just keep trying. Leave drinks, if someone is able to drink themselves, leave drinks within reach. Maybe don't fill a cup too much. You can get some great different drinking vessels, so beakers, or using a straw. What works for that individual? There's lots out there now.
Going into those social settings. That's brilliant advice, Elise. And Terry, Because what I love about, I mean, I've met Terry before several times, and Terry does amazing work, both clinically, but then I'm always amazed you have time for all these extra things you do as well, whether that's on brain health or in the research network or with Cochrane. And I know Cochrane, you're amazing at taking the things that Kate and Elise are doing and then helping spread that, right? I mean, turning that into real stuff. Tell us about your work, and I'm particularly interested. Well, you do so much. Tell us all about it. All of it.
The whole thing.
Tell us everything in one go.
So on my CV, it says, Terry has a broad research portfolio, but what that actually means is I can't focus on one thing. I just jump from topic to topic. But what I'm interested in are the things that affect older people. So I'm interested in dementia, I'm interested in brain health, I'm interested in delirium, and I'm interested in frailty, and I'm interested in stroke. But I thought rather than talk about the research that I do, I wanted to talk about the work that I do around bringing together other people's research. So Adam, you mentioned Cochrane. I'm involved with a number of bodies that take the really great research that's out there around dementia and try and bring it together and make sense of it as a whole. And there are lots of different techniques that we've developed doing that. And we can do that to produce reviews on topics. Elise mentioned that she'd been working on reviews looking at water and hydration. And we can take that one step further again. And increasingly recently, I've been doing a lot of work with guideline producers. So working with NICE and with SIGN to take that great dementia research that we're producing in the UK that charities are funding and moving it from the pages of a journal into something that's in a guideline. And once it's in a guideline, that's when it starts making a change on how we practice clinically.
And Cochrane's worldwide, right? I mean, this isn't just a UK thing. This is in Australia. It's elsewhere in the world. So research that happens here can inform globally.
Yeah. I have some sad news for you. Unfortunately, Cochrane dementia isn't going to continue past 2023, but evidence synthesis is going to continue. So the Cochrane model is going to change a little bit, but we will still absolutely be taking research, taking evidence, pulling it together, and then creating summaries for researchers, but also creating summaries for people in government and creating summaries for people that are living with conditions as well.
And there are other, I mean, I should put a plug in for things like, because I recently was on the group for the continence themed working group for NIHR evidence.
Yeah.
I think they're a little bit specific because they kind of look at the NIHR funded research, don't they, specifically, rather than something that might have been funded elsewhere. But equally, it's bringing together these. So Cochrane scan the horizon, find the relevant evidence, and then bring that into one place. And that's who is that guidance then aimed at? Is this your man, woman on the street? Is this for healthcare professionals or for who's it for?
All of them and more. I think one of the things that we did really well in Cochrane was getting the message out to lots of different, to use the jargon, stakeholders. So sure, the main product would be a Cochrane review that would generally be read by academics and clinicians, but we would also produce lay summaries. And we spent a lot of time making sure that lay summaries were properly accessible to people that aren't coming from that academic or clinical background. And we also make white papers, and we make policy documents for civil servants that are working in an area and don't have the time to work through the 50 or 60 pages of a full Cochrane review. So we make bite-sized summaries for them too. And although Cochrane dementia as an entity isn't going to continue past next year, all of that activity is going to continue.
And this is where I think I touched on this earlier today about the push to kind of do more with research findings and implementation. And that's why I'm really pleased to do this event today, because whilst some of the research we're talking about today hasn't yet published, it isn't doing. Of course, if we just wait until research is published into journals that everyday people don't read, it doesn't have the impact. And I think it's important to give people an opportunity to talk about their work while it's ongoing, so that we can learn from it earlier and benefit from that, but also put it into some use. And I think there's probably more. Would you agree that there's more? maybe Cochrane could be good at this in providing more guidance for researchers about how to use their research findings, how to either package that up at the end so you can give it to somebody who might fund it or commission it, or throughout the study to say, well, you know, there's different things you can do. You can publish reports. And I think often what I've seen is that any communications about the progress of a report, there's been guidance for a while to say you must give that back to research participants. So, you know, giving feedback to the people in the trial, but it can really help people who aren't in the trial as well. I mean, Kate and Elise, I think your work is fascinating and has such potential benefit. It'd be such a shame if we have to wait for your PhD and then find time for you to write that up and get that out there before people are going to really learn from that. People need to know that now. So Terry, it's a shame about Cochrane, but maybe you could go back, let's get Cochrane around the table. Let's come up with new ways to better share, to do more public events. I think any researchers are out there, I'm doing this today, but I'm not special. You could do this. Anybody can go on YouTube Live, literally, and talk about your work. You don't need to, you know, it's not a case of being big-headed. I'm ranting now, but literally anybody can do this. You can create an account on YouTube, you live stream yourself, you give it the right name so that people can find it when they search for it. You post it in some dementia groups. And as long as this is, you know, we don't want pseudoscience people to do this. It's got to be, but this is a way of getting your research out there. Please do be inspired by this, and if anybody needs help or guidance on how to do that, come see me, talk to me, I'll share. Elise, what's next for your work? Obviously implementation, not that I've just told you what you've got to do. What's coming next with your work, Elise?
What you mentioned is really important. So I actually...
Well, you do it, don't you? I've seen your picture on Twitter. You stand in the hospital reception with booklets and water bottles telling people to drink. You live it. I mean, you really do it.
Try to, so if it's like giving free care home training or kind of having those conversations throughout, I really do try to kind of spread that message as much as I can. And research networks and patient and public involvement groups who have helped to input in my study and PhD project, I very much try to then have that open dialogue and make sure that they will be the first ones to then hear when there are findings. But yeah, so I now started the drink study, which is in an in-depth case study and ethnographic observations as well as unstructured interviews. It's a 6-month project in a care home, a single care home, and it's just observing drinking, literally taking a step back with minimal assumptions and just seeing what is going on. There have been no kind of sustainable long-term improvements in fluid intake for people living with dementia in care homes so far, unfortunately. So we're just seeing over 24-hour clock for 6 months and just seeing what's going on, and all social actors within the care home are eligible participants, and very much wanting to involve people with dementia who do or may not have capacity to provide informed consent.
And that's how all these successful service improvement programs work. I mean, I worked back in the day, I worked on MRSA and hospital-associated infections, and the first step is always to go to those good hospitals, go to the bad hospitals, stand in a corner and watch what's going on, make those kind of observations, doing those hand hygiene audits and looking at the notes to see if your VIP scores have been done for the, catheters being looked at, but not intervening. That can come later. Thank you, Elise. Kate, what's coming next for you?
Next for me, so the design work that we've done in creating that circadian lighting solution, we've essentially finished that now. So we've got our hardware, we've created the software in order to get those health-related metrics back. So in the new year, we've undergone our whole ethical process. We've got approval, so we'll be heading into a care home and actually setting up that whole solution to get our data back.
That's really exciting. Go on, I'll let you mention. What's the name of the company again?
Chroma Lighting. Shout out there.
Chroma Lighting. You can, and there's a link on the webpage if you're interested in that. But it's great that care homes are willing, also kind of coming forward and participating in research to kind of really make things better, which we know opening their doors up to researchers and potential scrutiny is always something that's a barrier to overcome. So well done. And thank you very much, Kate, Elise. Kate Turley, Elise Parkinson, and Dr. Terry Quinn. Thank you very much for your last half an hour. That was fascinating. That was really, really good. I'd quite like to get you all back on the podcast, but we'll make this a recording available. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Adam.
Thank you very much.
Okay, coming up on the next half hour, 2:30 to 3:30, we have the great outdoors. So we've moved from staying inside and under electric lights and being sure you drink to what I'm sure is probably the best alternative to clever lighting, is to being outside under God's canvas. Is that right? Do you agree, Steve? is that where everybody should be, is outside? Before we move on, so in our next session, in all seriousness, 2:30 to 3 o'clock is the great outdoors, the benefits of nature and tech help. I'm going to be joined by Dr. Esme Wood, Dr. Stephen Price, and Dr. Stephen Owen. Steve and Stephen are both from Exeter, and Esme is at the University of Gloucestershire. But before we do that, I'm going to remind everybody, I'm going to turn on my thing. Come on, everybody. It's donation time. So there you go. There's a banner at the bottom of the screen to remind you to do this, that today, not only are we talking about research, but we're also raising money for 4 brilliant charities. The Lewy Body Society is a small charity that really punch, as we've heard. I hate to say this, I don't want to say they punch well above their weight. They do an amazing job. They're a small charity. They do brilliant work, not just on funding research, but also on awareness campaigns and to support people living with Lewy body dementia. They do these crazy, amazing things as well, like knitting and producing brilliant calendars. They have such a committed, enthusiastic group of supporters, and all their money doesn't go on advertising or promotion or lots of other things, or into the pockets of bigwigs. It really does go into funding genuine things that will help. So please do consider making a donation today. 25% of what you give will go to the Lewy Body Society. And coming up at 4:30 today, we're going to be joined by all 4 of the charities who will tell us a little bit more about their work. You can donate at chatathon.uk/donate, or go to the chatathon.uk website. You can see that on the screen now. Before I come to my current guest, I'm going to play you a quick film so that I can leave the room for a second. And this film now, I'm trying to find a long one. All my films, why did I ask the charities to send me 30 seconds to 1 minute films? I really need about 2 minutes, not a minute and a half, for the things I need to do. But we're going to play a short film now from Alzheimer's Research UK, and we'll be back in a minute.
I met my husband when I was 19 in India. To cut a long story short, I fell in love with him pretty much straight away. There was lots of evidence, but I didn't really pick it up. First one I remember really clearly is when shopping, and I said, "Can you pass me a pack of crisps?" And he struggled that. He goes, "What's crisps?" And then his behavior got a bit more dramatic. He became more paranoid, and he kind of started changing. So I took him to doctors, and then they diagnosed at UCL and said, okay, he's got FTD, which stands for frontotemporal dementia. Your personality goes, your judgment goes. It's almost scandalous that we've known this condition for over 100 years, and yet we have no answers to that. We can't really find a cure for these masses with our research, and I think that is so critical.
Race Against Dementia supports early career scientists in their research around the world. Our scientists are supported by the RAD Leadership and Development Programme.
That's interesting to hear that from you. Race Against Dementia is going about it the right way, invested in new talent. I think there's a lot that we could learn. Being hungry for change is the way to go.
Let's beat dementia together.
And we're back. Thank you so much, people who are still with us, or if you've just arrived. Reminder, this is the Dementia Research Charity Chatathon, where I'm doing a 12.5-hour marathon live stream talking to 60, I can't forget the number, I think it's 68 researchers and special guests throughout the day talking about their research. And this is covering everything from what's going on in the brain to practical things that are happening out there in care research and clinical research and everything in between. This session is about the great outdoors and technology to help. I'm going to turn that one off and turn this one on and go, hello, Esme. Esme.
Hello.
This is Dr. Esme Wood, who's a senior lecturer in occupational therapy at the University of Gloucester. Sure. Why don't you introduce yourself, Esme? Sorry.
That's all right.
Oh,
Hi.
I'm slightly losing the plot now. I haven't had any more coffee. I need more coffee.
I think you're doing really well.
I had a Red Bull. If my camera suddenly goes off, it's because I'm making coffee.
That's fine. Sure.
Carry on.
So shall I tell you a little bit about the research?
Well, wait a second. So
okay.
You can just say hello. I'm Esme.
Oh, hello. I'm Esme.
And
I'm Dr. Esme Wood, I should say. I'm an occupational therapist and academic at the University of Gloucestershire.
Thank you. And we've got Stefan and Stephen, and you're both in Exeter.
Yeah, that's right. We're knowledge exchange officers and research fellows. So we're partly research and then partly working closely with businesses, organisations and people with dementia to kind of realise some projects.
I can't help but think that that Esme might come away from this rather envious that she wishes she had somebody exactly like you, as does everybody, who is dedicated to supporting the spread of their research. It sounds like you've got the most brilliant jobs. And are you going to do a double act or are you going to take it in turns?
I think we're going to kind of a bit of both. So we're going to kind of, the project has multiple streams. So there's the business side and then there's people with dementia. So Stefan's been mostly lately looking at the business side, and I've been looking at more people with dementia, so we kind of speak about each of our own bits, but we kind of both did everything though. So.
Complete sense. I have questions. But Esme, why don't you, I'm going to turn my camera off a second while you tell us all about your work.
Sure. Thank you very much. Okay, so the research that I conducted was a small scale qualitative study, and it was focused on looking at the lived experience of people who have dementia and who live with dementia. And we were looking at their experiences of using GPS technologies, and that covers a broad spectrum of potential devices and gadgets, but to access the outdoors and importantly, to engage in meaningful occupations. So as an occupational therapist, you can imagine in my clinical practice, I was finding that I was working with lots of people who had dementia, who wanted to continue doing things that they'd always done, that defined them, that were part of their identity. So people would say to me, I'm a fisherman, I'm a cyclist, this is what I am, not just what I do. It's important to who I am. And for those people, I spotted that there was an awful lot of people who were using the kind of technologies that were available. So things like GPS trackers on their phones, Google Maps, running watches, anything they could get their hands on really, to support themselves to get out there and continue doing the occupations that mattered to them. Now, when I looked at the research literature, I couldn't find anything like this. Everything about GPS technology was about tracking people who might get lost, and all about risk and surveillance. And I found that actually the experience I was seeing in my clinical practice just wasn't reflected in the research literature. So we set about doing this study to try and rectify that and start to find out a bit more about this experience. And I didn't want to test a particular piece of kit, and I didn't want to look at it from a health professional's point of view, from those who prescribe technology. I really want to understand what it was like to use this technology, the lived experience of the people who have dementia themselves and are using this technology. So hence it became quite a small scale study. We had 12 participants who had dementia, who we undertook qualitative in-depth interviews with, and then there was 12 carers in a separate study. They were not the carers of the original cohorts. They were essentially two separate sets of people. And we looked at a range of things. We looked at the type of technology they used to understand what they were using, how they used it and why they used it. For me, the really juicy bit was about why they used it and what the benefit was and what motivated people to do this. So I guess initially the key thing we found was that people used any kind of piece of technology they could get their hands on. They liked to use things that they'd used before in some way, or they were familiar with, but they were quite happy to do a form of sort of bricolage where they put together different technologies in a kind of DIY sense to get the intended functional outcome they wanted. And we found that people were really, really keen to use technology in an independent, autonomous way to wayfind rather than to be tracked, which is interesting when you think that most of that technology is presumed to be for tracking people rather than for people to wayfind with dementia. The reasons that they did it was all about their importance of the occupations they engaged in. So I had, for example, a lady who told me that I'm a runner, it's what I do. And traditionally within an occupational therapy group, I might encourage her to come to a running group and try and get her to run with others for safety. And so she can't get lost and as part of engaging in things that matter to her. She just said to me, no, I don't do that. I run on my own. I run long, long distances on my own. This is what I do. And this is how I define my identity as a person. This is what I want to do. So she used a really clever combination of a running watch and a phone app to enable her to do huge distances and have a way of working out where she was and how long she'd been out, because she would forget those things as part of her memory deficits, as part of her dementia. But she used the technology and she was supported by her partner to set it up, but she was able to continue using it for a really, really, really long time. And she trained for a marathon using this technology and ran that marathon really successfully. And what I saw consistently when interviewing people and in the findings we showed was that the things that really mattered to people were the occupations that they had either done all their lives or that they'd chosen very specifically to do at this stage in life as a way they wanted to spend their time. And if these were outdoor occupations, they didn't want to do them indoors. They didn't want a watered down version. If you're a fly fisherman, you do that in the middle of the river. You don't do that anywhere else. And they wanted to be in these outdoor environments. And you couldn't simulate that. So my clinical practice previously would have been, so somebody did something that we would deem potentially dangerous, or we'd be worried about them getting lost, or how would we find them if they did get lost? And we'd have all these concerns as a clinical service. I would encourage them to do something slightly different. So if you like being in nature, come on a walking group. But actually, people would say to us, no, I don't want to do that. I want to fly fish in the middle of the current, in the depths of the woodland. I don't really want to do this with a group. But this kind of technology is being used, and I see it clinically, and our research showed that it is being used. It may have only a small sample, but we're seeing that consistently people are using it in incredibly innovative and smart ways to continue to do the thing that matters to them. And as a kind of group of technologies, this use is not very well understood. It's not very well known. And certainly as an occupational therapist, what I really wanted to do was see the knowledge about how this technology is being used spread amongst other clinicians and social workers and other people, to see this as a very viable option as to how we support people to continue go out and do the things that matter to them. So if somebody says to you, I want to go on a 20-mile bike ride, instead of immediately thinking about the risks, to think about how would you support that and what is it that they get from that matters to them. And often it's about being in the outdoors that really matters.
That's...
I don't know if I overtalk there.
No, not at all. You gave me the perfect. I now have coffee, which was amazing. I got and I heard the whole thing, even though I wasn't on camera. That's brilliant, because you're absolutely right. I mean, I think we've got a session later today to talk about missing incidents, where I think that is about tracking, and I think it's amazing that you can do both, right? I mean, you can potentially subtly use these things to keep and that tracking. I was at a DRI event recently where they looked at that in the house to see which rooms people were spending more time in and what time of day they spent the times in, to see how routines had been affected and how long they sat in one place, to see whether people who had carers or lived with somebody, who as opposed to had a visiting somebody who came in and had the care, how that affected their daily routine and stuff. So there's obviously clever ways to use this, and supporting people to remain active or to go independently on that bike ride is such a great idea. And I imagine it scares the crap out a lot of people watching the idea that they might do that. Is that changing as we find that the older people that you're working with now, we're not talking about people who grew up in the in the 50s and 60s necessarily in the same way anymore. We're talking about people who've had smartphones before they used and are more familiar with technology. Is that becoming easier to do as we work with a younger a group of people that are, I don't want to say younger because clearly they're not younger, but you know what I mean, that their adult life's been spent since the development of some of these technologies?
Absolutely. And you definitely, if you'd spoken about this 20 years ago, I mean, we didn't have GPS tracking in the same way then, but certainly the people we class as older people, or people who are getting their early stage dementia diagnosis, still living at home, but starting to consider what should they be doing to be safe. When do I need to give up driving? When do I need to stop doing certain things? And they're trying to future plan, and their family around them is thinking about safety. Often the thing that scares people is the wild outdoors. They say, oh, we don't mind you going for a dog walk as long as you don't go into the woods. But the person says, but I always go into the woods, and that's where I enjoy walking the dog. That's the point of having the dog. But we are seeing definitely that there are more and more people who have really perfectly good technology skills, and who are very willing and desperate to use the technology that is out there to support them. And often I find it's sometimes NHS and social care staff who have less skills than the clients.
Do you want?
No, Steve, go ahead. Steve.
Do you worry about there being like a digital divide? As we all know, like some poor people don't have access to the same technology and things as some other people, and perhaps some of these people who have perhaps a support network to help them with this technology, and then actually be able to afford to buy the latest technology, may actually be able to continue living the good life, but some other people may be kind of left behind if they don't have such access.
Absolutely. I think that's a definite issue here. So yeah, there will be the people that I interviewed were people who'd already gone and sorted this technology out and were using it. They were essentially all affluent people who had the ability to not only purchase and use this technology, but become familiar with it and support networks around them. There's a massive digital divide, which has huge implications for how do we support people who don't have access, and how do we support people who've not had that historic ability to get access, so don't have that familiarity. But it doesn't take away from the fact that there are a lot of people out there who need support, who do have these skills and do have these resources. So I think certainly when you work clinically, I always have clients who you would love to give 1 million pieces of kit and equipment out as an OT to, but that there's no resource, and others who literally get out their checkbook and say, what do I need? Where do I buy it? But we still support everybody. So it would be lovely to think that we could understand how to make this more accessible to a wider range of people. And that might well be what we're looking at going forward. But I think at the moment, the idea that somebody with early stage dementia gets to continue being a cyclist because they can strap a very expensive piece of GPS technology onto the front of their bike is definitely for a particular group of people, for sure.
And that doesn't have to just be leisure activities, does it? I mean, that could be a practical thing for, whether that's going to the grocery shop or going to the market, which you've always done on a Saturday morning because they like to buy their apples from them. I mean, I don't know if markets still exist, or going to the library, practical daily activities that are also leisure. Thank you, Esme. We're going to come back to you. I'm going to go to Stefan and Stephen now. Tell us about, because you're specifically, it's the Enliven project, is that right? Tell us about Enliven.
Do you want to start off, Stefan?
Yeah, sure. So Enliven is it's a project where we're trying to find ways of helping older people with dementia get outdoors into nature in the context of the visitor economy. So working with tourist businesses that have attractions, but also organisations that offer some kind of event or tour or workshop or something outside. And so we've spoken to a lot of businesses and organisations. Actually, a lot of them were charities and CICs, other kinds of organisations, not just businesses, and also people with dementia and also their supporters, to find out, okay, what's in the way? What do you want to do? Why might you want to do it? But what's in the way? What blocks businesses maybe from doing this easily? What do they need to know? And also for people with dementia, well, what do you want? And what sort of things do you do outside? And what gets in the way there? So we're just at a stage now where we're moving from having kind of gathered that and done that research to thinking about engaging a selection of organisations to actually do some project that they've come up with to actually realise some kind of improvement or new activity for people with dementia in their organisation.
So that's not just big organizations, we're not just talking about like the National Trust or somebody like that have these kind of big outdoor facilities, but you're also talking about kind of small community projects, I guess. You've got is the Eden project down in your part of the work, the Eden thing, is that places like that? Does that count as outside? Centre parks. I want to say centre parks should be doing this as well.
That's a very good question whether the Eden project counts as outside. There is a lot of outside, isn't there? So yeah, I guess so. Yeah. It's that kind of thing from that kind of scale. Right, and about
how they adapt. So how they adapt. So selling the benefits, how they adapt, and then be able to do this as well. And this is where you could see that some of the tech that Esme discovers could then be used by some of those places to support people. So you don't necessarily have to buy it. You can, use it, because it's there at these places to use.
Yeah, it's not also about the technology though. Sometimes it's just about being friendly and welcoming, because a lot of people just want to be treated like an individual. So a lot of the things people said was sometimes they get treated a certain way because they have dementia or they try to control what they're doing. But really, I think the most important thing is just like treat the person like you would treat anyone, and if they need any help, or just be just responsive to them rather than trying to put them in the boxes. This person has dementia, we'll do this. It's about thinking about, okay, we're going to give them time, perhaps we'll give them extra time, perhaps give them space where they need to just take a moment, or perhaps just provide more information before they arrive, just they can plan out where they're going to go, what they're going to do. So it's just, there's a lot of little things, from just more information to more practical things, like perhaps providing toilets or more places to sit, or perhaps even more advanced stuff like technology. So there's a whole array from different levels that businesses and organizations can do to actually help people with dementia, visit them and go to them.
And do we know, is the evidence there that there are benefits to this, to these things, to going outside? Is the evidence already there, or is that something you're having to work on as well?
Well, so part of the alignment project is we've been doing a scoping review where I've been looking at different papers, and there is really strong evidence of biological benefits. So people related to like agitation or stress or quality of life that really improves when people get out into nature. And also just people just feeling that they have a place that they belong, and there's so many benefits. So in our interviews, people talked about the feeling of freedom, of calmness, being rejuvenated when they get to go out into nature. And also it's just about like the social aspect, either like meeting new people or just like perhaps forming stronger connections to people they already know, like friends and family. So there's like a multitude of benefits that people really get out of just from being outside and being in nature.
And I guess, Esme, this probably comes up as an issue, because mobility issues, I would imagine, would be seen as a barrier to this, particularly because people who live with Alzheimer's disease or dementia, the chances are that's not the only problem that they've got. Chris was at the start of the day talking about he had emphysema, but we're going to have other people who also have, bad hips and knees, or lots of different reasons why walking around or exercising is an issue. How do you overcome those mobility issues to encourage this? I know yours is like people who want to do these things, but how are there ways or strategies or ways we can overcome that when people think, they start to kind of develop that view, well, I can't walk outside on my own? How do we overcome that mentally challenge?
I think certainly as an occupational therapist working in clinical areas, I've always found that grading activities makes a huge difference. People often think about the biggest version of what they used to do. So they'd say, I used to go here and walk 3 times around the lake before going to the coffee shop. I couldn't possibly do that now. And then, so therefore I won't be able to go and do that outdoor activity. And that's really, disappointing and distressing. But sometimes it's about breaking it down and working out what version of that can they do, and how do you help people see the small chunks that they can do a bit at a time, and grading an activity to be achievable and the just right challenge for that person, so they still get the satisfaction and the experience they wanted, but maybe that it's not as challenging if it's mobility, or it could be other issues that affect somebody. So really grading is the key to that, I think.
And I guess Stefan and Stephen, from your perspective, I guess businesses or places, can help that by using the right kind of marketing, promotion, putting those right facility, not creating barriers for those places to be.
Yeah, on the mobility side, a lot more organisations know about, or at least, or are starting to use trampers, for example, in open spaces.
Sorry, what are they?
They are like 4x4 electric scooters, and there are groups of people who use these trampers on Dartmoor, so they can really go places. If the main barrier then becomes styles rather than uneven ground or anything, it does change things for people, I think. So I think incrementally we're seeing more and more organisations offering those, and then the next step is, you're right, showing in a way that's appropriate that we have these kinds of things that are suitable for people with either mobility issues or with some form of cognitive impairment. So one of the things about that information is, on your website, don't just say you're dementia friendly. Show it. Show the visual story or whatever it is that allows people to assess for themselves. Okay, is this place for me? Does it work for me? Where am I going to find the things that I need? And
putting that on your websites. I mean, places aren't even be very good at doing that for people living with disabilities, are they, up to now? Or I'm a dog owner. I go to websites now to see whether they're going to let my dog in first. This is a bad analogy. Not that, but putting that information in there as to what you can do is helpful. I mean, then which forces you to think about it as well.
Yeah, giving people information that allows them to plan and look ahead and check whether this is something that they're going to potentially have some difficulties or not is key. So it sounds really, really obvious, but if you can provide a map on your website or in your leaflets that shows the outdoor space and things that are in it. So where is there going to be steep ground? Where are there going to be accessible toilets? Where might there be benches? So you could stage your walk around those, so that people can look at something and say, I think I could do that. But when they can't see that information before they even go, they're going to really struggle, I think, to know whether it'll be okay. So some people would take that risk and go and say, we'll see what's there. When other people say, oh no, I'd probably better not. And that's a shame, really, because that should be an accessible environment for all.
I think one interesting thing that's came up with us as well, we found, is that people say they're able to walk further when they actually have like an enjoyable activity and things. So if you try to create things that are like fun and interesting, people actually sometimes can walk a bit longer. Or there was one person saying how her mother would stay out a lot longer even when it was cold, because she was having such a great time. So if you try to cater to some interesting things that people enjoy, I don't say all the mobility issues will go away. It's just they can actually do more than perhaps some people actually realise when they're actually really enthused and excited about doing something.
And putting those activities on. I mean, those outdoor places have been doing this for a long time for children, haven't they, during school holidays? They're great at designing kids' school holiday events. I think putting things on throughout the year for older people that have had that more, you'd like to see this being normal and routine all the time, but by putting things on specifically. Do they do that?
I think one of the things that might be changing slowly is this perception about how autonomous a person with dementia can be. So I certainly had conversations with organisations that said, well, yeah, we run an event and they've got to come with carers and they'll come. And actually changing that perception that actually somebody with dementia can come themselves and go and do an activity themselves that they enjoy outside and okay, there might be some
and sorry, I should call it. I wasn't suggesting that we treat older people like children, but what I meant was their ability to think about a specific group of people and what they need from an event. And I think quite often that just doesn't happen with older people. They're just a bit overlooked in that respect.
And sometimes it's a bit of a society issue as well, how there's a bit of stigma. So sometimes there'd be people, they didn't want to go to events marketed for people with dementia because they felt perhaps uncomfortable with that. So it's about kind of addressing some perhaps stigma or some perceptions about people with dementia. So there's not this thing about
more mindful. I mean, and we know also as well, cinemas have specific screenings, don't they, for certain people as well. I think it's a great idea. You're all doing such brilliant work. Is there anything for anybody who's watching who's interested in what is there any outputs from your research yet that people can maybe use in their day-to-day lives? Is there any way you'd like to signpost people to? Steve and Stefan,
I think if everyone wanted to look at our Enliven website, you'll see all the latest things we're doing. They can sign up to our newsletter where we'll provide updates. And yeah, if you get in contact with us, we have different forums and things that take place that you might be able to attend. And so, yeah.
That's brilliant. Yeah. And is that just down in Exeter? Is that just down in the southwest, or?
Well, most of it's online at the moment, so you can join online. But we're hoping to do in-person events. Maybe not sure at the moment with COVID and things. We've been pretty much all online, but we'll see what the future holds in terms of where we'll hold future events.
That's brilliant. Thank you. That's great. So go to what's the website? It's enliven.
That's a good. Yeah.
I tell you what, you'll tweet it. He's going to tweet it, or post it in the chat afterwards. Not on the Zoom chat because that doesn't come out on the live stream. What about you, Esme?
So although we've published the original systematic review that looked at the background to this, which can be found on the Journal of Enabling Technologies, the main output so far has been me speaking directly to other practitioners and occupational therapists about how to guide their day-to-day practice and think more widely about the use of technology than maybe its original purpose. So I hope to write this up as a published article at some point, but at this point I don't have anything to direct you to.
But that's all right. I think the thought is there about how you can have a strong think about how you can use technology to enable that. Thank you very much for my brilliant guests, Dr. Esme Wood from the University of Gloucester, Dr. Stephen Owen and Dr. Stephen Price from the University of Exeter. Thank you so much for joining me as we hit the almost halfway mark. Thank you. And my next guests have started to arrive. We've had Dr. Aitana Sogo Estevez, who's been on the camera for a little while there. And
Hello.
We've got Dr. Nicholas Ashton with us as well. So move on. So over the next half an hour, from 3 to 3:30, we're going to be talking about biomarkers. If you missed the sessions earlier today, you'll remember that these are biological markers that can be an indication of Alzheimer's disease or other dementias as well, that these are the physical things we're talking about. And my guests today specifically are going to talk about how we could diagnose dementias with a drop of blood. We've heard so much today about other things, about gait and eyes and genetics and other ways to diagnose dementia and how we then put that information to use. So this is going to be a fascinating next half hour. But before we go to that, of course, it's my half-hourly reminder that one of the reasons why we're doing this today is to raise money for 4 brilliant charities: the Lewy Body Society, Alzheimer's Research UK, Alzheimer's Society and Race Against Dementia. All fund research, and Aitana is a Race Against Dementia Fellow. Yes. And she's going to talk about her work, and I'm sure she could testify that they do brilliant work and fund research which is vitally important to helping beat dementia across all areas of research, not just in basic science or fundamental science, but also in clinical research and care as well. If you go to chatathon.uk/donate or go to the chatathon.uk website, you'll find a link there. Please do give what you can. I know things are tough right now, but honestly, if anything counts, no matter how big or small, it will make a big difference. And 25% of everything you give today will go to Race Against Dementia. We should have a third guest. She's obviously running late. So while we're waiting to see if our next guest arrives, I will just take 30 seconds to play a quick film, which is a good reminder. This time I'm going to get the right one, which is because, of course, it is the World Cup right now, and so what better film to watch than this one?
Well, with players like David Beckham, you do feel there are certain moments of destiny. Yes!
Football should be unforgettable. Unforgettable goals. Unforgettable saves. Unforgettable moments. Unfortunately, some people will forget. Fans like Steve and Sheila and Tommy. But with a better understanding of dementia, we can help all those living with it. Alzheimer's Society and the FA supporting fans and players affected by dementia.
that's a powerful film there. And if you don't take my word for it that your donations make a difference, believe Gareth Southgate, as we all believe in Gareth Southgate. Hello, Nick. We have Dr. Nicholas Ashton and Dr. Aitana Sogob Esteve. As I'm going to get your name wrong, and we should be getting joined as well by Dr. Amanda Heselgrave, who I'm sure will be dropping into the stream. Aitana, why don't you go first? Introduce yourself.
Yeah, sure. Well, so as you said before, Adam, I'm a Race Against Dementia fellow. I joined this wonderful team at the beginning of this year, and my focus, as I'm in this session, is fluid biomarkers, but I work in a specific type of dementia, which is frontotemporal dementia. And it's a bit different from Alzheimer's disease. And well, it's a bit complex type of dementia. So the diagnosis and the development of therapies are quite complicated. So my focus is looking for these fluid biomarkers or blood markers that can help with the diagnosis, because to this date we don't have nothing that we can use so far that it's very specific of this type of dementia.
Thank you very much. And of course you're Race Against Dementia fellow as well, and we're going to be joined by Race Against Dementia and the other charities at 4:30 today to hear about the importance of their work and funding. Do you all know each other, I should say?
Yes.
You all do. Okay. So now I'll come to Amanda. Thanks for joining us, Amanda. Did you suddenly have a panic when were you watching the live stream and then heard that you should be here?
Yeah.
Did you think it was
20
like
minutes? And then all of a sudden I'll get a WhatsApp. But no, that's fine. So I introduce myself now, yes?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, hi. Right. Hi, I'm Amanda Heselgrave and I work at the UK Dementia Research Institute and spend much of my time looking after running the fluid biomarker laboratory there, which incorporates the biomarker factory, which is a venture that we have been working on for a year or so now, where we set up a facility to help researchers within the DRI, but also throughout academia, both in this country and abroad, to measure their cohorts with the with the appropriate technology. We've got all sorts of different technologies, and I know that Nick will be talking about similar things. And so we've grown the lab to be able to offer these services to people and collaborations.
Thank you, man. That I've already got questions. But before I ask them, Nick, I'm going to come to you now. This is Dr. Nicholas Ashton, who is at the University of Gothenburg.
Yeah, hi Adam, thanks for the invite. So yeah, I'm Nick, I'm an associate professor at the University of Gothenburg, and I should spend some of my time at King's College London, but
are you saying you're not there often?
No, well, I'm not saying that. This is live, so I'm always
there all the time.
So my job is very in line with Amanda's and Aitana's, and mainly my work is in leading blood tests for Alzheimer's disease, and making sure that these tests are ready to be implemented in somewhere like Amanda's institution, which then they can be offered routinely for clinicians and pharmaceutical trials. So mainly this is phosphorylated tau. So this is a well-known biomarker in our world, and I think it's made it to the mainstream press now, knowing that we can actually accurately diagnose people with Alzheimer's disease through a blood test. So that's what I've been working on in the last 10 years or so.
So that's great. So I could be getting this wrong, because I think maybe Aitana is the one that I'm going to get this wrong. I'm thinking about how you all seem to kind of network together there. You've got Nick, you primarily focus on finding what are the best new, doing the discovery part as to what are the best new tests, and then Amanda, you're the one that has to kind of put them into use. To some extent, you're the kind of, you run the factory then that kind of does these, and Aitana, you make use of them. You're a bit more...
it's also more exploratory and not Alzheimer's disease. So I think the three of us complement each other mostly.
Well, yeah, and I suppose I should say, we don't just work on Alzheimer's disease. Mm-hmm. We process samples for all kinds of neurodegenerative diseases, and not only in humans. So, it's like it's not focused to that extent on AD, but a lot of what we do is AD, of course.
So I'm going to come back to you, Nick, because it feels like your work's at the start of this journey, if you like. Your work's at the start of this process, and then Aitana too. So what do you do? What are you working on right now? What's your research focused on?
So as I mentioned before, I think we have now tests. I mean, we have tests that diagnose Alzheimer's disease, and I think the biggest signpost for this is now, drug trials are using these blood tests to recruit people into their trials. They trust these blood tests. So multi-billion-pound drug companies are trusting these. It's essentially at the core academic tests that we've developed as a community in science. So this is a really good marker that these tests are trusted. And now we're working on really making sure that these are ready for clinical use. So how can we implement and communicate this to a clinician at the primary level, and giving them the education of what this means. In Sweden, this is a completely different process as it is in the UK. There's a lot of different regulations. So this is going to take some time in some countries, but quicker in others. So that's where we are right now. But of course, this is only a very, very small part of dementia. And this is targeting amyloid, as we heard earlier, and tau. So these are the two pathologies, and many other types of dementia and symptoms and consequences of dementia that we do not have biomarkers for. And Aitana is specifically one about frontal temporal dementia. But I hope what we can learn from this decade process of developing blood tests for Alzheimer's disease, that it's going to quicken. And we've learned so much on what works and what doesn't work, that we do find very quickly tests for frontal temporal dementia and Lewy bodies dementia and all kinds of things as well.
Because that's one of the issues right now, isn't it? Is from the old-fashioned tests, the cognitive tests and things like that, you can say, yeah, you've got a memory issue, but actually then dividing that down, whether that's FTD or Lewy bodies or vascular Alzheimer's is harder. So are your tests at that point now? Can you take a test? How early on can you employ a blood test, and then how good is that at deciding which type of dementia, and how early on does that work?
Yeah, great questions. So they work maybe 15 years before you get symptoms if you have the pathology. Wow. Now, these are, at this point, they're not 100% accurate. So it's kind of like a triage process. You can say, okay, we think that you may be on the process of Alzheimer's disease. We need to confirm it. Now, at the symptomatic phase, when you come into a clinician where you have symptoms, I mean, the best versions of these tests are equivalent to our gold standards now. So we can almost,
So this is as reliable as getting a cholesterol test or a diabetes test or something you get routinely. And
I think we're getting very close to that. I mean, we will be able to do that. And of course, in a clinician sense, this all needs to be taken into context with the symptoms. So let's say Aitana sees someone with frontal temporal dementia, and it's classic signs of frontal temporal dementia, but their blood test for Alzheimer's disease comes back positive. This doesn't mean we should change the diagnosis. This means that there is Alzheimer's disease pathology contributing to the symptoms. So when someone has symptoms, it's kind of just another tool that a clinician has to come to a conclusion, but that conclusion needs to take into lots of different considerations.
And I'm guessing there's like a curve here, which is, you mentioned 15 years before, and the longer you get, the more accurate that gets.
Absolutely,
because
yeah.
the symptoms kick in. And so so clinicians use this in combination with some of the other things. I mean, today we've heard about all kinds of things. We've heard about retinal eye scans to look at, and we've got a podcast recording about coming up, to look for amyloid, and we've been talking about gait analysis and some of these longitudinal cohort studies that are capturing more information. So you still need those other things. Those tools can't all just be thrown away.
No, and I tell you why now a blood test is really, really important in light with Lecanemab results that had this week and Donanemab. I mean, a lot of people have said to us over the years, why would I want a test to know that I have Alzheimer's disease? And to some degree, I agree with them. But now this argument does not stand, because we are on the verge of having disease-modifying drugs. So at the moment, particularly in the UK as an example, in general, you come and have a neuropsychological test, and maybe it looks like Alzheimer's disease. It's very rare that you'll get a spinal tap, and it's even rarer that you'll get an imaging, PET imaging, which looks for amyloid as well. So a clinician basically has no biological tool to say, is this person going to benefit from an anti-amyloid drug or not? Now we have a blood test which is available for everyone. This is what a clinician will be able to use to decide, is this person eligible and will benefit from this type of drugs or not? So this is why it's really important.
So Aitana, do you use these tests that Nick's and his colleagues are kind of creating, or are you also making your own? Are you saying, right, okay, well, I want something a little bit different, I want something more specific?
Yeah, so for frontotemporal dementia, we can use the tests that Nick is developing and the ones that he has mentioned, but it will only tell us, it's what is called differential diagnosis. So it will only tell us that the person has not Alzheimer's disease pathology, but it won't give us any more information, or so nothing specific of frontotemporal dementia. And so my research, I think it comes in a bit earlier stage than Nick, in which I do exploratory research to look for certain proteins that are more specific of FTD and can give us a diagnosis tool similar to A beta and tau.
And then you can say, find me a test that finds this protein.
Exactly, yeah.
Nick, how many other people are there out there like Aitana who's saying, I need a specific type of test? You know, generic Alzheimer's test is no good for me. I need something special.
Yeah, hundreds and thousands of like this. And I think also we need to remember that we were spoilt with Alzheimer's disease, where we had already gold standard tests. So we had this brain imaging methods and cerebral spinal fluid methods, which have been kind of gold standards for Alzheimer's disease for decades. So we have fantastic research cohorts, and this has made it a lot easier. In FTD and other types of dementia, the gold standard is generally still clinical symptoms, and this makes it a little bit complicated to find blood tests for this. So we're still, maybe Aitana can correct me, but we're still looking for gold standards, which in living patients for some of these dementias, which is going to be the first next step.
So there are all these different stages to this. And Amanda, what happens with your stage of this?
Well, I'm just commenting on what Nick was just saying there. The gold standard, yeah, we've got CSF tests that are used, but not in so many places in this country. So kind of one of the things that the news about Lecanemab and the revolution in blood biomarkers is hopefully going to push these things forward, because we're so desperately going to need the facilities to be able to test people properly, but also the understanding of the kind of frontline medicine that these things work and that they will be useful and we need to use them. So I think that, I mean, I suppose our research by working in the research only arena is giving lots and lots of information. We're, measuring lots of different cohorts, sort of Lewy body dementia and FTD cohorts and AD cohorts, and all of this information is additive, but also working with people who are in right now putting together projects to measure phospho-tau in old age psychiatry clinics, and work with the primary care clinicians to see how that helps them to diagnose people, what they need to have to be able to, utilize these tests properly.
Because that can be massively beneficial. I assume that if you have say you already have an existing cohort of people, and then you have a new amazing blood test that comes along, kind of applying that to the people that you already had, who have perhaps had their diagnosis, gives you more information. It just kind of helps that cohort of the richness of the data you have about them to differentiate between the different types, different levels.
Yeah, and I say the thing, we get inquiries all of the time for the new phospho-tau assays that are coming out, which are not available to me yet. I should say that for anyone listening, but they will be.
Why not? Is it money?
It's not. It's tech? I think it's literally getting them off the ground, isn't it, into commercial usage. I think it takes an awful lot of work to put an assay from a research lab into a position where it can be commercialized.
And is that something that is that something that governments or funders could improve? I mean, we're always looking for ways to improve the system, drop out those delays. Who can make that difference? Is this just a slow process?
I guess Nick's got more experience of that than anyone else.
Yeah, so I see that academia and pharma need to work as a partnership, and academia really makes the kind of scientific breakthrough. So, I mean, in our lab 2 or 3 years ago, we were the first to say this is possible. We can do this, and this is how it is. But at the end of the day, we're a university, and we don't have the input and the kind of manufacturing structure to put these assays together consistently and batch to batch variation. How do you control all this? That's where a pharmaceutical company takes this and makes it a finished product, and they need it as well for their trials. As I said before, they're using them.
And I suppose what drives them as to which one they focus on, or how much effort they put in, or how quickly they do it, depends on what the likely demand of it is, as to whether it's something they want or they can sell or use. Or
exactly, and it's also determined based on our research studies that we do with Amanda. I mean, they base a lot of their decisions based on what we report in academic papers and working with us to do this. So it does, in general, work as a very good partnership.
So are we at the point where we talked a bit about CFS with this spinal fluid? Are we at a point where your blood tests are as good as that? Do we need to? Can we stop kind of with spinal fluid tests now, which we know are not very popular when it comes to these research cohorts? I was invited to have one myself, but in the trial I'm in, and I said, no, you're okay, thanks. Which I feel bad about admitting, but are we at that point?
But I was just going to say that most people don't get spinal lumbar punctures in this country, I mean, nobody anyway.
Does, do they?
So I feel that something that we could use, like blood, apart from that, and I think we can actually. I mean, we can with the phospho-tau is certainly good enough. The amyloid beta tests are getting better, I think, and we're working on newer versions of that, which are more sensitive, which hopefully will help in that area. I'm not sure if Nick knows what we're doing on that side of things with different forms of A beta. But I think that actually we're not using them in this country very much at all, not as much as Sweden for sure, and that the blood tests are just kind of a no-brainer, really.
I mean, so right now, I mean, the chance of the CSF and things like that are kind of only, as you say, used on rare occasions, are they? Not a part of the normal diagnostic pathway for Alzheimer's in this, certainly not in the UK anyway. I guess maybe in other countries where tests are charged and they're just, they'll do all the tests. Go on, Nick.
Yeah, so I agree with Amanda. And having a blood test is basically going to offer you something to people that had no other option, actually. And that's a vast majority of people in the UK and around the world. One thing we just need to consider is that if you do take a CSF test from someone, you have a lot more things you can explore for the diagnosis. So you have tests for alpha-synuclein, which could potentially say that it's a dementia Lewy body type of dementia. In blood, we can't really assess central nervous system inflammation, which could cause differential diagnosis for dementia. So CSF, if it's available and it's done routinely and it's going to be taken, it's probably still the best option. Not because the tests are better, you just have a better variety of tests.
So still has its place, and if you're invited to do one as part of a trial, you really could. And I'm guessing, Aitana, it's used more routinely with your work.
Yeah. For exploratory studies, you usually start with CSF because it's the fluid that will better reflect what is happening in the brain. So then the process is, if you find something that is very interesting in CSF, of course, we try to transfer it to blood. But as Nick said, there are some kinds of biomarkers that are not measurable in blood, or you have to be aware that they might come from other parts of the body. So maybe you are not able to detect any changes.
So for anybody listening, don't forget you can post your questions in the chat or use hashtag Chatathon. We're talking about CSF there, which is the spinal tap. This is a big needle that they put in your back, which is why you can understand people are more keen to have the blood test. Let's go back to blood tests now then. So we say that they're available, better for some things than not others, but but they are there for clinical use, and their practical use right now is mostly, I'm guessing, as a mechanism of finding the right people to participate in trials that are looking for very specific people, because quite often drug trials are looking for very specific people, because that's what the trial's designed for. And then as we progress more routinely, as different treatments become available, it'll be how this kind of test will allow you to decide which combination of treatments might be the right ones to use, at what time you give them to people, whether it's too early to give them to them or too late, or which different drugs for different periods of as your disease progresses. So it's not the question, I'm just answering my own question there, so I'll come up with one. So do you see a point coming where this is where blood tests will be offered as part of a routine clinical diagnosis pathway? Go on, Amanda.
Oh, I mean, yes. At the moment with the disease modifying treatments, we're right at the start, aren't we? What we've said is, yes, we can change the course of the disease, or we can slow down the worsening. That sounds a bit clunky, but I think that's what really has been shown. But that obviously will be a springboard to the drug that we can offer people that can be meaningful. And so we're going to need to have those blood tests available to GPs, etc., to be able to push those people towards that drug.
What do you think, Nick?
Yeah,
is this? I mean, you've got more. You mentioned you've kind of worked with different countries around the world and stuff. Is this already more used elsewhere in the world?
No, I would say in America this is a real situation now, because they have an approved drug in aducanumab, which hasn't really worked out. But I mean, you need to diagnose people now. But I do think that has clinical utility right now. So explaining the situation, someone comes into a clinic, the clinician thinks they have Alzheimer's disease. The phospho-tau test, which we trust a lot, comes back negative. Now this kind of then thinks to the clinician, all right, there could be something else at play here. So maybe they go for an MRI or an FDG PET scan looking at glucose metabolism. And this could quickly highlight that someone's dementia is caused by something different, like the frontal temporal type, which you would highlight from an imaging scan. But the blood test there has quickly identified it, rather than a 1 year or 2 year process of trial and error.
Yeah.
Also in patient management, if you don't have Alzheimer's disease, you don't want to be on symptomatic treatment for Alzheimer's disease. Maybe this is actually it's like a primary psychiatric disorder, which just causes temporary cognitive decline, and they just happen to be in that state when they visit the clinician. A blood test would highlight this very, very rapidly. So, and
because the diagnostic pathway is so based on like two quick visits, and often it doesn't even involve an MRI scan, using this to be able to discount Alzheimer's, so you can keep looking rather than just to go, oh, they've got Alzheimer's, we'll just sit and wait and put them on a certain medication for the next 2 years. Is discounting other things clearly very beneficial. Aitana, I feel I didn't give you enough chance to talk about the GEMFI cohort. Go on, you've got a minute. Tell us about the GEMFI cohort.
Well, so the GEMFI is an international cohort it has now more than 30 centers across Europe and Canada, and between the 30 to 50% of people with frontotemporal dementia, they have a genetic cause, which is a change in your genetic code that is developing the disease. So in GEMFI, we recruit participants with this change, or it's called mutation, that goes FTD, and we do, so it's a longitudinal cohort, so we follow up all the participants, and we also have presymptomatic mutation carriers, which are people that are positive for this genetic mutation, but they don't have any symptoms yet, and symptomatic mutation carriers, as well as controls. So it's a very powerful tool in the fluid biomarker research, because we have a better understanding on which is the underlying pathology to those FTD symptoms. And it gives us more information that maybe differentiate from Alzheimer's disease pathology and so on. So yeah.
And if there's anybody watching out there who's a carer or has been given a diagnosis of FTD, would you know about them already? Is there a chance that they wouldn't know about this? Is there anything you'd want them to know to say, hey, you should come and somewhere they should go to come and get involved in your research?
Well, I mean, we have a website on GenFi with all the information and all the centers across Europe and Canada, as well as some information for participants and carers about FTD and the genetic mutations and so on. So they can always contact in the website, and they can find more information there.
Brilliant, thank you, Aitana. Last question. I'm going to run over time, but I think this is important because we've seen the media this week has gotten suddenly very interested in dementia and Alzheimer's disease, or it's quite hard to attract the media to be interested in something, no matter how exciting it is. Do you have any pet peeves about the way blood tests for dementia are covered in the media? Because they have been talked about a lot in the past. Do they get it wrong, or are they all right? Go on. Amanda, you've looked like you've got something to say. Go Amanda, and then I'll go Nick, and then we'll.
No, it's the media, isn't it? They've been saying there's a blood test for Alzheimer's for as long as I've been working in the field, and only now do I feel kind of confident that that's actually true. Happening. So, yeah.
What do you think, Nick?
No, I don't have any problems now with it, and I think that I agree with Amanda. I mean, ever since I've been working on this for 15 years, my PhD was in blood biomarkers.
Oh, sorry.
So I'm actually quite happy where the state is now. I remember I was at this AIC conference in 2013 in Copenhagen, and I was the only blood biomarker talk. I was on the last day at 3:00 in the graveyard shift, and no one cared about it.
And now you've got entire.
I come back into these conferences now with a smug smile on my face. But I think that the way that they are covered in general now are pretty good. I think that they communicate with the right people. Before we had blood tests which didn't work in some cohorts, and there were proteins that we weren't quite sure which pathology they were involved in, and even the academics didn't really understand how these tests were working then, and that's what made it very confusing. But I think everyone is on the same page now. Everyone's clear that they work and confident they work, and I think that's now communicated into the media.
There's real opportunities now. I think anybody, whether you're a PhD student or a researcher, if you're not enhancing the research you're doing by applying this blood test, you're potentially missing a real opportunity to collect some useful information and to really drill down into the people that you're researching. So you should definitely be talking to Amanda about how the DRI biomarker factory can help you and your research. And also as well, I think we should just say that if you suddenly go to your doctors tomorrow, you're probably not going to be asked or invited to do a blood test for Alzheimer's disease unless you go to participate in a trial. There is an opportunity. They might ask you then. But I think we might be close to seeing that more routinely used. I don't know if you all agree.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Thank you so much to my brilliant guests, Dr. Amanda Hesselgrave and Dr. Nicholas Ashton from the University of Gothenburg, King's College London and UCL, and also Dr. Aitana Sogob Esteve, who's a Risk Against Dementia Fellow, one of the brilliant charities that will benefit from our work today. And of course, I'm guessing you guys are funded, you're in the DRI, aren't you? So that's also Alzheimer's Society and Alzheimer's Research UK that fund that work as well. Thank you all very much. It's fascinating. And we've got two podcasts. I should add this. We've got two podcasts. Nick and Amanda are both going to be hosting a podcast for Dementia Researcher in the next month about blood-based biomarkers and alternative biomarkers. So come back and listen to the podcast in January in your podcast app to hear them talk more about their work. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. 5 minutes late, but that was fascinating. I couldn't not ask those questions. But my next guests have been very patiently waiting in the lobby, and they are, over the next 30 minutes, I'm going to be joined by, turn on your caption, turn off the other caption. I'm going to be joined by Dr. Daniel Newby and Dr. Laura Winchester, who both work at the University of Oxford. And I gather you said when I was setting this up, you used to sit next to each other, but you don't anymore. Is that because, like, one of you, did you fall out?
Yeah, we fell out. I couldn't cope anymore.
You can't put up with it. Honestly, did she nick all the milk all the time?
Yeah, it was actually.
And the stapler, actually. The stapler was the final straw.
So over the next half an hour, we're going to be back. We've already had a talk about omics earlier today, and now we're going to be talking about genomics, big data to find new medicines and to help diagnosis. I don't know, this is going to be a little bit of a change, isn't it, Danielle? Because last time you here, your talk was finding teaching new drugs, old drugs, new tricks.
Yeah, that's right.
Right?
So it's teaching old drugs new tricks. So looking at the benefits, and now I'm looking at like the safety. So people.
Now you've done that. that's done.
It's all done. No, I'm still kind of doing the benefits, but also looking now at safety as well, because that's got patient benefit as well.
Before we just go into this session, I'm just going to do my half-hourly reminder that today we're raising money for Race Against Dementia, the Lewy Body Society, Alzheimer's Research UK, and Alzheimer's Society. If you haven't already donated, please do consider giving what you can. We know things are tough right now, but every donation will make a massive difference and really help. You can donate at chatathon.uk/donate, or go to chatathon.uk and click the link at the top of the page. And if you're watching on Facebook or YouTube, you'll find a link in the chat below as well. Those charities really will put your money to great use to fund research. And as the guests that have just left before, the UK Dementia Research Institute is one of the organisations funded by Alzheimer's Research UK, Alzheimer's Society, amongst others. And that work wouldn't be possible without your donations. If you can't afford to donate, there's still different ways you can get involved. If you go to joindementiaresearch.nihr.ac.uk, you could potentially be involved in a research study yourself, even if you don't have dementia. Or if you go to the charities websites, it's raceagainstdementia.com or alzheimersresearchuk.org, alzheimers.org.uk, or lewibody.org. They've got lots of different volunteering opportunities. That could be to give advice on different trials, sit on trial steering committees, give your opinions on research priorities. It could be to run a charity event yourself, or just to be a volunteer. So there are lots of ways to get involved which don't involve giving out money, but if you can make a donation, please do. We'll just watch a quick 30-second film now from the Lewy Body Society. Okay, we're back. And isn't that brilliant? Danielle and Laura didn't get to see it, but this is the one the Lewy Body Society volunteers all knitted a massive scarf that they wrapped around the Albert Hall. And I think it was followed by a concert. I should have found out more about that, but the film is brilliant. They do such a great job. And that's one example of a way that you can volunteer to get involved in research that doesn't necessarily involve you having to empty your wallet. So Danielle, and Laura, sorry, it's that time. Turning on captions left, right, so thanks very much for joining us. How are you?
Yeah, no, thank you. It's a Friday.
You've got to just talk. Stop me having to do all the talking. There's too much thinking involved. No, I'm teasing. So introduce yourselves. Danielle, why don't you go first?
Yeah, sure. Well, so my name's Danielle. I'm a postdoc at the University of Oxford. Recently got a new job. So I literally moved 5 minutes down the road, so I haven't gone very far. And now I'm at the Centre of Statistical Medicine, looking at the safety and benefit of drugs for people living with certain conditions, and still focusing on like dementia and Parkinson's, but using real world data, which is basically medical records from your GP or hospital or anything like that. So we do lots of different things.
So that's interesting. I'm gonna ask you questions now before we go into more detail. So these drugs must be safe in the first place because they were licensed, but are we talking about what makes them unsafe? Is it when they're given to certain people or when they're used in certain combinations? Why would we need to think about safety more?
So yeah, that's a great question. So when they do clinical trials, and also I'm not a clinician, by the way, so anything I say or any drugs or anything that I mention, you need to speak to your GP.
Remember, anybody who has any questions, you can post them in the chat or use hashtag Chatathon.
Yeah, definitely, that's the plug. So yeah, so obviously you have clinical trials and they only select certain people, and they're also very small. They can be quite small trials. But sometimes we don't know some side effects of certain medications or how well they're tolerated until they're out on the general market. So out like people taking them, and we have like access to millions and millions of patient records. So yeah, so it can be that sometimes they cause like sometimes of sickness, like sleep, sleepiness, or the other way, not being able to sleep and things like that. So it's being able to like harness or generate evidence using millions and millions of records of people's information, anonymized, so we don't know who they are, to help guide maybe like, okay, if you're taking a certain anti-dementia drug, maybe not taking other types of drugs that might kind of affect the effectiveness or give other side effects and things like that. So it's just helping clinicians with like what other drugs they can take, or what sort of maybe decisions of which drugs they can prescribe to people.
Because that's one of the issues, isn't it? Because of course, with so many different drugs available, and with people living with dementia having so many other conditions that they might be taking medicines for, the minute you start to talk about not just taking one or two drugs, but taking 3, 4, 5 different drugs a day, you can't, or can you possibly test for all the different combinations of different drugs to see what the potential impact is? How far do you go with that?
So that can be quite difficult with medical records, but there's potentially you can understand like the chemistry of the drugs, and if they're going to interact, if they're going to, for example, like in the liver, there's little like enzymes that kind of break down the drugs, and if all the drugs are broken down by that enzyme, if you keep on giving different drugs that go to that enzyme, it's going to cause, potentially cause an adverse drug reaction. But what you can do is you can understand if the adverse drug reaction is actually as a consequence or because of the drug. Like, so if you're given an anti-dementia drug and then that causes sickness, and then a doctor prescribes you an anti-sickness pill, that's not because you've developed sickness as a medical condition, it's due to the drug. So by understanding this, we call it prescription cascade, you can then review people's medications and maybe go, okay, maybe we should prescribe a certain class or a certain type of anti-sickness that won't, or look at the different drugs that people are taking to stop that happening.
It's brilliant that this is happening, because I imagine so many people who are watching won't necessarily think of that and how complex that is. You go to your pharmacy and you think, oh, your pharmacist will know if 2 drugs are going to cause a bad combination, but they don't necessarily. And it's only from your research that they have that information to be able to inform them beyond the obvious things, like they mentioned grapefruit before. Grapefruit can have.
Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, because it interacts with a certain enzyme in the liver. Yeah.
Laura, I'm going to come to you now, because you're not exactly. You've been paired up with Danielle, but I realise you're not doing the same thing at all, are you? This is one of those slightly random pairings, because yours isn't about drugs, right?
No, not directly, but it doesn't mean that we haven't worked together on lots of bits and pieces. So I can try and merge the two, or I can.
If you could create some tenuous link, it would make me look.
I'll see what I can
quite
do.
so inept.
Well, there used to be a geographic link, so there's definitely a link there. But yeah, so shall I do my introduction bit, and then
yes, you tell us all about your work.
So I'm also based in Oxford, but I'm in the Department of Psychiatry, and I am an ARUK fellow. And my interest is in understanding the relationship between dementia and Sorry, my internet's going a bit dodgy here.
No,
so
you're okay. I turned my camera off so I can eat a sausage roll
no,
without making people watch. Sorry.
No, that's fine. So really about understanding the relationship between iron and dementia. And so when iron is interesting and important because, of course, we have low iron. When you think of low iron, we might also say anemia. And we know that anemia might have an impact on cognition, but we also know that high iron builds up in the brain. So what I'm really interested in is what's going on with iron, whether it's the decrease or the increase, or whether there's a level in the middle that's is best, and how this is affecting disease, dementia, in fact. And so I'm studying this by looking at different data sets or cohorts and collections of people where we have measures of dementia, where we also have measures of iron in the blood and the brain, and looking to see what the changes are and whether we can spot something that's related to the disease itself. So that's where the big data angle comes in. But of course, because iron is something that we can measure in blood, it's something that you can potentially change in diet as well. And you can also do iron supplements. So if we can find a relationship there, it's something that's quite useful in terms of changing, I think. But it's not until we understand what's going on, we can actually do something with it.
You
sorry,
finished too soon. I'm gonna bits of sausage roll in my teeth and everything.
That's all right. I've got mince pie all over my lap, so that we can.
So that's iron homeostasis.
Yeah.
In a nutshell, and that was a brilliant romp through that. So both of you, with your big data sets, we'll talk about machine. Can you tell us what's the difference? I don't know if this is, I've written this question, I don't know who I wrote it for, and I don't think I've asked it today. What's the difference then between AI and machine learning? Because you both use these, right? Do you use those tools? Danielle sighed then, like, oh my God, I really hate him for asking this question.
Offline, we were bickering about who would take this one, so that's why.
It is in your question. Is that in your questions?
I don't know.
It's not. It's basically about machine learning. And I basically went, Laura, you can answer that because you're now doing a lot of machine learning. I don't do machine learning anymore, so you can answer that question. So
and I said in response that you have a PhD in machine learning and therefore could also chip in. So machine learning is really about using the data, but rather than telling it, using the computer to try and understand patterns in the data. And AI, artificial intelligence, is a more advanced version of that, I think is the lay way of saying it. Danielle's now going to tell us the technical way, potentially.
No. It's exactly what Laura said. It's just basically machine learning.
So machine learning initially, I've already talked about this. So if anybody who's already watched all day, my only example that I know of was that the retinal eye study from Moorfields, where what was that, using Big Blue or Deep Blue or one of those, where they gave it lots of eye scans and told it what the results show. And so then eventually the computer could say, okay, that eye scan on a basis of a 90% accuracy is the same as this other one before. Mm-hmm. And I'm guessing AI goes a little bit further than that, in so much as it doesn't just base it on previous results. It says, right, okay, now I want you to predict what kind of next scan am I going to maybe give you? Or if I give you a 46-year-old who's got this information, it'll say, okay, I think that person has this, which is very clever stuff. Does that mean you're both experts at coding and stuff like that? You
I
both
love,
coding?
I love coding. That's my favourite bit of my job. I love doing coding, but not like machine learning. No. But you can get, the thing is nowadays it's somebody's already developed the code for you and they wrap it up in a little package and then you can just like implement that code. So it's applied machine learning. Somebody else has done away and coded it, but yeah.
So both of your work, it doesn't involve being in a lab and doing this. You're both you work fundamentally at computers.
Yeah.
And big, clever computers.
I'm on a laptop. I use a laptop because I hook up to a certain.
So there are clever computers in the cloud that
Yeah.
you then attach to.
No, I think that happens when you're using these bigger data sets. The data is not local anymore. It becomes on servers or in clouds. So you can work remotely or any way that you have the connection to the server or the cloud. So the resource there is the big servers and the big compute power in the clouds.
And so, again, do you know what? It's been a common theme through today. I can't help but notice that the common theme has been the importance of data and data sets, particularly everybody who's working on the clinical side and on the fundamental science side of things. The value of that data and capturing this as much information as we can about people has been such a key thing. And so, we hope anybody who's watching, who has any opportunities to get involved in whether these, the different data studies, we'll try and find links to all of these and put them on the website for you to potentially find other ways to get involved. So what's exciting you about your work right now, Danielle?
Yeah, because I think my excitement is because I've started a new job, so I'm doing lots of new things. It's about understanding like who are these people? Who are the people who are living with dementia or living with Parkinson's? What do they look like? And what sort of drugs are they taking, like as treatments, and what other drugs are they taking? And then using that to then do some modelling or describing them and understanding, okay, are there any drugs that they are taking that could potentially, like, they could not be taking, or the safety and things like that. So that's the thing, and applying lots of cool methods.
I've just thought of an awesome new service. Back to the Zinc. So we've had Zinc on earlier saying, right, have you thought of an idea for a new business or service? This is a website where you put in who you are and you say what drugs you're on, and then it goes down this decision tree at the bottom that says, ooh, you've just flagged up two things that might be a bit of a bad combo, or actually maybe if you stop, no, that'd be bad, wouldn't it? People would stop taking their drugs that they
we don't want that. We don't want that.
Maybe I didn't think that one through entirely.
Always speak to your clinician and your GP before you would stop taking any medication.
Well, maybe it's a decision tool for GPs to use them rather than one
definitely.
People can use themselves. But this is the problem. I mean, is that an issue, actually? This is going completely off topic, about how much we rely upon the ever-pressured clinical person's time to say, ooh, we don't go near that unless we get a GP to look at it, or a pharmacist or something like that. And actually creating safe tools that allow people to use this themselves could take some pressure off the system elsewhere. And people want to be empowered to do some of that stuff for themselves these days, don't they, as well? They don't want to have to. How can you safely potentially do that?
Well, there are systems. Yeah, this is very hard. I was just thinking, how am I going to answer this? So there are systems, like if you have side effects from a drug, I think it's the yellow card system. There are systems that if you are having side effects, then you record those. So when you open up your drug packet or your prescription, there's the insert that has all of the information in it. So you always read that and all that sort of stuff. You're supposed to anyway. I know probably most people don't. But yeah, they have information in there about possible side effects. But if there are other side effects, that there's this yellow card system, and also speaking to your GP or pharmacist as well. Pharmacists, like, undervalued like people. They study all the stuff about the drugs, so they know a lot about the drugs and their interactions and stuff. So yeah.
That was dramatic.
I knew that was going to happen. Sorry.
You've got to jump up and wave.
It's fine. Do you know what? Things are tight right now, and not all of it. You've got to be able to pay the electric. Are you at the university? Have they made? Well, that's a well done, Oxford University, for making your lights automatically go off on empty rooms. I think that's a brilliant piece of work.
Yeah.
Well done. Laura, I know I'm going to talk about, nobody's mentioned it, but I'm going to, because I know a lot of people who are watching this aren't people living with dementia, they are other researchers. And I want you to tell me about the Demon Network, because you're involved with the Demon Network, aren't you? And it's and that seems to have grown and gathered such momentum in the last 18 months. So what's the Demon Network about? So the Demon Network was super important to me, and I'm going to get a shameless plug in at the end as well. No, do. So it is a network of researchers, and the idea is that we skill share with an emphasis on data analysis and AI and machine learning and advanced techniques and different data sets. And so it's a network across the UK, across all the different sites. And there are a number of working groups and events and different stuff going on. So I am the working group lead for the Biomarkers. So I was super pleased to be in the last bit, if only been in the quiet bit. But yes. So yes, lots going on there. But so we have working groups where we have discussions about new projects that might be of interest. We have new collaborations we set up. Last year we had a hackathon. We have teaching events. So we had a Mendelian randomization lectures. There are imaging lectures. There's lots going on actually. So if you do Google Demon Network, please do come and join us if you haven't done already, because the idea is that we introduce people from different backgrounds. So we would like to introduce clinicians to data scientists. So if you're a data science from a different disease, that you have a different skill set and you would like to work on dementia and learn about dementia, then there'll be people that you can meet and collaborate with within the network. And that counts for clinical people as well. Obviously, we're really keen to get more, I know it's quite tough right now in the NHS, but if jobbing clinicians want to find out more about research, this is a great way to get more information and to find new people to collaborate with as well. Yeah. And my shameless plug is that next week on Wednesday, we have Atena coming in to speak about frontal temporal biomarkers. So she's going to come and speak. So if you'd like to come and hear her speak about her work and the frontal temporal biomarker field, then please do join in next Wednesday. Absolutely. Yeah, Atena was just here. Yeah. Half an hour ago. Yeah, and she does amazing work and is a Race Against Dementia fellow as well. Well, this is so interesting. I love the idea that the collaborations are there and that this is self-driven, isn't it? This isn't some government organization or some body that's kind of said, oh, it's our job to make researchers work together. This is I want to give David Llewellyn credit, but it's David Llewellyn and others, I'm sure, that are working with David, not to mention anybody else, or not to mention anybody else that's involved. But this is self-driven. It's just researchers going, hey, this would be a good thing to do. Yeah, and it's not just UK based either. There is an American and there are global representatives. So it's for everybody, really. But yeah, learning, so early career researchers, but also we have senior researchers as well. So yes, please, welcome to everybody. And also thank you to David, I should say, before, in case he's listening. I've just had a minor panic in so much as the next person that's just joined who you can't see in the room isn't the next piece of paper that I've got in my list. So I've forgotten who's coming next and what they're going to talk about, but I will get to that. Brilliant, thank you so much. And is there anywhere, I'm guessing you don't necessarily need, do you need people, Laura? Do you need volunteers to come forward and participate in your iron work, or is this from the data sets purely? Well, it's always great to have interest. And again, I think you've spoken about places where people can volunteer for the cohorts that are already out there. So I'm working on cohorts that people have already collected the data. However, I am always interested in looking at new stuff. So I will be also looking at the Whitehall cohort, and I understand that they have new participants and new data collection going on at the moment. So yeah, I think the previous resources... that's the cohort of civil servants from yes, that's right, yeah, a very specific period as well. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. Sorry, I'm terribly rude. I'm distracted because I'm suddenly looking for the notes for the next session, which aren't here, and I'm wondering whether I did any. Yes. I didn't do them. Why? Yes, I did. No o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. Yes, good. Okay, I know my next guests are. Thank you very much, then, Dr. Laura Winchester and Dr. Daniel Newby from the University of Oxford. You do brilliant work. And if you want to know more about Danielle and Laura and their work, you can find bios for both of them on the chatathon.uk website, including their Twitter feeds. And I follow you both on Twitter, and you tweet all the time about their really interesting work. And so if you want to know more, do go there. And that's a great place to start. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Adam, and thanks for having us on. And good luck for the rest of the day. You've been
Yeah,
doing really
I'm
well. So
really sorry I was a bit
fantastic job.
distracted then. I don't know
Oh
where
no, that's all right. I've seen you've been going since what, 9 o'clock this morning? You're allowed.
I'm annoyed with myself. I had the printout in order of all the guests and who's coming next, and I found it. I knew I'd printed it. I
There
had
we
just
go.
thrown it away.
Sorted. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And yeah, please do stick around, anybody who's watching, for our next session. Thank you. So coming up from no, I've just thrown it away again. I'm throwing away the piece wrong. Coming up from 4 o'clock to 4:30, we're going to be talking, this is going to be a good title, magnetocephalography. We're going to be talking about MEG scans and super microscopes to understand frontal temporal dementia. FTD's come up quite a lot today, as has dementia with Lewy bodies, and it's great to see us talking about some of these rarer forms of dementia and not only Alzheimer's disease, because I know so many people watching have an interest in a specific dementia as well. However, so I'm going to be joined by Dr. Ana Sanchez Avila. Anna Sanchez, not Dr. Anna Sanchez Avila and Rebecca Williams, who are both PhD students. And that's coming up in 1 minute's time, while I just play you a quick film and dip out for a moment. Thank you.
What time should we leave tomorrow?
I think about 8. What do you reckon?
Yeah, that sounds about right. What time should we leave tomorrow?
I told you, 8.
What time should we leave tomorrow?
We're leaving at 8, Jane.
What time should we leave tomorrow?
I think we should leave at 8, love.
I met my husband when I was 19 in India. To cut a long story short, I fell in love with him pretty much straight away. There was lots of evidence, but I didn't really pick it up. First one I remember really clearly is when shopping, and I said, "Can you pass me a pack of crisps?" And he struggled that. He goes, "What's crisps?" And then his behavior got a bit more dramatic. You know, he became more paranoid, and he kind of started changing. So I took him to doctors, and then they diagnosed at UCL and said, okay, he's got FTD, which stands for frontotemporal dementia. Your personality goes, your judgment goes. It's almost scandalous that we've known this condition for over 100 years, and yet we have no answers to that. We can't really find a cure for these masses with our research, and I think that is so critical.
And we're back. And those films are quite hard to watch, I know, particularly the, to be quite honest, both of them. The one from the Alzheimer's Society that raised so much awareness, I think probably this time over the summer or earlier this year. And we know that dementia affects people differently. And we're talking about research today, but of course, so much of what the charities do is to also raise awareness and to campaign for more funding, for the government to improve, for services to improve, and to provide practical help and support for people living with the dementia and their carers as well. And if you'd like to make a donation, you can go to chatathon.uk/donate, or go to the chatathon.uk website. All the money you give today will be equally divided between the Lewy Body Society, Race Against Dementia, Alzheimer's Research UK, and Alzheimer's Society that will put that money to great use. Now, I'm joined by, not my notes this time, I'm joined by Dr. Ana Sanchez Avila, who is a PhD student at the University of Dundee, and Rebecca Williams, who's also a PhD student in the MRC Cognition and Brain Sciences unit at the University of Cambridge. And there you go. That's who they are, and that's what we're going to be talking about. We're going to talk about MEG scans and super microscopes to understand frontal temporal dementia over the next 30 minutes. Hi, both. Thanks for joining.
Hello.
Hi.
Pleasure to be here.
And 6 minutes, you've got the pressures off because you've now got 6 minutes less. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm sure both of you could easily fill half an hour all by yourself. So why don't you introduce yourself? Rebecca, why don't you go first?
Yeah, hi. So I'm a second year PhD student, so just edging into my second year now, which is very exciting. I did my undergraduate and my master's at the University of Oxford in psychology. I got my start, and then moving over to neuroscience because I found I liked that biology side of things. And on the weekends, I like making candles and playing Dungeons and Dragons because I'm a massive nerd.
And also a massive traitor, apparently.
Yeah, I know, defected. Or saw the light. You've got to pitch it depending on like who you're talking to.
I'm in Oxford, and there's only one way to look at this. And Anna, why don't you introduce yourself?
Yeah, so I'm Anna. I'm a last year PhD student, due to submit in 5 months. So
I don't know if that makes you all smug when you look back at Rebecca, or Rebecca's looking forward going on.
I'm just jealous.
It's just that kind of final home stretch now. And I'm based in sunny Scotland in Dundee. And my background is mostly looking at motor neuron disease, ALS. But as well now kind of the overlap with frontotemporal dementia. And I mostly use very fancy microscopes on a normal day-to-day basis. And that's kind of mostly about me. As my Twitter bio says, if not researching, I'm probably going to be dancing around somewhere. So
and have you been in Dundee? I mean, it was really important to me actually that we have, because everybody go, oh well, they're PhD students, so what? But it's really important because actually the majority of research that's done actually is done by PhD students, right? No disrespect to the more senior people that have joined us across the day, but the kind of the day-to-day, the legwork, there are a number of PhD students far outnumber the number of postdocs or professors working in places. So whilst they might provide that overall leadership and that air cover, that you're the ones that kind of do the real work and are discovering along the way, which makes you so interesting and passionate to talk about because you're so enthusiastic about your work as well. Rebecca.
Yes.
Wait a second. You're the one that's using those clever scanners that have a chair and they're like being in the old
it's a 50s hairdryer. Yeah, exactly. That's how I describe it to everyone all the participants that come in.
So tell us all about your work.
Yeah, so like you say, I study frontotemporal dementia, which is one of the rarest types of dementia, and it's unique in a couple ways. One is that it's a young onset dementia, which means whereas in Alzheimer's disease, most of the people that we see are going to be over the age of 65. Most of the people that I meet on a day-to-day are between the ages of 50 to 65, so it happens a little bit earlier. And whereas a lot of dementias are associated with memory, I think is the thing that we really link to the Alzheimer's in particular. In our patients, their memory is pretty fine. We instead see behavioral changes. So in particular, they get apathetic and impulsive. And I'm interested in the apathy in particular. And I like to describe apathy as their get up and go, got up and went. It's a problem with motivation, that they're not very goal directed anymore. And that's the real problem, both for the person with frontotemporal dementia, because we know that apathy is associated with things like faster cognitive decline, loss of independence, and even mortality. You know, people with apathy
apathy simply die sooner, which is definitely a problem. So we hope by targeting apathy, we can improve apathy and the overall disease trajectory for these patients. But also it can be really difficult from a loved one caregiver perspective to see someone just kind of sit in a chair all day, not doing anything and seemingly not caring. There's actually a paper which was released about these kind of caregiver experiences that was called "He Just Won't Get Out of the Chair and Do Anything," which I think was a really kind of powerful headline of showing just how frustrating it can be. So there are lots of different ways that we can look at apathy. We in clinics use a lot of questionnaires and what we call self-report measures of asking people how apathetic they are, and they can be really helpful. But some of the research that we've done recently shows that especially in these patient populations, they might not be particularly reliable or meaningful. So we're really interested in that biology side of things. We're interested in what makes people do things, or in our case, not do things. And we don't think it's as simple as problem as they can or can't do it. A lot of the people that we see are still very mobile. They can be relatively fit and healthy in other ways. So they could do these things. They could continue these hobbies and activities. And we don't even think it's necessarily a problem of enjoying. I think if you ask people what's the most basic reason you can think of to not do something, it's because you don't want to. But our patients aren't depressed. And if you ask them, which, you know, they're the most important ones, they're the ones living with it, they won't tell you that they don't enjoy things anymore. I once had someone playing a game with me and they went, "Oh yeah, I got 1,000 points." But they still got up and walked away because they couldn't be bothered anymore. So it's this weird kind of problem. And traditional theories of apathy mainly look at that kind of reward, this idea that people don't enjoy things anymore, so they're not motivated to engage with the world. But we don't think that theory is particularly great in that, one, if you ask the people with frontotemporal dementia, they'll tell you they still love doing all these things. And two, that dopamine is the chemical in the brain that we mostly associate with reward. And therefore you'd assume that if you improve dopamine, then you'd improve apathy. And we see that dopaminergic treatments aren't all that effective against apathy. So as part of my PhD in my lab with my supervisor, Professor James Rowe, and past PhD students like Frank Heisman, are looking at developing a slightly new theory of apathy, where instead of looking at reward, we're instead looking at it in the context of the Bayesian brain. You may have come across Bayes theorems in high school or in college. Bayes is all about probabilities. So we're interested in how your brain updates probabilities of things going on around you and how it integrates how you can change those probabilities by acting with the world around you. So my favorite example of this is what I call the birthday analogy. If you wake up on your birthday and you have a very clear expectation of, I need presents, I need cake, I need to blow out candles upon the cake, I need everyone to wish me a happy birthday. And then you run downstairs and in a full 16 candles moment, everyone seems to have no idea that this is your special day. And there's no cake and there's no presents and no one's wishing you a happy birthday. If that happens, there's a big disconnect from what you expected and what is happening. And there are two ways you can fix that. You can either update your belief, you can update your expectations and say, well, you know, Rebecca, you're 23, maybe you're too old now for everyone to stop what they're doing for your special day. Or you can actively try and change the world around you in order to meet those expectations. You can go to everyone and say, excuse me, don't know if you knew this, it's my birthday
I need
today.
you to make a bigger fuss.
Or you could even go to the shop and get your own presents, right? So those are the two ways that you can deal with that. But if we instead turn that on its head and look at someone who is apathetic, and we say they wake up and they don't really have a clear idea of what to expect. They know that maybe they unwrap something, there might be food involved, but it's all a bit wishy-washy, it's all a bit noisy. And then they go downstairs and no one wishes them a happy birthday, there's no presents, there's no cake. They don't need to update their belief because it was noisy enough as it is. There's not a big deal. There's not a big difference between what they expected and what they see. So they don't go get their own presents. They don't remind people it's their birthday. They don't even update anything. They just walk out the door seemingly completely uncaring that everyone's forgotten it's their birthday. And that's how we want to conceptualize apathy. It's this lack of precision, this lack of confidence in how you expect the world to be, so that the world can change in any number of ways, but it's still close enough to how you expect it to be, which means there's no motivation to do anything to change it. And we're particularly interested biologically in a chemical called GABA in the brain and how this might link in with our theory, which is where the MEG scanner comes in and where our modeling comes in. So I like to think of the brain as being a set of radios, of walkie-talkies. And when the walkie-talkies are on the same frequency, they can communicate really clearly with each other, no problem. But if they're on different frequencies, the communication gets really noisy, gets really crackly, if they can communicate a message at all. So if you imagine a brain in which these radios are on different frequencies, then there's no way you can communicate a really precise, confident expectation of the world when the apparatus that you're using is so noisy. And we think GABA, this chemical, is important for tuning the radio. And we know that in people with frontotemporal dementia, GABA drops. They have less GABA. So we're using brain scanning, both models, Bayesian models and physiological models of the brain, and doing behavioral tasks, all combined together to try and understand, is this a valid way to think about apathy? And by targeting GABA, could we produce new, more effective treatments for apathy that would improve that disease trajectory and let our patients live better and live longer?
Wow. Cool, Anna, you've got to follow that.
I know. Big challenge.
That was amazing. That was probably the best description of apathy I've come across. And
Score.
you so brilliantly kind of gave examples of how people experience that. And is apathy something that only people with FTD experience, or is this present in other forms of dementia as well?
Excellent question. So we think that apathy is not only present in other, well, not we think, we know, apathy isn't only present in other forms of dementia, but across neurology and psychiatry more broadly. So depression, we often get apathy and depression as well. So apathy is a really common problem, not just in FTD, not even just in dementia, but really broadly. And so it would be really cool to find a unifying theory of apathy. But at the minute, we're just focusing on our frontotemporal dementia patients, and past research, which looked at this kind of new theory, has looked at it in Parkinson's disease as well.
Which potentially has some real benefits, doesn't it? Because if apathy is more highly present in people with frontotemporal dementia, then I guess it gives you more of a way to zero in on the right population of people. And then you can test out, if you find the cure to apathy, you can test it out in other people as well to see if it works there, or was this unique. But I guess could that be because there are different reasons for apathy, or are we just purely talking about the chemicals and the things going on in the brain? Are they the same, whether your apathy comes from depression or whether it comes from FTD? Is it the same underlying biology?
Yeah, so another really great question. And I guess the short answer is we don't really know. So diagnostic research, which is research where we're not just looking at a particular patient group, but saying, no, the symptom is present everywhere. We need to collapse across all these boundaries that we've been setting up to look at it across and see if we can find a solution that goes beyond the boundaries of this particular patient group, is relatively new. So I think it's a really exciting idea that we could collapse across all these boundaries and find one theory, one chemical in the brain, one circuit in the brain, one treatment that can target apathy across dementias and across depression and everything else.
Because I guess that'll also help people who, stop eating or doing other things that we know that will help them.
Yeah, that would be great, but we're not sure.
I'm going to let Anna give us a run through now. Don't worry, Anna. Just tell us
it's
about.
Okay, very big shoes to fill, but I'll try my bestest.
Tell us about your work.
I'm kind of looking on the flip side of that. So I mostly, as I said, work on motor neuron disease. But what's very interesting is that we now know that motor neuron disease, which is kind of a most motor symptoms. So if you've probably heard the news, sadly, W. Weird passed away very recently due to MND. So we know that MND kind of exists here with symptoms that make patients unable to move, and that relates to walking, talking, and sadly, eventually breathing. And then we have frontotemporal dementia on this other side of the spectrum, which Rebecca just brilliantly explained. And then we have people that exist kind of somewhere in the middle. So either they have very clear frontotemporal dementia symptoms with some motor symptoms scattered throughout, or very clear MND symptoms or ALS symptoms with some sort of cognitive changes that we didn't know before were common in ALS. So mostly what I focus on is to study brains of people that exist kind of in that middle spectrum and people that exist totally in this side of the spectrum, to see if different parts of their brain are different. And what I'm looking at is connections, so brain connections. Our brain cells communicate with each other in what we call synapses. So basically you have one cell talking, the other one listening, and then it acts on what it's heard before. So things like movement, there's one cell that says, okay, we need to move to pick up something. Then the other one goes, okay, if I need to do that, then I need to tell my arm to extend, to reach, and then contract to get back. So you need that communication to work in order for you to move. If that communication stops, then there's no movement. But in theory, your ability to know what to do is still intact. However, the people that are in the middle have more symptoms than just that. And we want to know what the difference is between those two. And one of the reasons why is because, unfortunately, people that exist somewhere in the middle have an even worse prognosis than people that are just on this side. And also, as a kind of patient and caregiver, it's also important for you to know what to expect when it comes to planning and processing. So that's kind of the big picture of why we're looking at it. The problem is the connections that we look at are tiny. So we have more synapses, those connections, in our brain than there are stars in our galaxy. So we're talking billions and billions, like so many zeros. So that makes the job quite tricky. And also they're insanely small. They have to be for them to fit all in one little head of ours. So that proves a challenge when it comes to looking at them. So we need very advanced microscopy skills for us to be able to look at them. In my case, I mostly just look different areas of the brain, and right now at this stage I'm just counting connections and seeing, okay, does this area of the brain have more connections, less connections? Is it different between the people that are in the middle of the spectrum onto one side? So to do that, we use a technique called array tomography, and that is kind of the microscopy technique that we use, and it relies on brains from donors that have donated their brains to science. And we've processed it, and we need to cut it very thin. So if you imagine your human hair, normal human hair, you thin it out 100 times, not lengthways, sideways. And that is the thinness of the tissue that we need to cut. So I'm working with basically see-through material, then staining it in fluorescent colors and looking at it down the microscope, and it makes it light up and look like a galaxy. And I take those images and put them into my trusty computer that counts them for me. So that's very handy. And that's kind of mostly what I do in my day-to-day life.
Wow. I mean, I love that there is this kind of connection between your work. I mean, that's just incredible. You must need a steady hand, right?
Yes, a steady hand and a lot of patience is definitely.
My eyesight just wouldn't work for that. I mean, this is fascinating. I mean, this is proper sci-fi stuff between both of your work as well. I mean, whilst they're very different, you can see that there is this underlying connection, because at the very end of this, what you're talking about is somebody's willingness or engagement to engage, to stand up or extend their arm, because they're just not going to. And yours is that their brain tells them to extend their arm. It just doesn't do what you want it to do. So it's interesting. There might be connections there down the line. You talked before about the people in the middle. So is this people with very, very early motor neuron disease? How does everybody? So this is a question that I'm sure people would ask. Does everybody who gets that, because getting a diagnosis of motor neuron disease, is notoriously quite tricky, isn't it? That it's not the first go-to thing that people are told. Does everybody get motor neuron disease differently, rather like they do with Alzheimer's disease? We're not really going to talk about MND a lot today, but there's real connections, and the Dementia Research Institute looks at MND as well, or ALS if you're in the US.
Yeah. So there's clear connections, especially with frontotemporal dementia, to the point where now we see them as a disease spectrum. So basically, we're talking 50% of patients that get diagnosed with MND will end up developing some level of cognitive problems, and around 15% will reach a full-blown FTD diagnosis, as well as the ALS diagnosis.
15% of people with M&D.
And the other way around. So around 50% of FTD patients, besides the symptoms that Rebecca mentioned, they develop some level of motor problems with movement, and then 15% end up reaching a full ALS diagnosis. So there's a clear overlap, and it's crucial that we understand it, because then we can understand the actual mechanisms. If we understand what they have in common and what they don't, that could give us huge insight into the actual mechanisms behind the disease.
Is apathy a symptom that people with motor neuron disease experience early on in their disease?
So I wouldn't know about early on, but a group in Edinburgh led by Sharon Abrahams actually developed what's called the ECAST score, which is a cognitive and behavioral impairment test that's been designed to kind of correct for the problems that ALS patients might have. So basically, when you can't move or talk quite freely, you need to do some adaptations when it comes to testing and to kind of account for that. And they've done that, and they've seen that in those 50% of patients that have some level of cognitive and behavioral impairment, apathy is actually quite high up there. So it shows the clear overlap between diseases in this stage.
I love both your work. It's got so much. I mean, I've got questions here about what's the potential impact and what's Meg. But honestly, I think the what I love about both your work is that it's kind of nicely on that, in that space of it's very much hard science, but has some real practical implications as well. That this isn't something that we're just, I think all too often some researchers are kind of accused of kind of doing research that's just of interest to you. I think, and we're constantly reminded that we should only, the research should have some real world impact, that people living with dementia or motor neuron disease, this should be something that they also think is important. And I can't help but think that anybody who's living with dementia wouldn't say that what you're doing has some real potential benefit there. But I mean, if you can cure apathy? I don't know. How far away? So this is, I know we're coming up to our time as ever. I always run out of time because I've got a question to ask. Actually, I'm going to just do this question. You're both PhD students. Has anything surprised you about your work so far? And you both spoke so passionately and excited about it. It's clear that, you're still excited about your work. But what surprised you, Rebecca?
So I think I've always really liked the idea of doing, let's say, clinical work that has real world applications. So when I came in and started working with people who have frontotemporal dementia and their families, and even a lot of the healthy controls that we have who are in because they know someone who has dementia, I knew I'd enjoy that, and I did. It's amazing to work with them and see firsthand the kind of impact that research has, and get the stories from their lives of what they're living with. I think one of the things that surprised me is how much I've enjoyed the technical elements of my PhD. So I'm a
nerd thing you said at the start.
Back to the nerd thing at the start. So I'm a computational modeler. So I build models of the brain, dynamic causal models, to help simulate and understand where all of these wiggly signals from the MEG are coming from and what could be causing them. And it's a lot of coding. It's a lot of reading algorithms and mathematics. And I didn't expect to enjoy that as much as I have. That's been really fun. And I think the most heartwarming surprise I've had is coming from undergrad psychology. The reason I participated in research studies was because of the money or the course requirements. And to go from that,
there's no money.
There's very little money. £10 an hour is a lot to an undergrad. But going from that to our participants, who 9 times out of 10 will say that they're there to help because they know that this research needs to be done, because they know it probably won't help them, but it will help someone. And I think that's just so admirable. And it's the same, like, say, for the people with frontotemporal dementia, for their loved ones and their caregivers, but also for the healthy controls who have relatives a lot of the time with dementia. They're here because they want to help. And I think that is just really, heartwarming, and I think they'll never know just how much it means to us that they come in and do the research and give us such wonderful high quality data.
And because it's some of the rarer forms of dementia as well, there are definitely not enough people, particularly with Lewy bodies and FTD, coming forward to participate in research. So if these diseases are affecting you or your family, please do go sign up to join Dementia Research, and it helps Rebecca.
It is greatly appreciated so much.
To find the people that they need for their research. Anna, what's exciting you? I mean, apart from, are you excited to try and get those samples even thinner than they already are?
I don't think that's even
Would that
possible. But I think that what surprised me the most is how much I'd enjoy the actual day-to-day, like little experiments rather than the kind of big picture, and just like seeing the beautiful like light up images of the brain, and like how you can change colors and just fully make it look like a galaxy, like outer space. Just kind of finding joy in those little moments.
Who knows that isn't? I mean, this is all a simulation anyway, right? I mean, this is I'm going to let you both go because my next batch of guests. Rebecca, go have a look at the new chip project, NEU chip. It's about how they're using stem cells integrated with microchips to grow 3D brain models onto microchips so they can plug them into computers. It sounds like it might be something that's
I'll definitely have a look at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much to my brilliant guests, Anna Sanchez Avila and Rebecca Williams from Cambridge University.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And Rebecca also as well, you might, and Anna, you might want to stick around because Bridget is quite influential when it comes to fellowship funding.
You're very kind.
both of your research studies sound exactly the kind of things that Race Against Dementia and the other charities as well, of course, that gets them excited. So when you're looking for your fellowships, do keep these guys in mind. Thank you very much.
Bye.
Have a great rest of the day.
Bye.
Okay. Now I've been playing videos at every half an hour, and I can't now because who would I choose? Which video would I play? I can't bias. I can't play one film over the other, and so that would be unfair of me. Instead, what I am going to do is to remind everybody who's watching that the whole point of today is not only to share the research we've been talking about with our incredible researcher guests, but also to raise money for four charities who we're going to be talking to over the next half an hour. Race Against Dementia, the Lewy Body Society, Alzheimer's Society, and Alzheimer's Research UK all fund research and do a million other things as well to influence policy, to help people living with dementia and to eventually beat this disease. Please do give what you can. Every penny helps, and it's at chatathon.uk/donate, and the money we raise today will be equally divided amongst the four charities. Which brings me on to you guys. Hey, thank you very much, everybody, for joining us. And we're well past the halfway mark now. Can't even talk about that anymore. And if I suddenly go off with my camera, it's probably because I'm eating a sandwich. So you have to bear with me slightly. We're going to be joined by Sarah. Something fell over there. Sarah's going to be joining us in a few seconds as well, hopefully from Alzheimer's Research UK. But in the meantime, I'm joined by Jacqueline Cannon, who's the Chief Executive from the Lewy Body Society, Bridget Barker, Chief Exec from Race Against Dementia, and Catherine Gray, who's the Research Communications Manager at the Alzheimer's Society. And you've all had a busy week, I think. I'm pretty sure I've seen all of you on the news. You've all become famous this week.
I haven't, but anyway.
You've all become famous. I've seen you all on breakfast TV and on the BBC News and on Sky. And all of you looked like it's suddenly like, oh God, everybody, what do you mean everybody has to do something? We have a person who does that. Yeah, but they can't be in two places at once. So you'll have to do it. Is that unfair? Because you're all used to doing this media. But you've almost...
It was a very intense media day, put it that way.
But great that you all had that news. But let's, before we move on to talking about the great news from this week, why don't I let you do some proper introductions and tell us about your... Actually, let's just do some introductions. Bridget, just give us a quick run-through. What is Race Against Dementia?
Race Against Dementia is a charity that was started by Sir Jackie Stewart, who's the 3 times Formula One racing driver. And he most unfortunately discovered that his wife had been diagnosed with frontotemporal dementia. So he took her around the world to all the best doctors in the world and was completely horrified when people said, well, I'm very sorry, there's no cure for dementia and there's no way to prevent it getting any worse. And so he said, well, this just cannot happen. It can't be right. There are so many people who are affected by it. So he's been doing everything he possibly can to encourage a cure or some kind of prevention. And setting up Race Against Dementia was his idea, and we've been going now for 6 years. And he's been raising lots of money in order to back early career researchers. So he thinks that younger people will have a new approach to things. He thinks that some of the old establishment have, been doing this for a long time. So if he backs younger researchers, they will look at things in a different way. And part of the ethos is to try and accelerate research and bring Formula One principles into the research lab. So in Formula One, if the car doesn't work on a Sunday properly, they spend the rest of the week making amendments. The engineers are hard at it, the technicians, and hopefully on the following Sunday, the race is won by the same car. So things happen very quickly, and it's very much a problem-solving environment. So the idea is to try and instill that kind of problem-solving, thinking outside the box in the researchers that we back.
And so Jackie, I mean, truly is inspirational. Anybody that kind of, because in that, anybody else, many other people in that situation would have just sat back, wouldn't they? Or then gone and had a look around, maybe tried to, and only potentially even thought about themselves. But in the work that he's done, he's not just thinking about himself, he's thought about dementia as a whole. And to throw yourself into it in that way isn't what everybody would necessarily have done.
Absolutely. And he is incredible. He's got so much energy and so much commitment. He's now 83 years old, and nobody can say no to him. If he wants it to happen, it's going to happen. And he has clearly said, in fact, he was on the television on Wednesday saying he wants to find a cure in his lifetime. So,
and the news this week feels like that's a step closer. I mean, it's
absolutely
still not there, but it's. I'm going to come to Catherine and Jacqueline in a minute. I'm interested to know though, because as you said, you've been around 6 years now. He must have talked to a lot of researchers in that. Has he been put off in any way? Because I imagine the first thing that people would have told him was, yeah, but this is more complicated. This is the brain. We haven't understood this forever. Has he been deterred, or is he?
Well, he gets very frustrated because he's used to the problem-solving environment of Formula One, and after his races, he'd come off the track and talk to the engineer and say, this was a bit wrong, it went too far left, or whatever. And
they know how to fix it, right?
Yes, exactly. And he's very intuitive with cars and engines. So he understood the engine, so he knew what needed to be done. So he's frustrated that, in his view, the medical profession is very structured. Research is a very different type of animal. And the other thing that's happened, of course, is cancer research in the last 40 years has come on in leaps and bounds. So he doesn't understand why dementia research hasn't had the same results. But of course, it's much harder to look at the brain that's inside a bone case. As you say, Adam, money. I mean, so much money has been put to cancer research, and that's why we're all doing what we're doing now, is we need much more money put into dementia research.
And if talking to the researchers today tells anybody anything, it's that there's so much to look at. I mean, we've had so many different people working on so many different things that kind of creating and encouraging those collaborations as well to try and bring the different people so that they don't all zero in just on their microglia, but they're looking at this, because you need the microglia person to also be looking at the other person that's doing the inflammation bit, don't you, to get that big picture.
Yes.
Big picture view.
Yes.
Thank you.
And all our researchers are doing such different things. I'm sure I've said to you before, Adam, I was horrified. I didn't even know about Sanfilippo syndrome, which is dementia which presents in children when they're about 10 years old, which is really terrible. Very disturbing, I'm sure, for the parents. But one of our researchers is looking closely at that and the associations with Alzheimer's.
And there are some great other studies. I mean, when we look at Down syndrome in dementia as well, when we think about, these rarer forms of, well, not that Down syndrome in dementia is rare, but that there's so much to be learned that if we only look at Alzheimer's disease, which today's taught us anything, but there's so many other places to look that we can take lessons from motor neuron disease and FTD and in different populations. Thank you very much, Bridget. I've got lots more questions for you, but I'm going to come to Jackie next. I can call you Jackie, right? Not Jacqueline.
Absolutely.
I put your big name on the chat box. Sorry about that. This is Jackie Cannon, who's from the Lewy. Tell us about the Lewy body society, because do you know what? So many of today's talks have been about Lewy body dementia, which I think last time Lewy bodies didn't come up at all. It's very much on the program today.
That's great news. We've been a charity for 16 years, founded by Ashley Baston. When her mum was diagnosed with Lewy body dementia, and they found it so difficult. Her mum was living in the States to get a diagnosis, and went from physician to physician, and ended up moving to be near the Mayo Clinic to actually finally get that diagnosis. And I think what is the disturbing point is that most people have never actually heard of Lewy body dementia until they or a family member actually get that diagnosis. And when we talk about dementia, people automatically think memory. And this is something that's not about memory. So we exist as a charity solely to promote awareness of Lewy body dementia, but fundamentally to fund research, because 90% plus of our donors say that they donate to us to fund research.
And everybody talks about how little funding there is for dementia research as a whole. I mean, not to suggest that the funding's not good in any way, but I bet when you even drill that down specifically to Lewy body, it's even smaller still.
It is. And if you look at the number of people that are registered with the diagnosis on joint dementia research in England, the figures are just so low. It's unbelievable to try and get people actually taking part in the research. And so many research projects had to be restarted after COVID because the people that were taking part had deteriorated so much during COVID at a faster rate than people with some other forms of dementia that the researchers had to restart the research again.
Which probably opened up a whole new line of inquiry about the impact of that kind of social isolation and loneliness on how rapidly it impacted deterioration. And it sounds like you have a very similar origin story. If we were making origin movies, it's not the X-Men, but you've got a very similar origin story to Bridget, in so much as this is
really
passionate family member who then got up, said, no, this isn't good enough, I'm going to do something about it.
She did. Within 6 months, she'd contacted Professor Ian McKeith at Newcastle University, and really went on a research project of her own, finding out who all the experts were in Lewy body dementia, got the charity registered, and then a year later, my dad got a diagnosis of Lewy body dementia. And here I am with a career change from financial services.
And your charity funds research. It's brilliant. I can't. It's amazing that people like that exist still now and can make these differences. I'm going to put you both on the spot because, of course, then we move on to the two big charities in the room, to Alzheimer's. Do you know what? And I'm going to ask. I think I kind of roughly know this question of Alzheimer's Research UK because your origin story is about a researcher, isn't it? Catherine, what do you know? I'm putting you on the spot. How did Alzheimer's Society start?
So we were established in 1979 by a couple of carers who were just fed up with the lack of support that they were receiving. I think they were both caring for their husbands at the time, and they were gaining all this knowledge through their role as a carer, and sort of came together and said, this is a horrible situation. We feel very isolated, and we're we're gathering all this information. What can we do to make things better for people in our situation? And then I think it was in 1980 that we were sort of formally established as an organisation. So we, you know, from very humble beginnings, we've become who we are. But I think they joined up with a couple of researchers and medical professionals that they were interacting with, and it came from there, I think.
That's so again, it's kind of passionate people. Let's go on, Sarah. Tell us about ARUK, and then we'll bring this all back together.
Yes. So I think the ARUK was founded 30 years ago this year, actually. And what for me is outstanding is that the people that founded the ARUK were just a small group of people that realized what kind of impact Alzheimer and dementia disease would have on society. So they started everything thinking that the mission should have been to create a world that was free from the harm and the heartbreak of dementia. And actually, this kind of mission still stands. So things are changing now, but actually it's quite astonishing that within 30 years, we have gained so much knowledge, but the mission still stands as it was 30 years ago. Obviously, in these 30 years, the charity has grown in scope completely. So it is fantastic to see that via our supporters, there is a better understanding of dementia and the value of research. And then we are becoming the leading dementia research charity in the UK. So we grew enormously, but I think it's thanks to the understanding of the people, as they were saying, and of the importance of supporting dementia research to fight this disease.
And all originally born out of that kind of core, I guess, if you like, frustration with the system that was there, that there's this passion and drive that we could do something better, and people who got up and said and did something about it. And now you all do such amazing work, and you all fund research and do lots of other things as well. You don't just fund research. So actually, I'm going to come to Catherine, back to you first of all, Catherine. Give us a bit of a romp through. What does Alzheimer's Society exactly do, and why research is important part of that?
So we're a care and support charity, and we also fund research. And going back to our origin story, we've always had research as part of our core manifesto. And so sort of those two parts of the organisation really complement each other in terms of the direct support to people affected by dementia through our helpline and our dementia advisors, and sort of frontline support, feeding through to our research into care and how to improve care. But then we also fund research on the more sort of basic and biomedical side. And then we also have our policy and influencing teams who work sort of campaigning and sort of fight for change at the sort of a national and regional government level, to sort of change practice, be that at social care level or even on a research level, making sure that dementia research is funded at the level that it should be. I'm definitely going to be forgetting some parts of the organisation.
There's so many facets to it. I think from dementia friends and dementia friendly communities through to support for individuals, and then the funding and the policy and the lobbying work as well, and as well as what I know Alzheimer's Society you fund care research, and you funded research during COVID and things like that. So I mean, great work.
It's a lot about sort of, I guess, societal attitudes as well. So, the dementia friends, and I think it's sort of changing culture and attitudes towards dementia as well.
And that's one of the things we've been kind of highlighting today, because as I've said lots of times, we know that things are tough right now. And if people can't afford to donate, there are still many other ways that people can support research that isn't necessarily through giving money. Of course, still give us your money, but research is other way. Jacqueline, what does the Lewy Body Society? Because I think all of you actually, there are researchers you fund. All of you have got researchers you fund joining us today. I think the Lewy Body Society, we've got some people later on. We've had Alzheimer's Society, RAD Fellows, and ARUK people as well. Tell us about your work, Jacqueline.
Yes, so we were pleased a few years ago to get our membership of the AMRC, the Association of Medical Research Charities, and our founder is now also a trustee of AMRC. So we're really invested into research. We very much promote and support JDR, encouraging people to take part in research, both as somebody living with a diagnosis and as a healthy participant. We take calls on a daily basis from people who are struggling to get a diagnosis. And when they get a diagnosis, to get a quality diagnosis, because research again has shown that 51% of people with a diagnosis of Lewy body have had a previous diagnosis of something else, whether that's a different form of dementia or a different illness. People are being diagnosed with epilepsy, bipolar, all different kinds of illnesses before they get that absolute diagnosis, which is so important. Because again, going back to the cancer scenario, if somebody came out of a GP's surgery with a diagnosis of just cancer, it wouldn't be acceptable.
No. And we've heard so much about biomarkers has come up a lot today. And this
Absolutely.
kind of highlights why they're important, because
really, yeah.
Getting that, I know it seems like a small thing, but getting that accurate diagnosis, even if it just discounts something else that's going on that is treatable, makes a big difference. What about you, Bridget? Because obviously you're, very much you focus in on your fellows, but you've got an increasingly wider view, I think, with your new discovery hubs and things.
Well, we are still backing research. That is absolutely what we're committed to doing, and that's the main thrust of the charity. But accelerating research, catalyzing change in some way. Yes, we do have 11 RAD fellows, which is great, around the world, and we also have 3 RAD associates who are involved in our more capital projects. But we have backed 2 big projects, one that's an Amsterdam-Edinburgh collaboration. And in Edinburgh, they're looking at existing drugs and how they could be repurposed and used against dementia. And then if they find drugs which they think can be usefully repurposed, they send them over to Amsterdam, where clinical trials are taken out. So that's a pilot project at the moment. But we're also backing somebody in Geneva who's looking at the gut and microglia in the gut and how that might affect Alzheimer's, which I think is a very interesting area. And one reads more and more about that all the time.
Gut microbiome. It's funny, isn't it? We go through these kind of cycles of information, and I've been to so many conferences over the last few years where you can turn up. It's not until you turn up and you suddenly find what it's all about. And I've been to a few in the last couple of years ago where it's, oh my God, everything's about the gut microbiome here this week. And then I was at ADPD earlier this year. It was all blood-based biomarkers, or it'll all be microglia. We do go through the
yes, yeah.
These bits and stuff. I should make a disclaimer as well, say that whilst I do this on my own time, my day job is running Dementia Research Service for early career researchers, many of whom have joined us today. And you, of course, are one of the new, I think this is like a formal announcement or anything, but of course, the Race Against Dementia, Alzheimer's Society, Alzheimer's Research UK all also show their commitment, not just to supporting the research, but the individuals that are doing that, because of course they're so important, to make sure that they are supported to remain within the field, because academia is a tough life, and so many get to a stage and then they go, oh, this is hard, I'm just going to have to go do something else. Funding individuals and supporting those people, which is one thing I think RAD have been great at as well, is to really
we try very hard to encourage all of our RAD fellows to become leaders in their fields, and so we give them a lot of skills training, so presentation training, so they can talk about the science to lay people in a intelligent and comprehensible way. We give them performance benefit training, so they get talks about sleep, nutrition, exercise. I mean, fantastic benefits for them, which I think if I'd had that in my early 20s, I'd have been quite a different person. But I do think it's an incredible benefit for them to have that. And they also get lots of different training about communication skills, being on the television, on the radio, doing things like this. So it's a whole package to help them become leaders of the future.
And Sarah, Alzheimer's Research UK, because you tell us what you do.
Yeah. Before I say that, I just would like to say a massive thank you. I don't know if the ladies say you're ready to you, because I am listening to the Chatathon, and actually you have done tasked you work in organizing it. And also I think for me has been very inspirational to see the breadth of research that we are funding, all of us are funding, but also like the enthusiasm that all the scientists are communicating around their research, starting from PhD, arriving to senior fellow, and it's quite inspirational and motivational also from the point of view of the funder to see that actually we are really funding outstanding research and the next generation of dementia research that are going to make a change. So thank you very much, because I know that you are very kindly invited us, but actually the work that you are doing is for us, for our benefit, and is gigantic. So thank you.
As kind of you said, no, I think the research are the stars, but you're absolutely right. These people that you're funding have all given up their time freely today, and it's because they're passionate about their work. They don't just, they don't have to volunteer. I put out a call and said, hey, would any researchers like to come and talk on this? I didn't have to go beg anybody. I didn't have to go beat them over the head. I'm sure if I'd have actually went and specifically asked people, we could have easily run this for 24 hours. There'll be so many people came to me afterwards who just didn't notice I'd asked because I put it on Twitter and things like that. But yeah, thank you, Sarah.
Thank you. Yeah. So shall I go with what kind of research we fund? So
what does AR UK do? Because you've broadened out, haven't you? I know a few years ago when I first started working, it was very much about research funding, and it's gotten broader.
Yeah. Now when I start, I always say that the name is kind of misleading, because we are Alzheimer Research UK, but actually we are not funding only Alzheimer's disease, and we are not only a research charity. So the main thing that we do is supporting dementia research, but we do that also via, as also Alzheimer's Society was saying, by making sure that politicians and decision-making people are aware of dementia and the value of funding dementia research and how important it is. So we have a very strong policy and public affairs department. And then obviously we want to raise awareness of dementia. So we have a huge comms team that is working around making sure that we destigmatize dementia and dementia diseases and people living with dementia diseases. So the work is quite broad, and so are the funding. In terms of the research team, we are funding from the response funding, so more fellowship and project to infrastructure. So we have a partnership with the Alzheimer's Society to fund Brains for Dementia research that is collecting data on a longitudinal cohort, and then the volunteers donate brain sample for dementia research. And then we have a huge stream around translational research. So we have the Drug Discovery Alliance and the Dementia Consortium that are our flagship initiative around translational research. And then we are expanding our new research strategy, our input into clinical research. So we want to support and increase capacity in clinical research, but also creating a network of clinical trial centers across the UK and emphasize the importance of this aspect for pushing really everything that we do, from increasing the insight of dementia to reaching the bed and providing a life-changing treatment for people with dementia. So our portfolio is becoming quite broad.
And we should have, for anybody watching, this isn't a case of, for charities all competing and duplicating effort. Fine, there might, let's not lie and say there is a bit of, we're all trying to raise funding and there might be a little bit of competition, but your efforts kind of all really complement each other, isn't it? Because you could see the problem of dementia would be weaker if we only had one organization that was dealing with this. If the country only had one dementia charity that was focusing on this, it wouldn't have the strong voice that it's got by bringing together all of you who look at take this problem and look at it in slightly different ways. You've got, whilst there's synergies between some of the research you fund, might be this basic science and underlying things, you all do things that are so unique and different that help in their own ways, and it builds up to that kind of real push, whether that's to lobby government because you're pushing to say, hey, we need more of this, or there should be more of that, or how you maneuver and do that in different ways through your influencing work.
Yeah,
the government's far more listened to if you've got 5 charities influencing them, saying, hey, for goodness sake, you need to get better, than just one.
Yeah,
I think
this is the beauty of what we do. So when we need to be aligned, like Alzheimer's Society and Alzheimer's at UK are joining forces, and we are co-funding the UK Dementia Research Institute. We have different core activities, so we're focusing more on research, they're focusing more on care, so that we can really complete the spectrum of dementia research that is needed, or dementia care that is needed. We are in a partnership with RAD as a charity, just to increase capacity and push capacity. A lot of the fellows that are RAD fellow are also UK DRI emerging leader. So we are really trying across the sector to push and accelerate dementia research to get life-changing treatment and possibly a cure for the future.
Absolutely. And one of our, I have a feeling this might be somebody you know, Jackie. Is Ashley somebody you know? Actually, I'm going to flag this. They've made a good point, which I've just flashed up as a caption on the screen for anybody who's watching, that together we can make a louder noise and we can make more impact to help beat dementia, which I know all of you are so driven by at your absolute core. Thank you very much. It's 5 o'clock already. Where did the time go?
Absolutely, shot by.
Thank you ever so much to Catherine Greer from the Alzheimer's Society, Dr. Sarah Emericio from Alzheimer's Research UK, Jacqueline Cannon from the Lewy Body Society, and Bridget Barker from Race Against Dementia, who are all four brilliant representatives of the charities that will benefit from the money you donate today. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Adam. Yeah. Good luck.
That's all right. 5.5 hours left. Oh,
and thanks for everything that you're doing to bring the dementia research community together as well, because it's really incredible, and you created a space where everybody can come together, and it's made a massive difference, so thank you.
I keep forgetting to mention dementia research because I kind of assume everybody must know about it, but thank you very much, and thank you all for your support in funding that. It wouldn't be possible to do that if you didn't kind of buy into the importance of supporting early career research and mid-career researchers as well. Thank you so much.
Good luck.
Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Okay, so it's 5 o'clock somewhere. It's getting dark outside. We might need to subtly change the lighting to create a new ambience. I've got a button here that will change my lights. See if it works. That will make it all moody. Have we gone a bit moody now? I should have got a bit purple. No, I'm still just too bright. Hold on, I've got different buttons to change lights. I look a bit like what's that guy off the TV that did the show, David Dickinson. I look a bit orange, don't I, right now? I look a bit David Dickinson. Hold on. Let me whiten this light. Is that slightly less David Dickinson? And if I make that one like that, there, that's a little bit more natural. Thank you very much. They were the four charities who, as we said, will benefit from the brilliant funds you donate today, which you can do at chatathon.uk/donate. It's 5 o'clock, and over the next half hour, we're going to be hearing from Dr. Catherine Quinn, who is on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. We're also going to be hearing from Dr. Catherine Charwood. Did you two decide on how we should, when I go Catherine?
I'm happy to be Kathy to make that easier.
Kathy. So is it Kathy? It's Kathy, not Kat or Kate or Kathy. You don't have a preference. Okay, so we've got Kathy, Catherine, and Nikita. And Nikita's joining us all the way from, you're in India now, right?
Yes.
So join us all the way from India. So our third long distance guest. So we've working our way across the world. We had our Australians at the start of the day, and now we're working our way across. Over the next 4 hours, we've got a few guests from the US as well. Do you mind if I just play a video while I just do something very quickly? I'll tell you what I'm going to do is, rather than play a video, I'm going to ask you all to introduce yourselves, and I'm going to put Kathy in charge while I'm not here. Kathy, you've been promoted to guest host for the next 2 to 3 minutes, and I want you to ask our guests to introduce themselves and then take them through talking about their work, and I'll rush back. So
okay,
I know what questions to ask, otherwise I'll miss the whole thing.
Okay.
Ready?
I'll give it a whirl.
go. And she didn't know I was going to do this, by the way. Anybody? Right. Okay.
Yeah, this is fantastic.
I'm going to put your caption on as well. There you go. There's your caption. And go.
Okay, so let's start with you, Nikita, because Catherine and I actually know each other. So, so this is more interesting for me. So Nikita, would you like to introduce yourself?
Namaskar to all. So I'm a student currently pursuing my Doctor of Medicine in Naturopathy after completing my baccalaureate in Naturopathy and Yogic Sciences from India, and which is internationally well known as ND. So being not from the background of neuroscience, it's very challenging for me to opt a passion after this kind of field, or the particularly Alzheimer's, which I'm interested in. So my early life of including my interest in the dementia was started since my medical rotations. And after that, I'm working on that particular area and aspect, facing a lot of challenges being not from that particular background. And even we have started now a student-led initiative, that is Chittodaya Foundation, to raise awareness about dementia and other neurodegenerative diseases in our locality and India. That's all. And I am very naive in this field, and I'm with zero experience of neuroscience. So it's like a big opportunity for me to be a part of the Chatathon family. Thank you.
Honestly, I wouldn't worry about it. I love that you're saying you're not from a neuroscience background. I'm about to reveal that my doctorate's in literature, so don't worry. Dr. Catherine Quinn, for those who are unfortunate enough to not have already met you, who are you?
Thank you, Kathy. So I'm Dr. Catherine Quinn. I'm an associate professor at the Centre for Applied Dementia Studies at the University of Bradford, which means that I get to work in a centre with a whole bunch of fantastic people engaging in research, teaching and training and consultancy. And my background is I tend to focus on research that's around improving the quality of life of people with dementia and the family members that care for them, and also thinking about the ways in which we can create interventions to better support them. So that's me, and over to you, Kathy.
So one of the things that Catherine didn't mention there is that she's also a co-investigator on the IDEAL programme, which is the research programme that I work for. So my own background is slightly different. Accidental humanist in the scientist's house. But so my doctorate was actually in English literature. I was looking at memory in the poetry of Thomas Hardy and Robert Frost, but very much with a focus on experimental psychology as well. And perhaps inevitably at the same time, my grandmother was living with Alzheimer's disease. And so when this role was advertised, it was a sort of unique alignment of professional and personal interests. So I am the research translation and impact manager for the IDEAL programme, and that will not mean much. I think of it as I'm a bit of a dot joiner. I attempt to join the dots between the research outputs from IDEAL and the people to whom it could make a difference, whether that be people with dementia and carers, practitioners, or indeed policymakers. So both Catherine and I get to work on the IDEAL programme, which started in 2014, is an Alzheimer's Society Centre of Excellence. So do donate, because you can keep us doing things. And essentially, it's a large cohort study, so over 1,500 people with dementia, over 300 carers originally, to try and figure out, looking at it over time, which things make a difference to people's ability to live a good quality of life. And that's in their own perception, whatever that means to them, whatever a good life looks like to you. How do we keep people in that space? Which things make it easier to do that, and which things perhaps make it that bit harder? So that was more than 2 to 3 minutes. So let me consider what we might ask you next.
Don't worry, I'm here.
You horror comic.
I was just very quickly, because we had the confusion over 2 different funding pages because one had the wrong page, I was just using the opportunity to try and work out, because usually I'd love to be telling people how much we've raised, and I haven't been able to because
you've got to do your sums.
Exactly, I had to get my calculator out because it's on 2 different pages, and then there was this offline bit, and so I mean I I'll come to that afterwards. Thank you very much, stand-in superhost Kathy Charlwood, Dr. Catherine Charlwood. I should add, you haven't got the doctor on your bit there. I'm sorry. It's because I couldn't tell. Is that because your PhD is so irrelevant that you daren't claim to be doctor because everybody else is saying that you're...
I've just told them how it's relevant. It is relevant.
Did you
Very
say...
relevant.
I'm sorry, I only was half listening, if I'm honest, but was it something to do with Edgar Allan Poe?
No, good Lord,
Did
no.
I dream that? It was literature based.
It was literature based, but I was looking at memory in poetry, and then I got obsessed with how the brain actually perceives poetic devices, and that leads you to be able to remember poetry better or remember specific places and scenes better. So there was a link.
Poetry was mine as well, so we should talk about poetry separately. So thank you very much for picking that up. You've told us about your work, and this session we've taken the caption down, was talking about involving people in research. Some people who've been watching today might be a little bit critical to say, hey, you should have had more people living with dementia in your stream, and I would have liked to have done that, but I think also as well, what is coming across is everybody I've spoken to today has had people involved in their studies at various stages, particularly perhaps less than basic scientists, the neuroscientists less so, but even there's a push to say, hey, there's no reason why you can't involve people living with dementia in some of the decision making and things like that. So tell us, why is it important? Why is it important to you? Why was it important to you, Catherine, that people should be involved in the work you do?
I think it's incredibly important that you hear from people who have lived experience of, although we're here today talking about research, obviously I teach, and we involve people with dementia and carers in informing our teaching as well. So that's very much led by that. But it's incredibly important to have those lived experiences to help us guide, particularly when you're designing projects or studies that involve people with dementia and carers themselves, but equally, you're going to be recruiting, etc. So there's a whole different ways in which people can contribute to the design of the study, the implementation, how we disseminate our findings, many different ways in which people can contribute and ensure that the research that we're doing is of value to the people that we want to do it for, but equally has that impact that we're looking for.
And Nikita, in your work, how have you involved people in your work so far? Because you do all kinds of things, don't you?
From a developing country kind of state, and where the people are more cultural, and we still have rural areas and remote areas in our country, so with limited hospitality and other services, so it's very difficult to break a myth that dementia or such kind of conditions of neurodegenerative diseases is not just a part of aging, which is a myth here, and we don't consider the people here, and the people are unaware of such kind of conditions in our country. So we need to make more awareness for a particular time of being. Till that, our government as well as our certain universities and firms are working out of that to raise awareness. Still, we need a ground level work to initiate that.
And that's because is there still, I mean, how much stigma is there still around dementia? Is this why it's still very much hidden away?
Yeah, it's a stigma, and more of, we can say that being people understanding that it's a natural aging process, they don't even consider to refer to a physician or to a doctor for such kind of condition. People are forgetting things. Say they say like it's a natural aging process, and it's due to because of their age. So that stigma we have to break. And for our country, we need though we have not much prevalence, or we can say that we don't really know the state of dementia in our country. We can say that because we are not much involved.
Nobody's counting. It's not a
yeah.
And I think I mean, whether the argument would have stood up decades ago when we knew less about it, about what could help and what made a difference. But I think increasingly now, hiding this away in in the background and pretending it doesn't exist isn't helping, because there is so much you can do now. I mean, every hour we've had somebody talking about the trials that they're doing, the things you can do to delay onset. They're kind of going outside the different ways that people can either add to their own quality of life or help to look at research and help the next generation, or and to improve things. So it's kind of, the more you hide it away, it's going to be more of an issue. Do you think, will it benefit if this progresses in other parts of the world? So when that treatment comes along, when there's a treatment, will that be a magic bullet? No, what's a silver bullet? Will that be a magic kind of tipping point where people will go, wait a second, there's a treatment for this? Actually, then everybody will start to kind of realize the problem more once there's a recognized treatment.
Yeah, we can say that as we all know, our demographic background also have a good impact on such conditions and a medical reference. So from being that, if a patient or the individual is from a remote area and they are not much educated, they don't even prefer that. They think like it's not very required to refer or to consult a doctor for such kind of conditions. Yeah. But nowadays, the people are educating, the social media is growing. So the people are making things, like public, or we can say social. They are discussing about their issues. And the young generation is particularly involved in that in our country too. So that's creating a positive side of the social media, I can say. And we are looking further, and even we are just now in this year itself, we have started a student-led foundation to increase awareness in our locality, and we are working nationally in future to increase awareness and to help people, and we conduct sessions of meditation and awareness camps for this thing.
And actually, I'll get a plug in now for Alzheimer's Disease International, which just kind of came to my head as one of those great organizations that does a brilliant job of bringing together societies from different countries to learn from each other, because of course we've learned so much from I'm going to say the UK because I live here, but other parts of the world as well, about how you raise awareness, how you tackle this problem about stigma, that those they need to be culturally adapted, but they can help rather than starting from scratch. I think coming back to patient and public involvement, of course, who are can be at the heart of changing that stigma. Tell me, Kathy, what's the difference? So yes. So at the moment we hear a lot about kind of co-design, citizen science, patient and public involvement. Can you give us a run through as to what's the difference between all this?
Oh, my giddy aunt. Yeah, all right. So, well, I mean, citizen science, I think, is very much open to anybody.
That was the curveball.
You're lucky that I previously worked on a citizen science project. Let's put it like that. So something like Zooniverse, right? This enormous website with lots of different projects on it. Anybody sitting at home can, go in and help count the penguins on this freeze frame of a camera in the Antarctic or wherever it is penguins live. My parents are going to kill me that I don't know that. But it's not particularly involved, right? And you don't have to have any lived experience of that particularly. It's a chance to be involved in someone else's project. I think true PPIE, as it's called, or even better, co-production, is actually really involving the other person in the project. And sort of, to go back to the question that you asked before, why involve people at all? Well, one, because they know things we don't on quite a radical level. People living with dementia or carers know about that experience in a way that researchers don't. Two, because if we don't involve them, we'll get it wrong and then wasted a lot of money and time, and that's generally not great. But the one I should have led with is because it's more fun. It's actually really interesting and engaging to talk to people. And, even if it results in, just one small smile and one small story shared, actually that can inspire you. That can make you think, right, I'm really going to dig deeper. I'm going to go further with this research now. So I would put a little plug in for the fun. But in terms of co-production, what makes that very different, and the example I'm inevitably going to use is the Living with Dementia toolkit, of which I'm so proud. And actually, I think I can put in all three here of those points, because they helped with the design of how we were actually going to get this toolkit out there and advertised. And I said, well, what should we do? You know, we could do a poster, we could do leaflets. No leaflets, right? If there's one thing I've learned, people hate leaflets. Don't make a leaflet, everybody. So I said, okay, no leaflets. Probably should that. What should we do? And out of nowhere, one of our involvement group of people with dementia and carers said, postcard-sized fridge magnets. All right. And we did. And do you know what? No researcher would ever have come up with that as an idea. And it's brilliant because you can stick it on your fridge, as we have on our fridge, and it reminds you of it. So it's this difference of thinking that can actually be really beautifully and cohesively brought together when you involve people from different backgrounds.
It's a great argument. So, you know, if all you're doing is involving people in your research because it's what the funder asks you to do, you know, have you done your PPI, which doesn't feel that long ago that's when PPI got done. It got done because your researcher made you. And it's only, I think increasingly now there's this recognized that it's the best part of it. I completely agree. And your, so what advice, so anybody who's watching here who's a new PhD, because there's a lot of new PhD students who are in the first kind of 6 to 12 months of their projects, who suddenly have been told, oh, right, okay, they've been working on their ethics, they've been working on their patient materials, hopefully with somebody involved, who suddenly find themselves having to work directly and talk to people living with dementia. We heard from Chris right at the start of the day, is just treat them like normal people. But Chris, I would admit, Chris and Jane are very much kind of, you don't have to tiptoe around them. I don't think you could say anything to them that wouldn't shock them or offend them. I think people, not everybody's like Chris and Jane. What advice would you have for somebody who suddenly finds themselves working with people with dementia if they haven't, you know, if they haven't hung out with their grandparents or other people living with the condition? Let's go to Catherine. Do you want to do, let's go to Catherine first.
Yeah, so I think what you were alluding to before is this issue around it not being tokenistic. And I think that's, you know, the fact that originally people just put PPI on applications, but they will know if it's tokenistic. So the first thing to think about is, what is their role in the study? You know, how do you want them to help with the PhD study? And how do you want their help? Because if it's just a tick box exercise, I just need to, you know, I need to have a PPI person to come along to a meeting. They will know that, and they will not feel that it's very meaningful in terms of their involvement. I think in terms of work, you know, it's exactly the same as working with anybody. You have to think about how you work. How do you communicate? So think about the language we use. If it's a very complex technical project, you mentioned lay language before, Adam, and it's that whole, you know, think about the language in which you're using to communicate your work, to work with them, to make them aware, but to think about what's their involvement, to be aware, obviously, that PPI has a cost attached to it, that we do pay people's time. They're giving up their time to support us, not just in research, but obviously you had the grant funders on before, and obviously PPI members get involved in grant funding decisions. And I think the real thing that I learned a lot from the IDEAL study that Kathy has been telling you about, that started in 2014. We've been working with the same PPI group pretty much since then with some changes, but it's around managing expectations, because there are things that we want to get people meaningfully involved in research, but it's about them being aware about what things we can do with research and what we can't. For example, the IDEAL study involves a lot of questionnaires, and we do a lot of, we can't change the wording of those questionnaires because they're standardized. And that was something that came up when the first meeting we had about the IDEAL study. But what we were able to do was take on board somebody's suggestion around adding in open-ended questions to the questionnaire pack, and straight away. And the other thing, so it's about people managing people's expectations around research and about the process. The other thing that tends to come up with the IDEAL study before is the length of time it can take for us to get research publications out there. It can take time to get research findings out there. Obviously, Kathy's been doing some great translational work, but it's about, you know, making it clear to somebody from the start about what their role is going to be. And the last point I'll just make is about that feedback loop. If you're involving somebody in a research project, even if it's about the participant or PPI, that, you know, that you should be telling them about that one is the findings, but also for a PPI member, how have you acted upon their advice? You know, if they've given you advice, have you been able to act upon it? You know, and I think it's really important to have that feedback loop when working with people.
And that's something, I mean, hats off to the IDEAL program particularly, is I think you've been amazing at not just publishing findings years later in some journal that people won't read, but actually sharing recognizing that once you've got something worthwhile to share, you share it, and you don't just put it in a publication. You make these films, you produce these tools, these practical things that people can help, and take that further then and try and get the local, because you've had some go into like health services and things like that, haven't you, to try and get them actually commissioned as real life services, which is, a real skill to be able to do that. That's not easy to do. So back to that. Am I taking away then involving people at the very, very earliest stage possible? Because the problem with research methodology is once you've set your research question and you get so far down the path, you become a bit blinkered, don't you? And suddenly the idea of taking on board some changes or rephrasing questions or adding more in does become harder to do, but also maybe they're a little bit less willing to.
I think it's about having, but that's why I say about that sort of managing expectations from the start. So yeah, it's great if you can get somebody involved at the design side. Obviously there's a cost attached to PPI, and obviously PhD, there's some practicalities to think through, but I think having those conversations enables people to understand the nature of research and how it works.
I'm going to come back to Nikita, because I know in your bio you talked about use of meditation and how it can help people, and I'm guessing that comes down to kind of mindfulness and things as well. What's your research telling you? What's it showing?
So being from a yogic background, so as my bachelorate and my current study is going in that particular field, that is our traditional medicine. We call it as India traditional medicine. And nowadays we all celebrate International Yoga Day and all kind of stuffs. So my research particularly teaching me like how we can collaborate, how different medical fields and traditional ancient therapies we can come with the scientific proof area. After that, we can learn that particularly for our dementia, we can say that meditation can be a cost-effective, because we need a cost-effective, reliable and effective therapy. And we need a cost-effective, reliable and effective therapy so that we can intervene that in early stages as well as in progressive stage or the diagnosed stage of the disease. So meditation can work well, and we have nowadays we have like a few years we are working well in mindfulness and meditation kind of things. Even the standard or the world known universities like Harvard and Stanford is working on that particular area. So we can better collaborate and making meditation as our tool and targeting amygdala particularly, because our stress is in this particular era is a major risk factor of developing such conditions. And
apathy, we've just been talking about apathy 2 sessions ago. The idea of addressing apathy and different approaches to deal with that are there as well. And I mean, this is where we're taking this bigger holistic approach, which coming back, Nikita, it sounds like your work is exactly doing the same thing, which is, and the ideal program is just so, it seems to have been going so long now and it's so vast that it's not just a single study, it's like a whole program now, and it's still going. I mean, it's not like has it got an expiry date on it?
Well, we don't call it exactly that, but yeah, we technically finish at the end of next calendar year, so at the end of 2023.
And are you, but are you applying for more grants to keep picking things up from it? It's not just the end,
obviously.
Right?
It's never
like
the end.
Star Wars franchise. Surely you need a prequel of some kind.
Well, I think the thing is that we've learned so much, and we now really want to be able to move with those findings, right? Because as you say, it's not just one thing. It's, for instance, the strand on undiagnosed dementia, and actually being able to find out some of the reasons why people maybe don't seek a diagnosis, and what means that might be more likely for certain people. So it's really about getting it out there. But just to offer some advice on your last question to people who are maybe seeking participants or being able to work with people in that involvement style One thing I'd say is check out DEEP, right? The DEEP network and the work of innovations in dementia, because that will demystify what people with dementia are like and working with people with dementia. And I think you're right that there is this kind of fear of I'll say the wrong thing, I'll do the wrong thing, and then it'll all fall apart and it'll cost me my PhD. And none of that is true. The other thing is clarity of communication. And I don't mean using simple words. I mean, as Catherine was saying, completely outlining, this is what I'd like to do. This is what it would mean for you. And this is how much we will pay you to do that, and being incredibly upfront, because I think especially, there is a distrust of researchers, of health researchers in particular, and especially from certain backgrounds, understandably. So I think the more clearly you can lay out your stall, the better it is for everybody involved. And finally, I would say be prepared to adapt. Obviously within reason, because as Catherine pointed out, you can't change the wording of a specific measure. However, I will just say that Ideal is fortunate enough that we have been able to co-create our own new measure. So the My Life questionnaire, which was co-created with people living with dementia, because they wanted to create a questionnaire that, you know what, you'd actually want to take.
And the Ideal study has a good website, right? I think, what is it? Tell me the URL.
Well, so I'm going to send people instead the Living with Dementia Toolkit because I'm naughty, but www.livingwithdementiatoolkit.org.uk, because I think that's where you'll find the most practical resources and things to inspire.
Perfect. And I think you're now facing that challenge that so many, we've talked about this earlier today, that so many researchers face, is so many research projects kind of come to their end, but because there's no natural next step, we end up either just continuing to add to the research because that's a way of keeping it going, rather than kind of drawing a line under it and saying, right, this is now going to be, we will now shift our attention to implementation, because implementation is so much harder than research. I'm going to argue. People are going to disagree with that. I don't know if that's a controversial. I think it is. Once you've got your finding, turning a research finding into a real life service is harder than doing the research in the first place. So,
I'd say we know where we want to go. Can we get the money to do it?
Good job. It sounds like Ideal's well on its way. Thank you very much to my brilliant guest, Nikita Sharma, joining us all the way from Meerut. We also have Dr. Catherine Charwood and Dr. Catherine Quinn from Exeter and Bradford, who've been brilliant. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. Take care. Good luck.
That's all right. What do you mean? It's easy now. 3 hours, 4 hours. 4 hours left. No problem at all. Thank you. Okay, so coming up over the next half an hour, from 5:30 till 6 p.m, we're going to be sticking with the care theme and involving people in research, and we're going to be talking about caring care in care homes. There's a lot of care in that because we need to provide lots of care and support for independence. I'm going to be joined by Professor Claire Sir from the Leeds Beckett University, and Dr. Victoria Shepherd, who's joining us who's a Senior Research Fellow at Cardiff University. But before we do, I'm going to remind everybody once again, the charities that we met a little bit earlier today will put your money to good use if only you could give what you can. You can find the donation page at chatathon.uk/donate. All the money will equally be divided between the Lewy Body Society, Race Against Dementia, Alzheimer's Society and Alzheimer's Research UK that all fund research. Do either of you get funding from any of those charities? No?
We've got some Alzheimer's Society funding.
God for that. I thought I'd said wrong then. Of course, they're not. The research in the UK isn't only funded by charities. It's also funded by the National Institute for Health Research, Wellcome Trust, and many other organisations as well that do fund that. But that's the point for today, that and sharing the research. So I'm going to come back to you all in a second. We're just going to play a quick film because we didn't do at the last session. And then we'll be back in a minute's time. Which one to play? I'm going to play this.
Through my career, what I've seen is that people with Lewy body really struggle much more than other people because of the different type of symptoms that people experience. It can be particularly complex because people have Parkinson's symptoms as well as what we call neuropsychiatric conditions, so hallucinations, delusions. And it's really difficult for the whole family. So I think people really are under-recognised and underserved. And so that's why I think it's really important they get better support. I want people to understand more about the condition. I want people to feel that they can access support and get a diagnosis. So getting a diagnosis is the first step to accessing support. And sometimes we have to push for that because a lot of professionals still don't recognise Lewy body dementia and they don't understand it. So that's really what I want people to go read, be informed, and to feel empowered and confident to be able to ask for a diagnosis.
Be panicking there. I'm still here. Don't worry. You don't, because I've said this before. You don't get to see the film, so you don't know when it's going to end, do you? Why don't we do some introductions? Claire, why don't you go first?
Hiya. Hi Adam, thanks for inviting me on. I'm Claire Sir, and I'm Professor of Dementia Studies at Leeds Beckett University and Director of the Centre for Dementia Research there.
Thanks, Claire. And Victoria?
Yeah, hi. So I'm Vicky Shepherd. I'm a Senior Research Fellow at the Centre for Trials Research at Cardiff University.
And both of you do work not only in care homes, but part of your work is looking at care homes as well, which is going to be what we're going to talk about partly today. Victoria, why don't I stick with you? Why don't you tell everybody all about your work?
Sure. So I'm based in the clinical trials unit. So we, of course, design and conduct clinical trials and lots of other types of studies, some of which are in care homes. So I'm involved in those. But then a lot of the focus of my work is thinking about how we can conduct research that includes groups who are traditionally not included in research. So that includes people living in care homes, people with cognitive impairment more generally, including people living with dementia, particularly where there might be issues around their ability to give consent to take part in research. And of course, that involves a lot of ethical, legal, as well as the kind of more practical or methodological challenges that might be encountered. So that's the kind of increasing focus of my work at the moment. And that includes things like conducting qualitative research with researchers to find out what the kind of things that help and things that challenge them when we think about conducting research with people who might not be able to give their own consent, as well as developing specific tools. So part of my work has explored how family members make decisions about research on behalf of people who are not able to give their own consent. So that's sort of consultees and legal representatives. And I've developed a tool to help them through that kind of process of decision making. As well as some of the work I do is to develop tools to help researchers to design more inclusive research. So we've just finished developing the NIHR Include Impaired Capacity to Consent framework, which is particularly for trials, but not exclusively, to help researchers design a trial to be inclusive of people who have challenges around consent. And we held a launch webinar a couple of days ago, and we've produced a kind of whole toolkit of resources to help researchers, as well as doing increasing focus of our work, as well as thinking about how we can encourage people to undertake advanced research planning. So we used to think about advanced care planning, but we're not used to thinking so much about how people can be encouraged to talk and perhaps express their wishes about research should they lose capacity in the future. So maybe aligning it with things like advanced care planning or power of attorney arrangements might help people then who are unable to give their own consent. Their kind of family members would know what their wishes and preferences are if they're no longer able to express them themselves.
I think your work's really made a big difference, hasn't it, to being able to navigate that space? Because I mean, when I started working at UCL 12 years ago, when we first started to look, and Claire, I think you were around at the time as well, you were at Bradford then, but looking at, there was so much sensitivity and unknown about how you practically research people living in care homes, and the consent thing was such a big issue for a long time. I don't know if it's less of an issue now because we know more and there's more of that research going on now, but it was so, people just didn't know where to go. Where do you go to get consent? Is that the local authority? Who does it? How do we take it from people? Is this the care home? Does the care home need to give permission? Do individuals? Is it family members? How does it work? Do you feel that you know, from your research, is that clearer now, or is this still something that needs to be looked at more?
So there is some more clarity, I think, and that's partly through people who've kind of been through that process. So researchers like Claire kind of talking about what the kind of process they've been through. So we learned more about how people have done it already, if you like. And then my work, as I say, explores some of that in a little bit more detail. But I think there are still challenges. So if we think that perhaps 70 to 80% of people living in a care home won't be able to give their own consent to take part in research. So any study being conducted in care homes really has to include people who lack capacity to consent. But researchers are still quite worried about it. The qualitative study I mentioned, one of the quotes from a care home researcher was talking about how this whole issue is like a black box of horrendousness, that they were terrified to go anywhere near. They were worried that the kind of ethics police would come for them. So there's still a lot of kind of fear and uncertainty around researchers, which leads them to exclude people. And then issues around research ethics committees and how that kind of process of approval works. Again, people often find quite difficult.
And I'm sure I won't be embarrassing by saying, I think you've both been at and Claire particularly, like breaking new ground with this, because there wasn't a lot of care home research going on in care homes. Care home residents were underrepresented in research a decade ago, and it feels like there's a lot that's followed since. And certainly, Claire, I mean, you've felt like you've been at the cutting edge of that for 10 years now. Is that my age?
Yes, probably even longer. I mean, my PhD was in care homes back in sort of 1998. I started that, so I've been doing care homes research pretty much my whole career, and things have changed massively, and we've got a lot more guidance. But I do think it is still a challenge. But I think one of the principles I've always worked from the basis of is being able to take part in a research should be a right for everyone, and that there's a very sort of protectionist perspective that we've got to protect people from researchers who might do terrible things to them. But actually, on the other hand, taking part in research can offer so many benefits to people. People want to take part. Sometimes it might be an interview study where they get a really nice chat with a researcher, and I think so. We always kind of try and argue the case of, often ethics panels do ask you, could you do this study with people who don't lack capacity, with people who don't lack capacity, and you have to kind of always argue the case. Well, no, we need people who don't have capacity to take part, because that's the care home population, and if you exclude them, A, the research isn't relevant to everybody, and B, why should they be excluded from taking part just because they lack capacity? It should be everybody's right, and we've got processes we can follow. So I think the Mental Capacity Act's helped immensely, though, in terms of really being clear about the guidelines people need to follow.
Yeah, and the support you can get. And I completely agree. I mean, as one of the people who takes credit for bringing about joint dementia research, which we've talked about a lot today, one of the main purposes of that was to remove that kind of middleman from research, because that kind of that kind of midway step, that these gatekeepers of research were the clinicians, that you couldn't get involved in a study unless the consultant invited you to, or unless this particular person found you and offered you. And having that way of putting your hand up and saying, hey, I want to do things, was such an important part of that. And I think we found during the pandemic particularly as well, when those clinics weren't running in quite the same way anymore, it's how we managed to keep research going is through that direct volunteering process, which is a bit different in care homes, because that's where Enrich comes in, which I'll get a plug-in for, enrich.nihr.ac.uk, which is a UK care home network run by the NIHR, to allow care homes to come forward and participate in research, which isn't just about the individual residents, but also about care homes as organisations, which I think brings us onto your work, Claire. Tell us about your research.
Yeah, so as I've mentioned, I've done quite a lot of care homes research, and that's where I really started out as a researcher, initially looking at research around what does good care look like in care homes, and my PhD study about sense of self and how people living with dementia in care homes manage to maintain or struggle to maintain a sense of self. But then moving on from there, my work's really been around looking at interventions and approaches that staff can apply to improve care practices, so tools like dementia care mapping and other approaches like that. I'm involved in another study at the moment led by the University of Lincoln, looking at a cognitive Disea assessment tool for staff to look at different areas of people's cognitive abilities and disabilities, and how people's care can be planned on that basis, so that you're working with people's strengths. So there's that kind of intervention research in care homes. I've done a lot of research around education and training for the dementia care workforce, so quite a bit of that in care homes, but also the sort of hospital and health and community-based staff, looking at what makes good education and training, what are the sort of, what's the content like, how is it delivered, and then we've got a programme of work particularly looking at cancer and dementia and other comorbidities. So we've done work in outpatient oncology services, but we've got a portfolio of work looking at that in care homes, acute oncology services, and we've got a project starting in the new year looking at how cancer is managed in people with dementia in primary care and in the community.
Because that's been a controversial topic recently, Emily, because isn't there been this kind of resistance where some health services might have said before, oh, we're not going to treat the other condition because you have Alzheimer's, and so you won't benefit from treatment for this, but the attitudes to that changing?
I think so, and it wasn't, I don't think we came across in our study in oncology services, we didn't come across anyone who said, actually, we just do a blanket thing. If somebody's got dementia, they're not going to be treated. We actually found people, cancer services seem to work in quite a person-centered way. They work in a very individualized way, despite the sort of pressures, and they've got, targets they have to meet. We found people really quite willing and wanting to work in individualized ways, so they would make very individual assessments based on how a lot of it's down to frailty. A lot of it's frailty, but then also some of them were kind of thinking of that bigger picture. So have they got somebody to support them if they're having chemotherapy, and the symptoms and side effects, what will they manage with? Surgical options obviously mean your body might look different afterwards, and how will somebody cope if they're not actually going to remember that they've got that diagnosis? So there are a whole lot of complex issues there, but we found people working in cancer services, despite a lack of dementia education and training, often they were really trying to grapple with those in quite complex ways. I mean, there's a lot to be done, but I think we found people have been really open to the research and really wanting to work in different ways.
That's great, and I mean that's exactly what you want to hear, isn't it? So yeah. I'm going to bring you back. I mean, well done. I think so much of your work has made a big difference to care homes, and some of the people watching today will be carers or people living with dementia, or they'll have family members living in a nursing home. From what you've learned over this long period of time that you've worked in this space, what does a good care home look like? What would you look for if you were looking for a care home or somewhere where your family member could live? Victoria, go on, you go first. Sorry, I caught you on mute.
That's fine. So there's lots of ways that you could find out what kind of care a care home provides. They undergo regular inspections, and those are all publicly available. But that nothing replaces, I don't think, going and visiting a care home and actually experiencing what the care is like and what it's like to receive care in a care home. And you get a sense as to how well the staff know the individual residents and families, how welcoming a space that they are, as well as actually seeing, the facilities they provide, the services they provide, what the kind of ratio of care staff is, and how well trained they are. Of course, COVID has made that very difficult, with care homes obviously being closed to visitors a lot of the time. But I think a lot of it is around going and experiencing what that kind of care looks like and feels like, as well as speaking to people that have already experienced care in their care home. But a lot of it is the people that work there and the kind of culture and ethos that's present in the care home, and how well trained the staff are, which obviously links back to Claire's work. But yes, about that kind of caring attitude and how that might be evidenced, I think.
So making sure that the people that you look at the people as much as you do the bricks and mortar. It's not just kind of, have they got nice rooms that are painted the right colour or lack of. What about you, Claire? Is there anything you'd add to that?
Yeah, I think it can be easy to be drawn in by a very glamorous brand new building with lots of swish carpets that looks a bit like the very nice hotel you'd like to go to for a weekend. And I'm not saying homes like that can't be wonderful places, but I think it is about understanding the people that are in that space. So a stable manager is really important, and the manager really drives everything else. So being able to talk to a manager, speak to them about, you know, how the care home works and being made to feel welcome, I think are really important. And then
that's a good question then, like asking how long has the manager been there? How many have they had over the last couple of years, maybe?
Yeah.
Do you change that often?
They can change often. And I mean, you know, maybe the home, you know, there has been a change of manager and the new manager might be great, but I think it's getting a real feel for that person, because who they are then tends to reflect in the culture that works within the care home. And I think it's about thinking about what's right for the individual with dementia and their family and supporters around them, because a care home that might be right for one person might not be right for another person. So it's really about fit as well, and thinking, can that care home provide what that particular person with dementia needs, and the family.
And there's that compromise as well, isn't there? You've got the cost and the geography, and are they close enough to where you live, and have they got space? I mean, I know it's a complex decision. Do you come across how care homes, how do people deal with that kind of carer guilt of quite often? Is that dealt with as well by that advanced kind of planning that you were talking about before, agreeing in advance? Because I've talked to so many people who feel, and you see them on Twitter and things as well, who feel guilty when they put when they support their loved ones to go live in a care home.
Yeah, they can be incredibly complex decisions, and one that I think really benefits from thinking and talking ahead of time. So if someone is living with dementia and is requiring more care, you know, having an early conversation around what someone's wishes and needs would be is really important, I think, and being wary of making promises that you might not be able to keep, I think. So, you know, if you're caring for someone in their own home or in your home, you will want probably to do that as long as possible, but someone's needs may be to the point where they're complex and you're not able to provide that support in the home, and they do require more help and support. And for people that have kind of feel like they've made a promise that won't ever happen, but circumstances mean that is really the only alternative place of care, it can be very difficult. So I think having honest and open and supported decisions ahead of time really helps.
And that advanced planning, again, it kind of helps avoid that, doesn't it? Because so many people resort to care homes after some kind of, is this still the case that care homes often come into play after there's been some kind of big incident? Somebody lives on their own, they have a fall, and somebody eventually says, hey, that person can't go live on their own anymore. And so those decisions are all too often rushed and not ideal, and that's when we see people's cognition decline as well, isn't it, after these incidents? So planning ahead is important. If anybody's watching who works in a care home, what advice would you give to them on how they might improve their knowledge or training? Because I know lots of people who work in care homes aren't nurses. They might have been supported to do some qualification, but what more specialist stuff would you recommend or advise them? Where would they go to get more dementia specific help?
I go on this one. Yeah. I mean, this is the kind of thing that a good care home should be providing. So they should be providing access to training and development and learning opportunities, and directing staff to where they can find those. I mean, there's a lot of good stuff available. For example, Sky have got a lot of good training and information on their website. So SCIE.
I was just going to say, yeah.
SCIE.org.uk. So the Social Care Institute for Excellence. So they have a lot of really good resources on their website. There's obviously lots of videos and podcasts. I think my advice would be wary about where you go to, and go to one of these reputable websites, because if you just look on YouTube or somewhere like that, there can be all sorts of stuff on there that might not be the best advice.
Training scammer companies and things like that are not great.
Yeah. So I think it really depends what knowledge and information you want. So there are lots of websites linked to projects that will have, I saw people on the end of the last session, so there were people talking about their research outputs and dissemination. So I think it's about finding ways to find reliable sources of information. And if you're not sure, link in with, if there is a local university to you or one of the people you've seen on the Chatathon. We really don't mind it if we get an email from somebody who says, I think you do work in this area, I want to know more. Have you got any resources we might use in our care home? We might not get back to you the same day, but we'll definitely, most researchers will try and guide people to useful resources. So
I'll try and dig out some links and put those in the website as well. And I know I think I mentioned earlier on today as well, NIHR evidence is quite useful for certain things. They've done lots of different reviews to summarize some of the evidence in different areas, and quite often reading up on those. I don't know if you're going for an interview in a care home and it's new to you, that knowing what the latest advice is on continence or falls or good care or planning and consent, all these things will be quite useful to you, I would imagine. The pandemic, of course, we haven't talked about the pandemic a great deal today, but it's hard to not talk about care homes and at least think a little bit about the pandemic. This has been a very serious half an hour. What have we learned from the pandemic about care homes, and have those lessons? I have this kind of concern about whether we've really learned lessons. If we have a bad winter, are we just going to repeat the same issue? Are all care homes just suddenly going to close down again like they did before, or not close down, or not? Have we learned from the mistakes, do you think? I don't know, Victoria.
So we've learned some, I think. But I think what COVID also highlighted is that if we concentrate on doing research in areas like the NHS, like in the community, and don't think about research in care homes, we don't know the evidence. And I think that's part of the picture in care homes, is that we didn't really have a good sense as to what was effective in terms of keeping residents well and healthy. And that means everything about their well-being, not just avoiding catching COVID and becoming ill from COVID in care homes. And that's why some of the work that we did in COVID in care homes was looking at what kind of outcomes you would look at when doing COVID trials that don't focus just on how many residents get COVID and become ill and die from COVID, but also the implications of having some of those infection control measures that meant that the care homes were closed to visitors, and the harm that then does to care home residents who rely on that social contact. And because the trials that people were doing were just focusing on illness from COVID and not capturing what really matters to people living in care homes, working in care homes, and caring for people who live in care homes. And I think unless we really recognise that doing research in care homes is the only way that we will learn lessons, we do risk repeating that again. So hopefully that's one of the messages.
Yeah, and I think it's a difficult balance as well. We did some work looking at visiting policies and practice. We're just hopefully about to submit that for publication. But one of the things that we found from that was getting that balance right. It's really difficult. We did surveys with care home staff and managers and family members of people with dementia who were living in care homes during the pandemic. And we asked them about questions about how would you balance different things like keeping the person safe from getting COVID versus having more open visiting, and which one of those would they prioritise. And it was pretty much 50-50 down the middle for all of the answers. So what you do that would be the best thing for one family and for one resident might be the complete opposite of what another family or resident would want. And I think also there were the other problem, and I don't know that we've learnt from this, was the guidance and then leaving it really to care homes to make their own way with that. So the guidance was not very guidance, kind of, and I think people were left to find their own way through the pandemic, and that's why we got such massive differences in what was happening. So you might have one care home here, and just down the road you've got another care home where the visiting policy was completely different, even though they were in the the same street as each other, and I think that was
living
really
under
difficult.
The same kind of policies from the
it was
government
really difficult for people, I think, to understand that, and it was so difficult for care home managers and staff because they were left to make these really difficult decisions about, do you keep people safe and try and keep COVID out the care home, or do you focus on well-being and what's best for people and allow the visiting? And sometimes it was an impossible decision, I think, when they didn't, as Vicky said, didn't have any research and any evidence to be working from.
And whilst I think it's still in living memory, so I think the knowledge about, when to wear masks, how to wear gloves, how to use hand hygiene, how to use distance and space and decontaminate places and things like this is still there. I do, as you say, the chances are that you still got 2 care homes down the road from each other. They might have a new updated policy, which I'm sure they would present nicely to potential new residents to say, this is what we'll do next time, but they could still be different with different approaches, and quite whether one will be more successful than the other is still a little bit remains to be seen. But it's great to see that so much of the research around COVID and care homes is now very rapidly making its way into that space. But I don't know if you would agree, I think we still have this challenge, particularly in care homes, is that translation, is taking what you get and putting it into the hands of those people. And journals with firewalls or not even having access to journal articles because you have to be a university affiliation to access journals, otherwise they charge you thousands of pounds per year to read that. It's just rubbish. We totally need to get better in that system. And I think you in your work and programs like Ideal have been great in slightly citing that, saying we'll publish the results, but that's different from sharing the findings, and treating those two things as separate, I think, is so important.
Yeah, and some of the work done here in Social Care Wales, where they have curated research pages, so they actually bring together research intended for people working in social care, so care homes and domiciliary care, can really help put it into the kind of language that people will be able to take up and understand. So there are certainly ways of doing it.
Thank you very much, Professor Claire Sir and Dr. Victoria Shefford, for your brilliant time. That was so thoughtful and interesting over the last half an hour. Thank you so much for joining me.
You're welcome.
We're going to be moving on now as my next guests are dropping into look. Joe suddenly got surprised. He wasn't expecting to be on camera when he came in. Thank you, Claire. Oh, and they've gone. And we've got our next group here. Joe suddenly got surprised. He wasn't expecting. And we've got a big group this time as well. Look, this is a big one. This is a 4-person one. I should have given you more time. Somebody's not going to get talked. Hands up that if somebody's going to talk least, who wants to be that person who talks the least? Megan, don't use the excuse of returning from maternity leave as being.
Hey, I'm not even back yet.
You're not.
And I'm poorly, but no, I'm happy to.
Okay, then if I've got awkward questions, I will try and dodge.
I'm really happy either way.
To you. Okay, so let's pop a caption up on the screen. There we go. So coming up over the next half an hour from 6 p.m. This is such a shift. It's quite hard to shift pace from talking about care homes and difficulties during the pandemic to talking about pathology research. Learning from brain tissue and the brain bank, which is what we're going to be talking about over the next half hour. The reason why I should explain, the reason why the schedule is so eclectic, because I did ask all the researchers, like, when are you free during the day? And then tried to group people together. Everybody said, oh yeah, I want to do the morning. So everybody who's in the evening has been very kind. But this is where you'll find there's lots of 2-person groups over the next 3 hours. So pathology research, learning from brain tissue and the brain bank. And over the next half an hour, I'm going to be joined by the people who you can see on the screen. We've got Dr. Lauren Walker, who's joining us as an ARUK fellow, joining us from Newcastle University in the North East. We have Dr. Megan Torvill, who's a research associate at the UK Dementia Research Institute in Cardiff. Oh, sorry, you're not actually Welsh, though, are you?
No, just the name.
So we don't have to worry about talking about football.
And then, I'm Welsh. Let's
I
not
do well in Wales, but I don't know.
Okay, we'll stay away from football then. Do you know what? I suddenly realised, oh crap, the World Cup's on, and it wasn't until Wednesday I thought I better just check what games are on. It'd be just my luck we did this, and there was an important game. I don't think there's anything massively important on tonight.
Depends who's listening. Right. Some people might be from countries where they think, yes, it's very interesting.
They might be. We also have Dr. Keely Brooks Baker, who now has a hyphen to your surname from when you were last here. So congratulations. I assume you've got married since the last time you were here. And we have Joe Morgan. Sorry, I should add your senior lecturer from Nottingham Trent University. I'm sure was senior lecturer there last time as well. You were postdoc before. Is this a promotion?
Yeah. Yes.
Congratulations. And then we have Joe Morgan, who's a PhD student at the University of Salford. This is where I usually play a film. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to play a film very super quickly. I'm going to pick one of the short ones, and then we'll be back in 30 seconds time.
When I was racing, Helen was always by my side. We've been married for over 60 years. In 2015, Helen was diagnosed with dementia. It's a cruel disease with no cure, but I want to change that. Let's beat dementia together.
And there we go. That's Jackie Stewart with his very personal experience of dementia with his wife, Dame Helen. Thank you very much, all of you, for joining me. I'm going to do some introductions. Megan, why don't you introduce yourself first?
You want a long introduction or just a hi?
Just a short. Let's go with a short one to start with.
Okay, hi. So my name is Megan Torwell, and I'm a postdoc at Cardiff Dementia Research Institute. Do you want more than that?
No, we can go with that.
No,
although I already said that, didn't I?
Yeah, you did. So I work at the Dementia Research Institute in Cardiff, and my interest is in broadly how the immune system is involved in dementia. I'll talk about it in a moment.
You'd think my introductions would be slicker after 6-9 hours.
Well, no, I mean, I'd imagine they'd go downhill.
Lauren, can you introduce yourself?
Hi, so yeah, I'm Lauren Walker, and I'm an Alzheimer's Research UK Fellow based up in the very cold Newcastle University in the Northeast. My research is primarily based around dementia with Lewy bodies and how we use human tissue to investigate what's going on in the brain of patients that have this disease. I also, in a previous life before my PhD, was a technician for the Brains for Dementia Research Initiative. So I've kind of got experience on both sides, the donation side and how we actually use the tissue in dementia research. So it's quite a unique perspective.
Thank you, Lauren. Joe?
Yes, I'm Joe. I study at the University of Salford. I'm a second year PhD student and I'm part of the Biomarkers group there. And I am looking at the relationship between autophagy and small extracellular vesicular microRNA in Alzheimer's disease and frontotemporal dementia.
FTD coming up again for a rare dementia. We've talked about it a lot today, which is brilliant. I'm sure the FTD group will be very pleased by that. And Keely.
Yeah, so I'm Keely Brooks, and I am the lead for the Brains for Dementia's DNA bank and genetic analysis. So we get the DNA from the people that are involved in this project or volunteers for this project, do genome-wide genetic analysis on it, and I'm using it to see if we can use genetics to predict who's likely to get dementia so we can get them those treatments a little bit earlier and maybe prevent it all.
That's good. We've had King's and UCL talking about that as well earlier today. And I'm not wrong in saying what you all have in common is Brains for Dementia Research. Goodness for that. For those that don't know, who would like to give us an overview as to what exactly BDR is? I can't help but think that it's either Lauren, who used to work there, or Keely.
Yeah, I don't mind unless you want to, Keely.
You go for it. You work there. You probably know it better than I do.
You can add on anything I've forgotten. So my experience with Brains for Dementia Research started quite early on. So I think I started as a technician in 2008, which I think is when BDR that's when it definitely started in Newcastle anyway. So I think near the beginning of it. And it's an initiative between two charities. So it's Alzheimer's Research UK and it's Alzheimer's Society who kind of got together and decided to make this unique cohort of patients that were extremely well clinically characterized and neuropathologically characterized. So we have the brain tissue that we get when the person passes away, but we also have clinical information that's collected every year whilst the person is alive. So we have a unique, very well characterized cohort. It's a network of 5 different brain banks, and this is going to test memory. So we've got Newcastle, where Newcastle is the coordinating centre at the minute, and then there's also London, Oxford, Manchester, and Bristol. I think those are the 5. So it's a network across all 5 brain banks that have a central store of all of this amazing clinical neuropath and genetic information, which is something that I have very little experience about, and there's something that I definitely need to talk to Keely about after.
And I'm right in thinking that Brains for Dementia research doesn't only involve people who are living with dementia. It's got brains from people who volunteered, and then some of them may have gone on to develop dementia. Some of them may have died at different times of life. It wasn't a requirement to have dementia to sign up to it. Not at all times.
No, it's very important to have donations from people that didn't have any known neurological disease during life, because we also need a comparison. So for someone that had dementia with Lewy bodies, Alzheimer's disease, we can see changes in the brain. But we also, to kind of quantify this, we need also normal healthy controls that we can actually say, well, this was due to the disease. So it's very important for controls to sign up as well. So we have quite a lot of controls in addition to patients that have neurodegenerative diseases. And no, it's not a requirement for patients to have a neurodegenerative disease to sign up. Anyone can sign up as well. It just needs to be the clinical assessments just happen annually, once a person hits 65. So you can sign up at any point during life. We have a lot of caregivers that sign up as well, or family members of people that kind of like joint partners of people that have had dementia during life. But they don't get the annual clinical assessments until they reach an age of 65. So anyone can sign up.
I think so I had some involvement with BDR a long time ago, and I remember that some of the challenges then, which I can't imagine are probably still the same now, is part of the problem is of course, if people sign up in middle age, you don't know necessarily whether they're, whilst you're collecting information, which costs a certain amount of money to do that annual test, you don't know how many people are going to go on. You could get unlucky and like literally recruit people who don't go on to, none of them develop dementia. I'm sure that's not the case, but you just don't know what proportion of people are going to go on to develop the disease. And of course you do want to look at people with the disease. And so I remember recruitment always kind of was very dynamic, in so much as it would start and stop at different times as you tried to kind of get a balance of the right kind of people and the brains of different people. So sometimes you would suddenly say, right, we are open now, but we want people who are in a very specific age bracket with this type of condition to make sure that you balance. Otherwise, because it's not unlimited resources, is it? The brain banks are quite expensive, but we have also heard today how amazing they are and globally used, and how the UK has got some of the best brain banks in the world. Has that changed? Am I right in saying that? So if you went away and looked at BDR website now, they may or may not be looking for people like you. You'd have to go and have a look, and it changes.
I think so. No, everything's definitely on the BDR website. So on that BDR website, I think you can see kind of which studies are kind of, or which neurodegenerative diseases or which populations we're interested in. And interestingly as well, where the tissue goes. So the brain bank networks send tissue. I know that specifically from Newcastle, we've sent tissue to Australia, we've sent tissue all across the States. So the reach of the brain banks and the UK brain banks is definitely worldwide. So which is really exciting that a lot of people are getting to use this fantastic resource.
And it goes along, I mean, it goes a long way. So this is, so somebody at different ages sign up to the brain bank, they get this annual follow-up to get lots of information about you. So when you do eventually pass and your the brain can be collected, it gets broken down into lots of different pieces, frozen and distributed when people want specific tissue, and they'll put a call in, say, I want very specific type of brain tissue, and then that can massively. So, right, we've worked out where you're getting all your samples from. Let's move on to the important part now to say, what are you doing with them? I'm going to come to Megan first. And so, Megan,
Hi.
when you go back to work,
yeah,
Sue, are you back before or after Christmas?
I'm actually back on the 21st of December for 3 days.
Okay.
Which will be useful to help my brain kind of go, oh, what do I do again?
So that's 3 days to empty your inbox of your email.
I've been keeping on top of my inbox. There's no way that I was going to let that go, because that's madness, isn't it?
So tell us, what do you do? Why is this tissue important to you, and what do you do with it in Cardiff?
Okay, so at Cardiff University, there's a huge focus on the understanding the genetics of Alzheimer's disease. So Julie, our director, leads that side of things. And basically, by comparing thousands and thousands of people with and without dementia, they identify risk genes. So these are genetic differences that, like, we all have very different DNA, and your DNA and my DNA, the differences, a lot of them don't make any difference, but some of those differences can increase the risk of Alzheimer's. So we identify risk genes. And I'm going to use an example throughout here, which is one of the risk genes is called CR1. And that is a gene which encodes a protein called complement receptor 1. So the geneticists identify the gene, and then people like myself come along and we study that gene, and we try to work out what that protein is doing, how is it conferring increased Alzheimer's risk. So complement, spelled with an E, is the name that's given to a group of proteins that were discovered for their role in the immune system. So when you get an infection, whether it's bacterial or viral or whatever, complement proteins are essential for recognizing an invading pathogen. That's what we call the bacterial virus. Destroying the pathogen by punching holes in the membrane. And then these complement proteins come along and stick all over the pathogen. And they coat it in eat me signals so that the nearby cells can come along and clear up all of the mess. So 3 stages there: recognition, destruction, resolution. And all of those things need to be kept in perfect balance in order to have a healthy immune response. So it sounds like I've gone off on a really big tangent here. No. But CR1, that risk gene in Alzheimer's disease, is a really important regulator that helps to keep this process in check. So you can imagine that if there's a variant in CR1 which affects that balance between the recognition, the destruction, the resolution, then that can be quite destructive. So that's about the immune system, but we're interested in what's going on in the brain. And so I would come along and write an application to the brain bank saying I'd like to study what CR1 is doing in the brain. The first thing that I need to do is show that complement CR1 actually is in the brain, because something that I don't know if it's been covered today. I've been trying to kind of dip into conversations, but haven't been able to. The brain is what's called an immune privileged organ. So basically, the brain is really, really fragile. So we don't want to have a big immune response in the brain that might cause damage to the brain tissue, to the nerve cells that are doing all the electrical firing there. So the brain exists in a blood-brain barrier, but in a protective sac, which we call the blood-brain barrier. And a lot of the immune molecules that are produced in the rest of the body are produced at really low levels in the brain. So the first question that we needed to address was, is CR1 actually in the brain? Because it could be that it's functioning in the rest of the body and we need to focus on the rest of the body, or it could be that it is found in the brain and it's doing something there. So
and you can't just look at one of those, I guess. You then have to get lots of tissue samples to look at a broad range of people in different.
Yeah, and so I write to the BDR, or in my case, some of my tissue comes from the Edinburgh Brain Bank, the MRC Brain Bank in Edinburgh. I request tissue. They send me these little lumps of frozen tissue that are a few centimeters. And then I use a machine called a cryostat to cut it super thin. It's like 1 cell thick. And for people, I feel like I would want to be able to imagine what that looks like if I was listening to this. The closest thing that I can think of is that membraney layer of an onion, that's kind of translucent. So I have like this layer of tissue that's on a glass slide, and then I do a staining process it's essentially painting by numbers, but like a complicated science version. And so only my protein of interest lights up, so only CR1 lights up. And so I've done this technique on some control. People without dementia, we would call control samples, and then people who had dementia, and I can compare the two. And I can say, first of all, big news, and this is a paper that we currently have in submission, CR1 is in the brain. And then we can show CR1 is on the immune cells. And then my colleague, Nicoletta Dascalidou, is doing some really cool work with stem cells, where she's trying to understand what is CR1 doing in the brain. And another colleague of mine, Lewis Watkins, has been doing he's basically looking into what other complement molecules might be in the brain. And then we can start to piece together knowledge that we already have about what complement is doing in the rest of the body and what we know is going on in the brain, and we can piece it together and figure out what complement is doing to increase the risk of Alzheimer's disease. That was a bit garbled, wasn't it?
No, not at all. So CR1 shouldn't be there.
Well, so it was a really contentious issue where people were saying CR1 is not in the brain, but it's actually just CR1's a really fiddly protein to work with, and we weren't able to show that CR1 was there. But it's one of those.
But it's not there for everybody. It wasn't there.
So it is in everybody. It's
right.
Increased in people with Alzheimer's disease. Right. And what I was trying to get at, that I feel like I didn't really communicate very well in the beginning, is that there are these genetic differences that they're really subtle, and they don't completely abolish the protein. They don't knock it out, but they might subtly affect how it works. And so a little tweak in the protein and how it functions can affect its ability to regulate the pathway, and so you can get a bit more destruction and a bit less regulation, and then that can kind of snowball an inflammatory response in the brain.
Which, of course, then we know we have talked a little bit about inflammation today as to what the impact of that. Keely, I'm going to have to come to you because I'm conscious that I want to give everybody a chance to talk, and there's more of you in this session. So we got onto genes there. So tell us about your work.
I'm sure Megan will be happy to see that or hear that in the genetic work on the BDR, we have actually found that the CR1 gene is associated with dementia in our sample. And also I've done some RNA-seq. So this is looking at the immediate gene product from our genes, some RNA, and we do find that CR1 is expressed in the brain, low levels, but it's there. So I'm looking at all these different variations of the genes that we think are risk candidates for dementia of various different types. And what I'm trying to do two things to begin with. One is look at the whole risk. So like, how many of these genetic risk variants do people have? And does the number of them or the composition of them lead certain people to be more predisposed to dementia than not?
So is the long-term hope of that then that you could potentially turn some of them off or on, or do some kind of gene therapy that would change the outcome?
Potentially, yes. I think with dementia, the changes, as Megan was alluding to, are going to be really, really subtle. But we may find something that we can target, and if it just even identifies people that are at risk from dementia. So like the ApoE, epsilon 4, predicts people. If we can know what the whole genetic risk is, we can identify people who are really at super high risk and maybe get them the drugs that are now being tested and are shown very positively, but they work best in people with very early dementia. So
thinking back to our session 5 hours ago with Mark and Richard, who were talking about tau and amyloid, is that with the view that these things would be what causes the tau and amyloid in the first place? Or is
Yeah,
this on a completely different track?
No, I think they're probably all kind of adding to what is building up or what is leading to the buildup of the amyloid and tau in the brains. Where they action, I mean, this is the thing with genes. They are the same in every single cell, and they are the same, give or take, throughout your entire life, which makes them a really good predictor because they're not going to change. But we just don't know where the action for these genes are. They could be in a particular cell type, or a particular part of the body, which makes it very, very complex. And that's why the information system is really being highlighted, because it seems to tie in both the body and the brain. So yeah, the idea is to try and figure out which combination of risk genes you need to predict Alzheimer's disease. And I'm very similar to what Megan's doing in Cardiff, in the fact that I'm trying to look what these genetic variants are doing, probably on a more genomic level than what Megan's looking at. Megan's looking at protein and above, I'm looking below protein. So there's a couple of levels of gene regulation before we even get to the proteins. And I'm trying to figure out exactly what these variants are doing in terms of the immediate gene products, or altering how it's regulated by using the Brain for Dementia research tissue.
So then we're going to talk about phenotypes. So Lauren, I'm going to come to you next. Do you do anything like that? Are you doing something completely different?
Well, I'm
This is one of the great things about brain tissue, right? We use it in so many different ways.
Yeah, you can do so much stuff with it. So my work is primarily looking at kind of the fixed side, so not the genetic side or anything like that. So I look at protein aggregates in the brain, particularly in dementia with Lewy bodies, where we found that up to 50 to 70% of cases, patients actually have additional Alzheimer's related pathology, which makes kind of diagnosis and how we figure out how we treat these patients really quite challenging. And so my work is looking at I've got a cohort of 60 dementia with Lewy bodies patients that have varying amounts of Alzheimer's related pathology. I'm kind of looking at co-localizations of different proteins. So at the minute, I'm looking at co-localizations of a protein called Tau, which is an Alzheimer's disease, and alpha-synuclein, which is characteristic of dementia with Lewy bodies. And using the tissue, kind of similar to what Megan said, kind of using the tissue, but to cut it on a microtome. So this tissue is not frozen, it's kind of preserved in a fixative for a month, but we can still really cut really thin sections, and then we can have a look at the distributions of proteins, how they co-localize in different brain regions, because this is very different across different neurodegenerative diseases, and have a look to see how that affects the clinical phenotype. So what we have found is that patients that have a lot more of both proteins decline a lot quicker. So it's kind of, and also have a different distribution pattern of pathology. So different brain regions can be affected or have different burdens of the pathology. So we're interested in how much each individual brain region is affected. So we use a lot of brain tissue, a lot of different brain regions to look at this. So yeah, with the hope of kind of.
I love the way you went 60, because you call them, did you say 60 patients or 60 people? I mean, I quite like that. So you thinking about these as individuals, as people who kind of made these donations, rather than, oh, I've got 60 samples or I've got 60 brains. So, and I guess, is that because you know all the history that goes with those samples? You've got these not stories wouldn't be right, but do you know, you've got information about the samples?
We do have information about them. As a researcher, I have kind of anonymized information for these patients, so I don't get kind of personalized information.
You don't know their name. You don't have to write letters to their family members.
No, I don't. Not as a researcher.
You do get little notes on what happened to them and how they passed away, and that makes it. You really appreciate that this was a human. This was someone who lived their life. My grandma was a BDR participant, and she donated her brain, and that's one of those things where I'm like, this was a human who lived their life, and they were kind enough to donate their brain to research, and that is awesome. Sorry to butt in.
No, I completely agree. I'm sorry, Lauren. I'm going to have to go to Joe, because I'm conscious of time, and I want to give Joe a chance to talk about his work as well. So Joe, tell us, how do you use this tissue, and what do you do?
So I use Alzheimer's disease and frontotemporal dementia brain tissue from patients. And so, as you all probably know, the commonality that causes each of these diseases that lead to dementia are the buildup of neurotoxic material. Now, in healthy brains, We have something that goes off such as autophagic mechanisms or our wastage systems. And in healthy brains, they work fantastically. During dementia, these are when these become impaired and these slow down and again slowly stop working. And there's many reasons as to why these stop working, but the team that I'm working with, we look at microRNA. So these are little molecules that switch off certain processes in the body, and where I'm focusing on autophagic sort of influences and how these travel around our body in these small extracellular vesicles, with these little delivery bubbles, let's call them. And so these are implicated in disease and travel from neuron to neuron. And yeah, so what's fantastic about these small extracellular vesicles is we can get them from brain tissue, and we can analyze the content of microRNA using different techniques. And the hope is to find potential biomarkers of Alzheimer's disease and the 3 genetic subtypes of frontotemporal dementia. So if we can find different patterns of like a broad range of microRNA, then hopefully this could act as a potential biomarker. But it's all very exciting stuff. But
and I totally should have paired you up with Aitana Sorgo. It was Estevez Sorgo, but that was on earlier, because that's exactly what she's doing too.
Oh no way!
And
awesome.
On using the GEMFI study data from GEMFI.
Okay.
So I should have paired you up with those. Sorry about that. I'm really sorry that I didn't get longer to speak with, because I think we could have kept going on. I am, before I bring in the next guest, I'm going to ask you what's exciting you. I'm going to come to Megan first, because she's going to talk lots. No, I'm going to go to you first, Joe, because you've had the least amount of time to talk. What's exciting you about your work right now the most?
That's a good question. I guess, like everyone, it's going into work every day and knowing that we're actually building on sort of the knowledge that everyone here is working towards, and hopefully getting to that sort of peak of the dementia research where we can answer what's causing it, how to treat it, and how to effectively diagnose it.
Whenever you ask neuroscientists about what kind of enthusiasm is, it's because you really are discovering stuff that nobody's ever done. You're working in a field that's so new and fresh, and the brain is the one thing we know so little about still, that you've got a chance to make a massive discovery. And every time you go into the lab. What about the rest of you? Keely, Lauren, what's exciting you?
I'm a genetics geek, so anything to do with the genes and how they work and what all these variations do, I absolutely love. But I'm really excited about where genetics is going, with the predictability that we can use it for, but also because it is the backbone of so many biological pathways, and those little variations can really change things a lot. And I'm really looking forward to working with various different people who work on proteins and cells and things like that, to see if I can overlay all the genetic data that I have.
And the advancements in technology and use of more powerful computing and things has made such a big difference to that field as well. And I have to plug this because he's been on the podcast before, but there's a guy called Chris Mason that did the twin study about the effects of space travel on the brain and the genes, and I love that book. It's called The Next 500 Years, about how genes will change over the next 5 years or 500 years, and how we might need to adapt people for going to space. I'm waffling on now. Lauren, Megan, anything you want to flag? Megan's just going to be excited to go back to work, do stuff, and not just because you get to escape from your baby, who I'm sure you love very much and don't want to get away from. Was that just?
Sorry, I have myself on mute there. Yeah, no, I have actually been a little bit nervous about going back to work, but hearing all of the talk today, I'm like, oh yeah, I really missed this. It's really great.
And the DRI is going to be a great place to work as well.
It's fantastic, yeah. It's really cool.
Lauren?
I think for me, it's just kind of the enthusiasm in the field at the minute, especially over the last couple of days with kind of the encouraging data from the Lecanemab trial, and the possibility that, for me as well, that this could be it's not the treatment, but it's a step in the right direction. And so for beta amyloid as well. Oh no, I've been sat down far too long. So for amyloid beta, which is present in a lot of patients that have dementia with Lewy bodies, it could be repurposed for different patients as well. So I just think it's an exciting time. And I think a lot of researchers over the past week have just felt this level of excitement.
And that'll bring more funding that we need and hope. Thank you very much to my brilliant guests, Dr. Megan Torval, Dr. Lauren Walker, Joe Morgan, and Dr. Keely Brooks-Baker, who have joined us to talk about their work on pathology and brain research. Thank you all very much again.
Thank you.
I hope to see you all again. Coming up over the next half hour, I'm going to be joined by we're sticking with the science theme. We're still on the hard science. The stuff that's difficult to understand. No, it's not, because Beth has won an award at being able to explain this in a very digestible way. So no pressure there, Beth. But I'm going to be joined by Dr. Eric Dine, who's a clinical specialist at Roche Diagnostics. But you've only been there a short time, right? And am I right in thinking you're currently at the CTAD conference in San Francisco?
I am.
Got his name back. Look, he's come back to his hotel room and everything, specially to do a talk for us. Thank you very much, Eric. I've also got Professor Louise Serpell, famous from the Serpell lab in Sussex. Is that a dog?
No. So I'm in a hotel because it's the only place I could find to sit down. If it's really, really noisy, I can go away.
Are you also at CTAD? No.
No, I'm not. No, I'm in London and I was in transit and I just wanted to try and find somewhere I could sit where it's quiet enough.
You're just having
hear, like music and.
Are you on a big night? Are you secretly on a big night out? Are you calling in from a? Of
course I am.
We're interrupting a big night.
I've been to a work event and then it just took me a long time to get home, so I'm sort of.
Well, it's Friday night. I mean, nobody would blame you if you were. It's Friday. I hope you've at least got a cocktail.
I haven't got one. I'm in the Langdon Hotel, which is completely beautiful, actually. And there's amazing lights in here.
Wave over the barman. I think you need a gin.
Yeah, but there was some tea, which I helped myself to, so that was quite nice. But is it all right in terms of sound?
You'll be okay. You'll be okay. If you put yourself on mute, I'll wave to you when it comes up. I'm not gonna. I've been playing film every half an hour. We're 6 minutes late already, so I'm totally not going to do that. I'm just going to remind everybody that we are raising money today for 4 great charities. Please donate at chatathon.uk. I'm going to put the banner along the bottom of the screen to remind you all to do that. But first of all, I'm going to put you this up, which reminds you what we're talking about today. So over this next half an hour, we're going to be talking about misfolding proteins, which is Louisa's specialty. We're going to be talking about nanoparticles to bust amyloid, which is Eric's specialty. And we're going to be talking about neurovascular functions, which is Beth's specialty. None of these things connect, do they? You were grouped into this general group of neuroscience when I couldn't theme you with other people because all of your work is so unique. So that's where it was. That's me covering for myself there. I'm going to go first of all. I'll do the quick introduction. So we've got Dr. Eric Dine, who I mentioned is from Roche Diagnostics. His research looks at nanoparticles to target amyloid beta plaques. We have Louise Serpell, who's a professor of biochemistry at the University of Sussex, who leads a team of researchers. I said misfolding proteins because I know that's what you did before, but you didn't put that in your bio this time. You just said amyloid beta tau at the molecular level. So maybe you've given up on misfolding proteins. Done with that. No. And then we have Beth there, who is a regular blogger and dementia researcher. You might have read some of her work. Beth is a PhD student and health science research fellow at the University of Sheffield, but currently on location in Pittsburgh. You can tell because your Sheffield lab obviously has, those kind of slightly drippy looking ceilings. It's a bit darker, but Pittsburgh, look how shiny and nice that looks behind you.
This is Sheffield.
Is it? I didn't want to say
yeah.
You're back.
Yeah, recently came back.
It's dark. Well, I'm going to come to you first, Beth. As our award-winning science communicator, I'm so mean, aren't I? To put
That's
you on
so
the
stressful. Thank you so much, Adam.
No, but you love talking about your work. You're always so passionate about it. And I love hearing you talk about works. Tell us about your research.
Yes. So thanks for having us on the show today. I was watching some stuff earlier, and it was really nice to hear about everyone's stuff. So well done for making it this far.
It's all right. It's an eclectic agenda.
It's really cool. So I look at something called neurovascular function, and I do that in disease. So our brains are really energy demanding. So they're only 2% of our body weight, so a really small amount, but they require 20% of the oxygen and glucose. But they can't store lots of energy. So that's a massive problem for the brain. And we need blood flow to the brain, because the blood flow brings with it oxygen and glucose and all the nutrients that our brain cells need to keep on functioning. And there's this relationship between neurons and blood vessels where neurons fire, and then you get this big increase in blood flow to the brain regions to help with that energy supply. And what research is suggesting is that this neurovascular coupling relationship is impaired in lots of brain diseases. And one of those is Alzheimer's disease. So what my research does is it looks at this neurovascular coupling relationship in Alzheimer's disease on its own, and I use models of Alzheimer's disease. And then I'm also interested in how heart disease, this relationship might be impacted in heart disease, and how heart disease can then also impact amyloid pathology in a mixed amyloid and Alzheimer's and atherosclerosis model, which is a heart disease model. So my research is kind of lots of things kind of all in one. It's quite nice, big picture sort of thing, I would say. So I kind of look at mainly at surface vessels of the brain. That's really where my focus is. So it'll be really interesting to hear about some more molecular things in this.
So does that tie into stroke as well? Because we hear about this in stroke a lot, don't we?
So I don't do anything with stroke, but yeah, so vascular dementia is stroke can cause vascular dementia, and that's where blood flow is interrupted, and that can then lead to those symptoms of that dementia umbrella, as we call it.
Brilliant. Thank you, Beth. That's a brilliantly concise overview. I'm going to go to Eric next to tell us all about your work with nanoparticles. I get so excited. I got so excited about your work before. I'm hoping you're still doing the same thing.
But I have some bad news for you.
Oh no! Have you gone normal? You were doing science fiction stuff before.
So now that I work with Roche as an employee, I work in diagnostics.
You're wearing a tie for a start. That's a big difference.
Well, yes, I usually have a tie on, I think. And I'm at CTAD, and so what I focus now on is the diagnostic space with Roche for my professional career, but I'm still actively working with a group at Kent State where my research focused on the use of the magnetic nanoparticles to target the beta amyloid plaques, disrupt them. And we showed that by breaking up the large fibrillated plaques, the microglia were able to remove the beta amyloid, decrease inflammation. And one possible mechanism is via chaperones, heat shock proteins, which we saw upregulated. So when we knocked down the heat shock proteins using small molecule inhibitors, we indeed saw a decrease in phagocytosis of beta amyloid following the administration of the mild hypothermia, which we called NMP-AMF, so nanoparticles and alternating magnetic fields, which is how we generated heat that was sufficient to break up the peptides. So since I moved to Roche, well, of course, after Kent State, I went to the National Institutes of Health, and then now I'm at Roche. I now am away from the research, but I'm assisting with the same lab, and now we've moved in vivo. So we're now using the mouse models to do the same approach, and we're using a new approach using specific primers against amyloid beta and specific constructs that will target the nanoparticles to the beta amyloid. And our first, the preliminary data that we have is absolutely remarkable. Seeing the rate of clearance compared to the untreated placebo side, absolutely amazing what these nanoparticles are doing. So with all the news here at CTAD about Lecanemab, it opens up.
Yeah, whatever. And how long is it going to be before you're there blowing Lecanemab out the water?
Well, I have to give a shout out to Naveed Mohammed, who is the graduate student that has taken over my work at the Chem Lab, and then we were hoping to continue our work on heat shock proteins as well, that he is an incredibly driven graduate student that I have a lot of good faith that he'll take us to the next step, which is the in vivo. And then after that, I don't know. I've been talking to a number of people at CTAD about just their thoughts on the field and where we're going, and a lot of concern about the size and the folding patterns of beta amyloid and how that impacts these different DMTs. So I think that there's a huge future that perhaps it ultimately, I mean, it may ultimately just be the confirmation of beta amyloid is the key mechanism to these DMTs. So if it's a matter that they're too large, nanoparticles are one way that we can target them non-invasively, break them up, and then see what happens downstream.
I've got to put my feet in the shoes of somebody who might be watching now, who, when they think of nanoparticles, they're thinking about, what's that film where they're thinking of Ant-Man and things like that. Tell me, so describe what is a nanoparticle? Is this a human-made thing that you then put into the brain?
Yeah. So what we used was an iron oxide, a magnetite, Fe3O4 nanoparticle that is super paramagnetic. So without giving it some
super tiny magnetic element.
Yeah. Yeah, it's 10 to the negative ninth. So when we think about microscopic, what we can see in a microscope, in order to see these nanoparticles, we have to use an electron microscope at very high magnification. And even then we can barely make them out. They're so small. So 20 nanometers, which is 10 to the negative eighth, 2 times 10 to the negative eighth. They're very, very small.
And how do you deal with the challenge of putting them into the right place to do the job that you're wanting them to do?
It's challenging because microglia will eat them up. They want to go everywhere. So that's why
microglia go, oh, what the hell is that? I'm going to eat that. We talked about this. This was our Pac-Man analogy from earlier.
Yep. That's exactly it. They eat them all up. But the good thing is nanoparticles less than 50 nanometers, they don't seem to interact with the inflammatory cascade of microglia. So
they don't activate them.
They don't.
But if they're already activated.
My research shows that they are not activated. There's no change in cytokine expression. There's no change in toxicity. And that after, I forget that I have to remind myself the number, but ultimately they get cleared from the brain. They're small and microglia do eat them up. So we don't see nanoparticle pollution or iron oxide pollution within the brain, which is another concern.
So once you've got them there, that challenge, then you activate them by the
alternating magnetic field.
Yeah, sorry.
So yeah,
you put them in. You put
very
them
fast. Yeah.
And that doesn't mean putting the person's head in a big magnet.
Yes. So it's effectively, you have these coils. Like we have a small coil housing for our animal studies. They go in, they sit there, but you don't feel a thing. Yeah. It's silent. There's a bit of a buzz, but otherwise you could be sitting there. If this wasn't a human model, like I've seen this done
like in
rabbits.
MRIs. Yeah,
exactly. MRIs are loud. This is basically silent. You sit there, you don't feel a thing. It doesn't interact with anything but the nanoparticles. And of course, you can't be wearing a ring because you'll get a really bad burn really fast. But as long as it's conductive. But then ultimately sit there, you can have a cup of tea, enjoy life. Meanwhile, it's disrupting the plaques, and then microglia do their job. And we think that not only are we breaking up the beta amyloid plaques, but we're also inducing the functionality of microglia by activating them into not to call it like a pro-inflammatory state, but instead an activated state that seems to be pro-removal of beta amyloid, like a pro-phagocytic state, which doesn't match the inactive or the active state. So it's really cool that we have an intermediate phenotype.
And is this likely, I'm jumping 10 steps ahead here, but that wouldn't address the underlying cause? This would be that'd have to be because that's still not going to cause whatever's causing the microglia to come there or the tau in the first place. So, but this would be a treatment, not a prevention, I guess.
Right.
Although, unless you're hoping if you stop enough of them, they just stop coming back.
Right. So, like with Lecanemab, you're targeting the profibrils you expect the body to do its normal clearance rate, and it's only as effective as the amount of amyloid that it is able to target and then ultimately clear.
But you can target all of it.
We should be able to, hypothetically, if we can, you should be able to make just the right dose, and if you can get all the plaques, then.
And this is what you're doing with your mouse research now, is to see whether you have to do this. What's the best way? Is that to do that 10 times over a long period of time, or all in one go? And how do you not overwhelm the microglia?
Right. Exactly, and it's looking really good. Like next time, I'll have Naveed reach out to you, because he can do an update on this, and I think
we've got a webinar on our YouTube channel, Dementia Research YouTube channel. There is a webinar. If you go back and look, Google put into Dr. Eric Dine into YouTube, you'll find his webinar he did on us for this. Oh, it's a while ago now, during the pandemic.
2 years, yeah, we're in the middle of the pandemic.
Honestly, I get so excited about that, because I'm just a big tech nerd. I like anything that's a bit exciting. We have Sam Moxon talking about 3D bioprinting stem cells and stuff like that. That's all my exciting stuff. Thank you, Eric. I'm going to come back to you, though. Louise, were you just about to go then, as I'm going to come to you?
No. I'm just negotiating, working on my phone, which is tricky, and I got quite tired holding my phone up. So that's
sorry.
Earlier.
We're into Christmas party season in hotels in London. You might have some revelers, I'm guessing.
It's incredibly beautiful here, actually. They're amazing Christmas lights. It is really very Christmassy, and extremely posh people dressed up in very, very nice outfits. So,
I'm sure you fit right in.
We do.
Can you tell us about your work?
Yes. So it was interesting. You said you thought I didn't work on misfolding anymore, but of course I do.
I knew. I was joking. I knew you would.
But actually, it's a really nice prompt, because I work on amyloid beta and tau, which I'm sure you've talked about quite a lot during the rest of the day, which both proteins self-assemble and misfold and aggregate and form deposits in Alzheimer's disease. But I have a question for Beth later if I get a chance to ask it. But it's important to say that amyloid is something that happens to lots of proteins. So there are lots of different proteins that can self-assemble and form amyloid in different parts of the body. So it's not just in neurodegenerative diseases. And so we can actually learn a lot from those other diseases. And one of the things that we're really interested in, for example, is that heart disease is associated with the deposition of amyloid, which is my question for Beth later on. And so really what we're interested in is, what is the specific structure of the aggregates that are toxic to neurons? So how is it that they are leading to neurodegeneration? So that's really relevant to what Eric was saying too, when he was talking about the magnetic nanoparticles that need to target specific structures. Because what we need to understand is, what is it that's actually causing the disease, and how do we target those very specific structures rather than presumably amyloid and tau, which are usually doing something useful in a biological system. So we don't want to throw out the baby with the bathwater, if you see what I mean. We want to target only those pathological forms of protein.
And could breaking down all that, I mean, do we just take it as a given that amyloid's a bad thing in its entirety, or do we need a little bit of amyloid around the place?
So there has been some controversy about amyloid plaques themselves, and whether actually they're a sort of protective sink for the amyloid beta that's deposited in this tissue. And so quite a few of the early failures of the antibodies have been attributed to the idea that actually you don't want to remove those plaques. What you really want to remove is the oligomeric species, so the early intermediate. So there has also been, probably at CTAB, there's been discussions of the fact that removal of the amyloid plaques can cause tiny bleeds, little tiny strokes. So there's also that, that risk factor that's associated with Lecanemab that's been talked about in the media. So, I think what we want to do is to not just focus on plaques, but also the oligomeric species that are probably floating about in the brain and associated with the toxicity and the neuronal dysfunction and cell death that we see in Alzheimer's disease.
And I mean, I haven't asked you any of the questions on my list, so I apologize if you put a lot of preparation into thinking about answers that I didn't then ask. But you had a question for, go on, Louise, why don't you ask your question of Beth that you were going to put to Beth?
Yeah, Beth was talking about the link between Alzheimer's disease and cardiovascular disease, which I think is a fascinating question. And I know and she said mixed amyloid, and I wondered if by mixed amyloid she meant that she was also looking at deposits like transthyretin and immunoglobulin light chain, both of which are deposited in the heart tissue in heart disease and lead to disease. So I just wondered if there was a sort of association with the different sorts of proteins that form amyloid in those different areas.
Yeah, so what I actually meant, I probably misspoke, is when I talk about a mixed model, is I have a model of amyloid, so I use an APPTS1 model, and then I also give that model a viral injection that makes it develop atherosclerosis. So when I talk about the mixed model, it's a model of amyloid for Alzheimer's disease, and then like a heart disease model together. And then I look at all the changes in the cerebral vessels, so like those really surface vessels. I kind of look at what's happening in those, like blood flow, blood volume, to a stimulation. But it is really interesting because I've only just so I'm like a psychology, like neuroscience background, and I kind of brought on the heart disease aspect because there was someone else in the lab who was also really interested in it. And at Sheffield, we've got a really good collaborator, Professor Sheila Francis, who's like a cardiovascular professor. So it's really nice to kind of see that aspect of the project. So I'm really hoping like that we can do a bit more in depth with that, because at the moment I've really just been focusing on the brain, but I'd like to focus on some of the other things because there's so much you can look at, right?
Yeah, because I think there's a really interesting link between cardiovascular disease and the increased risk of getting Alzheimer's disease. And it makes us wonder, is it, because in elderly patients, you often see the deposition of transthyretin as amyloid in the heart muscle, which causes heart disease. So it's really interesting to think about the links between those two diseases in really quite elderly patients, whether there's a link between the two things. Yeah, so really interesting work, really nice, and really nice to meet you. So, and congratulations on your award. Really pleased to see that. Brilliant.
I'm thinking like it was the brain prize. It's embarrassing, you totally know. And you're just coming up to the end of your PhD now, Beth. You're writing up.
Yeah. So it's that very busy period when you're so close to the end. Your funding period's ending. You're looking for jobs. I'm in the middle of applying for fellowships as well. It's a very busy time. And I'm writing up. So it's a very exciting time, but it is a very overwhelming time. But yeah, it's just nice to kind of see it all trying to come together after all the hard work over the past 3.5 years. So
I hear Brighton's quite a nice place to live.
Yeah, I did like Brighton when we went to the conference.
Eric, I'm going to come back to you because we've talked a bit about amyloid today, and obviously the drug we've been mentioned that's come up a few times, this Lecanemab that we've talked about today, is about amyloid. There's a general agreement that alone isn't going to suddenly fix everything. It's going to need to be as a combination with other things. And what about tau? Can your treatment, is that for, once you can program nanoparticles and activate them, can they be set to target whatever you like? So can they address the tau at the same time, or would that be separate, or how would this treatment sit with other things?
Absolutely. If we want to target them against alpha-synuclein, we can target them against alpha-synuclein, TDP43, tau protein. We can use them in oncology treatments if we can identify a target and we want to resect the tumor. You can get them internalized and then burn out the tumor from the inside. And resect it. The potential is limitless for nanoparticles, and they're so small. And with this, in this case, using it for heat, but we can also use them as theranostic agents if we're trying to find a specific target that needs a small marker. We can use that in different imaging studies. So absolutely, we can definitely use them against tau. We can use them also as a biomarker if we believe that there's some metabolic pathway, insulin, for example, or if there's an inflammatory pathway that we're interested in, and we want to target them with nanoparticles to deliver drugs like anti-inflammatories, you can conjugate those to nanoparticles as well. They're a wonderful delivery device, a wonderful theranostic device, and we look at them as a therapeutic.
I think I'm going to go buy shares in Roche. I shouldn't say that.
Well, we're not doing it. This isn't Roche.
You're not even doing it at Roche. No, that's not your day job, is it?
Doing it at Roche. We're doing it. We're doing it at Kent State. So you can donate. Give.
Go
buy
to
some
Kent
shares
State.
in Kent
I'm
State.
teasing. No, anybody's watching, don't do that. Thank you. We're coming up to the end now. Before we kind of finish up here and we let Louise go get herself a cocktail. Tell me what's. I mean, I'm not going to ask you this, Eric, because it sounds like you've just told us what's exciting you about your work right now. Everything's exciting. What's exciting you about your work, Beth?
I think at the moment it's how in my lab at the moment, we're trying to look at how blood flow, how if we can change blood flow and potentially increase blood flow, could that impact pathology of Alzheimer's disease? So if we can increase blood flow, if there's a reduction previously, can we maybe clear some of those plaques? Can we impact that overproduction and the lack of clearance that's happening? So I think that's a really interesting thing that's going on at the moment. And the field that I'm in is so exciting. We use massive microscopes to look at like vessels and neurons, and we can look at anything in the brain at the moment because the technology is insane right now. So it's just a really exciting field to be in, and to hopefully like one day actually make a difference, because it's really nice to see that. Obviously, with the news this week, like things are happening, and I think that's what's nice to know.
It's great that there's no single approach either, is it? Because I think what we shouldn't also don't assume that everybody has the same underlying cause. That there might be multiple different causes for this, so we can't just assume that everybody's got the amyloid for the same reason. Actually, so while you're looking at all these different things, is so important, because you might find out there's multiple ways. Louise, what's exciting you? I've been
struggling to unmute here. I think that the announcement of Lecanemab has been really interesting. Obviously, very exciting from the point of view of progress in Alzheimer's disease. And I think we've all, over the last few years, although we've been finding out a lot in terms of scientific discoveries, I think we all have been a bit demoralized by the failure of all the trials. And I think having this success at this point is really positive. There was a lot of controversy about whether amyloid beta was important in Alzheimer's disease or not. It was about to be sort of thrown out of the theory. And I think this really backs it up. And I think, it's a fantastic area to be in at the moment, and a really positive one that, I think, and I would like to say also that, Adam, that you're doing an amazing job. It must be exhausting. I think you're the one who deserves the cocktail at this point. So you've got a couple of hours to go, haven't you?
I've got, there's 2.5 hours to go. I might sneak another coffee. The good thing is our next session, I'm joined by the brilliant Dr. Anna Volkmer, who is also, I'm going to say, a friend of mine. I think we've met a couple of times, but she hosts our podcast. And so she'll be a great stand-in host while I use the bathroom, eat the second sandwich I got today, and make a coffee for the next few minutes. Thank you ever so much, Professor Louise Serpell from the University of Sussex, Beth Eyre from the University of Sheffield, and Dr. Eric Dine as well, who's coming to us from Roche, but also with all his university hats on as well. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. And when you've had to be so disrupted, Beth's still in the lab. Go home, for God's sake. It's Sunday night. Eric, go join the conference, and Louise, I hope you manage to get home well and don't suffer from train challenges. Have a great rest of the day.
Bye, everyone.
Thank
you. Bye.
Okay. Coming up over the next half an hour from 7 to 7:30 p.m. on the show. It's like a radio show. I could quite get into doing a radio show. Maybe not 12 hours. I don't know. Those radio presenters that complain when they do 3 hours on a morning. That's note it. Doing my Yorkshire accent there. So from 7 to 7:30, we're going to be shifting gear completely again to a different place, because we're going to be moving on to talk about faith, communications, and primary progressive aphasia, which is my brilliant guest. We've got Professor Cindy Weinstein, who's at Caltech, Is that right? Yes. Yes, it is. And we have Dr. Anna
Yes.
Volkmer, who's from University College London, who have you ever seen that scene from The Italian Job when he walks around the chairs, introduces people, and he puts his end at the back of chairs and says, Camp Freddy, you all know. I've just watched The Italian Job too much. It's the mini thing. But I feel like that when I introduce Anna. Anna, you all know. And then we have Dr. Catherine Carol Britt, or Cat, Cat Britt, who is joining us all the way from another USA. So we've got two guests from the USA this time, who's coming as a postdoc research fellow at the University of Pennsylvania. Hi, thank you very much. Anna,
Hi.
would you mind very carefully, would you mind just doing a round of introductions for me and just initially talk about the research while I just very quickly rush out and back again?
Of course, not a problem.
Thank you ever so much. That's really kind of you. And yourself, of course, as well. Do introduce yourself.
I might do that. Okay. So usually when I host podcasts with Adam, we start with a round of introductions and we talk about who we are, what our research interests are. And I might just start off by mentioning who I am, although I'm a frequent, as Adam said, I'm a frequent flyer in with the Better Researcher, Dementia Researcher podcast and blogging scene. So my name is Anna. I'm a clinical speech and language therapist by background, but I'm also an advanced fellow, an NIHR advanced fellow, so senior researcher at UCL in London. My particular interest and work that I do is in the area of primary progressive aphasia and dementia, communication in dementia more broadly. So for the listeners, and we can come back to this in a minute, but for listeners who aren't aware, primary progressive aphasia is a rarer type of dementia where language is the primary or leading issue for people as the disease develops. And I'm particularly interested in and do work in developing interventions to help people and their family members who are having to live and have conversations and cope with this type of stuff on a day-to-day basis. So I wonder whether we should pass round the circle, so to speak. Professor Cindy Weinstein, would you perhaps be a next logical person to introduce yourself?
Sure. Anna, can you hear me? Okay. And is this the time where we should talk about our work, or is this just a quick intro?
It's up to you. I think it'd be love to hear a bit of a précis maybe, and I'm sure that Adam and I will have some questions. We always like to hear more and more about what people are doing.
Okay, sounds good. My name is Cindy Weinstein. I'm an English professor at the California Institute of Technology in Pasadena, and I'm here. Many thanks to Adam for organizing this amazing event. I'm here because I had the opportunity to write a book with Dr. Bruce Miller at UCSF, and his area of expertise is frontotemporal dementia, although he can speak and knows about all of the dementias. Why did I want to write this book? Why did I have to write this book, which is called Finding the Right Words, A Story of Literature, Grief, and the Brain? And Anna, how I wish that we had someone like you when my father was dealing with Alzheimer's many years ago. He was diagnosed in the 80s. And in the 80s, everything was Alzheimer's. And when I went to UCSF and studied in the Global Brain Health Institute program, which I can talk a little bit more about, I went specifically to learn enough neurology to write a book to honor my father, who Bruce told me actually had early onset Alzheimer's with the logopenic variant. So really word finding was front and center in my mind, especially because of this sort of terrible synchronicity that I talk about in the book that I spent many years chewing on. And that's the fact that my father was losing language at the same time as I was becoming an expert in language. And that painful simultaneity was really something I needed to try and get my head around. And the book is basically a back and forth between me and Bruce. It focuses on what I eventually learned at UCSF are called clinical presentations. I had several of them just kind of burned into my brain, whether it was word finding or spatial disorientation or behavior or memory. And so I do kind of in literature, they're called close readings. So like I sort of bear down on what those clinical presentations look like, the grief I experienced in observing them, and how I use literature to understand the world. And then Bruce responds in the chapters to my descriptions by providing kind of like neurological explanation of what may have been, what probably was happening in my dad's brain.
Wow.
And it was really important for me to write this memoir with someone, which is kind of weird because Bruce never knew my dad. So like, how do you write a memoir about someone you don't know? And Bruce was like an amazing listener and empath. He was the doctor we didn't have. So like, so I wanted Bruce's expertise so that the reader wouldn't just sort of have my story about middle class Jewish girl from New Jersey, gets a PhD, becomes an English professor, like, okay, that's interesting. But I wanted someone who could explain the complicated neurology to readers so that when families go to the doctor, it's not the first time that they hear temporal lobe or primary progressive aphasia. So there was really a outreach and access component to writing the book, which jived very neatly with the mission of the Global Brain Health Institute.
That's fantastic. That's so valuable. It reminds me of conversations I have almost every week with the clients I work with, because I work both clinically and in research. And they often have, it's often very difficult to join up the medical speak with what they're experiencing interactionally and in their relationship and in their emotional responses to what's happening. And what there isn't is enough information. There just really isn't. People are constantly, who I work with, are constantly searching for that kind of information in any, in lots of different formats. So thank you. I think that would be an amazing resource. And thank you for sharing a bit about that. Catherine, do you want to, or Kat, I should say, apologies. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here and to meet you all. And Cindy, kind of similar to your story, most of my experience as a nurse, I'm a nurse, I've been a nurse for several years, had been in pediatrics. And then I experienced, my father had Lewy body dementia. And
sorry,
it looks like y'all are frozen.
Oh, we can see you.
Okay. So my father had Lewy body dementia. And so from that experience, I shifted to caring for older adults aging in place and their family and caregivers, which was an amazing experience. And that experience drove me to go back to school. And I got my PhD in nursing from the University of Texas at Austin. And then I started my postdoctoral fellowship at University of Pennsylvania. And I study protective factors. So I look at spirituality and religion and practices as a coping mechanism for people facing dementia decline and their caregivers. In the HOPE's future, I'm looking towards designing interventions that support individual spirituality and tailored interventions that can support the coping for people that are facing these challenges that you know, I've touched on today. So Oh,
I can
that's me.
completely see why Adam match made us into this group. You know, all of what we've talked about, it all connects. It's about how people live with this. Not, you know, it's not about them. It's much more every day. And that, you know, the relationship, the spirituality, the being. I can see why you did that. And welcome back.
Hi, thank you very much. I've eaten 2 sandwiches in that time. Thank you, Anna. Did you get a chance to introduce your work, Anna? Did you go first?
I did, absolutely. I just talked a little bit about.
I put my headphones back on when Cindy was there.
Cindy was talking. I kind of just gave a very brief overview, and in fact, what I didn't say is that, and I think perhaps this is important to mention, is that I'm particularly interested in conversation. And how we can support people, not only within who are living with these language-led dementias, which we call primary progressive aphasia, and which Cindy mentioned, her father had so there's 3 main types of language-led dementia. 2 are kind of in the frontotemporal dementia category, and 1 is in the Alzheimer's category. Cindy mentioned that her father had the Alzheimer's type. But I really look not only at the people with PPA, but I'm actually just embarking on a bigger study with people with other types of Alzheimer's as well. So we've developed a conversational intervention where we work with the person and their partner, be that a family member or best friend or adult child, and we work with them together as a couple or a dyad, because, you know, it doesn't just happen to the one person, as you both just illustrated. And we try and work with those 2 people to see if we can help people live better. And it actually fits really well with it. We've had a paper come out today, an open access paper, which is actually which is quite exciting, but it's kind of the prequel bit where we were looking, doing some extra work with people with PPA and their family members, and we ran lots and lots of focus groups with a fantastic student called Maria, and we really found that actually that's often one of the things people are searching for, not only people with the diagnoses, but their family members. They're searching desperately to be told how to interact often with their family members. So we know this is an intervention that people are searching for in a way.
So this is, Anna, just to pick you up on that. So this is talking about recognizing that so much communication isn't speech.
Indeed.
And is that part of it then, to be able to teaching people to be able to pick up on the other cues, but also perhaps before somebody's dementia has progressed, that you can teach this in advance?
Yeah, that we can equip them and tune people in, if you will, to be able to communicate, because it isn't just about words, as you say. It's about gesture and feeling and knowledge and awareness of that person's beliefs and preferences, and that holistic view, and training people to be able to use those strategies. So I saw a wonderful client recently, and I've known many of them who almost enact miming it, for even to that extent, where people can mime out their intention, and then actually supporting the people around them to tune into that. Because I think often people get really focused on, oh no, you must say it, or what does that actually, what is the specific word that's meant here, rather than thinking about the intention, which I think overlaps with both of what
just going louder and slower.
Yeah.
And so that, you must find yourself you must be a bit of a counselor sat in the middle of that sometimes. That must be an incredibly difficult thing to teach. To equipping people in that way, because it's very personal. You're putting yourself in the middle of that, in that situation. How do you prepare for that?
Well, first of all, I don't think one can always separate communication and interaction from relationship and emotion. So I think one has to be prepared. But I think that we're all, all health professionals have counselling skills. Most humans have some counselling skills, the skill to listen and hear and acknowledge how people are feeling. And then if there is something I need to do beyond my scope of practice, I need to know where to where to get further support. And that's, I think, also part of it is often, I think, as Cindy flagged, that people, even nowadays, people often don't have those connections to other support services. So I think in the 80s, it was probably a bit of a void, but even now people say to me, I feel really isolated. So I think that's also part of it. It's not only having my own tools, but knowing what tools are around me.
And I might not have been very good at communicating in the first place back when talking or listening wasn't an issue. So I guess as well. So, I mean, maybe as a replacement for what they had rather than as an enhancing what they didn't do. I'm probably not making much sense.
No, you are. Yeah.
I know what you mean. So as you say, great grouping. I'm going to come back to Catherine or Kat.
Yes.
So we've talked a bit today about different non-pharmacological interventions, and we talked about sleep and technology and lighting and getting outside, and so much of what we've looked at today seems to kind of move towards the modern. It is, can we put new lighting in place, or can we use different things we can use? But I mean, yours feels very, doesn't rely on any of those things. This is about people's inner centeredness, their faith and mindfulness. What's your research shown so far? I mean, are there better outcomes for people that had that faith to start with and have that good place to go to?
It's a great question. So I've looked at associations with, dementia progressive symptoms, right? So cognitive function, sleep disturbances, neuropsychiatric symptoms. And I found that spirituality and religious practices are associated with, and I looked at in dementia and in mild cognitive impairment, and they're associated with better cognitive function, fewer sleep disturbances, and fewer neuropsychiatric symptoms. My next step is to look at longitudinal associations over time to see how those, one might impact the other. But a lot of research has been done on spirituality. More research is being done on mindfulness, meditation, but there hasn't been a lot of research on spiritual interventions in dementia. So that's what I'm hoping to really do. And I really feel that it needs to be tailored to the individual, right? So what does that person find meaning in, and really finding out what that is?
Because we're not talking about an intervention here is to go persuade somebody they should find religion later in life. It's not that at all.
No,
this is correct. So there must be other ways that you can get what some people get out of going to church, or that quiet reflection, or that kind of faith. There are other ways to get that aren't through imagining some greater being.
Right. And as people have certain, patterns that they've had over their lifestyle, whether it's been going to religious service every Sunday or whatever that might look like, as they get older and they may not be able to attend anymore, how can we bring those resources to them to help still bring them, those identified sources to bring them coping and support and encouragement?
What they get out. Yeah, absolutely. And it's funny because Kellen, who's not here today, because that counts not just in where you go and the things you did every week, particularly if you move into a nursing home, but Kellen does this great work about things like people who were used to doing their own cleaning or vacuuming or dusting and polishing. And when you remove those things away, I mean, it's not the same at all, but, putting somebody in a room and saying, you don't have to clean this anymore, we do it. Or taking somebody away and saying, you don't go to church anymore. Because you can't go now. It has the same. How do you put that back into somebody's life to keep them on track?
Yeah, no, that's what I'm going to find out, I hope.
And is that? I mean, is this? How do you recruit to trials like that? I mean, is this? Do you find I mean, and I'm assuming you don't specifically look at a single faith. Is this looking at different faiths as well?
But most of the research that I've seen, has been in Catholic and Protestant faith tradition. So we really need to expand and look at diverse religions, and the populations that I have found that are in the research and that I found in my own research who find religion and spirituality important tend to be older adults, those facing serious illness, and historically underrepresented populations. So really trying to identify who those people are that might find religion and spirituality important, and trying to bring resources to them to support them is really what I'm hoping to
particularly, I guess,
test.
where it was part of your everyday life. You can see how some religions like Muslim community where that's it's very much a part of life that would have different results from somebody who was more passively involved in the church.
And caregivers too. Also, caregivers have 40. I think that the highest coping strategy they use is prayer. So it's another population.
Absolutely. And as well, there's been research in the UK looking at communities as well, and how communities come together and can provide support mechanisms and structures both and that's one of the things, whether you're a believer in God or not, one thing that everybody always picks up on is the fact that churches provide brilliant communities of people that bring you together and do address those issues around social isolation or exclusion, and they were so important during the pandemic. Actually, I suppose that was your work affected by the pandemic, because I'm guessing in the UK churches couldn't run services anymore. I wonder if you've looked specifically at the impact of that.
Yeah, one of the studies we did was a qualitative study with dementia caregivers, asking how the social distancing had impacted their religious and spiritual practices and their coping. And for many of them, the caregivers were able to virtually connect with other groups, whether it's a community group or a service, doing yoga. But we found that they reported the older adults with dementia were really cut off from their source of usual practice that they engaged in. And some of that was due to physical disabilities. They may have hearing issues or visual impairment, so they couldn't see a service that was on the television. So really need to create, use creative innovation to connect them to those resources and figure out ways to continue to do that for people that are isolated.
And like with your work, Anna, and some of the work we looked at the Enliven project we looked at earlier on today, that there's this potential that those places that provide those services, these faith-based groups in the church and things, can be better at facilitating and enabling people to continue to engage and also as well make sure that there's no stigma there. People aren't kind of stopping to go because they don't want people to see them like this.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of work to be done there.
Cindy, it's an awful. I'm not going to ask you the personal question about whether that's played a part in your life or in your father's, but do you talk about this in your book about mindfulness and the potential for some of these more inward reflections to deal with some of those, agitation, or to deal with stress and anxiety that come up? Does that come up in the book? And through your discovery you've done with GBHI?
Yeah, it's interesting. I wrote the preface to the book at the end, and I was just about done with the year of studying neurology when I was sitting in a cafe where I like to get work done and write, and I started remembering when my dad died, but more specifically sitting Shiva, which is the Jewish tradition of mourning someone who's died. And in kind of secular Judaism, you spend like a week and you sit around and eat really unhealthy food and kibitz about wonderful memories of the person who's died. What I remembered in the cafe in Berkeley was how I could not do it. I didn't realize, even though my dad was dying right in front of me, I forgot he was dying because the disease took so long. And so when it came to mourn his death, and certainly to tell stories about this wonderful person, I was paralyzed. I gave a eulogy, which I actually have a copy of in the book. It was on yellow paper. I had saved it. And it was actually a blueprint for the book that I was going to write decades later. And in the cafe in Berkeley, the light bulb went on, and what I realized was that in studying neurology and reading memoirs and writing this book and becoming close to Bruce, I was actually sitting Shiva finally, after like 25 years after my dad died. And I sat Shiva the way I would do it, which is to say, I read, I studied, I wrote, and it looked very different from the way Jews typically sit Shiva, but it was my version. And the light bulb moment was, oh, I asked Bruce to sit Shiva with me, and he did. So that's the preface to the book. And I am kind of a heathen, frankly. And so it was quite interesting to me to realize that, like very religious Jews who sit Shiva for like a year, that's what I had done. So that's an answer to your question.
No, it absolutely is. It's a brilliant answer. Thank you very much for sharing that. The book, you can, of course, we'd encourage everybody who's watching this to go buy your wonderful book. Why don't you remind everybody what it's called and where they can get it?
Okay, that's very nice of you. I actually have a copy right by me, so you can see it. I love the cover. These are neurons on the top, courtesy of Bill Seeley's lab at UCSF. And then this is a picture of me and my dad in New Jersey. And I like this because it captures like science and personhood and all that good stuff. So it's published by Johns Hopkins, so you can get it through them. And they're actually having a really good sale right now, 40 off. Of course, you could do Amazon. You can order from your independent bookstore. And then the thing is, like, the images in the book, like of the brain and stuff from UCSF labs, those are in black and white, but on the book website, it's weinsteinandmiller.com, readers can see the images in color. So there's some really, really good images, I think, of the different aphasias that you were describing, Anna, and where the assault on the brain is happening. All of this is to help readers so that when you go to the doctor, you are familiar with some of the language. It's not the first time you've heard PET scan or MRI or stuff like that. So I would encourage readers, if you don't want to buy the book, just to like go on the book website and look at the figures, because I think they're really helpful.
Fantastic. Thank you. Because I think I'm going to find that really helpful with all my clients as well.
Thanks, Anna. Thank you.
Yeah, and Anna, I should give you a chance, as soon as you've had a paper published today, and is this the one that you struggled so much to kind of, you were so passionate about making open access? Is this that?
Oh
paper?
No, that was one I published last year, where I
Anna is amazing at fighting tooth and nail to make sure that none of her papers are hidden behind paywalls, and she will bend every ear, force every hand she can to make sure that I've been on the end of that.
I'm sorry.
No. It's important. I mean, we want everybody to learn from each other when we hide behind these paywalls. Particularly, we were talking about earlier about care home managers can't even get access to papers.
Exactly.
God, I mean, if they're on a website, open access, they can get them. So tell us about this paper. Where can people read it? What's it called?
So the paper that
has it got a snappy title?
It has, actually. It's like going into a chocolate shop blindfolded. And so that's
what it's called.
Yeah. It was a quote from one of the family members who was saying the problem with services, particularly speech and language therapy, because that's what we were discussing, but I think this is a universal problem maybe for many people with dementia, is that people don't know what their care pathway should look like, what they can ask for, what they could benefit from. So they know there's all these potentially good things out there. It's kind of a metaphor. There's, you know, you go into a chocolate shop or a sweet shop, you know there's lots of lovely things there that you'll enjoy, that you'll be, you know, give you a fulfilling experience, but you don't know what, you know, the person was kind of explaining they were blindfolded. They didn't know what speech therapy did. And so we use that as a metaphor. And I think that's why I've been so emphatic when, Cindy, you've been talking about your experience, because it's such and that's why I've been struggling. I always struggle to make everything open access, because it's a bit of a bone of contention for me, and actually one of the reasons why I started on my journey into academia, which was because there was so little research evidence that clinicians, family members, and people living with these diagnoses, often of the rarer things like primary progressive aphasia, there was just nothing out there that people could get to. And then you don't know what you're meant to ask for. So that's actually part of my mission. One of my next projects alongside this study I'm doing is we're developing a care pathway. But I can tell you about that a whole other time. Maybe we need a whole other podcast for that, Adam.
Yeah, I'd love to hear about it.
And if anything else, you've chosen a title that will definitely get you traction on social media. I think that's a great title if there's a sneaky way of doing that. Kat, I'd feel bad not giving you a chance. Have you got anything to plug now that we're here? My next guests haven't arrived, so we're good.
Well, the article that I referenced is published in Clinical Nursing Research. It's called Religion, Spirituality, and Coping During the Pandemic: Perspectives of Dementia Caregivers.
So that's really good. I'm really excited to see. I mean, Anna's work, Anna is prolific. We kind of see lots of Anna's work all the time in various ways. So I always know whenever Anna's always got something new on the boil. It's great to see with your work as well. I'm interested to see how that plays out with that space, because it's kind of not really looked at. I think people might find that a bit of a sensitive area for different reasons. And it's important to look at, and particularly if it comes about that people can be facilitated to continue with this and get the evidence they need to support that work. Cindy, we haven't had a chance to talk about the Global the GBHI, the Global Brain Health Initiative, which we should have done, but I'm right in thinking their fellowships either just opened or just closed this time. But what I love about GBHI is that they take in so many different people. You don't have to be a neurologist or a psychiatrist. You can be a writer or a psychiatrist. You can come from psychologist, as long as your passion is there to learn and to spread global brain health awareness and to do that work. There's a place for you there to go study in Dublin or San Francisco.
Right.
And you must be a great example of that. You must, because there can't have been anybody else like you in that program. You must have been fairly unique.
Well, my gray hair certainly made me unique. I had several decades on most people in the cohort, and it was truly an incredible experience. I was in a group with neurologists and gerontologists and photographers, dancers. And as you say, Adam, everybody was committed to working on dementia and outreach and access. And one of the other things I'll just add is how global the group is and was. There were people from Latin America, South Africa, just really an extraordinary experience.
I've posted a link to GBHI in the chat there. Anybody who's interested should go and have a look. By all means, Anna, if you want to drop back into the YouTube chat and post a link to your new paper or to the book, please feel free to do so. I think one of my guests keeps coming and going, worried that they're waiting for you to all go. So I'm going to let you all go and hope that the second guest turns up. So thank you very much to my brilliant guests, Dr. Anna Volkmer from University College London, Dr. Catherine Britt from University of Pennsylvania, and Professor Cindy Weinstein from Caltech in the USA and the GBHI. Thank you so much, everybody. I'll let you all go. Have a great rest of your Friday
Great to meet
evening.
you all.
Nice.
Bye-bye.
Friday afternoon.
Bye.
Thanks. Take care. Bye-bye. Okay. Coming up next. Ooh, suddenly the lighting's changed here. all fluorescent. Coming up next, we're entering the final hour and a half of our 12.5-hour marathon chatathon. Coming up next, over the next from 7:30 till 8 o'clock. I'm optimistically saying that it's 2 hours left. We're going to be talking about social connectedness amongst Latinos and exploring ethnic exclusion with two brilliant people, Dr. Myrna Arroyo Miranda and Nadine Mirza from Manchester and from the University of Houston. But before we do that, I'm just going to play you a short video and remind you that today is all about not only sharing research, but raising money for some brilliant charities. I've had a quick look at the fundraising total. We're going to fall way short of what I optimistically hoped we'd raise today. But honestly, every penny counts, no matter how much you can give. Everything will go a long way to support our four brilliant charities: Alzheimer's Research UK, Alzheimer's Society, Race Against Dementia, and the Lewy Body Society, who do brilliant, make your money go so far and do such brilliant things to fund the research that we're going to be talking about for the rest of the day and have been for the last 12, nearly 11, 10 hours. I don't know, I'm losing the plot now. We'll be back in a minute's time, and we'll see you shortly.
What time should we leave tomorrow?
I think about 8. What do you reckon?
Yeah, that sounds about right. What time should we leave tomorrow?
I told you, 8.
What time should we leave tomorrow?
We're leaving at 8, Jane.
What time should we leave tomorrow?
I think we should leave at 8.
So that's a good reminder there to, if you're going to go home this Christmas and you're going to see an elderly relative or somebody you don't see very often, and you notice signs of change in them from when you lost them, do consider encouraging them to go see a healthcare professional. There's so much we can do now, as you've heard from the researchers we've been joined by across the day. And if you want more information on dementia, you'll find that on the websites of the charities that we're working with. You'll find more on Alzheimer's Research UK.org, alzheimers.org.uk and lewibody.org, who all have information about very specific types of dementia, and of course Race Against Dementia, raceagainstdementia.com as well, about their work. So please do go and have a look at their websites, and do consider giving whatever you can afford to give. It's chatathon.uk/donate. Okay, we're going into the next session now. And I'm going to be joined by, and we'll get the right caption, I'm joined by Myrna Arroyo Miranda and Nadine Mirza. Come on, turn your cameras on, get ready. There we go. Hey, thank you very much, both of you, for joining us. Friday night as well. You've given up your Friday nights to join me. It's not nighttime where you are, though, Miranda. Where are you in the world? Introduce yourself for us.
Well, hi, everybody. My name is Myrna Arroyo. I'm a postdoc fellow. Yeah, it's my second last name. I am a postdoc fellow at the University of Houston Department of Psychology, doing basically epidemiology of dementia in a cultural context. And I'm in Houston right now. I'm originally from Puerto Rico. So hola a todos los que hablan español, así que but I'm living currently in Houston. So it's 1:30 in a cloudy Houston day today.
I can guarantee it's dark and slightly drizzly in Oxford where I am. I don't know if it is where you are, Nadine. You're in Manchester.
Yeah, of course it's drizzly in Manchester. We live in the rain.
Did you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, everyone. So I'm Nadine. I am actually a PhD student at the University of Manchester, and I'm also a research associate. And the bulk of the work that I'm doing is around ethnic minorities' access to memory clinics, so where they're going to get a diagnosis of dementia and the entire process they go through to get that diagnosis, and what kind of barriers exist for ethnic minorities.
Great. So we'll come back to you to talk about your research. I'm going to go to Myrna first. Tell us about your work. You're an epidemiologist.
Yes, I am. But I work in a neuropsychology lab, and my area of work is in social isolation and cognitive performance in Hispanics and Latinos. And I'm also part of the engaging communities of Hispanics and Latinos in aging research, where we have been developing new strategies to include the increased participation of Latinos in aging research by building trust with our communities. So we have very interesting programs in terms of where we're going with our community, Houston community here.
So thinking specifically then, you mentioned in your bio, you talk about social connectedness. So is this trying to explore how people continue to remain connected with the communities post-diagnosis, or as symptoms start to begin, or is this different? Have I got the wrong end of the stick?
Well, basically, the research that I have done so far has been in cognitively typical older adults. So it's people who do not have dementia of any kind. However, one thing that we've looked into is how do the lack of social connectedness, of the absence of relationships, friends, siblings, children, spouse, affect in their cognitive performance.
I see. And so, and do you, I mean, is there some correlation between that? Are you finding that the people who have, say, lots of families around them, lots of family members around them, are well connected with the communities compared to those that are more withdrawn? Is there a difference? Is this something you do? How do you measure that?
Okay, so basically what we did was analyze data set of people who are participating in two larger studies, and we looked at covariates that are related to lack of social connectedness. For example, in one of them, we looked at the objective measures of social connectedness, such as how many if they have family, such as siblings or a spouse. We looked at if they had children, where they lived, if they have different settings in terms of the residence of the participant. And we analyzed, we created a composite score. The information was already in the data set, so we're working with secondary data.
I love secondary data. Anybody who makes use of secondary data it's so great.
So basically, what we did was look at these cognitively typical adults and look into whether they were tested. They had neurocognitive testing, and we created a composite score of all of the tests of our participants, and we looked at through linear regression models. We looked at the relationship between the lack of those relationships, or the presence or absence of those relationships, and the cognitive performance in those neuropsych tests. So and we compared the groups between the Latinos which were mostly Mexican Americans and non-Latino whites. And what we found was that in this first set is that the lack of having Latinos tend to be more affected in terms of cognitive performance when they don't have relationships, the marital status, the number of siblings, and the number of children affected negatively the cognitive performance over time.
Wow.
This is a cross-sectional study, so basically it's like a cut in time. So,
and that gives you, I'm guessing, as a preliminary kind of the evidence you need then to go talk to research funders and others to kind of to delve further into that, to create your own data to really get behind what's going on there.
Well, the other study basically was the same. We repeated the same methodology, but we looked at it from a different perspective. So we're looking into subjective perception of social isolation, which is what we define as loneliness. It's not just the quantity, but how the person defines being lonely. Since there are so many factors that affect how people perceive social isolation, we looked at all of these factors together, and we found that following the same methodology in terms of creating a composite score, what we did was create an omnibus model supported by the literature, and looked at the difference between the factors that affected Latinos and non-Latinos in this study. And we found that Latinos have a greater effect in their cognitive performance in terms of memory, language, and verbal fluency than non-Latinos with fewer social isolation covariates.
So let me just get this right then. So when you look at Latino populations and look at those kind of the people who don't have those systems around them, that kind of social connectedness, and you do exactly the same thing in, say, Caucasian population, you find it's the Latino population suffers worse because of that. Correct. And it's not, I mean, how far does that go to look at other things? Because of course we know that Latino populations will also have might have other differences in their lifestyles or different kind of diets or work or other things that we know can affect cognition. Does it account for that as well, or might there be those factors too? Well, I mean, what I mean is we can't credit this entirely down to their social connectedness. There could be other things at play.
Absolutely. One thing that we think that the literature for everybody stress lack of social connectedness might lead to stress and other pathways that a lot of literature has talked about this in like all of everybody. But what we looked at, and this is the big thing about this work, is that normally the papers that are out there, the research that is being done out there, participation of Latinos in research is very low. So with these two secondary data sets, we had a really big percentage of Latino representation. So we were looking, when we started looking at these issues and comparing Latinos versus non-Latinos, we were able to see, large effects, in terms and statistically significant effects in differences in both groups. One thing that we hypothesize in terms of why Latinos get more affected, besides diet and obviously all of those other things, is that because of cultural values, we are more inclined to look for our family. Hold on, let me get this out. We are more inclined to look for family as our first source of connectedness. And when we don't have that, Latinos tend to be like more gregarious. There's a lot of cultural values that are related to our need for social connection. So when we don't have those social connections, we Latinos and I don't want to generalize, but the data suggests that Latinos get more affected, both in terms of quantity of relationships and also the quality of those relationships. So those mechanisms that are stress related and personality related and tend to like heighten.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, we don't have any certainty about this because there is not enough research being done with Latinos in that sense. So,
but, I mean, it's great that this is coming up. I know Alzheimer's Association have been brilliant at drilling into this and highlighting that there's not enough research in these particular populations of people or in specific areas, and then targeting research funding and encouraging more people to work in that area. And that goes way back, doesn't it? Because I'm going to come to you in a second, Nadine, because we're going to talk about why certain people are excluded from research. And because I work with early career researchers and careers and things, one of the things that we highlight there is one of the problems is that you need researchers from those backgrounds to be interested in those topics. And also as well, people are more likely to come forward to participate in research when the researchers look like them. And so in getting more early career researchers from different backgrounds to take an interest in this and to be funded is so important as well. So it's careers, it kind of connects through and you can bring all these things together. Nadine, why don't you tell us about your work?
So just elaborating on that, by the way, there's so much from Myrna that I've just resonated. I
knew you were going to be getting excited about it. Myrna, if you can invite Nadine to come along, she's already there.
Because everything you're saying is, resonating and translating to the population that I've worked with most here, which is the British South Asian population. And it just made me think, oh my God, the loneliness factor, especially of South Asians who've like migrated and left family back and everything. And now they're starting to develop problems. And that's a lot of what my research has been looking at, which is, not just ethnic minority access to diagnostic services, but like really honing in on the British South Asian experience. And it's been things like, for example, just today, I've been doing a service evaluation of memory clinics in the Northwest, so like across all the trusts in the Northwest, just to kind of see how many ethnic minorities have been accessing the services as compared to Caucasian individuals. And I was so excited for the ONS 21 census to get in, because I just took that data and I sat with it today. And it's awful. The underrepresentation of ethnic minorities across the board, not just British South Asians, in the memory clinics here in the Northwest is so bad.
So this is that they're not that fundamentally people from South Asian backgrounds are not going to their doctors to highlight their memory problems, and therefore not going into clinic.
So actually, not just South Asians, like ethnic minorities across the board. So we have Africans, Caribbeans, we've got other ethnicities, Chinese, everybody. They're all underrepresented. And the thing is, it's not necessarily that they're not going to their doctor. So the process is that, usually if you have a memory complaint or, suspected dementia, you would go to the GP. The GP would maybe do a small test on you, ask for some bloods and things. And if the GP thinks, oh, this could be dementia, they'll send you to the memory clinic where you get that specialized diagnostic process. Now, a lot of the time, past research has said, ethnic minority communities, they're reluctant to approach for help in the first place. They approach when the condition is far too severe and things like that. And that is an issue. There is a lack of awareness and stuff like that in the communities. They're fearful of outsider involvement. There's those heavy family ties, but there are systematic issues as well. So primary care referrers don't necessarily want to send lots of people over to the memory clinics. And we see this with ethnic minorities. Those initial tests that the GPs might use aren't very well suited for ethnic minority groups because they don't match language and cultural contexts. So it's not going to pick up on cognitive problems as well as it would for someone who the test is designed for, which is usually English-speaking white people.
We talked about the sensitivity of adapting cognitive tests for different people. That came from my guest Zara from Australia earlier on in the day, was talking about how they did that in Australia as well. And do you find that as well in Latino population? I mean, are the tests just they're wrong? I mean, they're just culturally inappropriate in the first place.
Absolutely. It's funny that you mentioned that, because we are about to start a study on trying to normalize the testing, cognitive testing for Latinos, because most of the tests are done even when they are in Spanish, which is a primary language, the participants' primary language. They might be Spanish, Spanish, not necessarily Latino Spanish. And it's funny because they put people in a Hispanic umbrella,
the umbrella
of, Hispanic or Asian. And the language, the nuances of the language are so different that, for example, something that in Puerto Rico may mean something, for a Mexican or a Central American, even though we speak the same language, can mean a completely different thing. So these things make a huge difference when it comes to evaluating the test results.
So they contribute not only in the first place to people not going, but then not even necessarily getting the right outcome.
Correct.
Anyway.
Also, there's a lot of stigma, especially in Latino communities. I don't know about the Asian community, but there's a lot of stigma in terms of what Alzheimer is all about. We've had our participants talk about the person with cognitive dysfunction as el loco de la familia, the crazy one in the family, or they think that the having cognitive dysfunction is normal in older age. So the family dismisses a lot of, and I'm glad that Nadine brought this topic, because there are a lot of issues in terms of denial to get help for dementia. Has a lot to do with that stigma or that normalization of cognitive dysfunction in our communities.
I feel slightly unfair giving you this question because we started late as well, and the next people are arriving, and it's a big question. It's a big question, but if you could keep your answers fairly concise, I think that would be useful. So, kind of, what policies would you like to see changed to improve dementia support in the people that you are, that you're researching? What's the underlying? Tell me, kind of three things that policymakers could do to improve it. I'm going to go to you first, Nadine, for the people that you work with.
Oh my God, that is a tough question.
I know, I'm sorry.
I guess on the clinical front, we do need to work on, when a diagnosis happens, for example, people that I've spoken to who've gone through the process from South Asian communities say that, they're given lots of leaflets and papers and they get like a few minutes with the doctor, but nowhere near the amount they need, not just for the
more
person
time, more face time with the clinicians
more face time for the caregivers as well. They need that face time to ask all their questions, and they need that reassurance. A big fear is that if I find out I have dementia, I'm going to be taken away from my family, I'm going to be put in a care home against my will. Social services is going to come and completely just erode that family structure. This needs to be dismantled.
And I think that, one way to address that is to make sure that we get the real life stories out there. We talk about case studies often in healthcare, don't we? But actually the stories of people and making them, so that we have more champions. We've got Chris and Jane at the start of the day who have done an amazing job over the last 5-10 years talking about their experiences. If we need the, I hate to say, do we need we need the South Asian Chris and Jane to come forward and talk more about theirs? So I mean, I don't mean that, but I mean we need a more diverse population of people that are willing to kind of come out, step outside and talk more about their experiences, which is hard. So we have to support.
It's hard. I mean, it is happening. So for example, Bradford have done such a great job. They're called the ADAPT team, and they produced a video. It was called Kiran, and it was about dementia in the South Asian community, somebody actually having it and talking about it.
So this won't happen by accident. We have to deliberately, positively go out and look for people and support them to do that. Would you say the same? Is that the same with Latino groups?
Absolutely.
Are those champions there, or not there in the same way?
There are, but I think we need to do a better job of rounding them up and get them out there. Our lab, our program is working very hard to improve that, giving visibility to the Latino community in terms of, raising awareness about the, Alzheimer's in the Latino community. And we need people who look like us. And this is something that has been consistent throughout the work that we've done with the community, that they need people who look like them. And actually very soon the research network that we work for is going to live with a lot of resources for the Latino communities.
And that starts at the very early career stage, doesn't it, to bring those people through?
So one thing that I wanted to add to what Nadine said is we need more services for caregivers and patients. And also in terms of my research, I would add to that teaching our older adults, creating communities for aging in place, and teaching older adults how to make new connections in old age.
Absolutely.
So, and I think that those things should be,
and
would be in my top of my list.
If you're watching this and you're in the States, I highly recommend you go to als.org/iStart and join. That's ISTAART. iStart have got these great professional interest areas that look at all these different, and Latinos is a particular group that's been explored there. They provide great funding for research as well. They bring researchers together to look at these challenges and to make sure that we're doing something about it, that they get the focus and that they deserve. Thank you very much to the awesome Nadine Mirza and the brilliant Dr. Myrna Arroyo Miranda. Thank you so much for joining me over the last half hour. It's really kind of you to find time on your Fridays, particularly Nadine, your Friday night. I'm sure you'd rather be somewhere else.
No, anything for the Chatathon.
Thank you so much. I'll let you both go.
Bye. Have a great day. Bye.
Coming up over the next 25 minutes, I'm running behind schedule, is from 8 to 8:30. I'm going to be joined by the brilliant Dr. Hector Perez and his colleague, Bosola Adikioa, who I've probably got that entirely wrong, who are both from the University of Waterloo in Canada. Hector is a postdoc researcher. Bosola is a PhD student. I'm going to very quickly play something for 30 seconds while I top up my drink, and you won't see the video, but everybody else will. So I'm just going to play that very briefly, and we'll be back in 30 seconds time. And we're going to be talking about dementia-related missing incidents and prevention, which is brilliant because we talked earlier, I don't know if you caught this, about outdoor spaces and use of technology. And they were saying this isn't about tracking, this is about facilitating outdoor use. And of course, you are talking about that. So great to see the other side of this. We'll be back in just a few moments' time.
Well, with players like David Beckham, you do feel there are certain moments of destiny. Yes!
Football should be unforgettable. Unforgettable goals. Unforgettable saves. Unforgettable moments. Unfortunately, some people will forget. Fans like Steve and Sheila and Tommy. But with a better understanding of dementia, we can help all those living with it. Alzheimer's Society and the FA supporting fans and players affected by dementia.
That was a film from the Alzheimer's Society, who, of course, are working with the Football Association. Alzheimer's Research UK are doing work on this as well, to look at brain injury and traumatic brain injury, and the impact of dementia, or the high proportion of professional sports people that go on to develop dementia, potentially connected to their professional sports careers. We haven't talked about that topic today, but it is one that's come up quite a lot. And there's lots of information on the Alzheimer's Society and Alzheimer's Research UK website, so do go take a look. Hello, Hector. Hello, Basala. Thank you very much for finding time to join me. What time is it where you are? What time is it where you are?
It's
3 p.m.
3 p.m.
Okay, so Friday afternoon, you're winding down. It's nearly the weekend.
Yes.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
So why don't you introduce yourselves and take us through your work? So we're going to be talking about dementia-related missing incidents over the next half hour. Hector, why don't you go first?
Okay, sounds good. Hello everyone, my name is Hector Perez. I'm a postdoctoral fellow in the School of Public Health Sciences at the University of Waterloo in Canada. And what I'm doing right now, it's a project to create safer communities for persons living with dementia. We call it the Dementia-Friendly First Responders. That's one of our projects that we have. And I'm working to understand why missing incidents involving persons living with dementia occur in our communities. Actually, I'm at the moment with one of our police organizations that we partner with to understand why these incidents happen and how can we prevent and inform practice and policy.
And when we talk about missing incidents here, because of course, this is the thing with dementia, because missing incidents, particularly in certain forms of dementia, could be people losing time. You know, they sit down and then at 9 o'clock and it's 12 o'clock. But we're not talking about missing incidents from people's memory. We're talking about people who go missing, physically missing. They go. Good. I thought that was the case. Busola, do you want to introduce yourself as well?
Okay, so hi everyone. I'm Busola Adekoya. I'm a registered nurse and I'm a PhD student in the School of Public Health Sciences at the University of Waterloo. I'm in my third year. And I'm also a member of the Aging and Innovation Research Program at the University of Waterloo. That's Hector and I work together with a supervisor, Dr. Lulu. My research, my PhD thesis is going to be looking at alert systems for missing persons living with dementia. So it's a way of mitigating the risk of persons living with dementia going missing. So I'll be looking at the policies, our policies and programs for these alert systems are being developed and implemented, not only in Canada, I'll also be looking at how they're being implemented in Scotland.
Wow, that's a connection.
Yes.
And I hope that's going to result in a trip to Edinburgh and the Highlands.
That is the plan. That is the plan.
Wait until it's the summer. I mean, it's bad enough that it rains all the time anyway, but definitely don't do that over the winter.
Oh, okay. Well noted.
Well, it's not very different.
I don't know. You should always. I feel you should go to Scotland both in the summer and winter because it's a beautiful place and you get a very different experience at both times a year. So that's amazing to have that connection as well. So, are you both going to talk together about practically what you've done? I mean, we had a session earlier on today where they were talking about facilitating people who often had outdoor leisure activities, for example, and the problem is that the minute somebody was diagnosed dementia, there was this attitude that you know it's too risky for you to be allowed to go for a run on your own now, or you can't go for a long bike ride, and that we tend to be a little bit protective. And I think particularly as people progress as well, that can be worse. I mean, we hear stories of strategies being used, like putting curtains over doors to stop people going outside, or putting black doormats that, certain types of dementia can perceive a black doormat as a hole in the floor, so they can't go through certain spaces. all of this to curtail what somebody's concerned that they're going to wander away and go missing. So what does your research, what brought you to do the research you're doing in the first place? What is it, what's the issue, and how are you looking at that in Waterloo? Hector, do you want to take the lead on this, and you can work between you and
Absolutely.
Priscilla?
Well, first of all, because it's a topic very close to my heart. My grandmother Mary, she was living with dementia, and then also because we know that these incidents involving persons living with dementia are very common. So they are more common than we might thought. In terms of common understanding is that persons living with dementia will wander. 6 in 10 persons living with dementia will wander during the course of the disease. Well, that's according to Alzheimer Association, but we don't know what this information is coming from. And the reality, when you look into my work is primarily with data, right? When you look through the data and you analyze this, you notice that this is not the case. And that common assumptions, Adam, that you just mentioned, that we can put in place some measures, we thought like some people that have this assumption that persons living with dementia might be more safe or in a facility or in a care facility or in a hospital, but they go missing from hospitals. And you will be scared of knowing how much or how many cases we have of persons living with dementia who went missing from a facility, which is supposed to have all these measures in place.
Yeah. And is that because, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting your questions already. Is that because of the unfamiliar environment that people started in? And also as well, is this how much isn't reported? I'm going to bring this back because Chris and Jada at the start of the day, who Chris has vascular dementia and he's had it a while, and you will have been tucked up in bed when they were talking 11 hours ago. He did a podcast with us at the European conference recently, and he talked about how he went to take out, I don't know if you have these in the UK, so he went to take the dustbins out, he went to take the trash out, and our trash is on wheels, it's trash cans on wheels, and he said he didn't really realize what was going on, but before he knew it, he'd walked like a mile. He'd wandered away with his trash can and hadn't realized that this was happening. And that's not going to get reported. Jane didn't, somebody found him, brought him back. It didn't necessarily get reported. I don't know, because once somebody's got their diagnosis and they go home, their interaction with healthcare is so infrequent that things like that could be happening all the time. It's just that it doesn't get recorded. It's not reported. I don't know. So how do you look at this then? How do you measure? How do you count, if you like it?
Well, very quickly, you're right. Some cases are not reported. And even when it's an actual or a real case where a person living with dementia went missing, it's not reported because there's a lot of stigma associated with it, right? The families might be afraid or to be ashamed of the conversations around why this happened, right? And it's associated with guilty, embarrassment, and that kind of thing. So sometimes it's even the small things or these incidents that you described just right now that are not reported, but there are other higher order incidents that are not reported. So that's a common issue, yeah. And
Basala, with your nursing background, it's fascinating you come at this from a nursing background. How do you look at this? What's your part in this research?
Yeah, just to kind of allude to what Hector said, for sure the stigma is there, but I think people still lack that education on what dementia is all about, the risk associated with dementia. And I will take you back to wandering. The term itself is very complex, is debatable, and it carries negative connotations. So when you hear that someone wanders, automatically people start thinking, oh, they go missing. And it's really not the case. So I will tell you a little bit more about what I've done during my master's program. So I looked at wandering behavior from the perspectives of persons living with dementia in long-term care homes. So it all started when I started working in long-term care homes, and I noticed that one of the challenging behaviors that we commonly see in people living with dementia is wandering behavior. And so when during takeover or handover, and they tell you that you have like about 4 or 5 patients, to care for, and they mention that person is a wanderer. So it's like automatically that instinct that I want to make sure that this person doesn't go missing. I want to make sure that this person it's like safe, you know, that's automatically instinct that kicks in. And so I started looking at, so why is it like this? So for my master's, I decided to address that gap in the literature because I was looking at different reviewing literature, and I found out that nobody has actually, well, nobody, I think one study in the UK only focused on interviewing persons living with dementia to ask about the wandering behavior. So I decided to take that route and to kind of gather, to talk to residents living with dementia in long-term care homes to really ask them, what does that behavior mean to them? So I did something they called a walking interview, where I observed their walking patterns and as well as asked them questions about their walking, where they're going. And it's like really very interesting to find out that they describe the behavior, which we refer to as walking, which is actually walking. They find it to be very, for most participants, they reported that they found it as enjoyable. They found it as really for socialization because they just want to interact with other people. For some, the health benefit, because we know walking is a form of exercise. And so, and also for some people, it's purposeful. Because that's, you know, you mentioned earlier, their unfamiliar environments, they are looking for something familiar in that environment. So once they go into a long-term care home that we also call nursing home here in Canada, it's like everything is strange, right? Everything is new, and they just want that connection. And so for some of them, they just start working because they are looking for someone who is familiar. For some of them, they just want to be with their family members. They just miss their children, their grandchildren.
Yeah.
And so it's like really interesting to see how persons living with dementia, they actually describe wandering, which is totally, completely different from what we refer to as wandering. We see wandering as an aimless movement, a disruption, but to them, it's something that is really purposeful, something that they enjoy.
I mean, now you've explained it in that way, it makes complete sense, isn't it? Is that there is that difference between their definition of purposeful or not. I mean, so fine. So say somebody living with dementia is looking for something. The fact that what they're looking for may not exist, you know, may not be something that they can go walk to or go get to. It could be their wife who's passed, or go looking for something that's not there. It's still purposeful walking. And so whether you then, so is the natural reaction of these nursing, these care homes, is that to try and limit, the natural reaction I'm guessing is just to limit that? And actually, are you suggesting that there are other strategies that you can use to allow this, but in a safe way, so you don't start locking doors? Or, you know, is that the approach? Is that the idea?
Yes, so that's the approach. The recommendations from my study, one of the recommendations is that we should reconceptualize the way we see wandering behavior. So initially or traditionally, we want to control that behavior because we're afraid they're going to go missing. But if you let them go out, because some of them, they enjoy outdoor activities, with supervision, of course, because we know the experience forgetfulness, spatial disorientation is another one. And so we can actually give supervised, you know, walking programs. We can organize supervised walking programs that they are able to go outside, they are able to enjoy activities that are meaningful to them. That's another way that we can, rather than say, oh, just sit down or don't go anywhere because we're afraid you're gonna go missing or you're gonna miss your way. That is really not the right approach. And I know some of the interventions that we're seeing out there, we refer to them as non-pharmacological interventions because you never want to use medication, right? To sedate someone so that they don't move. And so some of them, we have technologies. So the use of GPS devices, and we are seeing these devices being commonly used, not even in long-term care homes, family members, so that they will be able to kind of track, I don't like the word, or monitor the movements of a person living with dementia, but at least the person has that freedom. They have the freedom to go outdoors. They have the freedom to enjoy nature. They have the freedom to do what they love doing. And so family members can monitor them that way, and healthcare providers can monitor them that way. And if you say, oh, it looks like that, or mom, it's like is off track, then you can go look for them. So that way they'll be able to locate them quickly.
And is this something that you then has to be very personalized? Because of course, depending on somebody's somebody's stage of dementia I've heard it referred to before as people kind of go into this autopilot. You know, we've all done it when you've been driving home and then suddenly you're home and go, oh God, I don't remember the last 3 miles. It happened. And so quite often, is there a risk with facilitating or enabling this? How do you mitigate? What things can you do to mitigate the risk, particularly as people's dementias are progressing to ones where they do need far more support? Because I guess a lot of people who are listening to this are going, this is all good and well, but it's way too dangerous. I'm no way am I going to let my dad just go out for a walk, because before you know it, he's going to be 6 miles away. He's not going to recognize the streets, and I'm going to get a phone call from the police or some neighbor, or they're going to find him, and it's a problem. So how do you decide? How do you manage that? I don't know, Hector, if this is something you've looked at, or whoever.
Yeah, I'll quickly elaborate on Busola's, because I always learn from Busola. She's very passionate.
She
about
really is.
Right?
Sorry, we're talking about like you're not here. You are very passionate, Busola.
And she's great. Also bringing up this perspective or this lens of human rights. And that's something very important to consider when you put in place these strategies, right? How do you balance the autonomy and also the independence of the person living with dementia? Because they want to continue to do the things that they love. And if I'm a hiker, or if my hobby is going for walks, that's something that I would like to continue to do. And having these preventive measures to mitigate the risk, because the risk will be always there. We live in a risk ourselves every day, but how you mitigate those risks in order to prevent these things to happen. So I think that's a combination of understanding the person needs, but also keeping a balance with their human rights, and recognizing and being aware that even if the person lives with dementia, it is important that the person acknowledge that the person can continue to do what they love. And in order to promote that, well, there's many strategies, and Busola perhaps can elaborate on that, but some of them, like for example, alarm systems, or dementia-friendly communities, or even the simple things like having their information close to them, like phone number, or the addresses and phone and email or contact information in case of an emergency. So I think that's very important. But I leave it to Busola if you want to elaborate a little bit on that.
Yeah, sure. I can add more. We usually tell people it's not one size fits all. So exactly. It's important that we know that there are several strategies out there to mitigate the risks of the person going missing, and other consequences. We just want to be sure that we are looking at the individual person, what their needs are. Assessment is really important, and and understanding them. In long-term care homes, back in Canada, we used to do something that we call a life story, a resident life story. So you get information from the resident, the family members, to kind of get to know the person, because it's really important. That's how you can tailor the strategies to what the person actually needs. And just like Hector said, there are several strategies out there. We have the Finding Your Way program by the Alzheimer Society here in Canada, and they focus more on increasing public awareness of the risks of the persons living with dementia going missing, and providing resources as well as training for first responders. And also in many of our municipal police services, they run what we call vulnerable person registries. So this is the partner with programs such as the Medical Alert. I don't know if you've heard of Medical Alert, Adam, but we have Medical Alert here. We have Project Lifesaver. And so family members can actually register their loved ones. I really don't like using the term vulnerable, but anyone that is considered vulnerable, like persons living with dementia, you can put information, you can register their information with police services, such as the physical description of the person, their habits, their behaviors, their specific needs, in case they go missing, where are the locations or where they frequent, they go. So this information is like, it's already there. And if the person goes missing, then they can just pull the vulnerable registry out and just see the information about a person, and that would help in locating the missing person quickly. And just to kind of quickly add, another strategy is the alert system that I mentioned earlier that I will be working on. So alert systems, we have this, like the state-funded silver alert programs, very common in the United States. And I think maybe all but 3 states in the United States actually don't have the silver alert programs. Here in Canada, we have a citizen-led, which is kind of like a community-led silver alert. We call it the BC Silver Alert, which is British Columbia Silver Alert. And in Scotland, they have the Purple Alert, which is an app-based program for persons living with dementia, their family members or carers, as the UK people call it, that you can register information about the missing person. So these alert systems, they, like I mentioned earlier, they are a form of technologies, and they use like mobile apps and public messaging systems to notify people, yes, when person within a geographic location, when a person goes missing, so that they will keep an eye out for the person. If they see the person, they can contact police services or family members. Like in the UK, you can actually contact, or in Scotland, you can contact family members straight using the app if you see the missing person.
I see, which is clever. And that uses GP. So we haven't talked a lot about technology. We're just getting there now. And I know we've only got a couple of minutes left. But so how does GPS play a role in that then? Is this, because that's been a controversial topic, hasn't it? Some people, the idea of putting an AirTag on somebody or something like that has been, some people I think it's a brilliant idea, and other people really hate it. It's a kind of an intrusion. How does that fit in?
I can come in before jumps in. But just to kind of be clear, alert system is different from the tagging or the tracking technologies that we're talking about. But I will answer your question about, yes, there are a lot of controversies out there when it comes to tagging and tracking people's movement. We've seen ethical concerns being raised. So one is privacy. That's if you track, no matter how you try to sell it or how you try to sell it to people, people are still using it. But there is that ethical concern that it violates the person's privacy rights. And also there are concerns about dignity, especially if the person is unaware of it. And another concern is, we're talking about persons living with dementia. There is that general controversy that do they actually have the capacity to consent to the use of these tagging and tracking devices? And some people will argue that no matter what, they don't have the capacity. I believe that they have the capacity if you provide the information to them. So when they are being diagnosed with dementia, give them all the information about, I know some people will say it's really overwhelming because getting that diagnosis, your mind is racing through so many things. And so, but it's okay. You can work with a person and the family members to give different information to them, as they progress. But I think this is some of the information that they need to know. They need to know the information about the risks of them going missing. If they go missing, what can they do? If they use tracking device, there are ethical concerns. So we need a balance between safety. We know we are always talking about safety. And as a healthcare provider, I can tell you that I want my patients, my clients to be safe. I want my family members to be safe. And I think it's the same for everyone. But we need to balance that with their autonomy. Autonomy, that's the freedom of choice. The freedom to say, yes, I would do this. I can live with risk, or I choose not to do this. They should have that freedom to do that. And we should involve them in discussions, whatever stage they are at. I think it's so important that we involve persons living with dementia early on in discussions about, all of these technologies and strategies to mitigate the risk of them going missing.
Absolutely. And that's been a theme for today as well, is about how you facilitate for, to people to live as ordinarily as they can for as long as possible, according to how they previously, lived before they got their diagnosis. And being able to go out by yourself is a key part of that, isn't it? To have that autonomy. Thank you so much, Bosola.
Thank you for having us.
And Dr. Hex Perez from the University of Waterloo for giving us some time this afternoon. We've shared your article there in the chat as well, which is from the conversation. People can find that in the chat that Hector shared with us. Thank you so much. And if you want to find out more and give these guys a follow on Twitter, you'll find their details on chatathon.uk. And their links to all the guests are at the top of the page. Do give them a follow and check out their work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for having us.
Bye.
Okay, so we're entering the last hour now. And I'm now going to be joined by two more brilliant guests. And we're going to be talking about dementia-friendly oral and eye care. And we, from 8:30 to 9 p.m, I'm going to turn on your caption. There we go. Got a caption and everything. And I'm going to be joined, Solimezi, Dr. Dia Solimezi. Got that wrong?
Very well done.
Look how beautiful your teeth are as well. I have such awful teeth. I steal that saying from I can't remember why his name suddenly gone out of my head. I have good time teeth, as people have probably been able to tell. Who's the author? I've got his book on my shelf. Hold on. It's
100% agree, Adam. Like, after years of orthodontic treatment as a child and all the rest of it, my face is definitely, my teeth are not Zoom friendly.
On the other hand, she's not even going to show them now because you put me to shame. Because you're going to talk about oral care, and we have the Dr. Marianne Coleman, who's another UK Australian, who's going to from the University of Melbourne, who's a clinical vision research fellow, and Dia is a senior research fellow at the University of Portsmouth, and Marianne is from the University of Melbourne. Thank you very much both for joining me. Before we get into it, I'm going to play a very quick film to remind you as to why we're all here. It's coming into the last hour now. It'd be great to be able to announce a decent amount we've raised at the end of today. I know things are tight, but if you can make any donations you can, will be very gratefully received. You can go to chatathon.uk/donate or go to the Chatathon website. All the money you give will be divided between Alzheimer's Research UK, Alzheimer's Society, Race Against Dementia, and the Lewy Body Society, who all do amazing work in funding their research. Don't forget as well, we haven't had barely any this afternoon or this evening, but don't forget, if you have any questions, please do post them in the chat, and I will be sure to put them to Dia and Marianne over the next 25 minutes by the time this film's finished. So I'm going to play you a quick film now.
Think about this for a minute. The brain has masterminded everything we've ever known, everything we've ever discovered, ever created, every idea that's ever been, everything we've ever felt, ever seen, ever heard, ever said, or dreamt. So when it comes to Alzheimer's disease getting the better of our brains, well, you can't outsmart the smartest thing in the universe. Which is why the brightest minds behind Alzheimer's Research UK are making incredible breakthroughs. Alzheimer's doesn't stand a chance. We can all use our brains to do something amazing. Simply share this film and spread the hope.
Powerful film from the Alzheimer's Research UK, who will receive 25% of everything you donate today. Thank you very much. Hello, dementia-friendly oral and eye care. Tell us everything we need to know, because this is going to come up, right? So many people who are listening at home will have loved ones who, these are things that get forgotten, aren't they? Do they get forgotten? Suddenly it's all about the dementia, it's about other things, and we forget to think about good eye care and dental care, which can contribute to other things. I'm preempting your entire sessions. Let's have some introductions. Hello, Marianne. Do you want to introduce yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a real pleasure to be back on Chatathon, having talked on linked topics last time.
There's no pressure, but you've got to have something new.
I do. And in fact, I have actually some lovely words from an Australian dementia advocate who I spoke with about my research proposal back in the beginning. You know, she said that she felt that eye care was among the most vexed and unmet of physiological needs for people living with dementia. The other two being care of hearing and teeth. So I feel like it would be lovely to have a hearing person here with us today, but we've at least got 2 out of 3. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. So yeah, my name's Marianne. I have a joint contract at the University of Melbourne, but also at the Australian College of Optometry here in Melbourne. So the College of Optometry provide eye care to people that would not otherwise be able to afford it, including visits to aged care homes and also older persons high rises, which we have a few of those in our state here in Australia. So as Adam said, I'm a clinical vision research fellow. I'm actually an orthoptist by clinical training. Dementia Pathfinders members may remember this.
What's the difference between an orthoptist, an ophthalmologist, and an optometrist?
Yeah, so you can even call me an optimist if you prefer. Orthoptist literally means straight eyes. So we are the people that specialize in diagnosing and treating problems with moving your eyes around and using them together as a pair. So we don't give out glasses to people and we don't do eye operations, but we work very closely with ophthalmologists and optometrists as part of the provision of eye care. And so I'm an orthoptist masquerading in an optometry research institution. Actually, the main research that I'm going to be talking about today is focused on optometry. So very multidisciplinary within that discipline of eye care.
We will come back to that. And Dia, why don't you introduce yourself? Is it Dia? Dia?
It is Dia. It is Dia. So my name is Dia Solemesi, and as you said, I'm based at the University of Portsmouth at the Department of Psychology. So let me start by saying that I'm not a dentist. The reason I'm here today is because for the last year and a half, I've been involved in a project who's looking at the dental oral care needs for people living with dementia at home. So my background is in psychology, and I've been involved in various projects as a health researcher. And this is the first time I've been involved in a social care type of research project, and it's very exciting. So I don't know if you were expecting some.
No. That's brilliant. And I mean, I touched on this at the start because I'm not wanting to steal your thunder, but my awareness of these particular issues kind of came up a few years ago, and they were really driven by, at that time, there was this push to kind of reduce our use of antipsychotic medication. This chemical kosh that was all too often being used in nursing homes and care homes. And when you drilled down as to why they were used, it was because people were becoming agitated. They were difficult to control. They were creating difficulties in their environments. And the alternative to using them was to look at fundamentally what's underlying the particular agitation. And I remember, I can't remember who did the talk, but I remember, watching these presentations at the time that highlighted the fact that, things like not being able to see properly and having tooth pain or having, dental pain or ear aches or being unable to hear people were often genuine things, because what happened was once people got a diagnosis, if they became hard, it became difficult to take them to the dentist or the optometrist. So those things started to be overlooked. They become a bigger issue if people can't communicate, which Anna talked about earlier. I'm sure Anna would be able to talk to us greatly about strategies for communicating and things. But that's where it became a problem. So it was brilliant when you both volunteered to come forward today, because I think this is an issue for lots of people. So Marianne, why don't you tell us about your work?
well, quick shout out to Anna, because Anna is amazing and has done a whole bunch of fantastic articles on dementia researcher on a variety of different kind of topics. But yeah, I mean, we're all allied health professionals at the end of the day. You know, we all kind of work together: speech pathology, audiology, orthoptics, and so on. So in terms of an overview of the issues, well, actually, hearing loss has been announced as being a modifiable risk factor for dementia. And actually, vision loss should have been in there as well, but it just kind of missed the boat, because at the time that all of the big researchers were doing that epic Lancet publication about modifiable risk factors for dementia, there wasn't quite enough information about vision at the time that they were doing that. But actually, since then, there has been a whole bunch of research that's been done, like epidemiological studies and things like that, that are showing if you can't see very well, it can actually increase your risk of cognitive decline. And basically, in the same manner as hearing, you know, it can affect your social interactions. It can lead to you feeling lonely. It can limit your ability to participate in social activities. And actually, for the first time this year, the topic of sensory loss, so vision and hearing, was quite prominent in the World Alzheimer's Report. And so, you know, the key point made there was about, you know, seeing and hearing well to live well, like being able to see properly and hear properly helped people living with dementia to engage with other activities that are designed to promote their social well-being, and to try and, you know, physical activity programs and things like that as well. You need to be able to see well and hear well to exercise safely, because these things can affect your balance and increase your falls risk. So yeah, basically vision didn't get much of a look in until recently. Yeah, and it's now becoming much more, you know, people are much more aware of it.
I think that topic has moved on, as you say, when I first became about reducing agitation, but clearly this has moved on about the fact that poor eyesight or being unable to see or unable to hear has this knock-on effect, as you say as well, to contributing to social isolation, exclusion, withdrawal from society, from not being able to participate in other things, which makes it so important. But also quite a challenging thing to address. So what does your research look at? I know in the past you talked about how you'd done guidance for how you can practically deliver eye care services to people living with dementia. Is that still something that you're looking at now? What's your
work now? That's basically what we've been doing for the last year and a bit. So basically, we started off by talking to lots of optometrists about their experiences of examining people living with dementia, because in terms of what people were doing currently, we didn't know that much. So as a quick kind of, you know, between country comparison, UK has actually dedicated guidelines about examining the eyes of people living with dementia. So the Royal College of Ophthalmologists has guidelines, and the College of Optometrists has guidelines, but in Australia, there is nothing. There is no guidance at all. So basically, having sort of given that brief comparison, we are focusing on what we need to do to help optometrists to provide what we sort of call dementia-friendly eye care. And this was actually inspired by research that I did in the UK. So in the UK, I did some research that was looking at changes in eyesight and ability to judge distances over time. And we found that there was you know, a decent chunk of people living with dementia that actually don't have great depth perception, which can increase your risk of falls. But, you know, as part of working with those people, because I saw them multiple times over a 1-year period, they were telling me their own experiences with eye care in a variety of different settings. So seeing the optometrist, seeing the ophthalmologist, and some of those experiences were not tailored to accommodate their dementia. So having to sit and do like a visual field test, you know, the like look and click a button when you see a light, you know, and if you're already having a little bit of difficulty with like fatigue and concentration and all the rest of it, but being expected to do that in an environment where there's people walking in and out of the room, and sometimes the lights get switched back on, and all this, that, and the other. It's not great. It's not great. And so that kind of prompted me to sort of think about this from, what can we do to make that experience better? How can we make it easier for people living with dementia to feel comfortable and confident in actually going to see an optometrist and knowing that their unique needs will be accommodated? So that's basically how this current research project came about. So we started off with interviewing optometrists about the experience from their end, but now we're interviewing people living with dementia and carers to find out about their experiences of interacting with optometrists, because once you get over the age of 70, you should be having an eye examination every year, right? So actually, for people living with dementia, it's especially important that they're keeping on top of their eye checks and so on. But if we can at least make sure that they're going to have the best experience possible when they go, then they're going to feel less kind of anxious and daunted about the idea of going. They might be less likely to have an upsetting experience or feel anxious or agitated when they're there in the appointment room. And if they feel comfortable, it's easier for the optometrist to test them. So there's a whole bunch of different reasons why it was useful to do this research. So we're doing a training course for optometrists from this research to help them feel more comfortable and confident about working with people living with dementia and carers. And we're also doing information about what to expect from the eye test for people living with dementia and carers, so that they have that understanding of what that means for them and why it's important.
And this is a great example, again, about encouraging these international collaborations, because as you say, if that already existed in the UK, I'm assuming it's not as simple as copying and pasting, because, different... I worked in Australia too with University of Sydney, and I know that you can't just pick something up and drop it and expect it to work somewhere else. But it's a great start, right? Rather than picking up from scratch.
It's certainly better than nothing, that's for sure.
And just for the benefit of those that I remember this from last time. So the obvious one that people will go to, or the obvious thought on this, is that once people start to have language and communication difficulties, or their dementia progresses, you're not just going to say, well, you should stop bothering to do eye tests. How do you practically how do you then assess somebody's visual impairment when things start to progress worse?
Yeah, of course.
Progress worse. What terrible use of language was that?
You've been doing this for nearly 12 hours, Adam. Come on, give yourself a bit of slack.
How do you do that?
So the research that we've done actually with optometrists to date. So from the perspective of people living with dementia and carers, they don't necessarily see what the benefit is of actually letting the optometrist know that there's a diagnosis of dementia in the mix. And so actually the predominant experience from the optometrists that we interviewed is that they often don't actually know that the person has any form of cognitive impairment until they're sat down in the chair and they start doing the case history. So there is a lot of adaptation on the fly. There is no one size fits all approach, because once you've met one person with dementia, you've met one person with dementia. And so it's a very holistic approach. And so people, the optometrist is basically figuring out what to do and how to adapt their testing on the fly. They can look at their
eye tests from before and how things have progressed and deteriorated once they could communicate more. I understand that. I'm going to have to go to Dia now, because I've just suddenly noticed that it's already 10 to 9. Dia, tell us about your work. Does some of that resonate for you? Tell us about your work.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, as Marianne said, having poor eyesight or poor oral care, oral hygiene can impact on so many aspects on someone's life. So I think I have to explain, it can affect their speed, their eating, drinking, obviously pain. I mean, it's one of the worst pains I've experienced in life, the dental pain. And obviously, people have, there's a lot of research that say that if people have poor oral hygiene, that can impact on their general health as well. So I guess our research started from the fact that we know that people living with dementia have higher risk of dental problems. And we specifically wanted to explore people who live at home, because my main research interest, if you like, is how we can help people live well. And the majority of people live at home. So let's see how they're managing. So the question we wanted to explore was how is the oral, mouth, teeth care addressed for those people living at home and having paid care coming in. So we interviewed home care agency staff, the carers that go in and support people living with dementia. We interviewed family members, and we interviewed social care practitioners. And as probably you already mentioned the word overlooked, and that's exactly